Yushan Qingfeng Mountain can provide a panoramic view of the county in the distance. There is a Qingfeng temple on the mountain. It is not big or small. It has 2 courtyards at the front and back, as well as a quiet room and some guest rooms. It's just that the Taoist temple is very dilapidated. Not only the building, but also the statues of the Sanking gods enshrined in the temple are full of cracks and are completely in disrepair. Ding! Connecting to the current game Leisure Shushan, please wait. Guo Lin, wearing a Taoist robe and holding Tai Chi temples, suddenly patted his head when he heard the sudden sound. What the hell? It's just an electric shock. That little bit of electricity can also cause auditory hallucinations. Samsung mobile phones are not so powerful when electrocuted. Maybe it's because of the recent problems in Taoist temples and the pressure is too much. Guo Lin looked at the notification documents on the table and the people busy taking measurements around the Taoist temple, and sighed helplessly. These people will soon demolish Qingfeng Temple. If the Taoist temple cannot be saved, I will really be ashamed of the old Taoist priests. I don't know how to face the old Taoist priests when I go to the underworld. As an orphan, he was picked up and raised by an old Taoist priest since he was a child. The old Taoist priest also helped him go to college. The old Taoist priest was like a father in his heart. Who would have thought that after he graduated from college and applied for a job with a high salary and prepared to honor the old Taoist priest in the future, the old Taoist priest gave up and left. Guo Lin sat down at the stone table outside, with memories in his eyes. I still remember that every time he came back from studying, the old Taoist priest would sit on this stone table and wait for him even on time. The old Taoist priest's back was straight at first, but then it gradually became bumpy in the back. The old Taoist priest had only one last word when he passed away. Inherit Qingfeng Guan and don't let it disappear. The old Taoist priest seems to have an indelible obsession with this view of Qingfeng. But even if the old Taoist priest didn't have such a last wish, he didn't want Qingfeng Temple to be demolished or disappear. After all, this is the place where he was raised. There are too many memories of him and the old Taoist priest here, from childhood to adulthood. Qingfeng Guan is his root and the sustenance of his soul. Without Qingfeng Guan, he would have become a homeless wandering soul. Even if he could find the chairman's beautiful daughter or sexy female CEO as his girlfriend in the company he successfully applied for, he would resolutely come back and inherit Qingfeng Guan. What's more, this is the old Taoist priest's will. As the saying goes, the kindness of upbringing is greater than heaven. Even the crows will feed you back. As the old Taoist priest's last words, he did not want to disappoint the old Taoist priest. But who would have expected that a few days ago, the county issued a notification document? Because the county is vigorously developing the Tourism Plus development plan, it plans to renovate the scenery of Qingfeng Mountain. Qingfeng Temple will be demolished because it is too dilapidated. In fact, Yushan Tourism Plus development also involves the development of special buildings. For example, Jinyunting, Tianhu Temple, Baoan Temple, Luhan Temple. These buildings will be retained as special viewing projects, and will also be included in the promotion of tourism projects. But these places are close to the county town, and many believers and pilgrims go there to offer incense, play, eat fasting meals, etc. Therefore, the income from the merit box is also very good, and nearby villagers will even help fund the donation. In order to put one's name on the merit wall of a temple, a donation of several thousand will be required. Some bosses who believe in this will donate starting at 100,000 yuan. To put it simply, if there is traffic and merit money, the temple will be repaired, and the county will even approve some money for road construction. But Qingfeng Temple is very embarrassing. Not only is it dilapidated, Qingfeng Mountain is also a bit far from the county seat, and the mountain road is difficult to walk, so not many tourists come. Qingfeng Guan was also suppressed by Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain. According to his memory, there were several times when Fengyuan Temple and people from several Buddhist temples came to debate, and the old Taoist priests suffered in public, and the impact was also great. Those temples seem to be happy to cooperate with Fengyuan Temple. After all, the Buddha competes for a stick of incense. But Taoism also emphasizes inaction, and old Taoist priests often talk about cultivating Taoism as well as cultivating the mind. They also say that they do not engage in temple tricks and do not compete for fame and fortune. This also caused Qingfeng Temple to gradually lose many pilgrims, and it became more and more dilapidated. The most important thing is that at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, there is Fengyuan Temple, which has been repaired, roads have been built, trees have been planted, and the environment has been improved. Qingfeng Temple was again detected as a dangerous building, and the repair cost was too high. In addition, Qingfeng Mountain already had Fengyuan Temple with the same property, so the county planned to demolish Qingfeng Temple and build an observation deck here, using the mountain as a wild viewing garden, where you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the entire Shushan mountain. It's just to trick city people who have never seen mountains to come for an outing. How many can be fooled? Although King Fengaguen is dilapidated, it is not defined as a dangerous building. It's just that the person in charge of the inspection gave such a result. Dea Zhangguo, we may start construction in the next 2 months, so be prepared. The person in charge of the measurement reminded Guo Lin before leaving. That means that he should take this time to clean up, the Taoist temple can deal with it, and then move out. Watching those people leave, Guo Lin felt that he was really ashamed of the old Taoist priest. However, he is not someone who gives up easily. Moreover, he graduated with a degree in tourism economics, so he knew that there were still opportunities in this situation. As long as King Fengaguen was not dismantled and operated, everything was possible. For example, during this period, the Qingfeng Temple can flourish, even surpassing Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain. But he also knew that the chance was slim. After all, Fengyuan Temple is extremely prosperous and has developed for so many years. Qingfeng Temple has become so dilapidated that it is necessary to at least repair Qingfeng Temple. Not many people came to Qingfeng Temple this month, let alone pilgrims who offered incense and donated money. It was difficult to raise money to repair Qingfeng Temple. We can't let him carry a sign and go around the county to attract pilgrims and raise donations, right? There is no doubt that he will be regarded as a liar by everyone. Guo Lin was distressed when he found that his phone vibrated and automatically logged into a game called Casual Shushan. Leisure in Shushan? The hallucination also appeared in this game just now. He remembered that he downloaded it when his college roommate invited him to play it. After returning to King Fengaguen, he never touched the game. This is a casual cultivation game based on the background of Shu Mountain. Shushan has been rumored to have many immortals since ancient times. There are also novels, movies, and TV shows about the Shushan strange heroes, as well as many games about the Shushan strange heroes. The Shilapo sword god is still talking about it. The game Casual Shushan integrates most of these elements. In fact, he was thinking that if he could be as powerful as those swordsmen, or even fly with a sword, it would not be easy to save this Taoist temple. Unfortunately, those are just stories. He couldn't even practice the boxing techniques taught by the old Taoist priests, which were said to be Taoist martial arts. Looking at the game on the phone, the game character is currently in the novice's residence, which is a thatched house. The housing for beginners in the game of cultivating immortals is a thatched house, which is not cultivating immortality at all. It can only be said that the level of game planning is limited. The thatched house is also very simple inside, with only a bed, a cupboard, a table, and nothing else. But at the same time, that hallucinatory voice appeared in Guo Lin's mind again. Ding! The special game system link Leisure Shushan game is successful. The game's special channel is opened, and you can enter the novice's residence. Do you want to try to enter? At that moment, Guo Lin was shocked to find that a mysterious picture appeared in his mind. That is exactly the game screen of Casual Shushan. And the scene in that picture is also the game character in the novice's residence. There are 2 more special options on the screen. Enter the game, exit the game. Guo Lin patted his head again. What the hell is this? Even the most obtuse person knows that it may not have been an auditory hallucination just now. He had encountered a mysterious incident. Is it possible that I can still enter Leisure Shushan? As soon as this thought came out, Guo Lin was shocked to feel a suction force. Then, a black man disappeared in front of him and reappeared in a thatched house. Guo Lin looked at the thatched house, especially the bed, the cabinet, and the table, with incredible eyes. Isn't this the picture of the novice's residence in the game? Is he really in the game? Looking at the light screen in his mind again, the picture had changed to the scene in the courtyard where he was just now. Guo Lin pinched himself subconsciously. It hurts. It's really not a dream. He actually got into the game. This made him feel turbulent. He looked at the option of exiting the game on the light screen in his mind, and tried to think of it. With a strange suction, he returned to the courtyard again. The picture in his mind also changed to the game picture, with the game character standing in the novice's residence. This made him look incredible. Is it because of the electric shock just now? What surprised him even more was that he accidentally clicked on the mobile game screen. The game character on the phone moved, and the game character in his mind also moved with it. He tried to control the game character to do a daily task, and the game character in the mind screen also went to do the same daily task. This is amazing. This daily task is very simple. It is to send a message to the old monk at the entrance of the village, and then you will get a bag of spiritual energy rice as a reward. Reiki polished rice is a kind of rice with spiritual energy. It is cultivated and grown by immortal cultivators. Daily consumption can improve people's physical condition. Naturally, it can be exchanged for some game coins in the game. Congratulations on getting a bag of Reiki rice, please go to the novice's residence to get it. Guo Lin was stunned when he heard this prompt in his mind. He realized something and was about to enter the game as soon as he thought about it. The prompt appears again. The current location of the game character is inaccessible, please go to the novice residence. Guo Lin looked at the position of the game character on the game map, and immediately operated on his mobile phone to control the game character to go to the novice's residence. After another thought, I successfully entered the game this time. In the novice's residence, in addition to the cabinet, table, and bed, there is indeed a bag of rice on the floor, which weighs about 10 kilograms. Moreover, the rice in the bag is crystal clear and looks surprisingly good. Guo Lin stepped forward and lifted the bag of rice, and a message appeared on the bag of rice just like in the game. This is a bag of special Reiki polished rice. Because it grows in a place with strong Reiki, the rice is filled with Reiki. When cooked, it will emit an attractive fragrance and is so delicious that even anorexics cannot resist it. It can moisten the turbid gas in people's intestines and stomach, nourish the intestines and stomach, and will not leave any residue after eating. Guo Lin was surprised when he saw the note information. If this remark is true, then this spiritual energy rice is pretty awesome. Needless to say, it's delicious. Even anorexic patients can't resist it, so you can see how delicious it is. Not to mention moisturizing the turbid gas in the intestines and stomach. The reason why people have gastrointestinal diseases is because of the turbid gas in the intestines and stomach. Therefore, this spiritual rice can even treat gastrointestinal diseases. As for not leaving any residue after eating, does that mean you won't poop? Baba also has some effects on human intestines, so this effect has also been eliminated. The key is to carry this bag of spiritual energy rice, and he also got the question, do you want to take it out of the game? Information? Does this mean that this meter can bring out the game? As soon as the thought came up, that special suction appeared again, and he returned to the courtyard of Qingfeng Temple. He was still holding the bag of spiritual energy rice in his hand. Is this thing really brought out of the game? Thinking of the note, he went directly to the kitchen with the bag of spiritual energy rice, eager to try it. The kitchen is behind the Taoist temple. It is an old-fashioned rural kitchen that requires firewood for cooking. Light the fire, wash the rice, and put it into the steaming bucket. It takes about half an hour to cook over firewood. Guo Lin also left the Taoist temple. There was a vegetable plot under the Taoist temple where many vegetables were grown. It can be used whether you are eating it yourself or as a pilgrim. It's just that the Taoist temple has not had pilgrims come to eat for a long time. Guo Lin picked a cabbage, a 4-leaf green, and a radish in the vegetable field. Just as he was about to enter the Taoist temple, he smelled a strong aroma of rice. Moreover, the fragrance is very tempting, and your taste buds are stimulated when you smell it, making you swallow your saliva like crazy. Is this the alluring aroma of Reiki polished rice? Although I had read the notes about Linky polished rice before, it was unbelievable that I had just entered the Taoist temple and was so far away from the kitchen. Guo Lin smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but rush to the kitchen in surprise. When we arrived in the kitchen, the alluring aroma became stronger and more tempting. When the rice was cooked, he couldn't wait to take a bowl and rice spoon, put a bowl of rice for himself, and put it in his mouth to taste. As soon as he took the rice into his mouth, his eyes lit up. Although the remark also said that the Reiki polished rice was very delicious, he did not expect it to be so delicious. Whether it is the taste or the uncontrollable secretion of taste buds after entering the mouth, it is simply incredible. Taking a bite of rice is like eating an indescribable delicacy. When did rice become so delicious? He couldn't help but look at the 3 vegetables he picked back. What vegetables should be served with this rice? After a mouthful of rice, he couldn't help but continue to pull it up. He finished the small bowl of spiritual energy rice in a few strokes. Then, something incredible happened. There was a warm current flowing in his intestines and stomach, making him feel very comfortable. Apparently, the effect mentioned in the notes of Reiki rice to smoothen the gastrointestinal turbidity and treat gastrointestinal diseases has come into play. But the effect is amazing. After Guolin finished eating a meal of spiritual energy rice, he felt his stomach was relaxed and his whole body felt much better. This made him immediately take out his mobile phone, log into Leisure Shushan and start playing. Since you can get aura rice by playing this game, you might also get other things. He is also good at liver games. After all, he also played games with his roommates in college. It's just a pity that he controlled the game character to take on one mission after another in the novice village. He got a lot of rewards in the game, and he also exploded some things by killing monsters. But even if these things control the game character to go to the novice's residence, he won't see those things appearing inside when he enters the game. It seems that he must get a hint in his mind. He kept fussing until the early hours of the night. He was really sleepy and fell into a drowsy sleep. He still didn't get the reminder. The next day, he couldn't get up and slept until midnight. When I logged into Leisure Shushan again and checked the tasks, I was surprised to find that the daily task of delivering a letter to the old monk yesterday had been refreshed and could be accepted again. He subconsciously accepted this task, and then controlled the game character to complete the task. At the moment the task was completed, a prompt appeared. Congratulations on getting a bag of Reiki rice, please go to the novice's residence to get it? Guolin suddenly beamed with joy, controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence, and an idea entered the game. Sure enough, another bag of Reiki refined rice appeared inside, also in 10 kilograms. He immediately took the 10 pounds out of the game, went to the kitchen, and put them together with yesterday's. Looking at these refined spiritual energy rice, if he had any idea, would this daily task of delivering refined spiritual energy rice definitely result in a reward? We will have to wait until the daily tasks are refreshed tomorrow to study this. I had slept through breakfast time, and now I had a growling sound in my stomach. He immediately took the steaming bucket and put in the Reiki polished rice to steam it. Seeing that the water in the kitchen water tank was almost running out, he also took the bucket out of Qingfeng Temple and took advantage of this time to bring in some water. After fetching a few buckets of water, he suddenly heard conversations below. Hey, I didn't expect there to be a Taoist temple here. It looks like it's quite old. There was a Taoist priest there who had climbed half of Tianshan Mountain and asked if there was any shrine where we could eat. Well, I've been eating too much greasy food lately, so I might as well eat some light vegetarian food. Guolin also looked at the two of them, his eyes brightening. He is now afraid that no one will come to the Taoist temple. After all, if we want to retain Taoist temples, pilgrims are the most important thing. Only when pilgrims come can the influence of Qingfeng Temple be increased, and only when people donate money can the Taoist temple be repaired. King Fengiguan is indeed a bit dilapidated. 2 middle-aged men came up quickly and saw Guolin. One of them greeted him politely, Taoist master, I wonder if this Taoist temple has a charity hall for dining. There is a charity hall in this temple. You two believers, please come with me. Guolin immediately invited the two of them to walk towards the Taoist temple. I just happened to get another 10 pounds of Reiki refined rice. If you can get spiritual energy polished rice every day, you may be able to use it to increase the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, he also cooked more just now. Take the two of them into the Taoist temple. Both parties also introduced themselves. Guolin knew the names of the two people. The taller one is called Lu Feng, and the shorter one is called Qin Hong. The two are from Mingxi. They came to Yushan to invest and do business 2 years ago. They usually like to climb mountains. They just had a rest today, so they came to Qingfeng Mountain to breathe in the fresh air. And just when Guolin led Lu Feng and Qin Hong into the Taoist temple, an indescribable fragrance hit their faces. Lu Feng and Qin Hong were obviously stunned when they smelled the fragrance. This scent. It's Mi Xiang. Guolin smelled the fragrance of the spiritual rice and looked at the surprise on the two people's faces with satisfaction. Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, Taoist priest, what kind of rice is this that is so fragrant? Qin Hong also hurriedly said, yes, I have eaten all kinds of rice in my life, but there is really no kind of rice with such an alluring fragrance. Naturally, Guo Lin couldn't say anything about spiritual energy refined rice, so he thought about it and made it up. You too, this is the blessing rice of our Taoist temple. Blessing rice exists. Some sects of Taoism originally have the term prayer rice. Prayer rice. Qin Hong was even more surprised. He often likes to climb mountains and breathe fresh air. Many times when he goes to mountains in various places, if there are Taoist temples, he will go there to eat or have vegetarian meals. He has traveled to so many places across the country and visited many Taoist temples. He usually dines at Taoist temples. Therefore, he had naturally eaten blessing rice. Those Taoist temples boasted that the blessing rice was prayed by the Taoist master and contained spiritual energy, which was very beneficial to the human body. But it seems they are all just a cover. In the Taoist temples he visited, he didn't see that the blessing rice was really spiritual and good for people. It can have a psychological effect on some people. When he heard Taoist Guo say that the fragrant rice was rice for blessing, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, I have been to Taoist temples and I have never seen any Taoist temple whose blessing rice exudes such an alluring rice fragrance. Just smelling it makes people salivate and secrete saliva like crazy. Please sit down, both of you. Guo Lin welcomed Qin Hong and Lu Feng to the shantang and sat down. He also went to the kitchen and started to process the vegetables picked yesterday. When someone comes to eat at shantang, no matter how delicious the Reiki polished rice is, they can't just give it rice, but also have to add some green. After frying 3 vegetables, the Reiki rice is also steamed. Guo Lin took the rice spoon and took a small bite. The rice tasted so tempting and delicious in his mouth. He immediately prepared the tableware and gave Qin Hong and Lu Feng a bowl of refined rice and 3 vegetables. When the dishes were served, Qin Hong and Lu Feng looked at the rice and were immediately attracted by the smell of rice. Generally speaking, rice will emit a rice aroma when it is steamed, but it will be difficult to smell after cooking. Now that the blessing rice is on the table, you can smell a rich and alluring aroma of rice, which makes people's fingers twitch. The two of them were completely attracted and eagerly picked up the bowl and tasted it. As they chewed the rice, they all looked at each other in disbelief, subconsciously staring at each other. Such deliciousness. This taste. How come? Is there such delicious rice in the world? They can say that they have eaten all kinds of rice, but they have never tasted such delicious rice. After one bite, they couldn't help stuffing several mouthfuls into their mouths, and even forgot that there were 3 side dishes on the table. What other dishes do you need to accompany this delicious rice? You can eat several bowls of it dry. However, Taoist Guo had served 3 kinds of vegetables, and he wanted to show some respect, so the two of them picked up the vegetables and put them in their mouths. Then, the two actually looked at each other, and they seemed to understand each other's meaning. This dish is not worthy of this meal, it is better not to eat this dish. It's just that neither of them is stupid, and they won't say this out loud. Is that equivalent to bluntly saying that the food cooked by Guo Dea Zhang is not delicious? The two of them continued to eat the rice. After a while, they both raised their heads again and looked at each other in disbelief. They all felt that there seemed to be a strange warm current flowing in their intestines and stomachs. This warm current was very strange. What was even more incredible was that as the warm current passed through, their intestines and stomachs felt very comfortable. Does eating rice still have this effect? Did you feel it? Qin Hong asked in surprise. You feel it too? Lu Feng couldn't help but nod. His feeling was stronger than Qin Hong's, because he had eaten too much greasy food recently and had some indigestion in his stomach. After the warm current passed through, he felt that his stomach and intestines had never been more comfortable. Then, the two of them opened their mouths slightly, remembering that Taoist Guo said this was the rice that came from praying for blessings. The legendary blessing rice does not mean that it contains spiritual energy, and eating it is good for the human body. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at each other again. Is this the real blessing rice? Qin Hong asked subconsciously. It should be, otherwise how could it have such an effect? Lu Feng couldn't help but be surprised. I really didn't expect that the legend of the blessing rice is true. This time we may have met the real Taoist. The two of them looked towards the kitchen together. At first glance, the old Taoist priests in the Taoist temple looked like the real Taoists, but none of the blessing rice they took out was real. Unexpectedly, Taoist Guo was so young, but he was actually a real Taoist priest. After all, only the blessing rice prayed by Din Tao Master contains spiritual energy, and eating it is good for people. It is true that people cannot be judged by their appearance, and you cannot judge a person by his or her age. In the kitchen, Guo Lin has been hungry for a long time and has already taken a bowl to devour. This Reiki refined rice is so delicious that you can't stop eating it. In almost a moment, he had finished all the remaining spiritual energy rice in the small wooden barrel. Feeling the warm current flowing through your stomach and intestines is such a wonderful feeling of comfort. Then, he thought about something. Qin Hong and Lu Feng must have been shocked now after eating this spiritual energy rice, right? After all, it has this kind of effect. You can still be calm after eating this spiritual energy refined rice. Either you are slow to react, or you have problems with your taste, smell, and gastrointestinal perception. Therefore, after seeing the magic of Reiki rice, both of them may become loyal pilgrims or even believers of Qingfeng Temple. Then when the two of them go back to help promote it, people who have heard about it should be interested in Qingfeng Temple, and maybe they can attract other people to come. Thinking of this, he also left the kitchen and went to the Shantang. He wanted to see the reaction of the two people. When Qin Hong and Lu Feng saw Guo Lin coming out of the kitchen, they both stood up and said hello, Taoist Master Guo. The tone of the two was obviously too respectful. After all, in their hearts, the young Taoist priest in front of them was definitely a Taoist man. How about the meal, you two? Guo Lin asked with a smile on his face. Qin Hong's face was full of enjoyment. Taoist Master Guo, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious blessing rice, and this rice is so amazing. Lu Feng agreed, yes, after eating this rice, my stomach, which was a little uncomfortable, has healed. When Guo Lin saw the two people's reactions, he knew that they were completely impressed by the aura rice. This rice is indeed incredible. Qin Hong asked expectantly, Taoist Master Guo, can I always eat the blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple? When Lu Feng heard this, he also looked at Guo Lin, with expectation in his eyes. After all, this is real blessing rice, a legendary thing. When they encounter it, they will naturally want to eat it from time to time. I can't guarantee this. Praying for rice takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. Guo Lin could only make it up. After all, he wasn't sure whether the daily task would be to obtain spiritual energy rice every day. Moreover, even if it can be obtained every day, this food cannot be eaten by anyone who wants to eat it. It must be created to be authentic. It's just that at the beginning, there are basically no pilgrims in Qingfeng Temple. The first few people who come can be taken care of and help promote it through the other party. Therefore, he invited again, there is some blessing rice in the past 2 days. If you too like it, you can bring your friends to try it. Bringing friends was obviously the key word, and he even emphasized his tone slightly. In special times, every opportunity must be seized. Qin Hong and Lu Feng nodded in unison. And indeed it is. If blessing rice was so easy to obtain, those Taoist temples would not have only one guise, and they would not only eat it at Taoist Master Guo. Probably only Master Dadao can grasp the power of wish mentioned by Daozang Guo, right? Spending a lot of time praying with this kind of will can make the rice have spiritual energy, and eating it will make it so magical, right? However, Taoist Guo said that he had some blessing rice recently, and it seems that he will come to Qingfeng Temple to eat in the next 2 days. The two of them thought about it and walked towards the merit box in the middle of the charity hall. Whether you are eating in a temple or a Taoist temple, you must give merit and form a good relationship. The general price is not high, ranging from 10 to 50 yuan. It depends on the reputation of those temples and Taoist temples. Naturally, some rich people will also give more. When the two of them arrived at the merit box, they took out their mobile phones and scanned the QR code on the merit box. In modern society, almost no one carries cash with them when going out. How convenient is it to scan the QR code? Therefore, the merit boxes in temples and Taoist temples are affixed with QR codes to keep pace with the times. After Guo Lin inherited King Fengiguan, he also created a King Fengiguan account and posted the QR code. However, for most people, a meal at Shantang only costs 10 or 20 yuan. Qin Hong and Lu Feng were the only two pilgrims these days. Renovating the Taoist temple with merit money seemed to be an arduous goal. When Qin Hong and Lu Feng finished scanning the QR code, Guo Lin's phone vibrated. This is the scan code to receive the account. He looked at the payment code displayed on the phone screen and was stunned for a moment. Because both Qin Hong and Lu Feng actually swept away 1,000 yuan. It really surprised him. Few people in places like Yushan County would give so much to eat at temples or Taoist temples. It shows that the two people's lives are not tight, they are even very wealthy, and they don't care about the 1,000 yuan at all. No wonder the two of them came to Qingfeng Mountain to breathe fresh air. To be honest, such people are generally the favorite pilgrims of temples and Taoist temples. Dea Zhangguo, if we still have something to do, we'll take our leave first. We'll come back to bother Dea Zhangguo tomorrow. Qin Hong turned around and said goodbye to Guolin respectfully. Welcome donor Qin. Guolin also changed his name for Qin Hong, from a good believer to a benefactor. After all, he just scanned 1,000 in the merit box. A good believer is a title for ordinary people in a broad sense. Donors have given merit to temples and Taoist temples. To put it bluntly, they are people who donate money and materials. During the conversation, Qin Hong's cell phone rang. He looked at the number and answered it immediately. What's wrong with Nana? Still no appetite. Could it be anorexia? Why is she so young? As he spoke, Qin Hong became a little worried. Guolin's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Hong's words. Isn't this the ultimate coincidence? Reiki polished rice is also effective in treating anorexia. After all, anorexia can't resist this delicious food, and with gastrointestinal treatment, it's completely feasible. He tried to ask, Donor Qin, is someone in the family suffering from anorexia? Qin Hong sighed and said, it's my daughter. She has lost her appetite in the past few months. She went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor prescribed some medicine and said she would be observed for a few days. Now it is basically confirmed. Guolin nodded and said, Donor Qin, in fact, the blessing rice from our Qingfeng temple is also effective in treating anorexia. Really? Qin Hong couldn't help but look surprised. After all, the person in front of me is the Taoist master, and he has experienced the magic of blessing rice. Therefore, he firmly believed in what Guolin said. Well, wait a minute, donor. I'll get some blessing rice for you. Guolin said and went to the kitchen, took a bowl and took out some of the bag of spiritual energy rice and put it into a bag. He didn't give much, it was almost enough for a girl. After all, he can't let the other party think that the rice is easy to get, but he just wants to let the other party know the effect, and the other party will probably come back to him again. This is good for Qingfeng Guan. Guolin took out the rice and handed it to Qin Hong. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo. Qin Hong thanked him quickly and left in a hurry after getting the rice. As a parent, you work hard, sometimes not just for your children. His daughter was his little cotton-padded jacket, and now it was confirmed that she was anorexic, and he felt uncomfortable thinking about it. Qin Hong rushed to Yushan County as quickly as possible. His family lives in a standard villa in the famous city of Dara. The villa is not big. After all, it is a county town. It is impossible to develop villa areas and build large villas. There is no market for it. After separating from Lu Feng, Qin Hong returned home immediately and saw his wife with a sad face and a depressed girl beside him. Nana, do you want to eat this fruit? My wife asked softly. The daughter seemed short of breath and didn't answer, just shook her head. Qin Hong sighed when he saw this. My daughter is going to high school this year, and who knew she would develop anorexia? Having anorexia at this age not only affects physical development, but high school is also the most critical period for learning. This disease can almost ruin a child's future. He also checked the information about anorexia. Anorexia is currently recognized as a disease that is difficult to treat. There is no specific medicine for it, and the patients themselves are prone to resistance. The treatment is complicated and requires a combination of professionals and family members. Based on the interaction to build a relationship, long-term comprehensive treatment. Therefore, many parents are very anxious when their children get this disease. Husband, you're back. When Lu Qing saw her husband, she immediately stepped forward. Her mood seemed a little unbearable. Luda said it was basically confirmed. Nana has anorexia. As she said this, she became more and more anxious. The first year of high school is a critical period. If a child has anorexia, cannot eat, and has poor physical development, how can he learn mentally? That really had a huge impact. She didn't even know what to do. Qin Hong nodded. Luda is his brother-in-law, and he is a doctor in this field at the county hospital. If the other party confirms it, it will not be wrong. So, my daughter really has anorexia. Fortunately, I met Daozang at King Fengaguen today, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. Lu Qing sighed again. Husband, Luda said that we should prepare for the treatment of the child next. Moreover, anorexia must cooperate with the treatment for a long time. If it doesn't work, we should suspend school before the beginning of this year. We can't affect the study in the first year of high school. Seeing his wife like this, Qin Hong quickly comforted her. Honey, don't worry, I met a wise man on Qingfeng Mountain today. He has a way to treat anorexia. Lu Qing suddenly looked at her husband in shock. An expert? Are there any virtuous people in society today? My husband also has a higher education, and his younger brother is a doctor, so how can he still believe in some virtuous person? Qin Hong obviously saw his wife's thoughts and immediately explained, Honey, this time I met a real person. He is the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple, not a liar. As he said that, he took out the spiritual energy rice he brought from Qingfeng Temple and handed it to Lu Qing. Wife, look at these rice, they are the blessing rice given by the Taoist priest. Eating them is of great benefit to people. The Taoist priest said it can also cure anorexia, so you cook the rice for Nana. Lu Qing sighed as she looked at her husband's serious expression. She knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, she could only make him wake up. So, she also took the rice and walked towards the kitchen. Since her husband believed so much that this prayer rice could cure her daughter's anorexia, she would try it. If it didn't work, her husband would know that he had been cheated. Lu Qing opened the small bag and was stunned for a moment when she saw the rice inside. The rice inside is crystal clear and has a special luster, which seems to be really different from ordinary rice. At least, she had never seen rice that looked so good. Pour the water over the rice. She took out the small steaming box, put the rice in it, put it in the pot and steamed it. It didn't take long for a strong aroma of rice to spread in the kitchen. Moreover, this rice fragrance is very strong, making people move their index fingers and salivate when smelling it. Lu Qing was surprised when she smelled the rice fragrance. Hubby, what's with this rice fragrance? Qin Hong smiled proudly. Honey, isn't it amazing? I said that Daoist Master Guo is the real Taoist, and this blessing rice was obtained by him spending a lot of time praying for blessings through a kind of wish. That's why the rice is so rich and fragrant. It's so miraculous, let's see if it's really useful for Nana. Although Lu Qing was surprised when she smelled the rice fragrance, she still had to be very doubtful about that Taoist Guo. Just for me Xiang, maybe the other party used some special method. Dad, Mom. A crisp shout sounded at this moment. Lu Qing turned around and saw her daughter standing behind her, looking in the direction of the pot and saying, I'm hungry. Lu Qing was suddenly surprised. My daughter ate very little every day during this period, and most of the time I just forced her to eat more. I never saw her take the initiative to say she was hungry. She subconsciously looked at the rice in the pot. Could it have anything to do with the rice? Qin Hong immediately smiled and said, Honey, do you think Daoist Guo is not lying? This rice can really cure anorexia. The smell alone makes Nana want to eat. This time, Lu Qing was somewhat looking forward to it. After a while, the box of rice came out of the pot. Lu Qing immediately brought the box of rice to the table. Nana, I'll fry another egg for you to eat with. Qin Hong immediately shook his head, took the chopsticks and handed them to his daughter. No need for side dishes, just eat it as it is. Lu Qing frowned. My daughter is already anorexic and it is hard to eat. How can she eat rice alone without side dishes? But something surprised her. After her daughter took the chopsticks, she wolfed down the white rice. Lu Qing cried with joy when she saw this scene. My daughter hasn't eaten so deliciously for a long time, and she has lost an unknown amount of weight. Qin Hong asked again, Nana, how do you feel after eating this rice? Nana swallowed a mouthful of rice and said hurriedly, I feel like there is a warm current flowing in my stomach. It feels very comfortable. Lu Qing was even more surprised. Warmth running around? Is there such a surprising thing? What about martial arts movies? She could not help but feel a little in awe of the Taoist priest Guo her husband spoke of. She then thought of something very important. Husband, can Nana be cured in one go? Taoist Master Guo didn't say anything about this. Qin Hong immediately added, however, Taoist Director Guo said that there is still some blessing rice, and we can go to Qingfeng Temple to have a meal tomorrow. When Lu Qing heard this, she immediately said, Husband, then you can take us there again tomorrow. At this time, the hall door opened and a young man walked in. Coming. Chin Hong said hello when he saw the person coming. The other person was his brother-in-law Luda, who was also a doctor in the field of anorexia. During this time, he has been helping his daughter with her treatment. When Luda came in, he saw Chin Nana devouring her food and was happy. Nana has such a good appetite today. It seems that the treatment I have given her these days is effective. When Chin Hong and Lu Qing heard this, they glanced at each other subconsciously, and then looked at Luda awkwardly. Luda looked at the two of them and said in shock, "Brother-in-law, sister, what are your expressions? The treatment I gave is effective, that's a good thing." Lu Qing immediately explained, "Brother, this may not have anything to do with your treatment. Today your brother-in-law went to the Qingfeng temple on the mountain to ask for some blessing rice and said it was effective in treating anorexia. Then Nana ate so deliciously. How is that possible?" Luda exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. This unscientific. The next day, Guolin got up early again. Because Qingfeng temple is in a good location, facing the east, the morning glow will illuminate the entire Qingfeng temple into a purple cloud, which is very beautiful. You can enjoy the morning glow through the window. This is probably why the county built an observation deck here, because just watching the sunrise here and promoting it can attract a lot of people. It can be said that the county has gone a little crazy in building a tourism plus city. He immediately picked up his mobile phone and was about to continue studying leisure Shushan when he remembered something. The mobile phone had not been charged and it should have been out of power long ago, but when he looked at the battery level, he was surprised to find that the phone's battery level turned into an infinity symbol. Is it unlimited power? This must have something to do with the system, right? Then, he immediately entered the game with an idea and appeared in the novice's residence. This time, he looked directly at the door of the novice's residence and subconsciously walked out, intending to take a look at the situation. In the past 2 days, the spiritual energy rice can be taken out of reality. Then there should be a game world outside this door. There will be other things, right? But as soon as he reached the door, he was blocked by an invisible wall of air and couldn't get out at all. Another prompt appears. The current path cannot be forwarded. Seeing that he couldn't get out of the door, Guo Lin did some more research and finally determined that he could only enter the novice's residence. No wonder the game character also has to enter the novice's residence before he can enter the game. Exit the game world. Guo Lin picked up his phone and looked at the game. The old monk's daily task of delivering letters at the entrance of the village can be accepted again, and this is the only daily task at the moment? I just don't know if I can still get the Reiki rice. He immediately controlled the game character to walk towards the village entrance. The game character in his mind's eye did the same thing. After a while, he completed his daily task of delivering a letter to the old monk. The prompt appears again. Congratulations on getting a bag of Reiki rice. Guo Lin's face lit up, and he controlled the game character to go back to the novice's residence. An idea entered the game, and sure enough, another bag of spiritual energy rice appeared in it. This is a bag of special Reiki polished rice. Because it grows in a place with strong Reiki, the rice is filled with Reiki. When cooked, it will emit an attractive fragrance and is so delicious that even anorexics cannot resist it. It can moisturize people's gastrointestinal turbid qi and treat gastrointestinal diseases. It will not leave any residue after consumption. In other words, you can really get a bag of spiritual energy rice from this daily task. In this case, he can eat this spiritual energy rice every day in the future, and use some to enhance the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. He immediately took the bag of spiritual energy rice out of the game and put it together with the ones from the previous 2 times. As soon as I came out of the kitchen, I heard a sound coming from outside. Anyone there? Guo Lin walked out in surprise. Someone came up the mountain this early in the morning. I saw a man wearing a shirt and 3 people wearing Yushan exploration uniforms walking in. The man in the shirt still holds a drawing board in his hand. Guo Lin asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The man in the shirt immediately said, "Taoist Master, I am the designer hired by the county to design a viewing platform here. Because I was pressed for time, I came here early in the morning and wanted to see the overall location of the place." Guo Lin's brows suddenly wrinkled. This does not mean that this kind of project can be delayed as long as possible. The longer the construction period is delayed, the higher the profit will be. Why is this designer so diligent? He even brought people up early in the morning to explore? But now he has no choice but to walk away silently, out of sight. It didn't take long for the designer to finish the survey. When he came out of Qingfeng Temple, he was a little confused. Strange, why does this Taoist temple have to be demolished? In fact, with investment and renovation, it can be used as an ancient building. It's a pity that this Taoist temple should not be before the land reform. The Taoist priest here can't make the final decision about our industry. But he was just invited to draw the design drawings, and these were not his business. Going down the mountain to the foot of the mountain, he saw the Fengyuan Temple again. Compared with Qingfeng Temple, this Fengyuan Temple was more prosperous. However, from a design perspective, it would be better to transform Qingfengyuan into an ancient building. The designer followed the three people into a car with the name Yushan Exploration written on it. The car started and drove away. At the intersection of Fengyuan Temple, there were two monks watching this scene. One person was wearing a cassock and was obviously the host, while the other person was wearing the attire of a monk. The host looked at the traffic and said, "This should be for exploration at Qingfeng Temple, right?" The monk nodded and said, "Yes, Master, Qingfeng Temple will finally be demolished. From now on, we will only have Fengyuan Temple in Qingfeng Mountain." The host smiled and nodded. This time the operation was not in vain, and luckily we got the news in advance. When Qingfeng Temple is demolished and tourism develops, tourists will worship when they see the temple. Then they will all belong to Fengyuan Temple. After the designer took the people away, Guolin returned to the kitchen, took out a small steaming box, put in the Reiki rice, and steamed a box of rice for himself. People are like iron, rice and steel. If they don't eat one meal, they will be hungry. Even if I worry about the demolition of Qingfeng Temple, my stomach still needs to be filled. The special rice fragrance of linky polished rice quickly spreads out. It still feels tempting and makes people want to eat it. After the rice was steamed, he didn't fry any other side dishes in the morning and just ate the rice with chopsticks. Reiki polished rice is still incredibly delicious. The dishes he stir-fried really didn't deserve to be on the same table as the Reiki rice. After finishing a box of Reiki rice, Guolin went to the backyard, stood in the middle of the yard, squatted down with his legs, raised his arms, and made a strange posture. This is what the old Taoist priest taught him, and it is said to be some kind of Taoist Wuming Niajiakwan. To be honest, he had practiced this boxing technique with the old Taoist priest for a long time, and he had not achieved anything famous at all, let alone the inner strength that the old Taoist priest said. One advantage is that practicing this boxing method can strengthen the body. The most brutal proof is that in college, a female classmate got close to him. A buddy who practiced taekwondo seemed to be chasing the female classmate, which made him unhappy. The taekwondo guy's kicks were pretty good, but he fell down when he pushed him, causing him to pay 200 in medical bills and almost get a demerit. This is very embarrassing. But it also shows that practicing the boxing taught by this old Taoist priest can really strengthen the body. The liver game lasted until late at night the day before yesterday, and I slept for a long time yesterday. I am feeling a little tired. Practicing boxing can restore my physical condition. Soon, Guolin launched this unknown internal martial arts technique. Each move is very smooth. After all, after practicing for so long, it has already become a muscle memory. But after finishing a set of punches today, he was stunned, with a kind of surprise in his eyes. I have been practicing this unknown Taoist internal martial art for more than 10 years, but it has not achieved any results other than strengthening my body. After practicing a set of moves today, a trace of undetectable energy appeared in my body. Guolin was really shocked. He couldn't feel wrong. The feeling of energy flowing around completely disappeared even before it reached the danshan. Or a refined rice. Guolin reacted. Spiritual energy. Refined rice is a daily food grown by monks. The rice contains spiritual energy. Therefore, if he eats spiritual energy refined rice, will this happen to him when he is practicing the Taoist Wuming Niajiakwan? Guolin immediately tried to practice this unknown internal martial arts set again. After one set, another trace of undetectable energy appeared and rushed towards the danshan. But it still disappeared before reaching danshan. Practice this 3 times in a row. I still had this feeling the 3rd and 4th times, but it didn't happen again until the 5th time. Guolin had some guesses and immediately went to the kitchen to steam some more Reiki rice for himself. The rice was still delicious, but unfortunately his stomach capacity was too limited and he couldn't eat it. so he continued to practice the unknown internal martial arts. After practicing a set of boxing this time, a trace of undetectable energy appeared again. In other words, does this really have anything to do with Reiki refined rice? If this is the case, if you can eat this spiritual energy rice every day, can you truly cultivate the internal energy of Nyaji Aquan? Then, he cursed secretly that he had no future. Then the game Casual Shushan is a game of cultivating immortals. You can get spiritual energy rice, but you can't get other things? Think about sword control, think about 10,000 sword art, think about sword flying. If I could wield a flying sword and fly around the earth. Guolin immediately sat down on the stone table in the courtyard, took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan to play. Since the aura rice is obtained by playing games and receiving tasks, then to get other things, you must also play games and receive tasks. After logging into the game, Guolin controlled the game character to receive several tasks. After completing the tasks, he still got things in the game, but the system did not trigger a prompt and there was no way to take the obtained things out of the game. The difference seems to be that the task of finding the old monk at the entrance of the village is a daily task, and these tasks are just ordinary tasks. Don't you get anything from ordinary tasks? Guolin frowned and continued to accept other ordinary tasks, even killing monsters and upgrading, but the system was not triggered. Therefore, there was still no harvest in the whole morning. It was almost noon when he accepted another task from a Taoist who claimed to be a Taoist from the outer sect of Ziyun Palace. If there is no gain anymore, rest. Ziyun Palace is the sect founded by Qi Lingyun in the later period of The Legend of Shushan, a novel related to Shushan. The disciples of Ziyun Palace are proficient in Kimandunjia, Yin, and Yang Bagua, and are good at using Bagua deduction. Qi Lingyun is one of the 3 heroes and 2 clouds, and the daughter of the head of the Ime sect. Congratulations on completing the Ziyun Palace Outer Sect Taoist mission and receiving a fragment of the Ziyun Palace Evolution Bagua disc. Guolin was pleasantly surprised when he heard the prompt in his mind. I didn't expect that this last task would be really rewarding, which really shows that it's a matter of probability. He immediately controlled the game character to go back to the novice's residence, and then entered the game with an idea, and saw the fragments of the Evolution Bagua disc, which were attached to a red rope, which could be used as a pendant. Picking up the fragment, the note information appeared in front of you. This is the fragment left over from the broken Bagua disc of the Ziyun Palace Evolution. It has special effects. If you wear it on your body, when the blessing spirit comes, a special deduction effect will be triggered. The direction, result, and target of the deduction will be random. Guolin looked at the fragmentary information of the evolved Bagua disc and roughly knew what it meant. Ziyun Palace is good at deductions. For example, it can calculate who will have disasters in the near future, so that they can be avoided. It is probably the same as the fortune telling that everyone knows, but more magical. The Evolution Bagua disc itself is a treasure in this area, and Ziyun Palace has used it to avoid the conspiracy of the demon cult many times. Therefore, this fragment also has some such abilities, but the effects cannot be controlled independently, and the direction, results, and goals of the deduction are random. The key is also the conditions of use. You don't just want to use it, you have to be happy with it. But he didn't understand what this blessing meant. Guolin couldn't figure it out, so he put the fragments of the Evolution Bagua disc around his neck, then exited the game and returned to reality. After playing the game again, he saw that it was almost noon. He thought of Qin Hong yesterday. He should bring his daughter up today, right? Almost as he was thinking this, the fragment of the Evolution Bagua disc around his neck seemed to vibrate, and then, a cool feeling went straight to his brain. Guolin's eyes lit up then, and he walked to the kitchen, then took out a steaming bucket, put the spiritual energy rice in it, and steamed it. Then, he started to clean the table, placed 4 pairs of tableware and 4 cups of tea in the shrine, and then walked outside the Taoist temple. Qingfeng Mountain. Qin Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a little breathless. He really didn't feel tired at all when he climbed this mountain by himself. The key was to take his daughter with him. During this period of time when his daughter was anorexic, she was very weak and could not climb up this mountain at all. He almost half dragged her up, which naturally consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Qingfeng Temple is right in front of you. Okay, hold on, we're already here. Qin Hong also turned to shout to his wife and brother-in-law behind him. Qin Hong said, pulling his daughter to move forward. Lu Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead and gasped, "This Qingfeng temple is too far away. No wonder we haven't heard from anyone since we moved to Yushan for so long. Moreover, this Taoist temple is a bit dilapidated and it seems that it has not been repaired for a long time." Qin Hong turned around and said, "Exalted people come from the mountains, but in the world they are mediocre people. A true person who has attained the Tao certainly does not pay attention to flowers and decorations." Luda followed her sister's husband and kept looking in the direction of Qingfeng Temple. He is a doctor who has received modern scientific education, and he does not believe his brother-in-law's mysterious words. What masters can there be in modern society? Everything has a scientific basis. His niece tasted the rice very delicious, but he thought it was because his treatment was effective and his brother-in-law just happened to bring the rice back. Just a coincidence. Therefore, he followed up today, thinking that when necessary, he could expose the Taoist priest Guo mentioned by his brother-in-law, so that he could not let the other party falsely claim his credit, and let his brother-in-law recognize the truth. Guo Lin walked out of Qingfeng Temple and saw Qin Hong leading 3 people up. Taoist priest Guo. Qin Hong greeted him respectfully. "What a coincidence, I met Taoist priest as soon as I arrived." Guo Lin smiled and said, "I'm waiting for donor Qin." "Ah, the Taoist priest knew we were coming up." Qin Hong was really surprised. He knew that Taoist Guo was the real master of the Dao, but this was too amazing. He didn't notify the other party when he came up. The other party actually knew that he was coming up in advance and came out to greet him just in time. Lu Qing was surprised by Guo Lin's age. Even though her husband said that Dao Kangguo was very young, he had just graduated from college at this age, right? Is this too young? This young man doesn't look like an expert. But Luda couldn't help curling his lips. Seeing Guo Lin's age, he felt that his brother-in-law had been deceived. But this person is really good at adapting to circumstances. He obviously bumped into him by chance, and he actually bragged that he knew they were coming up in advance. "If you are so awesome, why don't you cook the food, set the bowls, and pour the tea to entertain them?" Guo Lin smiled and asked Qin Hong, "Donor Qin, the blessing rice has been put down and steamed. Do you want to go shopping again or go to the charity hall with me?" Qin Hong immediately said, "Taoist Master Guo, I'm exhausted from climbing all the way. You might as well go to the charity hall to rest." Guo Lin nodded and welcomed Qin Hong and his party into the Taoist temple. As soon as they entered the Taoist temple, a rich and tempting fragrance of rice wafted over and poured into everyone's noses. It was not the first time that Qin Hong smelled this alluring rice fragrance, but he still wanted to eat it. After tasting it before, the deliciousness really made people forget to leave. Lu Qing smelled this tempting rice fragrance again, and she was also looking forward to it. "It's the blessing rice my husband mentioned again. Yesterday I saw my daughter eating deliciously, and she wanted to know how delicious the rice was. Today I have a chance to taste it." It was the first time Luda smelled this kind of rice fragrance, and he was a little surprised. In all his life, he had never smelled such an alluring fragrance of rice. Instead, it was his niece Qin Nana's next words that stunned him. She suddenly said to Qin Hong, "Dad, I'm hungry." "Luda, anorexia? Are you so hungry?" Guo Lin led Qin Hong and his entourage into the charity hall, and arrived at the table where the tableware had been placed. "Donor Qin, the bowls and chopsticks on this table are all clean, and the tea is freshly poured. You can pour it yourself if you are thirsty." "Thank you, Taoist Master Guo," Qin Hong said immediately. "You're welcome," Guo Lin said and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Qing and Ludo were really thirsty. When they saw the tea on the table, they immediately picked it up and started drinking it. Qin Hong was stunned while holding the teacup. He looked at the 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table in disbelief, as well as the 4 teacups. Lu Qing noticed something strange about her husband and asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Qin Hong said in surprise, "Honey, just now Director Guo said he knew we were coming, so he went out to pick us up, right?" "Well, that's what he said." Lu Qing nodded. She was actually not sure whether it was a coincidence or whether Dao Kangguo was really so magical. Intellectually, she thought it was a coincidence. Qin Hong quickly pointed to the bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Look, there are 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table, and they are also 4 glasses of water, right? Dao Kangguo has prepared them in advance. He not only knows that we are coming, but also knows that we are coming 4 personally, but we didn't notify Daozangguo at all. Ah, this. Lu Qing covered her mouth in shock. This is incredible. Is there really such a powerful person? Luda on the side widened his eyes slightly. You must know that even he himself took a temporary leave to follow, not wanting his brother-in-law to be deceived. If that Dao Kangguo knew this in advance, wouldn't he be too scary? When Guolin returned to the kitchen, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face. After the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc shook and the coldness entered his mind, he knew that Qin Hong and the others were about to arrive. This is the role of the fragments of the evolutionary Bagua disc, and it can really be deduced. It's a pity that the use of this thing is too limited, so whatever you want comes to your heart. Does it matter what you think in your heart? He immediately began to think wildly and thought of various things. Unfortunately, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc did not give any response. In other words, it's not just about thinking. You have to research it later. After a while, the spiritual rice in the steaming bucket was also steamed. He directly took a big basin to put the rice in, and then sent it to Qin Hong and the others. He didn't plan to cook, and he didn't want to humiliate himself in front of this spiritual rice. It's so delicious that it doesn't even need side dishes. Guo Lin brought the rice, and Qin Hong hurriedly thanked him. Taoist Master Guo, I'm sorry for your trouble. This time, even Ludo looked at Guo Lin with a hint of awe in his eyes. How could he dare to expose the other party's thoughts? At least, I was shocked for the moment. Then, he was also attracted by the rice on the table. The rich and alluring rice aroma is really incredible. You should know that rice generally loses its flavor when it comes out of the basket. The little girl Nana had already picked up the chopsticks and started to eat the rice. Even without any side dishes, it was very delicious. She didn't look like she was anorexic. This scene made all three of them look at her. Lu Qing's face was filled with joy, and it was all thanks to the blessing rice. When she got up in the morning, she cooked porridge for her daughter, but her daughter still had no appetite. The anorexic woman seemed to have such a good appetite only when facing this blessing rice. Seeing how delicious her daughter was eating, she started eating with her index fingers. After a few mouthfuls of rice, she knew why even an anorexic like her daughter couldn't resist this rice. It's so delicious, I can't believe it's rice. Then, she was even more shocked and felt the warmth her daughter had mentioned yesterday. Seeing this, Luda subconsciously took several mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Then, he subconsciously widened his eyes. Is this delicious food really rice? Moreover, he could also clearly feel the warm current in his intestines and stomach. He is a doctor and usually treats gastrointestinal diseases, so he can experience the comfort of the warm current flowing through the intestines and stomach better than ordinary people. It's incredible. Even those expensive gastrointestinal soothing special medicines have no such effect. Moreover, he was certain that rice was even less likely to have this effect. In other words, what the brother-in-law said is true. This young Taoist priest Guo is really an expert, so he can get this kind of blessing rice through his prayer power. Qin Nana wolfed down the rice in the bowl and poured herself another bowl from the steamer. How does this look like a girl suffering from anorexia? Seeing that his daughter had such a good appetite, Qin Hong couldn't help but ask, Nana, how do you feel after eating this rice? While Qin Na was devouring it, she replied, Dad, this rice is so delicious. Moreover, after eating it, I feel very comfortable in my stomach and have a strong appetite. I want to eat. When Qin Hong saw his daughter saying this, he couldn't help but said to Guo Lin, Master Guo, your prayer rice is really incredible. It is really effective in treating anorexia. Can I still bring Nana for treatment tomorrow? If almsgiver Qin wants to come, we at Qingfeng Temple will naturally welcome him. Guo Lin nodded and did not refuse. After all, the other party is now his only high-quality pilgrim. Qin Hong and his party finished their meal soon. The little girl Qin Nana still had some unfinished thoughts and her face was full of happiness. After suffering from anorexia, it was the first time that she ate so deliciously. Guo Lin was about to go back to the kitchen to pack himself a bowl of Reiki rice when he noticed that his phone vibrated and received a payment message. He knew that it must be Qin Hong who was sweeping away the merit money again. When he took it out and looked at it, he was surprised by the numbers on it. This time, Qin Hong actually spent a total of 10,000 yuan, and the King Fengaguen merit account also had a balance of 13,425 yuan. What a generous act. It also shows that the other party has money and freedom, and every temple and Taoist temple definitely likes such pilgrims. Taoist Master Guo, thank you for your hospitality. Let's take a walk around the Taoist temple. Qin Hong put away his mobile phone and looked at Guo Lin respectfully. On the other hand, 10,000 yuan of merit money is nothing. It will cost more to treat my daughter's disease by myself. After that, he also took people to walk around Qingfeng Temple. I answered the phone and went back in a hurry, but I haven't had a look at the scenery on the mountain yet. It would be a pity to climb high without looking far and enjoying the scenery, and it would also be a waste of your own energy. Guo Lin also went into the kitchen and ate the remaining spiritual energy rice, and then went to the yard and started practicing the unknown internal martial arts. After eating Reiki refined rice and practicing the Wuming Niajiaquan taught by the old Taoist priest, I really had that special feeling of a trace of energy again. I practiced it several times in a row until the special energy no longer appeared. Then, he went aside and picked up a broom and swept up the fallen leaves in the yard. This is also his daily job. King Fengfengiguan is dilapidated, but people cannot stop cleaning their homes just because they are old. For him, this is also a spiritual ritual. It took a lot of time to clean the front and rear courtyards and King Fengiguan. It's also definitely a boring job, but this is also a kind of practice. Watching the breeze. As soon as Guo Lin came out, he saw several young men and women coming down the mountain and heading up the mountain. This made his eyes light up. He is now afraid that no one will come to Qingfeng Temple. After all, he does not have much time left, otherwise he will really have to carry a sign to the county town to promote it. If he is regarded as a liar, he will be regarded as a liar. It's a good thing someone is coming now. With Reiki rice, as long as these people are allowed to eat at King Fengiguan, then a few more people can be fooled. If the other party posts to moments, it will increase the reputation of King Fengiguan to some extent. These young people are all dressed in sportswear, carrying hiking bags, and holding hiking poles in their hands. They are quite stylish, and they are all big brands. It seems that they are either young people who have achieved some success or they are the second generation of rich people. How could young people from ordinary families do this? There is actually a Taoist temple on Qingfeng Mountain. I didn't even know it. A man wearing glasses said in surprise. A young girl with a good figure next to her also looked surprised. I heard from my family that there is a Qingfeng temple on Qingfeng Mountain. I heard that it was abandoned because of something, but I didn't expect that it is still there. It's normal for it to be abandoned. After all, in today's scientific society, fewer people believe in this. Another man with a long face, looking at the darker man, said jokingly, in today's society, monks eat, drink, whore, gamble, and sample semen. Monk, I have a wife at the foot of the mountain, and those Taoist priests also show off on short videos all day long, and they are accustomed to stepping on the water basin a few times and talking about Qinggong. So I will step on one more basin than those, it is just the inertia of regular exercise. Another more mature and beautiful girl hurriedly shook her head and said, "Don't say that. Our country is vast and rich in resources, and there are also some real masters of spiritual practice." The girl spoke very softly and to the point, but she was immediately retorted by the long-faced boy, "Zhao Moxin, you can pull her down. Anyway, I don't believe this. After reading so many years, I don't want to be that kind of fool who is deceived." Obviously, these words were angry and tit for tat, and also showed that they have very different personalities, and the two of them obviously didn't like each other. The young man wearing glasses saw something was wrong and immediately said, "Okay, it's not good to say this at the gate of the Taoist temple. Everyone is exhausted. Let's go to the Taoist temple to have a rest. Do you want to go?" The young girl with a good figure also said, "Zhang Lin is right. After climbing the mountain for so long, it's okay to go in and take pictures and post them on WeChat. I guess many people don't know that there is a Taoist temple on this mountain, right?" The man with a long dark face said nonchalantly, "Then let's go in and take a look. After a break, drink some water and give the other party some money. Maybe the people from this Taoist temple will entertain us. The environment here is quite good. Next time you can come camping." When they heard about camping, several young people immediately became interested. Soon, several people arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple and saw Guo Lin coming out. "Dear believers, Pindao is the abbot of Qingfeng Temple. You are welcome to come to Qingfeng Temple." Guo Lin actually heard what a few people said, but he still gave them the most polite Taoist etiquette. The man with the long dark face immediately screamed strangely, "Brother, are you the abbot of this Taoist temple? Are you talking nonsense? Why do I think you are younger than me and just graduated from college? No wonder this Taoist temple is in such a dilapidated state." These words made Guo Lin frown slightly. He had no experience in facing such yin and yang people, and he was not good at practicing. "Chen Daoxing, don't be so rude." Zhao Moxin immediately frowned and scolded, and then apologized to Guo Lin with a smile, "Brother Taoist Master, I'm really sorry, he is a bit unobtrusive." "Zhao Moxin, what do you mean? Looking for trouble?" Chen Daoxing suddenly said with some dissatisfaction, "Am I wrong? The fact that this Taoist temple is broken like this is proof. Guo Lin actually has a good temper, especially after spending so much time practicing with the old Taoist priest, but why does he just want to crush the guy in front of him? To use an internet slang, this bitch just deserves a beating." At that moment, the evolution begua on his neck suddenly vibrated slightly, and another wave of coldness poured into his mind. At that moment, he looked at these men and women in astonishment, especially at Chen Daoxing, who had a long and dark face, with even more sympathy in his eyes. This man was like this at such a young age. Sure enough, the bad guys will be rewarded. Then Chen Daoxing seemed to notice Guo Lin's slightly sympathetic gaze, and became even more annoyed. "Smelly Taoist priest, looking at me like this, am I wrong in what I said? I even doubt that you are not even a Taoist priest. You are wearing a Taoist robe to make short videos to deceive others. Traffic, right? Little brother, the Taoist temple is a pure place. It is not good to be so noisy." Qin Hong's voice suddenly sounded. He took his wife, daughter, and brother-in-law around for a walk, and when he came back, he saw a young man yelling at Dao Zhangguo. He couldn't help but remind him aloud. This young man is ignorant. Dao Kangguo is a master of Taoism. What kind of video does he need to make to deceive traffic? Chen Daoxing, don't be embarrassed here. Come down the mountain. You are in no mood. Zhao Moxin said coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with this companion. After that, she apologized to Guo Lin again. "Taoist priest, I'm really sorry for offending you." Guo Lin had a good impression of Zhao Moxin, so he reminded him, "This good believer, you guys have suffered a bloody disaster, so don't drive at the foot of the mountain." Chen Daoxing was already unhappy. When he heard about the bloody disaster, he became furious and glared at Guo Lin fiercely. "You stinking Taoist priest. Are you cursing us? Believe it or not, I will give you a bloody disaster right away." Guo Lin didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person at all, and said to Zhao Moxin, "Remember, sit in the back seat on the right. That's it for now. You can do whatever you want." After that, he walked directly towards the Taoist temple. Even if Qingfeng Temple needs pilgrims again, he doesn't want to waste time on such unfavorable visitors. Taoism values spontaneity and does not follow evil in every possible way. It is not like a temple. Even if you are a villain, donating 100 yuan will turn you around and become a kind person. Then this kind person goes out and does evil things again, then donates 100, and he is a kind person again. I heard that many gangsters like to go to temples to do these virtue building things. For example, in Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain, a group of tattooed men often go to perform rituals. And Fengyuan Temple can best give these people psychological comfort and make them feel at ease. Chen Daoxing gave Qingfeng Guan a vicious look, turned around and walked down the mountain. Seeing this, several other people could only follow and leave. Now they have no interest in playing anymore. Zhao Moxin came last. After these people left, Qin Hong followed his wife and 3 others into the Taoist temple, and was also preparing to say goodbye to Guo Lin. As soon as he entered, he heard Guo Lin calling, "Hello, Traffic Police Brigade? I want to report a crime. I saw a car accident at the Dashi Bridge in Qingfeng Mountain. An ambulance may be needed." Still too kind-hearted. However, saving someone's life can be considered a good deed. Qin Hong's eyes widened in shock when he heard the call. Does this mean those young people just now? Lu Qing and Luda also opened their mouths slightly. They all knew that Taoist Guo seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Could something happen to those young people driving back? Qin Hong and others suddenly wanted to go down the mountain to check. They know where the big stone bridge that Dao Kangguo mentioned is. Guo Lin hung up the phone and saw Qin Hong and the others. He smiled and said, "Hello, Donor Qin, have you finished shopping?" Qin Hong immediately replied, "Taoist Master Guo, we have finished shopping. Before we go down the mountain, I want to ask you for some blessing rice for my daughter, and then I will bring her to offer incense tomorrow. Donor Qin, wait a moment. Guo Lin went to the kitchen. Qin Hong swept another 10,000 yuan. He just said frankly that this request can still be met. However, he also only took one portion that was enough for the little girl. After all, he still had to keep the blessing rice precious and could not give too much at will. Otherwise, if everyone comes to ask for it in the future, there will be so much spiritual energy rice. He still wants to eat it himself. Moreover, the more noble and difficult it is to obtain, the more status this spiritual energy rice will have and the more it will be valued by the other party. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo, Qin Hong said respectfully after getting the things, with a happy look on his face. After all, this is the legendary blessing rice. There shouldn't be many Taoist temples across the country that can produce real blessing rice, right? After all, he has been to so many Taoist temples, including Quanzhen and Wudang, and the blessing rice there is no different from normal rice. It's not that because our country is so vast and rich in resources, there is only one Taoist Master Guo, but it's that they are afraid that they are not qualified to come into contact with other Taoist masters, and have never had contact with them. The only person they can contact is the Taoist Guo in front of them, which is already very lucky. Qin Hong later also led people out of the Taoist temple and down the mountain. Zhao Moxin and Chen Daoxing have also come down the mountain. However, except for Zhao Moxin, everyone in the group was a little angry. Especially Chen Daoxing, who was still dissatisfied and said to Zhao Moxin, we went out to play together, and you actually sided with outsiders. It's really boring. Zhao Moxin frowned and did not answer this. She just talks about things and talks about the truth in everything. She can't mindlessly help her friends or companions because they make mistakes, without being reasonable or explaining the causes and consequences. Not only is she not helping, but she also makes herself an idiot. The slim girl said, that Taoist priest went too far. He was just quarreling with Chen Daoxing. Why did he curse us to have a bloody disaster? This statement also caused dissatisfaction among several other people. Yes, this is too much. It must be a fake Taoist priest, otherwise he wouldn't be so ungrateful. Chen Daoxing also snorted, although I bought a new Cadillac, I am an experienced driver who got my driver's license when I was 18 and I have never had any accidents. The group of people cursed and went down the mountain. Soon, they reached a flat ground at the foot of the mountain. The flat land at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain was dug out by humans. It is not small and can accommodate many cars. In addition to a Cadillac, there is also a Porsche. Chen Daoxing and others walked towards the Cadillac, and they also guessed that the Porsche should belong to another group of people on the mountain. Let's go, get in the car. Chen Daoxing also said to several people, then opened the driving position and got in. Others followed and got on the bus. Zhao Moxin was about to get in the car when she suddenly remembered Guo Lin's words. She immediately walked to the right side of the car and said to Zhang Lin, who was wearing glasses, you sit in, and I'll sit on the right. Zhang Lin was stunned by these words. Zhao Moxin, you don't believe what the Taoist said, do you? Humph. Chen Daoxing was also obviously very dissatisfied. He is a noble person and ignores his friends, but he will believe a liar in just one word. With that said, he also started the car and drove away. The journey was uneventful and we soon arrived near the big stone bridge. The liar also said that we shouldn't drive because of the bloody disaster. What's the matter with us coming here? He is indeed a liar. Chen Daoxing couldn't help but ridicule, with a strong sense of ridicule. Several other people in the car couldn't help laughing. But at this moment, there was an obvious click, and then there was a ding in the car, and then the emergency prompt from the driving system appeared. There's something wrong with the brakes. The sudden breakdown of the car made Chen Dao panic, because he found that the car was out of control at all, and the car was still accelerating on its own. His car was new, how could such an accident happen? In panic, Chen Daoxing tried his best to stabilize the car, but the whole body still shook. Chen Daoxing, what's going on? The slender girl asked anxiously. Did that Taoist priest tell you right? Zhang Lin also said in a panic. How is that possible? Chen Daoxing shook his head hastily, not believing it at all. But why did the car happen to have problems? Although Cadillac took back a batch of cars and asked the owners of the new cars to reinstall their systems, He never thought that he would encounter the extremely small chance. Just when he was wondering, the car ran over a stone, turned over instantly, and rolled down towards the bridge. Howls and screams sounded almost intertwined. Bump, bump. The car also rolled around like a ball for 3 times before coming to a stop. The surface was already covered with dents and scratches, and it was in terrible shape. In the car, several wails sounded one after another, and blood dripped from the car. After a moment, the right door was opened. Zhao Moxin staggered out of the car and looked dumbfounded at the car in front of her and her companions who were wailing in the car. She once again thought of the words of the young Taoist priest. They and their group were in danger of a bloody disaster. They should not drive after going down the mountain. The other party also specifically reminded her to sit in the parking space on the right, which she happened to do, and now she was the only one who was fine. So shocking. She did not dare to delay and immediately rescued her companions, pulling out the slender girl and Zhang Lin. The heads of both of them were also swollen and bleeding, and their whole bodies were in pain. Zhang Lin even covered his arms, his face was pale and he gasped for air. The two of them were looking at the car in front of them in astonishment. They also remembered Guo Lin's words. The more they thought about it, the more dumbfounded they became. It was really a bloody disaster. Then, Zhao Moxin continued to rescue, but when she opened the driver's door, her face turned ugly when she saw Chen Daoxing's miserable state. One of Chen Daoxing's legs has been compressed and twisted out of shape. Sirens sound. I saw 2 traffic police cars driving quickly, followed by a rescue crane and an ambulance. The cars stopped when they passed the big stone bridge. Immediately, a traffic policeman leading the team came down. When he saw Zhao Moxin and others, he took out his walkie-talkie and said, "This is not a false alarm. The scene of the car accident has been discovered and rescue will begin immediately." Then, other traffic policemen began to set up a cordon, a stretcher was lifted from the ambulance, and the crane began to adjust the rope. Zhao Moxin was completely dumbfounded and even more shocked when she saw this scene. Did someone call the police in advance? So, the traffic police came. The key is that the other party came by such a coincidence, which is incredible. Rescue begins immediately. After a while, a Porsche drove up and stopped beside the big stone bridge. Qin Hong and others got out of the car and looked at the rescue scene in disbelief. Especially when they saw how embarrassed Zhao Moxin and his party were, and how Chen Daoxing was actually being carried up on a stretcher. They were completely shocked, remembering the phone call that Dea Zhangguo made and what Dea Zhangguo had said to these young people before. Then, Dea Zhangguo is too powerful. Luda said blankly. He is a doctor. He believed in science before and did not believe in these things. But now his mind has completely changed. Maybe there are some mysterious things in this world. These young people are so ungrateful. Qin Hong couldn't help but said, Taoist Master Guo didn't care and warned them of the bloody disaster. They also offended Taoist Master Guo and did not recognize good people's hearts. Fortunately, Taoist Master Guo was a kind-hearted cultivator and reported them to the police first. Otherwise these people will be in trouble now. Brother-in-law is right, Taoist Master Guo is a rich man. Luda immediately agreed. Obviously, they are extremely convinced of Guo Lin now. Qin Hong didn't stay long and quickly left with the people. He decided to continue taking his daughter to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. He believed that if he ate more of Guo Daozhang's blessing rice, his daughter's anorexia would definitely be cured. The traffic police rescued Zhao Moxin and others first and sent them to the ambulance. A person in charge immediately said, "Guys, you all should go to the hospital for a checkup. We will contact your family members to go to the hospital." After the traffic police finished explaining, the ambulance left and headed to the county hospital. Not long after, Zhao Moxin finished the examination, and there was already a middle-aged couple waiting outside. Zhao Cheng saw his daughter coming out and hurriedly greeted her with his wife Lu Feng. Both of them had nervous looks on their faces. "Doctor, how is my daughter? Yay, is she okay? Who would have thought that my daughter would just go to Qingfeng Mountain for a hike and then get into a car accident when she came back?" When they first arrived at the hospital, they were worried to death when they heard Chen Daoxing's parents crying heartbrokenly. Chen Daoxing's legs were compressed and suffered comminuted fractures. He will have to use a wheelchair or crutches from now on. It's really pitiful to be like this at such a young age, which makes the two of them even more worried. But the doctor said with a look of disbelief on his face, You too, don't worry, your daughter is very lucky, she is just a little scared. Can you be unlucky? Among the young people in the car, the driver suffered a comminuted fracture of one leg, and several others were seriously or lightly injured. But this beautiful girl was fine at all. She was really a lucky person blessed by God. Even if she is naturally beautiful, she is even luckier than others in car accidents. Thank you, doctor. Excuse me, doctor. Zhao Cheng and Lu Fang also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked them one after another. Just hope your daughter is fine. Moxin, this time it is really the Bodhisattva who has blessed you. Lu Fang hurriedly clasped her hands together. Last time I took you to Shanghu Temple to burn incense, and I asked the Bodhisattva to bless you safely. It seems that this Bodhisattva is really very effective. Husband, we are going to repay the vow some other time and donate the merit incense money to Shanghu Temple. When Zhao Moxin heard this, she immediately said, Mom, this has nothing to do with Shanghu Temple Bodhisattva. Ba. When Lu Fang heard this, she immediately said to her daughter sincerely, Moxin, how many times has Mom told you that some things are better to be believed than to be believed? Moreover, some things are just difficult to explain. Just because you can be safe this time, we also want to make ourselves feel at ease. Zhao Moxin hurriedly explained, Mom, it's not that I don't believe this. Moreover, this time I really believe that there are some very mysterious things. If the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple hadn't reminded me, I would have suffered a broken arm like Yuan. Chen Daoxing is I didn't listen to the Taoist priest's warning and took the Taoist priest's good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, that's why I behave like this. King Fengaguen. Zhao Cheng was obviously stunned when he heard this. Lu Fang was also surprised and asked, Moxin, what's going on? She believed this in the first place, so she was naturally attracted at this time. Zhao Moxin explained, we went to Qingfeng Mountain to climb and found a Qingfeng temple on the top of the mountain. There was a young Taoist priest there. Chen Daoxing and the others kept mocking the Taoist priest, but the Taoist priest repaid evil with kindness and told us that there was a bloody disaster, especially Chen Daoxing. The roadmaster even specifically reminded us not to drive, and also specifically reminded me to sit on the right side of the car. I did so, and nothing happened at all. These words immediately made the couple feel incredible. Is that true? This young Taoist priest is so amazing, right? It seems that there will be a prophecy. At this time, the couple also saw a couple coming over to talk to the traffic police. The couple was Chen Daoxing's parents. Comrade police, why did my son's car suddenly break down? We checked the car and found that there was a problem with the braking system and the test failed. This should be the reason for Cadillac's recent recall of the car. You need to contact the Force store. They are responsible for this case. Fortunately, someone called the police in time and reminded us to bring an ambulance. Otherwise, the situation might have been worse if it had been a little later. When Zhao Moxin heard this, she immediately whispered to her parents, it must have been the police who called the police. We had just had a car accident at that time, and the police came, and no one else passed by. These words made Zhao Cheng and Lu Fang look at each other subconsciously. Lu Fang even said hurriedly, Moxin, tomorrow I will go to Qingfeng Temple with my mother to fulfill my vows. I will definitely thank the Taoist priest. The night passed. Qingfeng Temple was once again shrouded in the morning glow, and the purple-like red clouds also gave Qingfeng Temple a color. Congratulations on getting a bag of Reiki rice, please go to the novice residence to get it. Guo Lin controlled the game character to complete the daily tasks of the old monk at the entrance of the village, and got another bag of spiritual rice. He controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence, put away his mobile phone, entered the game with a thought, and then took the bag of aura rice out of the game. With stable spiritual energy polished rice, there will be a stable supply in the future. Guo Lin carried the bag of spiritual energy rice to the kitchen and put it together with the previous ones. Then I washed the rice and steamed myself a box. After eating, he entered the courtyard again and practiced the nameless Taoist inner martial arts. As he practiced Niajiaquan, a trace of energy appeared in his body again. Guo Lin tried to control it, but every time the trace of energy disappeared half and half, there was no way to flow into the danshan. Stop. He also sighed. Then, he took out his mobile phone and controlled the game character to complete the task again. Whether it's aura rice or evolutionary bagua disc fragments, they are all obtained in the game. This game has infinite possibilities. After all, there are too many tasks in this game, and most of the tasks we do now are novice tasks. I completed several novice village tasks in a row, and as I guessed before, I didn't get any reward prompts. I was even more certain that only daily tasks would definitely give me something. Whether you can get rewards for other tasks should be random. Young man, you are as strong as an ox, can you help me build a water channel for my Taoist temple? This is used to divert mountain spring water. This is a special labor task issued by a Taoist priest. Guo Lin accepted the task, controlled the game character and began to take action. He followed the Taoist priest's instructions and began to dig ditches to attract mountain spring water. The task was not difficult, but it was time-consuming and took some time to complete. Young man, these spiritual spring jars were obtained by my master's master from a cultivating sect. The water from the mountain springs has magical effects. To thank you for helping to dig the canals, give me one as a gift. Congratulations on getting a spiritual spring jar. Please go to the novice's residence to pick it up. Guo Lin's eyes lit up. There are rewards available for withdrawal again. Controlling the game character to go back to the novice's residence, an idea entered the game again and saw the spiritual spring tank. This Lingquan vat is about 1 meter high and half a meter wide. It is blue in color and has some mysterious Tao patterns carved on it. The Bagua pattern in the middle looks even more primitive. He stepped forward to grab the spiritual spring jar and saw the message in it. This is a special water tank. After being bound to the Taoist temple, it has a special ability. It can introduce the mountain spring water near the Taoist temple to purify it and turn it into a spiritual spring. As long as pilgrims have a pious heart, drinking the spiritual spring will be particularly sweet and have the effect of restoring physical strength. Used for irrigating plants for a long time, it also has great benefits for plants. Special, recyclable, recoverable, can be unbound. After reading the notes, Guo Lin knew why it was called the Lingquan tank, and immediately moved the Lingquan tank out of the game. Qingfeng Temple has mountain spring water brought in. It was brought by an old Taoist priest. The water intake is at the entrance of the Taoist temple for the purpose of drinking from the pilgrims who have worked hard to climb the mountain. But not many pilgrims come, and most of the time, the mountain spring water is used to water the vegetables. Guo Lin moved the Lingquan vat to the introduction pipe of Shanshui Spring, where a small shed was set up to prevent leaves and soil from entering the water vat. After moving the spiritual spring jar into the shed, a reminder appeared in his mind. Should the Lingquan vat be bound to Qingfeng Temple? Yes, no, needless to say, it must be bound. Lingquan vat was successfully bound to Qingfeng Temple. When Guo Lin heard the prompt, he also moved the original water tank away, and then put the Lingquan tank up. The next moment, the mountain spring water was introduced into the spiritual spring tank. The 1 meter high and half meter wide Lingquan vat was easily filled with water. However, when the mountain spring water was introduced into the Lingquan vat, it was discovered that the water level in the Lingquan vat increased very slowly. The water, which could have risen a lot, actually only rose a little, as if a lot of water had disappeared. When Guo Lin saw this scene, he understood that this must be the spiritual spring vat purifying the mountain spring water. What is left is the spiritual spring. This process lasted a long time. It took a full 2 hours to see that the spiritual spring tank was filled. It took 2 hours to fill such a water tank. Outsiders would be shocked to see it. After the spiritual spring tank was filled with water, the water inside also overflowed from the tank and flowed into the ditch below, and then flowed along the ditch into the pool below. Usually the water in this pond is also used to water vegetables. Guo Lin tried to take a sip of the spiritual spring in the spiritual spring jar. Almost instantly, he felt an indescribable refreshing sweetness flowing through his body. That feeling of comfort, as if the hair follicles all over the body have relaxed, and all the fatigue from practicing Wuming Taoist Niajiaquan has disappeared. This feeling is even more exaggerated than those exaggerated beverage advertisements on TV. Really, if you can take a sip of such a spiritual spring, you will definitely not want to look at those drinks again. If the spiritual spring vat is placed here, those pilgrims who come with a pious heart will be blessed. They will definitely be surprised and believe in Qingfeng Temple even more. Thinking of this, Guo Lin entered the Taoist temple and took out some bamboo ladles to provide water to pilgrims. After thinking about it, he went to the yard at the back and found a relatively flat stone slab. Then he took tools such as a hammer and an awl and started carving on the stone slab. Soon there was a flat stone. Lingquan earned 3 words appeared. This stone carving technique was taught by the old Taoist priests. It can be said that many of the carvings in Qingfeng Temple were made by the old Taoist priests themselves. His skills are okay in the eyes of ordinary people, but compared with old Taoist priests, they are far behind. After spending some time, he also carved the words on the stone slab. In addition to the spiritual spring jar, he also made up a story for this spiritual spring jar. Probably there was an immortal who descended to the world in Qingfeng Temple and left behind this spiritual spring vat. As long as you are pious, you can drink from the special spiritual spring and experience the magical effect. After carving the stone slab, he also used some distressing techniques to make the stone slab look old. This is also taught by old Taoist priests. It is said that many Taoist sects with inheritance will have these inheritances. As for why there is such a strange technology, the old Taoist priest did not explain it, only that he disdained to use it. After that, he moved the stone slab to the small shed where the spiritual spring jar was located, then dug a hole and erected the stone slab. After that, there were rumors that Qingfeng Temple could have a spiritual spring vat in addition to the blessing rice. As long as these rumors spread, whether it is a blessing rice or a spiritual spring vat, it will surely increase its influence and attract many people. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain. 2 cars stopped one after another. Zhao Moxin got out of the car, along with Zhao De and Lu Feng. After their daughter's car accident yesterday, they found out the cause. Today they also hurriedly took their daughter to Qingfeng Temple to offer incense and express their gratitude to the Taoist priest. I just didn't expect that when the car stopped, I saw an acquaintance. The person who came out of the other car was Zheng Lin, who had been in a car accident with Zhao Moxin. There was also a couple beside him. The other person's left hand was wrapped in a bandage. He was obviously injured in a car accident yesterday. As for the others, it seems that they are quite serious and need to spend some time in the hospital. Moxin, you're here too. Zheng Lin greeted Zhao Moxin immediately when he saw her. Looking at Zhao Moxin, who was safe and sound, his face was filled with awe, because only Zhao Moxin was respectful to the Taoist priest yesterday. The Taoist priest reminded Zhao Moxin, and in the end, Zhao Moxin was the only one who was safe and sound. His parents came with him today. After their parents heard what he said about King Fengaguen at the hospital, they also gave him a hard talk and hurriedly brought him here with them. Zhao De and Lu Feng also said hello to each other, and then made an appointment to go up the mountain together. Looking at the bandaged left hand of their daughter's companion, the two of them were even more grateful that their daughter believed in Taoist Guo. The winding mountain road with beautiful scenery on both sides would still be beautiful, if the mountain road were not too difficult to walk. This mountain is really high, Lu Feng said with emotion. Zhao De said with a smile, exalts come from the mountains. If they are not real masters, who would want to live in the mountains? Think about the temples in the county. Which one is not scrambling to apply for road construction with the county? The group of people crawled together and spent a long time finally seeing Qingfeng Temple. Everyone was tired and out of breath. What was even more miscalculated was that they only brought a bottle of water and had already finished it. Dad, Mom, we're already here. Zhao Moxin immediately pointed at Qingfeng Temple and said. When they got here, a few people worked harder and soon arrived at Qingfeng Temple. There is a bamboo ladle next to this water tank. It looks like you can drink. I happen to be thirsty. Zhao De saw the small shed and the water tank inside, and hurried over. Honey, can I drink this water directly? Lu Feng followed and asked. Zhao De picked up the bamboo ladle and explained with a smile, I am in the water industry. You can tell that this water is mountain spring water. In the past, when I went up the mountain and encountered mountain spring water, I drank it directly. Moreover, with the bamboo ladle in it, it is give people something to drink. Zhao Moxin also stepped forward in surprise. The carvings and gossip on this water tank are very simple, like a work of art. She didn't notice the water tank last time she came up. Otherwise, she would definitely take a photo and post it on WeChat. Zhao De had already taken a ladle of water and poured it into his mouth. As soon as the water entered his mouth, he showed a look of surprise. This water is too sweet. It tastes better than those iced drinks. As he spoke, he drank again and again. This scene aroused everyone's curiosity. Zheng Lin also stepped forward and picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water and drank it. Such an exaggeration. But the next moment, An incredible look appeared on his face. That sweetness actually tastes so good? I can't believe that such sweet water actually exists in the world. At least he had never drank in his life. Hey, Zhao was the first to drink water, and suddenly he was surprised again. In addition to the sweetness of this water, it seems that even the fatigue on my body is quickly disappearing. Not only Zhao, but Zhang Lin couldn't help but said at this time, after drinking this water, my whole body seems to relax. I was obviously very tired from climbing up just now. It's such a strange feeling. Zhao Moxin was attracted by the stone slab standing next to her. When she walked over and took a look, she was shocked by the content on it. Come and take a look. The stone slab said that this water tank is a spiritual spring tank left by an immortal. It can purify mountain spring water into as long as you are a devout pilgrim. You can taste the sweetness of this spiritual spring and enjoy the effect of restoring your physical strength. These words immediately attracted everyone to look over. Zhao and Zhang Lin were even more surprised because they had already experienced it. My physical strength has really returned. The two of them came closer to the stone slab and were completely shocked by the content on it. Are there really gods? Isn't this too exaggerated? But the feeling of regaining strength is very real. Now they all feel that the fatigue from climbing the mountain is gone, and their whole bodies are relaxed. If what the stone tablet says is not true, how could it be so magical? I'll give it a try. Zhao Moxin took the bamboo ladle to draw water expectantly, put it to her mouth and drank, and sure enough she felt the indescribable sweetness. She had never drunk such delicious water in her life. Moreover, she had drank various thirst-quenching drinks, but compared with this, they seemed to be far inferior. If she were told in another place that this was just mountain spring water, she would never believe it. Immediately afterwards, she really felt the magical feeling of regaining her strength. When she climbed the mountain, her legs were a little sore. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the soreness quickly disappeared, and her physical fatigue turned into relaxation. This water is really as magical as the stone tablet says. Zhang Lin's parents and Lu Fang were also attracted by the content on the stone slab, and they all picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water and drank it. Because of the car accident yesterday, the group actually came up with a pious attitude, and after a while they all experienced the magical feeling mentioned on the stone tablet. Did gods really appear in Qingfeng Temple before? Lu Fang said with emotion. She used to believe in Buddhism and often went to those temples to offer incense, but she had never seen such a magical thing. No wonder that Taoist priest Guo has such an ability to predict the unknown. Zhao Moxin seemed to understand something. Others looked at the spiritual spring tank with an inexplicable sense of awe. After all, the effect of this water is difficult to explain scientifically. Even the most advanced technological products cannot achieve this effect. Zhao Moxin had already taken pictures of the stone slab and the water tank. When she encountered such a magical thing, as a young person, how could she not post it on WeChat to show off it? Even Zhao and several other stable people couldn't help but post a video together on WeChat moments. Let's go in and meet that Taoist priest Guo, Zhao said slowly. He did not forget the purpose of coming to Qingfeng Temple, which was to thank the Taoist priest. The others nodded and entered Qingfeng Temple together. Guo Lin was sweeping leaves. When he saw a group of people, he politely said, "Hello, everyone, welcome to Qingfeng Temple." He also looked specifically at Zhao Moxin, who was safe and sound, and Zhang Lin, whose arm was wrapped in bandages, and knew what was going on. Zhao Moxin immediately said to her parents, "Dad, Mom, this is Taoist Master Guo." Zhao and his wife were obviously surprised when they looked at Guo Lin. Is this Taoist priest younger than their daughter? Too young. But they didn't dare to be disrespectful at all, and immediately said hello and thanked her. "Master Guo, thank you so much for your advice to our daughter yesterday." "Yes, thank you so much, Taoist priest." Lu Fang also thanked him immediately, and then asked, "Taoist priest Guo, where can I buy incense and candles here at the Taoist temple? Let's put incense sticks first." Zhang Lin's parents also immediately expressed their intention to offer incense. "Guys, follow me." Guo Lin nodded and led a few people to the incense shop. The incense candles in Qingfeng Guanxiang shop are all made by him. They are also taught by the old Taoist priests. He can make a batch in 3 to 5 days. Anyway, there weren't many pilgrims, or none at all. Every day he only puts on the incense and lights the incense candles. For incense burning in Taoist temples, there are generally different grades of incense and candles to buy, ranging from 30 yuan for cheap to several hundred expensive ones. However, his Qingfeng temple only prepares a 30 yuan set meal, which includes 4 incense candles, a handful of incense, and a stack of gold paper. In addition to the material cost, this price also includes the labor cost. Zhao and others each took a set of incense and candles, which totaled only 180 yuan. Then, under the leadership of Guolin, the group of people also worshipped from the main hall to the auxiliary hall, from Sanking to the Tuagong in the corner of the auxiliary hall, and finally placed incense. It is rare for Qingfeng Temple to have so much incense. Zhao saw the merit box in the main hall and took the initiative to scan it. Zhang Lin's parents did the same when they saw it. Guolin also received the payment information immediately. Zhao paid 3,000 yuan, and Zhang Lin's parents paid 1,000 yuan. It's very thoughtful for ordinary people. Guolin also asked the group, "Dear donors, do you want to have a meal in the temple? Since these people are so thoughtful, they should work harder with spiritual energy to turn them into believers." "I'm sorry, Mr. Guo," Zhao said immediately. "Eating good things in the temple is a blessing," Lu Fang said very piously. However, Zhang Lin's parents were in a hurry, so the family went down the mountain first. Guolin also took Zhao and the others to the Shantang, and then went to the sideboard to prepare tableware for the 3 of them. Just when he was setting the tableware, Guolin noticed that the evolution bagua fragment suddenly trembled, and a cold feeling rushed into his head. Is this someone coming again, or is it someone from King Fengaguen who has been here before? The key is, why do the evolution bagua disc fragments react every time the other party comes? Thinking about it, he walked to the cabinet again to get the tableware and put out 5 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. This scene surprised Zhao, Zhao Moxin, and Lu Fang. There are only 3 of them now, and there are 5 more sets of dishes and chopsticks. Are there 5 more people coming? Dea Zhangguo, is there anyone else at noon? Zhao Mocking asked curiously. Guolin nodded. Well, there are 5 more donors. They should arrive at 11:11. His answer was a bit stiff because he said it that way on purpose. This family obviously came with a pious heart, so he didn't mind putting on a show of force and showing off his skills for them. Originally, it wouldn't matter if someone answered. But after Guolin said it so deliberately and accurately, Zhao Moxin and the other 3 were really attracted. Even if the other 5 people made an appointment with Taoist Guo to come up, they would be tired along the way, their physical strength is limited, and it would only take a few minutes, so it would be impossible to be so accurate, right? Because of what happened yesterday, Zhao Moxin, Zhao De, and Lu Feng knew that Taoist Guo had the ability to predict the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Moxin and her parents curiously left the Shantang and headed to the entrance of the Taoist temple. Guolin smiled when he saw this. This was naturally his intention. Sometimes you have to show off your skills to such new devout believers. Do you think 5 people will really arrive at that time? Zhao De looked at his watch expectantly and stared at the time. Dea Zhangguo said it, and it shouldn't be wrong. Zhao Moxin was convinced. She was also watching the time. It will soon be the time that Dao Kangguo said. Just when the time pointed to 11:11, the sound of conversation suddenly came from the mountain path under the Taoist temple. Qin Hong, is the blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple really so delicious? Yes, I heard that Qingfeng Temple is in ruins. It wouldn't be the case if there was such delicious rice. How can I lie to you? I ate it twice myself. Qin Hong's voice sounded, and he specifically explained, my daughter has anorexia. She eats this rice without side dishes, so you can know how delicious it is. Zhao Moxin was immediately startled and looked at each other with her father. The moment I heard the sound, it was really 11:11. Really so precise. So accurate. Qin Hong and 5 people appeared in the eyes of Zhao Moxin and 3 people. Qin Hong also brought his daughter Qin Nana, and next to him was Lu Feng. In addition, there are 2 pot-bellied men. Qin Hong and his party went to the entrance and glanced at Zhao Moxin and the other 2 people who were in a daze. However, they did not pay attention. It was normal for tourists to come to Qingfeng Temple. Hey, I didn't notice there was a water tank here last time, and I was so thirsty. Lu Feng was a little surprised when he saw the spiritual spring tank in the shed, and hurried over to pick up the bamboo ladle to draw water, and started filling it up. But he took a few sips of water and suddenly said the quintessence of Chinese culture, fuck, this water tastes so good. Then, he incredibly found that the fatigue on his body began to disappear, and that speed was not at all a normal recovery speed. Lu Feng, why are you so surprised? Qin Hong couldn't help but said, just drink a few sips of water. Zhao Moxin on the side could not help but remind, that is not ordinary water, it is spiritual spring water. It is very sweet when you drink it. Moreover, as long as you come with a pious heart, you can restore your physical strength. Lu Feng subconsciously looked at Zhao Moxin and asked in shock, little girl, how did you know? He did feel that his physical strength had recovered after drinking the water, and the weakness disappeared in a short period of time. It was so magical that it made him even more curious. Zhao Moxin immediately pointed to the stone slab and said, what is written on that stone slab is that we have all experienced it, and it is true. Qin Hong walked to the stone slab with his daughter curiously. When he saw the content on it, he opened his mouth in surprise. This was the third time he came up. The first 2 times he focused on the blessing rice, but he didn't even notice the story of the stone slab or the spiritual spring jar. Qin Nana even exclaimed, Dad, is this water tank really left by the gods? I want to drink this water. As she spoke, she enthusiastically picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water and took a deep breath into her mouth. Dad, this water is really sweet and delicious. Moreover, I feel that my strength is recovering quickly. The girl obviously has a pious heart. After all, she has the influence of her parents, her own anorexia, and the help of Reiki rice. When Qin Hong heard what he said, he also picked up a bamboo ladle to draw water and poured it into his mouth. After a moment, he exclaimed, it's true. Maybe, this is really left by the gods. After the previous experience, coupled with the magic of this spiritual spring, the information on this stone tablet was very impactful and shocking to him. The other 2 big men who came with Qin Hong were also attracted. So smart. Let me take a look too. The 2 of them also stepped forward and picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water, put it in their mouths and drank. But after the 2 drank, their faces were full of astonishment. How could it be as exaggerated as these people said? Isn't this just ordinary mountain spring water? That's right, isn't this kind of water found in many mountains? If he hadn't known Qin Hong for a long time, he would have doubted whether he was King Fengagwen's dog. Wang Kai, Li Chen, you guys don't have a pious heart. Qin Hong immediately reminded, didn't this slate say that it will be useful if you have a pious heart? Wang Kai and Li Chen shook their heads and did not defend themselves. It doesn't work for them to drink it now, but does it work with a pious heart? This is not just a psychological effect. At this moment, a strong aroma of rice wafted out from King Fengagwen. When people like Zhao Moxin came here for the first time, they couldn't help but be surprised when they smelled the fragrance of rice. Is this the smell of rice? Zhao De asked in surprise. It smells so good. Lu Feng also said, Dad, I'm hungry. Qin Nana couldn't help but said after smelling the fragrance, her mouth watering. If she didn't know better, how would she know that she had anorexia? Taoist Master Guo must be making rice for blessings. Let's go in quickly. Qin Hong also said immediately and walked inside with his daughter. The word prayer rice immediately attracted the attention of people like Zhao Moxin. Zhao De couldn't help but ask, Brother, don't you know what blessing rice is? Qin Hong explained without hesitation, Brother, this blessing rice was obtained by Taoist masters who spent a long time praying for the rice through their willpower. It gives the rice a special taste and is very good for the human body when eaten. My daughter has anorexia. She was able to eat this blessing rice before. Moreover, she has obviously improved after eating the blessing rice twice. As far as I know, this is the only place where Taoist Guo has blessing rice. These words aroused the exclamation of Zhao Moxin and the other 2 people. They knew that Taoist Guo was very powerful, but they didn't expect that Qingfeng Temple had so many magics. There is already that special spiritual spring jar outside, and there is actually this kind of blessing rice inside. Seeing Qin Nana's weight loss and poor blood flow, they naturally believed that the little girl had anorexia. It's just that they don't understand that Qingfeng Temple is so magical. Why is it not famous in Yushan at all, but is it so dilapidated? Wang Kai and Li Chen subconsciously looked at Qin Hong, becoming more and more aware that their friend was a bitch. It's just rice, is it so magical? Maybe it smells so fragrant because of some special fragrance. After all, some temples and Taoist temples have no conscience at all for money. The 2 parties entered the Shantang together and met Guo Lin. Qin Hong and Lu Feng greeted him together. After that, Qin Hong saw a table with 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and said with surprise, Taoist Master Guo, did you count us as 5 people again? He had experienced this scene once, and it was really admirable. He still didn't tell Dao Zhangguo, but Dao Zhangguo still guessed it so accurately. Zhao De couldn't help but said, brother, when we sat down just now, Taoist Master Guo said that there were 5 more pilgrims coming, and he was very precise. We went out to see out of curiosity. Brother, the 5 of you really arrived at that time. Dao Kangguo is really amazing. Qin Hong and his party now understood why the other 3 were outside. It turned out to be this reason. Wang Kai and Li Chen were stunned. Wang Kai couldn't help but asked Guo Lin, little Taoist priest, are you really so good? You won't install cameras somewhere, right? After all, technology is so advanced now. You can know how many people are coming by pressing the camera on the way up the mountain, and then calculate the time through actuarial navigation software? I saw a fortune teller use this method before. Wang Kai's words were obviously looking for trouble. Although what is said is reasonable and well-founded, and there are many such news on the internet, but there is no basis for saying it in front of so many people. It is inappropriate. Guo Lin was naturally a little annoyed, but what could be done? Everyone has the right to question. The key point is that the fragments of the evolution Bagua disk he got cannot be used independently, unless the fragments of the evolution Bagua disk suddenly give him face. While he was thinking this, he noticed that the Bagua evolution fragment he was wearing around his neck was trembling slightly. This was because he was really giving face and was triggered again. Then, Guo Lin looked at Wang Kai with a smile and said, this gentleman, we are about to call. Don't be too hasty to go out after answering the phone, otherwise you will break your front teeth. Wang Kai was immediately stunned by these words. What the hell? Almost as soon as I thought about it, my cell phone rang. He was completely stunned. So does everyone else. Dao Kangguo just finished speaking. Wang Kai glanced at Guo Zhen in surprise before answering the phone. After that, I heard him yelling hurriedly, what? The load-bearing wall collapsed and crushed people. The police have already passed. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kai's face was full of anxiety. It seemed that the matter was very urgent, so he hurriedly ran outside King Fengaguen. But when he arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, he seemed to be in a hurry and forgot that the door had a threshold. He stumbled and threw himself forward, followed by a scream. When Wang Kai stood up again, his mouth was already full of blood. He spit something into his palm, and then looked back at Guo Lin with wide eyes. His face was completely shocked. But thinking about the call, he couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran down the mountain. Hey, even if you know some things, you can't change the outcome. Guo Lin sighed, took the mop, and went to the door to clean up. The blood from Wang Kai's mouth dripped to the ground. It is not appropriate to see blood at the entrance of the Taoist temple? Zhao Moxin and others looked at this scene blankly. Especially Zhao Moxin, she has experienced the same thing and can understand Dao Zhangguo's words better. Because she and Chen Daoxing also heard Guo Dao Zhang's reminder, but Chen Daoxing and others didn't take it seriously, and the result was obvious. That guy Chen Daoxing might not even be able to save one of his legs. Li Chen watched this scene and swallowed subconsciously. If what Wang Kai said before about installing surveillance cameras is true, then Dao Kangguo can't control Kai Ye's contact person to call him, nor can he control Wang Kai to break his front teeth, right? There is only one explanation. This Taoist priest is really knowledgeable. Involuntarily, he looked at Guo Lin with awe. People are always afraid of unknown things. The scene in front of him was something he had never encountered before, let alone understood. After Guo Lin finished cleaning and put the mop back, the Reiki rice was steamed. He entered the kitchen, took out the rice, and placed it on the tables of Qin Hong and Zhao Moxin. The alluring fragrance made everyone's fingers twitch. Is this the blessing rice? It seems to be more crystal clear than ordinary rice. Zhao De said in surprise. Qin Hong reminded, Brother Zhao, don't be surprised when you eat this blessing rice. This rice is good for the human body, especially the intestines and stomach. After eating, a warm current will flow along the intestines and stomach to protect the intestines and stomach. Really? Zhao De couldn't wait. He picked up a bowl of rice and tasted it. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but said, this rice is really delicious. I'm afraid there is no other rice that tastes better. It's past? Others also started to eat the rice one after another, and then they were all attracted by the delicious taste of the rice. The same goes for Li Chen. After taking one bite, he couldn't help but frantically shovel the rice into his mouth. It's hard to believe that there is such delicious rice in the world. No wonder people with anorexia like to eat this rice. But then, Li Chen was horrified to find that there was a warm current in his body, flowing in his intestines and stomach. It turned out to be the same as what Qin Hong said. It's just rice, is it really so magical? People like Zhao Moxin also felt the warmth, with incredible expressions on their faces, and they also felt the feeling of comfort in their stomachs. Taoist priest Guo is indeed an expert. Praying for rice can actually have this effect. The delicious taste and special effects of linky polished rice make people still unsatisfied after finishing the meal, and they are inexplicably more in awe of Qingfeng Temple. After Lu Feng finished eating, she took her husband and daughter to pick up their own bowls and walked to the sink. She did not forget to say to Zhao Moxin, "You have to wash the dishes yourself when eating fast. What you eat is your own disaster, and what you leave behind is also your own disaster. You have to wash away your own disasters." She obviously believes in this, and she used to do this when going to temples to eat fast. After what she said, uninformed people like Li Chen also picked up their own bowls to wash. Guo Lin smiled when he saw this. These are actually temple sayings. Taoism is about doing nothing and following one's heart, but there is not so much emphasis on it. However, when pilgrims come to the shrine, it is naturally best for them to wash the dishes themselves. Qin Hong and others finished washing the dishes and then went to the merit box to sweep up the merits. Guo Lin also quickly received a payment reminder. In a place like Taoist temple, it is not suitable to make sounds when receiving payments, so the sound can only be muted. However, if I look closely, I can see that there are 3 500 payment codes and 1 3000 code. Looking at the name, Qin Hong scanned 500 this time. This is already a lot. In the past, when the old Taoist priests were still there, the pilgrims who came basically only paid 20. Qin Hong had swept so many merits before, and now he still sweeps 500 every day. He is definitely the #1 believer in Qingfeng Temple. However, regular consumption of Reiki refined rice is good for the body and does not harm the other party. The other 2 500 were paid by Li Chen and Lu Feng. This can also be seen that the two of them must have a certain degree of financial freedom, otherwise ordinary people would definitely be reluctant to spend 500 on a Taoist temple. As for the 3,000 yuan, it was Zhao Da's family who paid for it. Dea Zhangguo, can we add you on WeChat? Qin Hong suddenly stepped forward and asked, "You said that this blessing rice requires energy to pray for blessings, and the quantity is limited. If it comes up in the future, we can also ask about it on WeChat." These words made Zhao Da's family gather around. They also thought about coming to Qingfeng Temple more often in the future to eat blessing rice, but now that they heard this, it seemed that the blessing rice was limited. I'll set up a WeChat group. Donors can join if they wish. I will also inform the group about any festivals and other events in the temple in the future, Guo Lin said and started operating on his mobile phone. Naturally, he also has his own thoughts. After all, there are such groups of believers, whether it is Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain, other temples, or even places like Wuidang. In some places, I heard that there are hundreds or even thousands of believers. On a fixed day every month, those believers donate 10 yuan each. Even if 30% of people donate, it is still hundreds of thousands. Guo Lin is naturally not doing it for money, but for increasing the number of believers in the future and increasing his influence. If there is any situation, he can also pretend that there is a Dharma conference and notify it in the group, and many believers will definitely come. This is probably also the benefit of online chat tools. After a group chat called King Fengiguan Believers was established, Guo Lin also handed the QR code to Qin Hong. Qin Hong immediately scanned and joined. And Lu Feng, Zhao Da's family did not hesitate when they saw this and took out their mobile phones to scan the code. Even Li Chen was like this. All of a sudden, there were 8 believers in the group. After that, talents like Qin Hong left one after another. Li Chen, do you believe that Taoist Guo is an expert now? Qin Hong came out of Qingfeng Temple and did not forget to tease Li Chen. After all, this friend's changes can be discussed at the dinner table. I've learned a lot, Li Chen said sincerely. Then, he looked at the spiritual spring jar, subconsciously walked over, picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water and drank. This time, after a few mouthfuls, his eyes widened. It was really sweet. Not long after, the feeling of regaining physical strength also appeared, and the feeling of a little soreness in my legs when going up the mountain completely disappeared. It's really amazing that it's like that stone slab. Is this spiritual spring jar really left by the gods? Otherwise, how can you tell the difference between piety and impiety? In the afternoon, the air is slightly noisy. After Guo Lin finished eating the spiritual energy rice, he practiced the nameless Taoist sect's internal martial arts in the courtyard left by the old Taoist priest. As he practiced, the traces of energy produced by eating the Reiki refined rice appeared again. He tried to guide the energy to flow to the danshan, but failed every time. He didn't stop practicing until that trace of energy no longer appeared. The energy produced by eating Reiki polished rice is always limited. Then, he thought of something. An idea entered the game novice's residence, and continued to try to practice boxing. But after a dozen times in a row, his brows furrowed tightly. There was no reaction. There are obviously restrictions inside. Guo Lin sighed, quit the game, and then took out his phone to check the merit money. So far, King Fengguan's merit money has reached nearly 20,000 yuan. He had also asked before. To simply repair the main body of Qingfeng Temple, it would probably cost more than 500,000 yuan. There was a huge difference. The key was that this did not include labor, because Qingfeng Temple was on the top of the mountain, and labor costs were more expensive. If other facilities need to be repaired, roads and the like will need to be repaired even more. Therefore, some temples are really powerful. Every few years, they have money to renovate them, build roads and plant precious green plants. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started playing casual Shushan. For 2 full hours, he got a lot of things in the game, but did not trigger the system and gained nothing. Then he put away his mobile phone and walked out of the Taoist temple. There are several rows of vegetable plots next to the Taoist temple, which were opened by old Taoist priests. Many vegetables are planted and require frequent watering. Watering vegetables is also very particular, usually after 4 p.m. However, the breeze is high in the mountain and it is shady in the afternoon, so you can water it in the afternoon. Guo Lin walked to a pool and could see water flowing down from a sink. It was the water overflowing from the Lingquan tank. According to the remark information of the spiritual spring vat, the transformed spiritual spring water in Taoist temples is not only good for people to drink, but also good for watering plants. Now this pool of water also contains spiritual spring water. Guo Lin took 2 buckets and filled them with water. When he carried them to the vegetable field, he was stunned for a moment. The buckets were lighter than usual. He tried walking with his arms straight, carrying the bucket. This is also a way to exercise arm strength and can often be seen in many old movies. He was asked by the old Taoist priest to practice arm strength in this way very early on, starting with a small bucket, and now a big bucket filled with water. It is impossible for ordinary people to fill a bucket with water to this extent. Even if they can barely lift the bucket and straighten their arms, it is considered amazing if they can hold on for 5 seconds. But he got used to it, easily. This was also the reason why when he was in college, the so-called president of the Taekwondo club wanted to cause trouble for him and he pushed him down and rubbed him on the playground. But today, he felt that the bucket filled with water was lighter, and it was much easier to hold the water straight out. He immediately understood that it was not that the bucket was lighter, but that his strength was stronger. It must be because of the refined spiritual energy rice. Although the traces of energy generated by eating the refined spiritual energy rice and practicing the inner martial arts of the Wuming Taoist sect cannot be guided into the danshan, it does not disappear, but is integrated into his body and increases his physique. Guo Lin straightened his arms to carry the bucket and quickly walked to the vegetable field. As expected, his body became more flexible. This made him beam with joy. Just like this, if you continue to eat spiritual energy refined rice and practice the Wuming Dao sect's internal martial arts, the improvement of your physical fitness will be terrifying. When he arrived at the vegetable field, Guo Lin started watering it carefully. After watering 2 buckets of water, he continued to the pool to get water again. After watering the vegetable field more than 10 times in a row, I was about to go back to the Taoist temple, but I heard the sound of warblers and swallows coming from the road below. After a while, I saw a group of beautifully dressed women walking up. These women all have one thing in common, that is, they are all very good at makeup, and they all look good. Moreover, they also love beauty. They all use tissues to wipe off their sweat, as if they are afraid that sweat will stain their makeup. Hey, there is a Taoist brother here, you can ask him, a woman said when she saw Guo Lin. Another woman also immediately shouted to Guo Lin Hui, brother, Taoist priest, is this Qingfeng temple up here? Well, it's Qingfeng temple. Guo Lin was a little surprised. Are all these women here for Qingfeng temple? When did his Qingfeng temple become so famous? The girl immediately asked, is the spiritual spring jar up there? I saw a spiritual spring jar posted on an acquaintance's WeChat account. I thought it was amazing, so I immediately made an appointment to come and have a look. It's up there. Guo Lin nodded, knowing what was going on. It should be Qin Hong or Zhao Moxin who took the photo of Lingquan tank and posted it on WeChat Moments, which attracted these women. Indeed, in Yushan City, Zhao Moxin used WeChat to reply to Moments. After posting about the wonders of Qingfeng Temple and Lingquan tank on the mountain, many people commented. She responded one by one and introduced Qingfeng Temple enthusiastically. It can be said that the same is true for people like Qin Hong. Modern people live a good life and like to travel. Once something surprising happens, it is easy to attract attention and want to join in the fun. This is also the reason why countless internet celebrities have sprung up all over the country. Guo Lin's eyes lit up when he looked at these women. Moments is also a solution. Then, he turned his attention to these women. What kind of woman can be well-dressed, put on exquisite makeup, have no financial pressure, be pretty, and have a lot of free time, so she can form a group to go hiking in the mountains and enjoy the scenery after looking at her friends' circle? There are only two situations. One is that their conditions are relatively favorable, and the other is that they are supported by men. As for the identity of the man who supports them, I don't know, but these are not important. A beautiful, well-dressed, and fashionable woman, no matter which of the above two categories she belongs to, will definitely have a wide circle of friends, especially among her male compatriots. They are the kind of people who attract bees and butterflies, and will naturally attract men's attention, even if they have boyfriends or even husbands. After all, the current hoe has a very special function, and countless people want to use this hoe from time to time. Therefore, if this group of women can all post on WeChat Moments, I am afraid they will attract a lot of people to Qingfeng Temple. When those people who are attracted posted on WeChat Moments, it will be a virtuous circle, and King Fengaguen can arouse considerable popularity and influence. At this moment, the group of women had already swarmed up. When they arrived in front of the Lingquan tank, they took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of the Lingquan tank, photographing the Lingquan vat alone. Co-shots, selfies, all kinds of shots. They didn't seem to want to drink some water first. Guo Lin came up and saw this scene and shook his head. For some women, it doesn't matter whether the place they go is fun or not, or whether the food is delicious or not. The most important thing is to let their circle of friends see their chic and comfortable itinerary and their photos after beautifying themselves. Finally, some women remembered, this slate says that the water in this tank is so magical. At this time, a group of women also picked up bamboo ladles to fetch water, put it in their mouths and tasted it. After a while, they all complained. How can it be as magical as you say? It's just ordinary spring water. What the slate says is too exaggerated. Guo Lin heard their chirping and shook his head helplessly, which was expected. Regardless of whether they were born well or raised by men, to be honest, their lives are better than those of ordinary women. There is no pressure and they can relax and play around every day. How can they be pious in a place like this? Hey, look at the water in the water tank, it's rising so slowly. A woman suddenly pointed at the Lingquan tank and said with a look of disbelief on her face. The other women looked over and were shocked. When the group of women looked at the water tank, they all had expressions of disbelief. The water in the water diversion channel has been flowing into the water tank, but the water in the water tank is rising surprisingly slowly. The water tank was obviously only half full, so the water should have overflowed long ago. Qin Hong and Zhao Moxin didn't notice this because they were few people before. Now this group of women noticed that each of them took a large gourd of water, which still caused the water tank to drop a small amount of water. Is there something wrong with this water tank? A woman asked. It seems like the water has disappeared. Is there a hole underneath? Another woman said. This aroused their curiosity, and they all checked the water tank, but they didn't seem to find anything like a hole. Get some more water and take a look, a woman suggested. The others nodded in agreement and picked up water ladles to get water. Guo Lin watched from a distance and did not stop him. He knew that these women had discovered the magical side of purified water in the spiritual spring jar. He didn't stop. It's not that modern people have no respect for gods or piety, but if you want them to be pious, you have to let them see something. After all, they have all experienced modern scientific education, and there are so many negative news about temples and Taoist temples on the internet, and there are so many fake monks and fake Taoists showing off. Therefore, it is not like before that we can deceive people with just a few words. The more we have seen this kind of thing, the less our opinions and psychology in this regard will become. Just like everyone's attitude towards the national football team and Chuanmuo, they all started with expectations, slowly felt that it was impossible, and finally firmly determined that it was absolutely impossible. Not to mention things like gods and immortals. But if they really see something unexplainable, no matter who it is, they will feel some fear in their hearts, thinking of the saying that there is a god 3 feet above their heads. Naturally, he is not afraid that these women will spread the magic of this spiritual spring vat in their circle of friends. After all, this spiritual spring vat is bound to the Qingfeng temple and will not have magical effects in other places. Moreover, this tank also has the special property of being recoverable and recoverable. That is to say, even if the spiritual spring jar is stolen, he can take it back through the game screen. Even if it is smashed, it can still be repaired as before in the game. So, there is no need to be afraid. He also wished that the more people knew about the mysterious effect of this spiritual spring vat, the better. To be honest, he used to dislike internet celebrities, and he was not interested in internet celebrities like Dao Kangchen. After all, he could also do the things like qinggong, water rafting, and stabbing bamboo with a long sword that they boasted about. Yes, they did better than the other party. But he knew very well that he had no real skills at all, and it all depended on good physical fitness. Practice makes perfect. Let's see how others brag. You have to bring your chi up and practice it. It is completely nonsense to say that Thuxin is good at mastering strength, qigong, and so on. But now he feels that it would be great if King Fengaguen could become an internet celebrity. It can attract many people in a short period of time, and the influence will be great. At that time, the county will reconsider whether to demolish Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, his view of Qingfeng at least has something real. The group of women each had a bamboo ladle, and quickly filled a large amount of water in the water tank. Then they were completely shocked. They were not taught mathematics by a physical education teacher, so they still knew that the water tank would be full in a short time, but they waited for a long time and found that the water tank was not full at all. This is definitely not right. Unless a big hole is made somewhere in the water tank, this situation can be maintained. But they knew very well that there was no such big hole in the water tank. In other words, a lot of water disappeared into thin air. How to explain this? Isn't what Shivan said true? Maybe it's true. They suddenly felt a bit cold in the air around them. The incomprehensible things made them a little frightened, and looking at the water tank that was not full, they felt somewhat pious. One woman even subconsciously poured a few sips of water from the bamboo ladle in her hand into her mouth. This is subconscious behavior. Many people drink mineral water in their mouths to cover up when they are panicked, embarrassed, or at a loss. It's the same thing. But this time, the woman clearly felt the sweetness of the spiritual spring, as well as the comfort of a sudden and rapid recovery of physical strength. This is obviously not normal. You drink this water again, the woman exclaimed and reminded the others. When the other women heard this, they subconsciously picked up the bamboo ladle to draw water and drank it. Immediately afterwards, each of them turned pale and frightened, because they also felt the effect of the spiritual spring. The fatigue from climbing the mountain also began to disappear quickly. What is written on the slate is true. They had just developed some sense of awe and more piety in their hearts, and it was immediately effective. It was precisely because it was so magical that they were frightened. Let's go in and burn some incense, a woman said sarcastically. Well, it's time to burn a stick of incense, another person also said quickly. At this time, no one raised any objections. Then, one of the women with larger breasts spotted Guo Lin and ran up to him and asked, "Brother Taoist priest, do you sell incense and candles here? And how do you burn incense?" Guolin nodded, took these women to the incense shop, gave the incense candles to these women, and after they scanned the code, he also told them the process of burning incense. After these women finished applying the incense according to the procedure, they saw the function box in the main hall, and after some discussion, each of them took the initiative and scanned 200 yuan on it. Obviously, once such women believe it, they will be more generous than ordinary pilgrims. After all, after ordinary pilgrims offer incense, in addition to fulfilling their wishes, dispelling evil spirits, removing taisui, etc., their merits will not exceed 50. Guolin also took the opportunity to say, "Dear female donors, our Qingfeng Temple has just created a WeChat group. If the Taoist Temple has any special events, we will notify you. If you are interested, you can come." Brother Taoist priest, are there any special events? Are they fun? A woman asked curiously, and at the same time, she took out her mobile phone WeChat to scan the WeChat group QR code. In this case, others naturally joined the WeChat group one after another. "Brother Taoist priest, can we take some of the spiritual spring water outside?" A woman rolled her eyes and asked Guolin. The other women also looked over curiously. Drinking the water didn't have much effect at first, and they thought the random writing on the slate was a lie. But after they really discovered that the water had an effect, they knew how magical it was. Keep some of that kind of water with you. Not only is it delicious, it's comfortable to drink, and it can restore your physical strength. It's incredible. Guolin smiled and made up, "Female donors, you have seen the introduction of the stone slab. It was left by the immortal to Qingfeng Temple. Therefore, the Ling Quan is only effective in Qingfeng Temple. It will not work outside Qingfeng Temple." It worked. These words surprised those women. Is it so magical? Yes, can this water still recognize people intelligently? It seems, it's really effective, but it didn't work when we drank it at first. These words aroused everyone's awe and increasing curiosity. Therefore, when they went out, they took the empty beverage bottles that were not lost to the Lingquan tank to fill them with water, and then left after filling them with water. That's the case with Mao Yan. She came up with a bottle of drink. When she arrived at King Fengguan, she had finished it and now she just filled it with water. After that, she and her friends came out of Qingfeng Temple, and then picked up the spiritual spring water and started testing it. Outside a certain range of Qingfeng Temple, she found that Lingquan fruit was really ineffective. Other women also tried it immediately, and it turned out to be no different from ordinary landscape springs. What the Taoist brother said is actually true. Yes, it's so magical. Is there really a god in Qingfeng Temple? Mao Yan subconsciously walked towards Qingfeng Temple again. When she returned to a certain range of Qingfeng Temple, she tried to drink the spiritual spring water again, and the sweet and comfortable feeling appeared again. It's okay again. This water is only effective if you drink it within a certain range of Qingfeng Temple. Mao Yan was shocked, looking inside Qingfeng Temple with even more awe. Other women also tried it one after another, and they also felt that the effect of the spiritual spring water was reflected again. Can you believe this? It seems that there is a line. It will be effective if you enter a certain range of Qingfeng Temple. If it exceeds this range, it will have no effect at all. It's as if there is something somewhere that prefers Qingfeng view. After trying several times in a row, Mao Yan and others descended Qingfeng Mountain with even more awe. The King Fengguan group today was a huge shock to them. The sunset gradually sets, and you can see it from Qingfeng Temple. The afterglow of the setting sun is printed on the horizon in red, which is extremely beautiful. Guolin went into the kitchen and steamed some spiritual energy rice for himself, and then began to practice Taoist Wuming Niaji Akwan again. He didn't stop until the feeling of energy no longer appeared. After that, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the donor group of King Fengguan. Together with the group of women today, the number of group members reached 20. Seeing this, he also sent a message in the group, "Dear donors, there is still some prayer rice at tomorrow Shantang. This is naturally a benefit, and I want everyone to know that there are good things in King Fengguan." As soon as his message came out, the group became lively. Qin Hong, thank you, Director Guo. I will take my daughter up tomorrow. Zhao Moxin, Dea Zhang Guo, I will go tomorrow too. Lu Feng, it's a pity, I have to do things tomorrow. At the same time, news about Qingfeng Temple also spread in a small circle of friends, because after the women Mao Yan returned home, they carefully edited the pictures and posted them in their circle of friends. Compared to Qin Hong and others, these women definitely have the widest circle of friends, and many people have seen it. In Yushan Yupin community, Mao Yan also spent a long time editing the photos taken today, and then selected 9 of them that she liked and posted them on WeChat Moments. Most of them are from her own circle of friends, and the rest are naturally about King Fengaguen. As soon as she posted it on Moments, many people immediately commented, "Does our Yushan have such a Taoist temple? Qingfeng Temple? Is it on Qingfeng Mountain? The spiritual spring jar left by the gods? Is it really so magical? Beauty, is this spiritual spring jar fake?" Some of these comments are from women she knows, but most are from men. There is no shortage of likes and comments from men in her circle of friends. These men sometimes take the initiative to ask her out for drinks or supper, even if they know that she already has a girlfriend. Husband. Putting down her phone, she saw her husband had prepared a meal and brought it over. To be honest, it is hard to find a husband who drives a BMW, has a fully paid up house, can cook, and gives her more than 10,000 yuan in pocket money a month. She found the key. "Husband, let me tell you, we have a Taoist temple in Yushan that is very magical." Mao Yan shared with her husband what she had experienced at Qingfeng Temple today with a happy face. Zhang Hang was a little surprised when he heard his wife's words, "We have such a magical place in Yushan? This is the first time I have heard of it in my life. Really, the Lingquan water is really magical." Mao Yan confirmed. At this time, she saw that there was a lot of information in King Fengaguen's WeChat group. When I opened it, I saw that the Taoist priest had sent a message about blessing rice. And, what is this blessing rice? The people in the group seemed very anxious. What is blessing rice? Mao Yan sent a message curiously. When the message was sent, she found that several of her friends also sent messages asking at the same time. People like Qin Hong and Zhao Moxin hadn't paid attention just now, but they realized that there were more people in the group. Qin Hong also explained without hesitation, prayer rice is a kind of rice that Taoist priests use their own energy to pray for blessings. It is not only very delicious to eat, but also good for the human stomach. My wife's brother is a doctor and has proven this. The key is to pray for blessings. Rice can also cure anorexia. My daughter suffered from anorexia and she is almost cured now after eating blessing rice. Zhao Moxin also explained, it seems that blessing rice can only be eaten at Taoist Master Guo. I asked many friends who have eaten blessing rice at Taoist temples, but none of them have the effect of Qingfeng Temple blessing rice. If Mao Yan had not been to Qingfeng Temple in person and witnessed the magic of the spiritual spring vat, she would have thought that these people were being trusted when she saw them. But thinking about the magic of the spiritual spring jar, she knew that what these people said must be true. Is Taoist priest Guo the Taoist priest's little brother? It seemed that Qingfeng Temple only saw him as a Taoist priest. Thinking about it, she immediately said to Zhang Hang, "Husband, let's go to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow to eat blessing rice." They said that this kind of blessing rice can only be eaten in Qingfeng Temple. Zhang Hang smiled and nodded, "Okay, you have the final say where you want to go. Anyway, I am free to work." "Husband, you are so nice." Mao Yan picked up her phone with a happy face and went to ask her friends if anyone wanted to eat rice with her and make an appointment. Time passed, and as soon as the night passed, the golden crow emerged from the east again. Guo Lin got up early and steamed the Reiki polished rice. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan and controlled the game character to start the daily tasks of Reiki polished rice. Once the task is completed, the prompt appears again. "Congratulations on getting a bag of Reiki rice." Guo Lin put down his phone, entered the game, and took out the bag of aura rice. After the spiritual energy rice was steamed, he went to the yard to practice Taoist Wuming Niajiaquan again, and that trace of energy appeared again. The difference this time was that when the trace of energy appeared for the 4th time, he controlled this trace of energy and successfully entered the Danshan position. Then, he felt a change in his body and was stunned. After that trace of energy was introduced into his Danshan, Guo Lin showed a look of surprise. After that trace of energy entered his Danshan, as he practiced Wuming Taoist Niajiaquan, that trace of energy surged out of his Danshan again. This time was different. This trace of energy did not disappear. Instead, it traveled around the meridians in his body and then returned to his Danshan. This process made him feel an indescribable sense of comfort, and he also felt that his physical fitness had obviously improved. Then, he discovered that there was a layer of sweat stains on his body. Different from usual sweat, it is a little sticky and turbid, and it seems that some impurities have been discharged. Guo Lin immediately took a shower and washed away the layer of sweat stains, leaving him feeling refreshed and comfortable. After washing, he arrived at Qingfeng Temple and saw two middle-aged women walking up from below. It is rare for someone to come to Qingfeng Temple so early. One of the middle-aged women saw Guo Lin and asked, "Little Taoist priest, is this the Qingfeng Temple mentioned in the circle of friends?" Guo Lin immediately knew what was going on and nodded, "This is indeed Qingfeng Temple." Hearing this, the two women showed surprise. Finally reached. "That's the spiritual spring tank, right?" The two women ran towards the spiritual spring tank. Very purposeful. Not long after, Guo Lin saw three men coming up the mountain road. "Is this the Qingfeng Temple? There is a little Taoist priest." Ignore the Taoist priest for now, let's go see if the spiritual spring jar is as magical as the circle of friends said. A smile appeared at the corner of Guo Lin's mouth. It was obvious that the circle of friends made by women like Mao Yan and people like Qin Hong had an effect. This is good news. The more people come to Qingfeng Temple, the more influence it will have. At this time, Mao Yan was already in a car at the foot of the mountain, heading towards Qingfeng Mountain with her husband. There were 3 other cars behind the car. They were all friends who went to Qingfeng Mountain together yesterday. After learning about the blessing rice, I couldn't help but be curious, so we made an appointment to come to Qingfeng Temple together again today. Zhang Hang drove the car and soon arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. He could see a very luxurious building at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. He couldn't help but ask, "Is that Qingfeng Temple?" Mao Yan was speechless. "Husband, can't you even tell the difference between a Taoist temple and a temple?" Zhang Hang was a little embarrassed. This was not something he was good at, let alone being so far away. Mao Yan then introduced, "That's Fengyuan Temple. My husband Dandan donated 30,000 yuan to this Fengyuan Temple to pray for blessings." Zhang Hang frowned slightly when he heard this Dandan. He didn't like his wife as a friend. She was born as a young girl, and the husband she found was also a promiscuous person. What he dislikes the most is this kind of people. They think that going to the temple to donate some money will bring merit, and then they can follow evil ways as a matter of course. Key temples still charge this kind of money, which simply emboldens these people's arrogance. But hasn't this been the case with temples since ancient times? Otherwise, there would be no talk of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha immediately. Can a person become a Buddha after killing a few people and putting down the butcher's knife? What does that mean to the victim? What is the law of the state? The key point is that this was still true in ancient times. Many people committed crimes and killed people and fled to temples to become monks without being punished. In many movies and TV shows, there is a villain who kills countless people. After being chased by his enemies, he goes to the Shaolin Temple to become a monk. The Shaolin Temple even persuades his enemies to put down their hatred. But how can you let go of some grudges? Therefore, sometimes it is not completely unfounded to say that temples are places where evil and evil gather together. At this time, when Mao Yan's car drove by, someone from Fengyuan Temple also frowned at these cars. This person is the abbot of Fengyuan Temple, named Yu Hui. Going to Qingfeng Mountain again? There are so many people so early in the morning, it seems not such a coincidence. Yu Hui frowned, looking a bit like a glaring King Kong. Fengyuan Temple has always been a very popular temple in Yushan. Not only is the temple beautifully built, there are also many precious trees planted around it. This is naturally the contribution of those meritorious masters. Therefore, Fengyuan Temple built a very large merit wall and engraved the names of those meritorious deities. The abbot Yu Hui was a foreign monk. When he arrived, Fengyuan Temple was in a state of dilapidation and was about to collapse, and there was not even a practicing monk. He took the opportunity to report to the local Buddhist association, became the abbot, and then worked hard to develop Fengyuan Temple. He is still very proud of developing Fengyuan Temple to its current level. When he first became the abbot of Fengyuan Temple, there were no pilgrims at Fengyuan Temple, and people from Yushan preferred to go to Qingfeng Temple. He also suppressed King Fengyuan through many designs, causing the old Taoist priest to suffer many losses. Nowadays, the younger generation don't know Qingfeng Temple, they only know Fengyuan Temple. Moreover, he knew that the old Taoist priest was dead, so he secretly planned to demolish the Qingfeng Temple. Why are there so many people going up the mountain all of a sudden now? There was no such movement in the past. After all, Qingfeng Mountain is so far away from the county seat. Most people come to the foot of the mountain and go to their Fengyuan temple for outing and leisure. Going to the top of the mountain means suffering. If you don't like mountain climbing, who would go up to Qingfeng Temple at such a high altitude? Yu Hui was a little unsure about the situation. When he returned to the temple, he called a practicing monk and said, "Shi Yuan, go investigate and see if there has been any movement in Qingfeng Temple recently." The practicing monk Shi Yuan asked in confusion, "Abbot, what's wrong? Isn't that old Taoist dead? Isn't Qingfeng Temple also going to be demolished under your operation?" "It hasn't been demolished yet. If there is any movement in Qingfeng Temple, we can't let the other party succeed," Yu Hui said with a frown. Shi Yuan nodded when he heard this and had no choice but to investigate. Yu Hui returned to the Zen room, took out a mobile phone, and looked at WeChat. Now, the number of pilgrims in Fengyuan Temple has grown to more than 10 and 500 people. Those who can join this group are naturally those with meritorious deeds. Even if a few people donate dozens of dollars each, that's still a lot of money. The key is that he has a firm vision, learns from his former master, and sets his sights on some people in society. These people often believe these things when they are fooled, to find some comfort for themselves, and they are very generous, sometimes as much as several thousand or more. As long as he recruits a few practicing monks and gives each of them a few thousand a month, and then finds a lonely old man to help, everyone will praise him as an enlightened monk who is kind to others. At this moment, his cell phone rang, and when it was connected, a woman's voice came from the other side. "My son is getting married, and he needs a bride price of 300,000 yuan. When Yu Hui heard this, he said very calmly, "I will send the money in 2 days. After my son gets married, I will ask him to bring his daughter-in-law to me in the name of traveling." After hanging up the phone, Yu Hui seemed to have never answered the call, holding the beads and chanting Amitabha. Not long after, the practicing monk Shi Yuan came back and reported, "Abbot, after investigation, there is something going on in Qingfeng Temple. It seems that the little Taoist adopted by the old Taoist is causing trouble. Now there are friends in Yushan who are saying that he is Master Taoist." Qingfeng Temple also found some spiritual spring jar left by the gods, so many people went there. Is that the little Taoist priest? Yu Hui naturally remembered Guo Lin. When they suppressed the old Taoist priests, the young Taoist priests were very verbal. Yu Hui said again, "What other gods have left behind spiritual spring jars? This is just like us in Fengyuan Temple to make up stories." When Fengyuan Temple was in ruins, it was he who made up a story about Buddha's stay at Fengyuan Temple, and did some tricks to attract people, and it gradually became popular. The other party is trying to steal his master, but unfortunately he is too young. Yu Hui ordered, "Find 2 people to pick fights and cause trouble. No matter how the other person pretends to be an expert, as long as he is pushed to the ground and beaten into a pig's head, it will be humiliating. Who else believes that he is an expert? At that time, the other party will be out of touch. This simple and crude method is the best to deal with so-called experts." "Okay, I'll continue to find my cousin and let him do it." Shi Yuan nodded. Indeed, many times, this is the best way to undermine a person's prestige and embarrass him. This is why those who are the boss in the world will no longer follow him if he is embarrassed and fails to take revenge. This is the so-called one method that can connect all methods. Many things are solved in the same way. In front of Qingfeng Temple, a man said in surprise, "Really, the water in this spiritual spring tank has risen so magically. I checked and found that the spiritual spring tank is intact and the water cannot flow out." A person next to him also said, "These people all came to this spiritual spring tank after seeing the circle of friends. King Fengiguan has welcomed 4 groups of such tourists. Each of these people also took pictures of the mission of the Lingquan tank with their mobile phones. Naturally, they wanted to share it in their circle of friends." Guo Lin looked at this scene with satisfaction. This is the virtuous cycle he needs. "Little Taoist priest, are there any incense candles in the temple? Let's put some incense." Someone posted the video on WeChat Moments and asked Guo Lin when they saw it. This also made people around him follow the crowd. This is how people are. Sometimes when someone around you is doing something, other people will join in the fun. Guo Lin also took people to the Taoist temple incense shop. Each person sold an incense candle and took them to burn incense. After a group of people left, not long after, Several more people came, and these people also surrounded the Lingquan tank as soon as they came up. This water is very sweet, but it is not as magical as the friends say, and it can restore physical strength. Are you devoid of piety? Yes, I told you to be pious. I just drank this water and I obviously feel that I have regained my strength. Obviously, not everyone will become pious after seeing the magic of the spiritual spring jar. Some people have a weak sense of awe in this regard, or even have no reverence for it. This alone is not enough to make a difference. Naturally, some people say that drinking water is effective, but it does not necessarily mean that it is effective. They may also use this to show a sense of superiority and satisfaction. After all, others didn't experience it, so he pretended to experience it, as if he had earned something. After seeing off another group of pilgrims, some more people were added to the King Fengaguen WeChat donor group. Not long after, Guo Lin saw an acquaintance. It was Qin Hong. He also brought his daughter Qin Nana, and there were several couples of men and women behind him. Several of the women were Mao Yan and his party, and they had made an appointment to come up with their husbands. They also met Qin Hong and his daughter on the way. After knowing that Qin Hong was the group friend who introduced them to prayer rice, they came up together. We're finally here. Mao Yan couldn't help shouting, and then she took a few of her best friends to the spiritual spring tank, picked up the bamboo ladle to clean it, and then fetched water to drink. Honey, come and drink water. Mao Yan did not forget to greet Zhang Hang. Several other women also greeted their husbands. Naturally, Zhang Hang and the other men came over immediately. They had already heard Mao Yan and the others talk about the magic of this spiritual spring jar along the way. When they got closer, they also tried to pump out a lot of water, and sure enough they found that the water in the spiritual spring tank was magically rising, as if a lot of water disappeared out of thin air. Qin Hong saw Guo Lin and walked over with his daughter. Master Guo, I'm here to bother you again. Nana and I are having lunch in the dining hall. Brother Taoist Master. Qin Nana also greeted him very obediently. Guo Lin nodded. Qin Nana's anorexia has obviously improved, her complexion has recovered, she is not so thin, and she looks much more beautiful. When Mao Yan and others heard Qin Hong's words, they immediately came over respectfully. Taoist Master Guo, we are also eating blessing rice at the Taoist temple at noon. Yes, we also want to eat blessing rice, please trouble Mr. Guo. Compared to yesterday, not only did they change their names for Guo Lin, but their attitudes were also very respectful. Well, donors, wait a moment. Guo Lin counted the number of people, then went to the vegetable field to pick some vegetables and went to the kitchen, took out the spiritual energy rice and started steaming rice. The weather was still a bit hot near noon, and Qin Hong had already taken his daughter to the dining hall to wait. The same is true for Mao Yan and several other women. They were smart enough to bring a pot of spiritual spring water to the dining hall so they could drink while chatting. This spiritual spring water is really magical. It has an effect inside Qingfeng Temple, but it has no effect outside. Yes, this further illustrates the magic of Qingfeng Temple. We were not sincere at first, so we were offended. Mao Yan asked Qin Hong curiously, Mr. Qin, is the blessing rice in Qingfeng Temple really that magical? Almost as soon as she asked this question, a very alluring rice fragrance wafted over. This alluring fragrance attracted everyone, including several men in Zhonghang. Under this fragrance, I can only feel my index fingers moving and saliva secreting crazily. It smells so good. Zhonghang said in surprise. Well, it smells so good. Mao Yan also nodded. This is the rice fragrance of blessing rice. Qin Hong said with a smile. This surprised all Mao Yan and the others. In the kitchen, Guo Lin also washed 3 kinds of green vegetables, and then picked up the radishes and started frying them. After a while, the radish was almost ripe. He tried to take a bite and immediately felt a different sweetness, which was much more delicious than before. This radish seems to be more delicious. Guo Lin was surprised. He couldn't feel wrong. Radish is one of the daily dishes at Qingfeng Taoist Temple. He immediately knew the reason. The spiritual spring in the spiritual spring tank also had another attribute, that is, it was good for plants when used for watering. This was obviously the effect of the spiritual spring water. I didn't expect that it would have some effects in such a short period of time. He immediately fried the other 2 vegetables and tried them one by one. Sure enough, he found that both the texture and taste were better than before. This is a bit magical, after all, It only lasted such a short time. If we use this spiritual spring water to water vegetables in the future, will the vegetables be even more delicious? If this is the case, even if the rice is not polished with spiritual energy, these vegetables can still make King Fengagwen's dining hall famous. Guo Lin fried the 3 vegetables and sent them to Qin Hong and Mao Yan together with the refined rice. As soon as the rice was served, Qin Nana couldn't wait to make a bowl of rice and start eating it. For an anorexic like her, King Fengagwen's blessing rice is the most delicious thing in the world. Mao Yan and others had also been curious for a long time, and they all got themselves bowls of rice. Moreover, after eating just a little bit, these people all found it unbelievable. This rice is really delicious. It's the first time I've tasted this kind of texture and taste. Yes, it's very delicious. I can also feel the warmth that Mr. Qin mentioned. I feel it too, and my stomach feels very comfortable, just like practicing in martial arts novels. They felt incredible when they heard Qin Hong talk about it, and now they tasted it in person and it was really shocking. What kind of rice can produce warm currents in your stomach and intestines? Can it also make your stomach feel very comfortable immediately? Never tasted it in my life. No wonder Mr. Qin said that this rice was obtained through prayers from Taoist Guo. Although I don't quite understand what willpower is, it's incredible. This dish is also delicious, Zhang Heng said, and took another piece of radish into his mouth. Qin Hong looked sideways when he heard this. This was not the first time for him to eat blessing rice. He had also eaten green vegetables. To be honest, the dishes cooked by Guo Daozang were really not very good, and some of them were not worthy of the blessing rice. Now some people say this dish is delicious? He tried to taste the green vegetables, but then a strange expression appeared on his face. It's really delicious. Is Mr. Guo good at cooking? Just when the group of people were surprised, several people had arrived not far from Qingfeng Temple, looking at the location of Qingfeng Temple and monitoring it. One of them was wearing monk's robes, and he was Shi Yuan, a practicing monk of Fengyuan Temple. Brother, this time we just need to embarrass this little Taoist priest, right? Asked a strong man with a tattoo on his arm next to him. Yes. Shi Yuan nodded first and then asked, you have to do it in front of other people. That's easy, the strong man said with a smile. In the kitchen, Guo Lin's cell phone vibrated continuously. He knew that it was Qin Hong and the others who were cleaning the merit box after finishing the meal. I took out my phone and took a look, and sure enough it was all WeChat payment prompts. Qin Hong swept another 500 this time. He comes up every day and makes this number every time. It can be said that it is really generous. He deserves to eat more Reiki rice to stay healthy. Mao Yan and others also spent 100 and 200 each, totaling more than 1,000. Qin Hong and Mao Yan rested for some time at Qingfeng Temple and planned to go down the mountain. Guo Lin personally sent them outside. Daozang Guo, I'll come back to bother you another day. Qin Hong did not forget to say goodbye. Before his daughter's anorexia is completely cured, he will definitely have to take her there a few more times. Daozang Guo, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo, for your hospitality. Mao Yan and the other women also spoke one after another, all looking pious. Piety is something that you don't care about when you don't believe it. Once you believe it, it comes from the heart. But at this moment, 3 people with tattoos on their arms suddenly arrived at the door of King Fengagwen. The 3 of them looked carefree, and one could tell at a glance that they were not serious people. Qin Hong and Mao Yan frowned slightly. After all, no normal person would like a gangster with tattoos all over his body. This is not an objection to tattoos, nor is it an insult to any art. This is the simplest understanding of ordinary people. After all, there is a snake you don't recognize on the road. Do you dare to touch it? There are obviously non-venomous snakes in the majority of the world, but if you dare not touch them, is this discrimination against snakes? It's the same thing. The 3 of them were the people Shi Yuan had found. The leader is called De Pao, who is Shi Yuan's cousin. In the distance, Shi Yuan was already watching this scene from a distance, with a smile on his lips. It just so happens that there are so many people now, so if De Pao can teach Dao Zhangguo a lesson and embarrass him in public, then the purpose of hosting will be achieved. De Pao saw Guo Lin and walked over with a smile. Hey, there is a Taoist temple on this mountain. The Taoist priest can tell me my fortune. He knew that there was only one young Taoist priest in Qingfeng Temple, so the young man in Taoist robes in front of him was the target. This believer, I am not a fortune teller, and I can't tell fortunes. Guo Lin frowned and looked at the cannon in front of him, reminding him. These words made Qin Hong and others look askance. Dao Kangguo doesn't know how to tell fortunes? Are you kidding? His friend Wang Kai had questioned Dao Kangguo before. Dao Kangguo said on the spot that the other party would have a call soon and told him to be careful with his front teeth. The results of it? Wang Kai's call came right away. He ran out in such a hurry that he knocked out his front teeth. They only felt that Dao Kangguo could really predict the future. What kind of Taoist priest do you think you are if you don't know fortune-telling? Why do I insist on telling you now? De Pao didn't care. He was just looking for trouble. As he spoke, he even forced himself in front of Guo Lin, obviously trying to embarrass him. Mao Yan and others looked at this scene with frowns. This is probably the reason why ordinary people hate gangsters. They make trouble without reason, and their behavior is obviously disgusting to everyone, but they think they are awesome. They subconsciously picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. Now is not the time for these gangsters to run rampant. If the other party dares to find trouble, just uploading a video to the internet can make the other party miserable. At this moment, Guo Lin suddenly felt the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc vibrate, and a cool feeling rushed into his head. Then, he saw the picture. It turned out to be Fengyuan Temple. The other party really wants to kill them all. The old Taoist priests were often bullied by them when they were alive. Therefore, he could only sigh and said, the poor Taoist can do some fortune-telling for you. You can still go down the mountain safely now, otherwise you may have to suffer some hardships. But when De Pao heard this, he obviously found a reason to get angry, experience some suffering. Stinky Taoist priest, are you threatening me? I want to see who suffers. After saying that, he pushed Guo Lin's chest hard. But then he was stunned for a moment. Because his push didn't push Guo Lin a little. Then, he seemed a little angry and reached out his hand to push Guo Lin again. Hey! Guo Lin sighed, and without hesitation reached out and grabbed Cannon's arm, throwing him over his shoulder and smashing him to the ground. The speed was so fast that Cannon himself could not react, and he howled in pain. Guo Lin himself was also surprised. The move just now was so easy, as if the cannon had no weight in his hands. It seems that after condensing a bit of energy in the Danshan and expelling those impurities, the physique has really been strengthened. Guo Lin looked at Cannon coldly again. Sir, I said you would suffer. He knows that people can't just be kind. The kinder you are, the more others will take advantage of you, act unscrupulously, and even exceed your bottom line. Therefore, this kind of villain will not change because of your politeness. Evil people are the result of cowards. Sometimes, you have to show your fierce side appropriately. At this time, De Pao became completely angry and felt ashamed. He immediately shouted to the other two people, what are you looking at? He dares to fight back, why don't you do him? Guo Lin shook his head, he was really confused about the situation. Moreover, such familiar words are not classic quotes from bullies and villains in TV series? Sure enough, art comes from life. Cannon's two companions were just taking advantage of the situation. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards Guo Lin, one from the left and the other from the right. However, when they rushed to Guo Lin grabbed them by the collar and lifted them up as fast as lightning. The speed startled them, and they subconsciously tried to break away, but found that Guo Lin's arms were as motionless as iron pliers. Then, Guo Lin directly raised the two of them above his head. He couldn't do this before. After all, both of them are a bit strong, but now they can lift it easily. The two people were simply dumbfounded. They grabbed Guo Lin's hands and kept kicking their feet. The suffocating feeling of the collar strangling their necks made them unable to use their strength. People like Qin Hong and Mao Yan were stunned. Is Taoist Guo so strong? To be honest, no one in real life can lift two big men above their heads with one hand like this. Even boxing champion Tyson at his peak could only hold on for a few seconds while lifting such a feat with one hand. After all, lifting a heavy object like this is completely different from punching instantly. Now Dao Kangguo actually held these two strong men firmly in his hands, and he didn't seem to feel weak at all. It can be said that the situation in front of me is a scene that can only be seen in martial arts TV movies. Then, they realized that it looked like blessing rice or a spiritual spring vat. It should also exist in TV movies, right? Obviously, this Taoist priest Guo has a lot of skills. This is normal. On TV, which high-level person doesn't have kung fu to accompany him? Let go. Can't breathe. The two people's faces turned red, and they spoke in a panic and with difficulty. When Guolin saw this scene, he threw the two people towards Cannon. As soon as Cannon got up, two human sandbags hit him. The three of them rolled into a ball and looked at Guolin with fear on their faces. They are gangsters, but they are not stupid enough to know that they have messed with the wrong person. Get lost! Guolin shouted angrily. How could the three of them hesitate and run away in a hurry, intending to question Shi Yuan and let them be tortured without asking clearly? But when they arrived at the location where Shi Yuan was, they only saw Shi Yuan's figure running quickly down the mountain, leaving only his back behind. Cannon. In front of Qing Feng Guan, Mao Yan, and others took pictures of the scene just now, and they all couldn't help but applaud. Looking at Dao Kangguo, I realized more and more that this person was like the master in TV movies. The three people in Cannon chased Shi Yuan directly, and finally caught up to Fengyuan Temple. Inside Fengyuan Temple, Yi Huizhong took her mobile phone and sent a message. My son's betrothal gift has been paid, a total of 400,000, more than enough to give him a down payment for a car. Putting down his phone, he deleted the sent messages and then waited. Shi Yuan has already led people to Qingfeng Temple to cause trouble. As long as the little Taoist priest is embarrassed in public, it will be difficult for people to convince others that he is an expert. After a while, Yu Hui saw Shi Yuan coming back in a hurry, and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? How are things going?" Shi Yuan hurriedly said, "Host, something is wrong. That kid from King Fengguan is very powerful. He knocked down 3 of my cousins by himself. Moreover, he even lifted them up with one hand and threw them out." What? Yu Hui frowned immediately. This was beyond his expectation. He has seen the 3 cannons. The physiques of those 3 people couldn't help that little Taoist priest. Moreover, can you lift such a big man with one hand? Is the other party so powerful? At this moment, the 3 people from Cannon walked in with embarrassed faces and angrily, complaining to Shi Yuan, "Brother, you asked me to lead people to make trouble. Didn't you ask clearly about the situation? That guy obviously has real intentions. It's all about kung fu." Shi Yuan said sarcastically, "We don't know either." Yu Hui looked at the angry expressions of the 3 people in Cannon, and immediately said kindly, "3 donors, don't be upset, a little setback is also a merit. You 3 come with me to the meditation room, and I will give you some merit." De Pao laughed when he heard this. "I'm sorry, Master Yi Hui." The 3 of them followed Yu Hui into the meditation room, and soon came out with a large envelope. "Thank you, Master." De Pao clasped his hands in thanks and looked at the envelope in his hand with a strange smile when he left. It's really hypocritical, just give money and grant merit. However, the more merit he is given, the more he likes it. He should cooperate with the performance to the end? Yu Hui frowned. If this simplest method of violence doesn't work, we have to think of other methods. If it doesn't work for so long, the county will dismantle King Fengguan and cause trouble. Afternoon. Guolin carried water to water the vegetables as usual, during which a few more pilgrims came, who also came after reading WeChat moments. Naturally, the spiritual spring vat was still the first thing these people paid attention to. Then they lit up the incense and each of them collected dozens of dollars of merit. Guolin also pulled these people into the Qingfeng Temple donor group one by one. As the day progresses today, the King Fengguan donor group has grown by about 20 people, breaking through the 40 mark. The effect is surprisingly good. "Little Taoist priest, do you still sell blessing rice here?" a middle-aged woman asked politely. She looked very kind from the outside. Guolin also smiled and said, "Female donor, blessing rice is very rare. We will arrange a meal at noon tomorrow, and there will be no extra money to give to the donor. Things like spiritual energy refined rice must be improved now. There are only so many daily tasks every day. When there are more people in the future, it will not be enough. Therefore, the quantity arranged in the future will definitely be limited, and not everyone can eat it if they want. You need to first keep enough for your own use, then keep some for spare, and then you can arrange some for external parties." It's getting dark. The night passed. The next day, Guolin came together and completed the daily tasks of aura refined rice as usual, and got a bag of aura refined rice from the game. After steaming himself a small box of spiritual energy rice and eating it, he went to the yard again to practice Wuming Dao Sect Niaji Aquan. Because a little bit of energy has been introduced into Danshan, my practice is completely different now. That bit of energy will flow through his body as he practices. In addition to integrating the energy produced by eating Reiki refined rice into the body, you can also slightly feel that part of it is integrated into the energy in the Danshan. When the effect of the spiritual energy rice was exhausted, he sat down to rest, took out his mobile phone and checked it, and found that there were 200 plus messages in the King Fengaguen donor group, and there were many at his. Zhao Moxin, Taoist Master Guo, you are a hot search topic. Mao Yan, I posted this video on a certain audio and video site, and I didn't expect it to become popular. Lu Feng, is Taoist Master Guo so powerful? I didn't go yesterday. Zhang Hang, Dea Zhang Guo made me believe that there is real Kung Fu in China. Guo Lin looked at the messages in the group with confusion, opened it and found that it was Zhao Moxin who had sent a video. The video seems to have been posted on a certain audio and video site. After reading the chat history, he also understood that yesterday Mao Yan posted a video of King Fengaguen on a certain audio and video clip, which unexpectedly became popular. Guo Lin was surprised. As we all know, if you want to promote a place now, the best channel is the short video platform, which is why there are so many internet celebrities checking in. Unexpectedly, his video of King Fengaguen became popular on a certain music channel. Guo Lin opened a certain channel and found Mao Yan's video. As expected, it became popular, with more than 50,000 likes and nearly 10,000 comments. The popularity is already quite high. After all, most people post a certain audio and video, and dozens of likes are already considered too much. The content of the video is an introduction to Qingfeng Temple, and a special introduction to Lingquan Tank. At the end, there is also a content about the 3 gangsters who were scolded by him for causing trouble yesterday. Guo Lin clicked on the comment curiously, wanting to see everyone's reaction. This water tank is magical, the art of disappearing water. It was obviously edited. The traces of editing are too heavy. It should be that when the bottom of the tank was filmed, it was a video, and when the bottom of the tank was not filmed, it was another video. This young Taoist master is amazing, and his over-the-shoulder throw is beautiful. Fuck, what did I see? 2 big men raised their hands with one hand, and they were so steady? No one would believe it if they didn't have real skills. The actors cooperate very well, but the dialogue and plot are too rubbish. Are there still such brainless gangsters nowadays? It's too fake. Tyson, a big guy like that, could only lift it for a few seconds when he was at his peak. The operation must be more rigorous. He must have hung Weia and eliminated it in the later stage. There are exclamations, shocks, and, of course, rational analysis and refutation from the rational emperor in the comments. This is normal. After all, it is impossible for everyone to believe something. After all, even Mr. Shenning Yuan has people questioning him on the internet. It was the hot link under Mao Yan's video that caught his attention. It was a popular video published by the media. Today's young people are not motivated but only incensed. They are so negative at a young age. When I clicked in and took a look, I saw a media video explaining, recently, we have seen that many young people have gone to temples and Taoist temples to offer incense after receiving so many years of education. We even saw a group of young men and women promoting a Taoist temple last night, and still believe in the miraculous powers of this Taoist temple, which is really worrying. Guo Lin was stunned, because the video attached to this video turned out to be a video posted by Mao Yan, and the video repeatedly played King Fengaguen. Isn't this disgusting? What the hell does it have to do with the media? Guo Lin couldn't help but want to complain. Before he came back to inherit King Fengaguen, he was also a college student with excellent grades, and he had no idea about the morality of these media. Guo Lin felt that the media's control was too broad. In the eyes of these media, I am afraid that everything can only be done as a matter of fact, and all the mistakes are the fault of their young people. You, the media, can say everything. After complaining for a while, Guo Lin also put down his phone. No matter what, such a noise has at least made King Fengaguen somewhat popular. Many people who see this video should be curious, right? Moreover, there will also be people who want to confirm the authenticity of the Lingquan vat, right? After all, many people are really free now. As long as there are people coming, it will be a good thing for Qingfeng Temple. After all, the magic of the Lingquan tank is real, and seeing it with your own eyes is the most convincing. By the time you are shocked, Why don't you become a member of the team to increase the influence of King Fengguan? In this case, maybe the relevant departments in the county have paid attention to it, right? But Fengyuan Temple actually used this method to target him, and he would have to return it if there was a chance. Sure enough, as Guolin had guessed, a group of people went to Qingfeng Temple as soon as noon passed. They were all attracted by the video and wanted to find out what the spiritual spring tank was. Once a video becomes popular, even if it is a minor hit, some people in Yushan will catch it and can't help but come to check it out. These people even have the idea of getting to know the situation first and posting a video first. Because you can get a lot of traffic at this time. Guolin naturally had a smile on his face. This is a good trend. If the popularity can be higher and attract more people, the influence of King Fengguan will be greater in Yushan. When he walked out of Qingfeng Temple, a young man asked excitedly, Taoist Master Guo, can we pump more water out of this spiritual spring tank and take a video? This spiritual spring tank is so amazing, and there are still people on the internet who question it. I want to take a clear picture to prove that there is no editing. Yeah, Guolin nodded. Naturally, he would not refuse this. What he wants now is popularity, to let more people know about Qingfeng Temple, and to let more people in Yushan come to Qingfeng Temple. The higher the popularity of Qingfeng Guan, the greater the influence. When it reaches a certain level, he believes that the county understands the trade-offs. Now a pilgrim is taking the initiative to take a video to help him prove the spiritual spring vat. How can anyone disagree? Why are those Taoist priests on the internet so popular? Most of them still have fans to support them, or there is a team behind them to guide fans to support them. Now King Fengguan is a bit popular on the internet. If these people post more videos, it will increase the popularity and attract more people. He believed that if Qingfeng Temple became popular enough and there were enough pilgrims, the county might even try to protect Qingfeng Temple, not to mention demolishing it. Not only are people realistic, sometimes the officials of a place are also very realistic. After receiving Guolin's consent, the young man immediately excitedly went over to the Lingquan vat to pump out water, and soon filled most of the water in the Lingquan vat. He did not forget to take the photo with his mobile phone. You can see now, without any editing, that I pumped out the water, and then the mountain spring water flowed into the Lingquan vat and most of it miraculously disappeared. The Lingquan vat also no manipulation has been done. As the young man spoke, he took his mobile phone and searched the entire spiritual spring tank. Apparently nothing suspicious could be found, because there was no manipulation at all in Lingquan tank. Guolin also saw that this young man should be professional in short videos. His shooting techniques and understanding of people's psychology were very good. With the development dividends of short videos, many people in the short video industry have emerged even in small Yushan. What's more, some women can use their best beauty to attract some crazy men nearby, and then give up their dignity and thank the big brother, thank the little brother, and thank the boss for begging for a few dollars. You can also beg for some money. To put it mildly, they are called internet celebrities, but they are incomparable to internet celebrities. They have no content, connotation, talent. Everyone is well aware of their thoughts and guidance methods. To put it more awkwardly on the internet, they are a new type of beggar, or a new type of mecha. This type of woman is probably also indolent and wants to get something for nothing. Internet celebrities who really make short videos think about content and connotation, attracting targeted traffic and converting it into customers and then monetizing it, rather than relying on the means of not seeing yellow and color everywhere but being yellow everywhere. Isn't it possible to attract crazy people only with a little understanding of their thoughts? There are many people like young people who specialize in taking videos. In a short period of time, several of them came and started filming violently at the Lingquan vat. Guolin didn't stop this. No matter what other people think, if Qingfeng Temple can now increase its popularity, that's good. Yu Hui from Fengyuan Temple also quickly learned about the hotly searched topic on Qingfeng Temple. After all, so many people go to Qingfeng Mountain, and it's not like blind people can't see it. As soon as they pick up their mobile phones and go online, the details will become clear. Host, Qingfeng Temple has become quite popular on the internet. Shi Yuan frowned and said, if this continues, people from other places may be attracted, and the county may change its mind about demolishing Qingfeng Temple. Yu Hui's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. If so, wouldn't all his previous efforts have been in vain? Originally knowing that the county was going to develop Qingfeng Mountain and create a wild viewing area, he knew that Qingfeng Mountain would definitely attract a lot of people in the future. When there is a Qingfeng temple on the mountain, people who go to the mountain will definitely worship it, which will revive the Qingfeng temple. He had spent a lot of effort before to make Qingfeng temple no one care about it, and it gradually fell into disrepair. Even now, the younger generation does not know about Qingfeng temple. Therefore, he also immediately tried to get the county to demolish Qingfeng temple, and he succeeded through some relationship means. In this case, once the wild tourist area is built, tourists will only enter Fengyuan temple and enjoy its exclusive benefits. Who knew King Fengyuan would be so popular now? It's all because of the spiritual spring jar. After watching the popular video, Yu Hui also said to the practicing monk, "Go and call Canon and the others here again. This time, just let them steal the spiritual spring jar. When the time comes, we will scrape off the outer layer of this spiritual spring jar, apply it with new paint, and draw the pattern of our Buddhist temple to make this thing our own. When the time comes, we at Fengyuan temple will also make up a story to make it more attractive." Shi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately called Canon. It didn't take long for Canon to come. "Brother, is it about King Fengyuan again? If you ask me to make trouble again, I won't go. I don't want to be tortured and beaten." Shi Yuan immediately said, "You don't need to cause trouble. You just need to wait until night, go up to Qingfeng temple and steal the spiritual spring jar. The host will grant you a lot of merits then." "Okay, we can do it." De Pao's eyes lit up when he heard the word confer merit and he decisively agreed. The sun sets. At the entrance of Qingfeng temple, Guo Lin saw off the last group of people today. Today, the number of Qingfeng temple donors also exceeded 100. Those who go up the mountain, even if they come for the spiritual spring vat, will pay some incense and get 20 or 30 points of merit. King Fengyuan, which was originally ignored by no one, attracted so many people with this popular video. This is probably why the Taoist priests on the internet are working so hard to make videos and be active online. After the sun went down, it was impossible for anyone to come at night, so he entered the Taoist temple and started preparing dinner for himself. Soon, as darkness fell completely, 3 figures secretly arrived at Qingfeng temple. It was the 3 canons. Canon immediately arrived in front of the Lingquan vat, greeted the 2 people around him, poured out all the water in the vat, and then began to carry the Lingquan vat and walked down the mountain. In the quiet blackness, there was only the chirping of insects on the mountain. This all happened silently. Fengyuan temple. Yu Hui has been waiting for the 3 canons for a long time. This late at night, the 3 of them went to King Fengyuan to steal a water tank. If they couldn't steal it, it would be useless. When he gets the spiritual spring vat, he must find out what's going on with the water vat. As for the sweetness and restoration of physical strength, it must be a psychological effect. The talisman water in their temple was boiled for the believers to drink. Didn't they feel that their bodies suddenly became very comfortable? Only he himself knew what the talisman was, but it was just a random scribble. This is the psychological effect. Therefore, as long as he understands what is going on with the spiritual spring jar and makes it his own, he will be much better than the little Taoist priest of King Fengyuan in terms of psychological effects. Not long after, Yu Hui heard the noise outside. When he went out, he saw Shi Yuan leading Canon and 3 others coming in through the unmonitored back door. The 3 of them were carrying a water tank. Yu Hui's face was suddenly filled with a smile, and he immediately asked, "Is this the spiritual spring jar?" Canon urged angrily, "That's it. Give us some water quickly. We're exhausted from carrying it down." Okay, go get water quickly." Yu Hui urged Shiwen again. Shi Yuan nodded and immediately brought a pot of water to Canon and the other 3. The 3 of them also drank vigorously, and then they didn't forget to look at Yu Hui, rubbing the money with their hands. Yu Hui understood in an instant and said, "3 believers, follow me into the meditation room, and I will grant you merit." Canon curled his lips when he heard the same words. This monk is really unhappy. Why can't he be more relaxed when he gives money? Why does he have to perform a play every time for the bodhisattva in the temple? After a while, the 3 canons left with a small red bag. The smiles on their faces showed that they were very satisfied with the merits granted by Yu Hui. After the 3 people left, Yu Hui immediately asked Shi Yuan to move the spiritual spring jar to the entrance of the temple. He naturally knows the effect of this spiritual spring tank through online videos. The abnormal increase in water level is really scary. He needs to figure out what is going on first. If he can master it, he can definitely make more, which will be even more shocking than just one alone. He can even use such a mechanism to make a pool or other things. You need to spread some thinking, right? Moreover, if King Fengaguen said that it was left by the gods, he dared to claim that it was sent by Buddha overnight. He didn't believe that this water tank was left by gods. There really are such things as gods. Buddha should have allowed him to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation long ago. When the water poured into the spiritual spring jar, Yu Hui was dumbfounded. The water level in the tank increased rapidly, and soon it was full and overflowing. This is a normal increase in water levels. There is nothing like the situation in the video. Why is it different? Yu Hui frowned, and immediately took the water ladle and poured the water out of the water tank just like in the video. As the water flowed in, the Lingquan tank was immediately full again. It is still a normal phenomenon, and there is no situation like the water flow disappearing out of thin air like in the online videos. Damn it, Canon and the others won't fool me with a fake tank, right? Yu Hui became a little annoyed when he saw this situation. Shi Yuan next to him reminded, "Host, you found them temporarily. How could they have time to find an exact one? This water tank is the same as the one in the video." Yu Hui nodded when he heard this. There must be some reason. There must be some mechanism on this water tank. It has that effect when the mechanism is turned on. Once the mechanism is closed, there will be no such effect. He immediately started studying around the spiritual spring jar. Time flies. The night passed quickly. Yu Hui's face became even more ugly. After a night of research, he didn't even have a clue, let alone what mechanism the water tank had. This made him want to find out the reason even more. He still didn't believe he couldn't find it. It wasn't until the sun rose the next day that he found his stomach growling, so he planned to go to the kitchen to get something to eat and then come back to study. At Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin also woke up. When he washed himself and planned to go to the vegetable field to pick some vegetables, he came out of the Taoist temple door and was shocked to find that the spiritual spring jar in the shed was missing. Guo Lin walked over immediately. Got robbed. Killed today. Just because his Qingfeng temple became popular because of the spiritual spring vat, someone was already eyeing this thing? Huibi's crime is indeed justified. It's just that the thief was too naive to think he could steal the spiritual spring vat. He immediately looked at the operation page of the Mind Light curtain. There are 2 options for repairing and recalling Lingquan cylinders. This is also the characteristic of Lingquan vat. In addition to being only effective in Qingfeng Temple, it can be repaired if it is destroyed, and it can be recalled if it is stolen. Guo Lin chose to recall the Lingquan vat without hesitation. Then, he saw the spiritual spring jar already appearing in the game novice's residence. He also entered the game with a thought, then took the spiritual spring jar out of the game again and put it back in the shed. The mountain spring water flowed into the Lingquan vat again, and the effect was exerted. The water level in the Lingquan vat suddenly increased slowly at an abnormal speed, and most of the water flowed in and seemed to disappear out of thin air. Guo Lin went to pick vegetables after finishing, with a strange smile on his lips. I wonder if the person who stole the tank was frightened? Fengyuan Temple has a special kitchen, and Yu Hui also deceived a chef who was a Buddhist believer. He only paid 1,000 yuan a month, which was half the labor cost. The vegetarian dishes made by this chef are very delicious and suit his taste very well. After filling his stomach, he reached the place where the spiritual spring vat was placed again, but when he got here, he was dumbfounded. Where's the tank? Yu Hui stared at the empty place with wide eyes. The tank was here before, why is it missing now? He immediately called Shi Yuan. Did you touch the spiritual spring jar? No, the tank hasn't always been placed here. Shi Yuan shook his head and looked at the place where the tank was originally placed. He was also stunned. Where is the tank? Yu Hui was a little confused now. He didn't know where the tank was, so he hurried towards the monitoring room. He also installed surveillance cameras everywhere in Fengyuan Temple, except for the back door where people like Canon often come in, but he usually locked that place. But when they saw the surveillance video, they were even more stunned. Nothing was discovered at all. Moreover, the back door was locked, and only he and Shi Yuan had the key. There is no way to take the spirit spring tank out in such a short time. The key is that the lock has never been opened. Is it possible that this tank can fly on its own? Otherwise, why would it disappear out of thin air? Host, Will, will the vat return to Qingfeng Temple? Shi Yuan suddenly asked. Didn't Qingfeng Guan say that this vat was left by a god? These words made Yu Hui suddenly feel uneasy, and he shook his head hastily. How can there be gods? But his heart was beating more and more, and his legs were uncontrollable as he walked outside Fengyuan Temple and headed straight for the mountain. Shi Yuan seemed to know where he was going and immediately followed him out, also wanting to go to Qingfeng Temple to find out. Soon, the two of them saw Qingfeng Temple. At this time, King Fengguan was very quiet, no one came. But when the two of them arrived not far from Qingfeng Temple, they really saw the spiritual spring jar. The two of them immediately felt their scalps numb. The tank, is there really a god? Shi Yuan pointed to the water tank under the shed with a horrified face. Yi Hui also looked ugly. Really back. Then, he shook his head wildly. Impossible. Is there really a god who can still be healthy and safe after all the things he has done for so many years? Buddha had already sent him to hell. This must be another tank. But with this thought, his heart became even more confused. This doesn't seem to be of much comfort to my heart, because the vat stolen from Fengyuan Temple has indeed disappeared. The more he thought about it, the more upset Yu Hui became. He had an impulse and hurriedly picked up a stone and walked towards the spiritual spring jar. Bump! Wow! As the rocks fell, the water in the spiritual spring tank splashed in all directions, and the entire tank was broken into several petals. Shi Yuan didn't expect Yu Hui to do such an impulsive thing, so he stepped forward and hurriedly pulled him and fled down the mountain. Yu Hui also woke up at this time, and was afraid of being beaten by Guo Lin. After all, the three people in canon were dealt with so badly. The two quickly disappeared without a trace. After Guo Lin cleaned up the fallen leaves in the temple, he heard the movement outside, and when he went out, he saw the torn spiritual spring jar. He immediately swore, who the hell did this? I saw that the Lingquan vat had been broken into several pieces, with a stone pressed in the middle, which was obviously man-made. This made him angry. If this spiritual spring jar didn't have the function of repairing it, everything would be destroyed if this stone fell, and the heat generated by Qingfeng Guan's reliance on this spiritual spring jar would disappear in an instant. At this moment, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc suddenly vibrated, and a cold feeling rushed into his mind. Everything suddenly became clear. Gan, you damn bald donkey. Guo Lin cursed directly. It turned out to be Yu Hui from Fengyuan Temple who did it. He now had reason to suspect that the other party was also the one who stole the tank. The previous accounts haven't been settled yet, so they are causing trouble again. Moreover, the other party simply didn't want Qingfeng to have a good look. It was targeted everywhere before. The key point is that there is no way to resolve this matter legally, because he doesn't even have evidence and no video. It can't be said that it evolved from the Bagua disc, right? This cannot be taken as evidence. He didn't want to expose this either. But he is not as good-tempered as the old Taoist priest. The other party had better not let him seize the opportunity. Then, he also returned his attention to the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc, because this time the trigger was obviously different. Although this thing cannot be controlled independently and can only be triggered passively, its effect is very strong. As long as it is triggered, it can accurately predict some things. But this time, what the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc triggered was something that had already happened. This is a feature that has not been discovered before. It seems so. The remarks on this thing only say that the derivation effect, direction, goal, and results are random, and it does not say that it can only deduce the future and cannot deduce what has already happened. After all, in The Strange Heroes of Shushan, this complete evolutionary Bagua disc is a treasure in the Ziyun Palace created by Qi Lingyun. Guo Lin looked at the broken spiritual spring tank again, looked at the game screen in his mind again, and controlled the spiritual spring tank to recall. The broken spiritual spring tank disappeared instantly and appeared in the novice's residence in the game world. After that, he controlled the repair options of the spiritual spring jar, and not long after, a brand new spiritual spring jar appeared in the novice's residence. Guo Lin immediately moved the restored spirit spring tank out of the game, put it back in the shed, and then introduced the mountain spring water. After doing everything well, I heard a series of discussions and a group of young people came up from below. He is that Taoist priest Guo. The spiritual spring jar is over there. Let's go see the spiritual spring jar. This group of young people first took pictures of Guolin with their mobile phones, and then swarmed towards the Lingquan tank. The Lingquan tank had just introduced mountain spring water, and it was basically empty. They could clearly see the abnormal increase in the water level. Really, with this increase in water levels, it seems like a lot of water has disappeared out of thin air. It's so amazing. Maybe this thing is really left by the gods. Let me try to drink this water. The internet said that the water in this spiritual spring tank is also very magical. I'll give it a try too. This water is really sweet. I feel like my energy is recovering. Is it fake? It has no effect if I drink it. Yeah, neither did I. Are you psychologically affected? It's also effective when I drink it. It shouldn't be a psychological effect, right? These young people immediately started quarreling. Not long after, I saw 4 more girls coming up from below with beads of sweat on their foreheads. They also looked at the spiritual spring tank as soon as they came up. Seeing this, Guolin also smiled. 2 waves came so quickly today. It is obvious that the heat from King Fengaguan and Lingquan tank fermented in Yushan after yesterday. This is a good thing. If this trend continues, he doesn't believe that the county will demolish Qingfeng Temple. After Guolin entertained these 2 groups of people, he returned to the front yard, took out his mobile phone, and played the game Casual Shushan again. No matter how magical and popular the spiritual spring vat is, it is something obtained from this game. This game is the biggest expectation. This time Guolin controlled the game character, but unexpectedly received another main mission. My damn little apprentice didn't listen to the advice and took Shilixiang to Shilipo. Although the monsters there were relatively weak, Shilixiang could attract a large number of monsters, which was still very dangerous. I can't leave now, can you help me find my little apprentice? If you don't know the Shilipo route, you can ask the young man named Li at the Shanjiao Inn. Guolin followed the mission instructions and controlled the game character to an inn. When he entered the inn and saw the scene inside the inn and the young man named Li, he was stunned. Immortal Sword? Li Xiaoao? Sure enough, this game is said to be a blend of games and backgrounds related to Shushan. As expected, this classic has not been missed. Through the mission dialogue, Guolin also got the Shilipo route. Continuing the mission is easy. Find the young apprentice, help fight a few monsters, and then take him back to hand in the mission. Congratulations on getting a handful of 10-mile incense, defective. Guolin was stunned for a moment when he saw what he suddenly got. Isn't this a prop in the game that attracts monsters? Many players dislike the lack of monsters and slow leveling, so they light 10 liziances to ensure that all surrounding monsters are attracted. The key reality is that there are no monsters. The most important thing is that these 10 miles of incense are defective products, and I gave them a handful at a time. What role does this thing have in reality? Guolin was curious, so he found a place, entered the game with an idea, and saw those 10-mile incense. Sure enough, there were a lot of them, quite a lot. Next is the remark information. This is a defective 10-mile incense that failed to be made. It has no effect of attracting monsters. However, it is made from raw blood, viscera, cinnamon, rotten meat, and other substances, but it can emit a rotten smell. It disperses instantly after use, quickly blends into the surrounding environment, and does not dissipate for a long time. And this rotten smell can attract all kinds of things that like rotten smell together, and the effect is extremely strong. Effect, 7 days/route. Within 10 miles, the effect range can be controlled by thoughts. Obviously, the effect of this 10-mile incense is different from that in the game. It has changed from attracting monsters to attracting things with rancid smell. He thought about it. What is it about reality that attracts this? Flies, cockroaches, dung beetles, maggots. If it were these things, it would be disgusting to think about. He thought about it. What would happen if he used 10-mile incense to attract all these things? Is this thing just for teasing people? Within the key 10 miles, the size of the range can be controlled without affecting others. That's pretty good. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Fengyuan Temple? As the saying goes, revenge doesn't last overnight. Although the Taoists have good tempers, they are not without tempers. Fengyuan Temple was targeting Qingfeng Temple, and they all came to smash his spiritual spring vat. He didn't have the gentle temper of the old Taoist priest. When he had the chance to take revenge, he didn't take revenge on the Holy Mother. This kind of Holy Mother should die at any time. He doesn't want to be the one who deserves to die. Therefore, He decisively quit the game and went straight down the mountain. He naturally knew the location of Fengyuan Temple, and soon saw Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain. Fengyuan Temple is indeed built very well by Yu Hui, and the greening is also very perfect. It is a good place with beautiful scenery. A good place deserves good things. Isn't this a perfect match for Shilixiang? Guolin walked to a remote wall of Fengyuan Temple and took out a 10-mile incense stick. The 10-mile incense is about 20 centimeters long, with 2 intertwined weird lines that wrap directly from the head to the tail. He lit the 10-mile incense with a lighter and got a hint. Please select the scope of influence. Moreover, the method of selecting the range was very mysterious, and the key was immediately clear to him. He could just control it with his mind. He directly selected the entire Fengyuan Temple and threw Shilixiang into the wall of Fengyuan Temple. Almost as soon as the 10-mile incense was flying in the air, the entire 10-mile incense burned at an incredible speed and turned into fly ash. At the same time, Guolin also got a reminder in his mind. The 10-mile incense stick you used within Fengyuan Temple has an expiration date of 168:00:00. The countdown begins? As expected, a countdown to Shilixiang appeared in the light curtain in his mind. Similarly, he seemed to have an extra sense. There seemed to be a circle of invisible things in the Fengyuan Temple area. This feeling is very strange. Immediately afterwards, Guolin felt a special rotten smell begin to spread rapidly towards Fengyuan Temple. Miraculously, when he exited the circle of invisible things he perceived, the rancid smell disappeared, and he smelled it again as soon as he stepped in. Moreover, the smell was like a pile of dead rats that had not been dealt with, which made people want to feel sick. The effect of this Shilixiang is really surprisingly fast. Guolin smiled slightly when he saw this and left as if nothing had happened. In Fengyuan Temple, Yi Hui is a little mentally weak. He was still affected by the spiritual spring vat. Although he smashed the spiritual spring jar, he couldn't figure out why the spiritual spring jar ran back to Qingfeng Temple. Fortunately, several important pilgrims came today, which gave him some comfort. These pilgrims eat fast every time they come and donate a lot of money after fasting. When several pilgrims kowtowed 3 times on the futon, Yu Hui also shouted, "Ask for the order, kowtow again." When the pilgrims heard this, they also stood up and knelt down to worship 3 times again. This sequence of questions is also a kind of ritual ceremony for pilgrims who invented it. It looks similar, but the key point is that these pilgrims believe it. So, what if these people have money? There are ghosts in my heart who come to ask Bodhisattva and Buddha whether I want to be led by his nose. At this moment, Shi Yuan, sweating profusely, rushed over and looked at Yi Hui in a panic. Yu Hui frowned immediately, knowing that something must be going on. After the pilgrims finished offering incense, one of the pilgrims said, "Master Yu Hui, let's walk around the temple by ourselves and stay for a vegetarian meal at noon. Several donors, please." Yu Hui nodded with a smile. After these pilgrims left, he hurriedly asked Shi Yuan, "What's going on in a hurry?" Shi Yuan immediately took out his cell phone and handed it to Yi Hui. "Host, the spiritual spring tank at Qingfeng Temple has been restored. How is it possible? I obviously smashed it." Yu Hui couldn't believe it. He immediately took the phone and saw several videos that Shi Yuan had found, all about Qingfeng Temple and Lingquan tank. The spiritual spring tank in the video is intact. Could this be the previous video? Yu Hui asked immediately. That stone was shattered into pieces, and it was absolutely impossible to recover. Shi Yuan said tremblingly, "Host, these are the latest videos released. Moreover, I secretly went up to watch it. The Lingquan vat has really returned to its original state. Is it true that gods have visited Qingfeng Temple? How is that possible? The other party must have a spare." Yu Hui felt a little numb when he heard this. Suddenly, the two of them heard a noise. "What's going on? It smells so bad. It smells like a dead rat. No, why is it getting worse and worse? Ugh, this is the voice of those pilgrims." Then, Yu Hui and the two also smelled an unpleasant rancid smell that suddenly hit them and floated into the tips of their noses. The sudden smell made them all retch subconsciously. Then, I saw the pilgrims covering their noses and coming over in a hurry. "Master Yu Hui, what's going on? Suddenly it smells so bad. Ah, where did so many flies come from? What's going on? Where did the cockroach fall? All of a sudden, the chicken is flying like a chicken and the dog is jumping." Yu Hui and Shiwen's expressions changed greatly. I don't know when there were a lot of flies flying around, and even cockroaches appeared on the table in the living room. These two animals are absolutely disgusting. Just look at the disgusted expressions on the pilgrims' faces as they shoo away the flies. The key point is that in this temple, he cannot kill animals. If he kills flies and cockroaches, then the master's character will collapse. What's going on? A pilgrim pointed outside with an ugly expression. Everyone looked around and saw something dark, like a dark cloud, flying in. There were countless flies, so dense that they almost obscured your vision. The buzzing sound of flies not only makes people feel dizzy, but also makes them upset. Yi Hui, Master, what is going on? We can't stand it anymore, let's leave now. Yes, there are more and more cockroaches. Let's go. Several pilgrims could not stay any longer and hurried outside. Not only them, but the other two monks from Fengyuan Temple and the half-trained chef in the kitchen also ran out in a hurry. Only Yi Hui and Shi Yuan were left inside. What is going on? Yi Hui's face became increasingly ugly. Fengyuan Temple has never had such a situation before. The rancid smell was very strange and appeared suddenly. Shi Yuan repeated in a panic, "Host, do you think it has something to do with Qingfeng Temple? Do they really have gods?" These words not only made Yi Hui's scalp numb, but also caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on his back. He also thought about the inexplicable return of the Lingquan tank to Qingfeng Temple and its restoration. But he could only pretend to be calm and shake his head. No, impossible, there really are gods. We have been unlucky for so many years. Buzz, there are more and more flies. It was very scary to be surrounded by dense flies. Yi Hui and the others all fled out of Fengyuan Temple. At this time, Guolin had returned to the mountain path, and his face was filled with shock when he looked at Fengyuan Temple. I saw that Fengyuan Temple was already densely packed with flies, and the scene seemed to be somewhat blocking out the sky and the sun. Fengyuan Temple is surrounded by mountains and forests, and there are already many flies. All the flies around seem to be attracted, and just looking at it makes one's scalp numb. Guolin then laughed. Fengyuan Temple kept targeting him, and now he finally let out a bad breath. Moreover, he also has a large handful of 10-mile incense, which he can greet the other party slowly. He is not a person who repays evil with kindness. Even if he is a Taoist priest and has the game leisure Shushan, his future goal is also to be a swordsman who enjoys vengeance. He really wanted to know what the believers of Fengyuan Temple would do when they saw this scene. See how you can deceive people after seeing this wisdom. Guolin looked at Fengyuan Temple with flies flying in the distance, and another evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never had to be merciful and merciful. Either he generally doesn't care about others, and if someone offends him, he will treat them as an insult. But once you really make him impatient and take action, it will be embarrassing. Back in college, the leaders of the Taekwondo club were so mean. He and that girl were really just ordinary classmates. When a girl asks him to complete a class assignment, he can't refuse, right? As a result, the other party came to trouble him again, and he had no choice but to press the other party to the ground and rub him in front of the girl on the playground, which directly made the other party doubt his life. In the next half-month, he blocked the opponent every day and deliberately challenged the opponent when there were many people. Because the other party kept talking about his identity as the leader of the Taekwondo club and bragging to girls about how good he was. The other party didn't dare to pick up the fight at all, and gave up every time and left. The more times he did it, the other party became a famous figure. In the end, because it was too embarrassing, his position on the Taekwondo club team was also taken away by someone in the club. The other party also became a laughing matter among the girls in school. It seems that I didn't get a girlfriend during college. So, looking at Fengyuan Temple, he planned to add insult to injury. He took out his mobile phone, logged into a certain audio and short video platform, and started shooting videos. He also played some music when he was in college and had an account. He directly took a photo of the disgusting scene in Fengyuan Temple. After that, he sent the video to various short video media accounts and titled it, "Shocked. Why does a temple in Yushan smell rancid and attract countless flies?" I believe the news media will be interested in this scene. As long as one of these media accounts publishes it and becomes popular, I believe many people in Yushan will be able to see it. Moreover, doesn't Yushan want to develop tourism plus city? If a place like this appears in your city, would it be embarrassing for you? It makes people sick instantly. By then, Yushan will have to deal with it, right? You can also let Fengyuan Temple drink a pot. Either don't avenge yourself, let it go indifferently, and if you want to avenge it, then you have to retaliate and feel happy. So, see you in a week. Thinking about it, Guo Lin also went back to Qingfeng Temple. Not long after, another group of people came and walked towards Qingfeng Mountain. They were obviously attracted by the spiritual spring vat. But when they passed by the mountain road, they were attracted by the flies flying in Fengyuan Temple. Look, what happened to the temple? Holy shit, are those flies flying? Why are there so many? It's so dense. It's terrible. These people's faces were full of horror, and their scalps went numb when they saw the fly. They all quickly took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. If you post this kind of video on Moments, you will be attracted by short videos, right? After taking the video, one person said kindly, "Should we call the police? Maybe something happened there." The others nodded and immediately called 110. Soon after, Fengyuan Temple became extremely lively. Because other people who were attracted to Qingfeng Temple also saw the condition of Fengyuan Temple as soon as they went up the mountain, and they gathered around curiously. When Yu Hui saw these people, she was not in a good mood at all. The entire Fengyuan Temple is now like a fly's nest, and the buzzing sound spreads far away. They seemed to have identified Fengyuan Temple. After flying in, they couldn't even leave the fence. The floors, walls, and houses inside the key were covered with cockroaches. The sight of such a thick layer made people feel numb and nauseous just looking at it. People around were also taking pictures with their mobile phones, either posting on Moments or posting short videos. The key is that there are people who came after seeing the moments or videos. Seeing this, Yu Hui knew that Fengyuan Temple would be as famous as Qingfeng Temple. But he doesn't want this kind of fame. Wouldn't this happen affect the reputation of Fengyuan Temple? I am afraid that many pilgrims will not dare to come and will not believe him. The sirens suddenly sounded. I saw a police car driving in front of Fengyuan Temple. After the two police officers got out of the car, they both looked at the scene inside Fengyuan Temple in disbelief. When the police received the report, they were still wondering who had no time to call the police, saying that there were a lot of flies in Fengyuan Temple. Whenever there are a lot of flies, they will be under their control. People nowadays really don't take the police force seriously. But the other party said it was so serious, and out of obligation, they had to come and check it out. But the scene before them really shocked them. There's not much here, it's almost overwhelming. Okay, generally, when this kind of situation occurs, it is definitely not a trivial matter. A police officer immediately said, "Inform the backup and ask them to bring security tapes and protective clothing. By the way, call the people from the Epidemic Prevention Department as well. With so many flies and cockroaches gathering, something must have happened inside. Maybe there is some epidemic disease, and we need to find out. Moreover, seeing so many people around being attracted, I am afraid this will spread, and there might be trouble if we don't figure it out." Not long after, 2 more police cars arrived. There is also a special vehicle for the Epidemic Prevention Department. The police officers and epidemic prevention personnel who got out of the car were stunned when they saw the scene inside Fengyuan Temple. What's going on here? The police officers and epidemic prevention personnel immediately put on protective clothing and walked into Fengyuan Temple. But even so, as soon as they entered, they felt a disgusting rancid smell. It seems that the rancid smell is within Fengyuan Temple and cannot be smelled outside. Moreover, such a strong rancid smell should spread outside. Those flies and cockroaches didn't seem to go outside. That's weird. This rotten smell must be due to some rotting corpse, right? Everyone, look for it. The police and epidemic prevention personnel also began to investigate in Fengyuan Temple. But as they searched, the faces of these people became more and more solemn. There was no rotting corpse to be found at all, even though they searched the entire Fengyuan Temple several times. What's going on? There's nothing at all. Yeah, where does this rancid smell come from? After half a day, these people also reached the limit of endurance and hurriedly left Fengyuan Temple. In this situation, necessary measures must be taken. At the entrance of Fengyuan Temple, more and more people were attracted, all of whom were nearby residents. Naturally, when they saw the circle of friends, they couldn't help but come to watch, and then spread the word. They were also filming videos and were shocked by the situation at Fengyuan Temple. The police and epidemic prevention personnel came out and attracted the attention of those people. This battle showed that the matter was not small, but the police and epidemic prevention personnel hurriedly took off their protective clothing and started talking sweatily. It's so weird, there's nothing rotten at all. The key point is that flies and cockroaches have not left the scope of Fengyuan Temple. Even the rancid smell didn't come out. It seems like it was all targeted at Fengyuan Temple. These conversations surprised those around them. They discovered that it seemed that the flies and cockroaches really did not leave Fengyuan Temple. This is amazing. Shi Yuan subconsciously pulled Yi Hui and whispered, "Master, they said that flies and cockroaches are targeting our temple. Do you think it is really the Qingfeng Temple?" The voice behind him was very quiet, but Yi Hui understood what it meant, and his face became even more ugly. In front of Fengyuan Temple, onlookers crowded the entrance. The police couldn't find the reason, so they had no choice but to take out warning strips and surrounded the entire Fengyuan Temple to prevent anyone from entering. People around him started taking pictures and started discussing curiously. But no one knows what happened to cause this weird scene. To put it in a bit more fantasy terms, it seems that there is a barrier. After flies and cockroaches enter, they are trapped in the barrier and cannot fly out. Even the rancid smell was trapped inside. This is even weirder. What is also strange is why flies and cockroaches fly towards Fengyuan Temple like this. This is also unreasonable. King Fengyuan. After Guolin came back, he happily swept up the fallen leaves with a broom. After sending a big gift to Fengyuan Temple, he had a clear idea. When he finished cleaning all the fallen leaves in the 2 yards, he heard the surprised conversations from several tourists who had come in the morning. Hurry up and watch a short video. Fengyuan Temple under the mountain is on fire. Something big happened there. Holy shit, what's going on? Why are there so many flies? It's too scary. Let's go down the mountain and have a look. Several tourists were already walking down the mountain as they spoke. Seeing this, Guolin also took out his mobile phone to log into a certain voice. After searching, I saw a video about Fengyuan Temple. When he saw the number of cockroaches and flies in the video, Guolin, the instigator, was shocked. Because the number was much higher than when he left. Even if it is already an army of flies and cockroaches, the effect of Shilak Siang is so terrifying. Time flies. The night passed quickly. Guolin got up early in the morning, took out his mobile phone and checked the internet again, and found that Fengyuan Temple was completely popular. As expected, the media rushed to report the surprising scene. Various attractive titles are used. Shocked, why is a temple so dirty? What evil did this temple do to cause such a disaster? What a strange sight a temple has to say. Apart from these headlines, Guolin saw a piece of news that made him very happy. Fengyuan Temple was ordered by the Yushan Health Department to make rectifications to eliminate the problems of flies and cockroaches and avoid the occurrence of epidemics. After seeing this news, Guolin finally couldn't help but laugh. Let's correct it slowly. Fengyuan Temple should have learned this lesson long ago. After a week, the effect of Shilak Siang ends. It depends on whether he is in a good mood or not. If you are in a bad mood, go and give this Fengyuan Temple a super double. Outside Fengyuan Temple, Yu Hui was holding the rectification notice in her hand and was about to cry. What's the meaning? The Epidemic Prevention Department and the Health Department didn't help with the rectification and let them do it themselves? There are so many flies and cockroaches, what are they going to do? But he knew that this problem had to be solved. Because the pilgrims at Fengyuan Temple were already in trouble. After all, they say that Fengyuan Temple is very spiritual, and that Yu Hui is a master. How could something like this happen in Fengyuan Temple now? Moreover, many pilgrims began to question and even quit the group. Therefore, it must be resolved as soon as possible. After the problem was solved, he could still say that it was an evil spirit that was causing trouble, and then the evil spirit was eliminated by him. Because the scene is indeed weird, it can actually make a counterattack among the pilgrims. Host, what should I do? Shi Yuan said with an ugly face. Yu Hui said decisively, find Cannon and the others and ask them to get some insect-killing liquid to kill all the flies and cockroaches for me. Shi Yuan nodded, and immediately took out his cell phone and called De Pao, asking De Pao to come over and handle the matter. Naturally, he also added at the end, Yu Hui presides over the meeting to confer merit. Therefore, Cannon came with 2 people for merit. They brought special pest control tools, a sprinkler carried on their backs. The insecticide has been debugged inside and can be sprayed out. Moreover, in order to be effective, they increased the dosage of the medicine. After all, there were too many flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple, which was too serious. Each of the 3 Apao people carried a tool, put on masks, and sprayed insecticides into the sky. Moreover, the increased dose of the potion was very effective. Soon, groups of flies fell down, and the cockroaches slowly shrank their legs and stopped moving, being killed by the potion. After taking half a day, Canon 3 killed all the flies and cockroaches. Both Yu Hui and Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Soon, the 3 canons also left with generous merits. They didn't help dispose of the corpses because Yu Hui said that these corpses were useful and they would have to pretend to be gods. Yu Hui also hurriedly closed the temple door after the 3 of them left. He really wanted to use these corpses to act like gods and perform counter-operations. But just as he closed the door of the temple, bursts of buzzing sounds suddenly appeared. Yu Hui and Shiwen subconsciously raised their heads and widened their eyes in shock. Another dense number of flies flew towards Fengyuan Temple, and looking towards the temple wall, another dense number of cockroaches also crawled in. This scene made Yu Hui completely dumbfounded. Come again? The 3 canons who had just walked out of Fengyuan Temple also saw that scene. The faces of the 3 people suddenly showed excitement. There are merits to be gained again. Canon murmured. Qing Feng Guanzhong. When Guolin saw the news that Fengyuan Temple was ordered to make rectifications, he felt very good and looked at a handful of 10-mile incense in the backpack space. Now that Fengyuan Temple has such a situation, the pilgrims of Fengyuan Temple must have doubts, right? Many people may even feel that they have been cheated. Your Fengyuan Temple is really spiritual. Would something like this happen to Fengyuan Temple? Moreover, many pilgrims are accustomed to offering incense every month or even every week. Therefore, now that rumors about the existence of immortals in Qingfeng Temple have spread, and with the magic of the spiritual spring vat, maybe those pilgrims will come to Qingfeng Temple to offer incense. You know, some older pilgrims used to be pilgrims of Qingfeng Temple. Because Fengyuan Temple targeted them, those pilgrims thought they were the spirit of Fengyuan Temple, so they went to Fengyuan Temple. Now it will be reversed. Moreover, during this period, he worked harder to make Qingfeng Temple more popular. Maybe he could attract the attention of the county and completely make the county give up demolishing Qingfeng Temple. It's just that now Qingfeng Temple is only the Lingquan tank that attracts people. It has aroused popularity in Yushin's circle of friends, but the popularity on the internet is still very small. He actually thought of a way to use the heat of the Lingquan vat to make Qingfeng Guan even hotter. Besides the spiritual spring vat, what else does he have now? That is the Reiki fine rice and the Taoist Wuming Niajiaquan taught by the old Taoist priest. There is no way to publicize Reiki rice. People will think you are boasting about its effects, and only those who eat it can understand it. But after he ate the spiritual energy rice, he gained energy by practicing the Taoist Wuming Niajiaquan of the old Taoist priest. It's not an exaggeration to say that energy is internal energy, right? Therefore, if he wants to publicize, apart from the spiritual spring vat, martial arts is his best current promotional method. There are many internet celebrities on the internet who have become famous through martial arts, turning their Taoist temples, products, or hometowns into internet celebrities, and finally influence the government, so that the government has to come to help promote it. Knowing that the county was going to demolish Qingfeng Temple, his initial purpose was to use his influence to get the county to give up this idea. The reason why the person in charge said that Qingfeng Mountain needs to build a viewing platform in Qingfeng Temple to develop the wild ecological park is because Qingfeng Temple is dilapidated and has no influence, and there is a more influential building of the same nature, Fengyuan, at the foot of the mountain. Temple? But if King Fengyuan has enough influence, then everything is possible. In particular, Qingfeng Temple has gained popularity on the internet, and Fengyuan Temple is in trouble, so it is natural to strike while the iron is hot. Thinking of this, Guolin walked out of the bedroom and found a very hard bluestone the size of a basketball. Aren't those people who promote martial arts on the internet just trying to make a fool of themselves? It seems like this is a required course. The bluestone in his hand is much harder than bricks. Thinking about it, he used the Wuming Niajia fist taught by the old Taoist priest to mobilize the energy in his danchan, and then slapped the bluestone with his palm. With this palm, the basketball-sized bluestone fell apart with a snap and turned into tofu dregs. Isn't this better than making bricks? Just relying on martial arts to become popular and have influence on the internet is not an easy task. Things like the internet are not something that you can just shoot and become popular. Moreover, generally without a team, the results taken by oneself are far less effective than those taken by tourists from the third perspective. He had studied at university and found that under normal circumstances, as long as the number of shots is large enough, it is easier to trigger the so-called traffic pool. Therefore, the best way is to let tourists who come to Qingfeng Temple take pictures. It's easy to just find an opportunity to practice Wuming Taoist Niajiaquan in front of tourists, or break a few rocks. It's not that he's bragging. This boxing technique is very powerful when practiced. Moreover, he has practiced it for more than 10 years, and his movements are absolutely as smooth as water and very smooth. It's definitely better than the elaborate martial arts routines in movies. Now relying on the spiritual energy to refine rice, he has cultivated a trace of energy in his danshan, which is even more powerful. If he mobilizes that trace of energy, he can even produce a strong explosion of energy with a punch. As long as he practices this unknown internal martial art in public, the tourists will definitely be shocked when they see it. It goes without saying what will happen to the tourists after that. The plan works? Thinking about it, Guo Lin also went to the kitchen to steam a box of Reiki rice. You still need to fill your stomach first. After eating the spiritual energy rice, he practiced the Wuming Niajiaquan in the yard as usual. After practicing today, he obviously felt that the energy in his danshan had increased a lot. When the internal boxing was performed, the boxing style became even stronger and more fierce. If this continues, maybe he will be able to practice real national martial arts. Moreover, he had a strange idea that the national martial arts boxing techniques circulated in modern times may not be fake, but that modern times lack spiritual energy and cannot develop inner strength. Just like the unknown internal martial arts he practiced for more than 10 years without any results, but after eating the refined spiritual energy rice, because the refined spiritual energy rice would produce a trace of energy, he immediately developed internal energy. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard movement outside. 3 girls came in from outside. Moxin, that spiritual spring jar is indeed very magical. I didn't even realize why the water disappeared. But the water doesn't taste as magical as you said. That's because you are not religious enough. Hey, look, there's a little Taoist practicing martial arts inside. Is that the Taoist Master Guo that Moxin was talking about? He seems to be really good at martial arts, and his posture is so handsome. Yeah, well, it's even more handsome than those moves in the movie. Guo Lin also saw 3 girls. One of them was Zhao Moxin, who had been here before. Are girls today so idle? We actually came up the mountain early in the morning. When he was practicing martial arts, 3 girls picked up their mobile phones in surprise and started filming. Seeing this, he hesitated and used the Taoist Wuming internal fist again. This was the plan. The 3 of them, Zhao Moxin, came to the door themselves. Moreover, after performing a few moves, he mobilized the energy in his danshan. In an instant, his entire posture changed dramatically, and every move he performed was filled with energy. That kind of momentum and that kind of fierce moves surprised Zhao Moxin and the other 3. It's so amazing, it makes a sound, just like the dubbing in a movie. Aha! Guo Lin quickly finished performing the Wuming Niajia fist, stopped, and then pretended to perform a Taoist ceremony on Zhao Moxin and the others. Donor Zhao, there are 2 other good believers. Zhao Moxin hurriedly said, Dea Zhang Guo, I'm disturbing you so early in the morning. Guo Lin shook his head and said, our Taoist temple has a large open pavilion to welcome donors, so there is no need to disturb us. Zhao Moxin nodded and introduced, Dea Zhang Guo, they are Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun. We are both studying floristry. We contracted the land on the mountainside together. We visited the water source this morning and stopped by King Fengaguan to drink some spiritual spring water. I wish you all a prosperous business. Guo Lin looked at the 2 girls. The one named Zhao Lin was taller, while the one named Zhao Yun was cuter. He also knew why the 3 women came to the mountain so early. There is a wasteland on the mountainside of Qingfeng Mountain. There are several villages at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. However, with the development of modernization, the labor force has gone to other places to work, and only some old people remain in the village. The wasteland on the mountainside was land once contracted by a village for many years. It seems that there was a village that grew rich by growing special fruits, and the other village followed suit and got a piece of land like this. It just ended up losing money. This is normal. There are always people who see other people doing a popular business and want to follow suit, thinking they can make money, but in the end they find that they don't even know the ropes. Later, everyone learned that in a village that grew rich by growing special fruits, there was a senior industrial and commercial official in Xiamen City, and he had already found sales channels for several fruit beverage companies based on his connections. The so-called specialty fruits are actually just ordinary fruits. But does this matter? What the fruit drink company receives is not fruit. Therefore, if other villages go to learn from it, it will not be cool. However, now that the new agriculture and forestry policy has been implemented, new land is not allowed to be opened in Qingfeng Mountain. The original land must also be reviewed. Some cash crops are not allowed to be planted, and only some specific projects are allowed to be planted. On the contrary, it is admirable that 3 girls contracted a piece of land to plant flowers. Being able to come up to the mountain early in the morning to investigate was obviously not just a matter of temporary interest. After all, ordinary girls wouldn't think of doing this kind of thing. The key is that the 3 girls are all good-looking, especially Zhao Moxin. As long as she is willing, it will be easier for her to find a rich boyfriend than to struggle on her own. One time. However, girls who do this are more interesting and know how to enjoy life. At least they have a rich spiritual world. Moreover, from his tourism professional perspective, now that Qingfeng Mountain is developing wild ecological forest tourism, tourists will come. The other party planted flowers on the mountainside, which could be sold or gardened for viewing. It was feasible and very foresighted. Dea Zhangguo, you are so good at martial arts, can you split bricks? The cuter Zhao Yun asked energetically, with a face filled with anticipation. Guo Lin immediately, happy face, when he heard this. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Guo Lin was very helpless. Why is martial arts now associated with breaking bricks? I don't know when this started. Perhaps this is the tragedy of an era. In ancient times, martial arts were often associated with words such as chivalry, bravery, etc., which were indispensable. Even if you want to take the head of a general among thousands of troops, it cannot be separated from the word martial. But I don't know when it started. Martial arts turned into dance, and it has become involved with breaking bricks. Isn't this ridiculous? Martial arts has even become equated with sensationalism. After all, those martial artists who promote themselves on the internet cannot avoid one point. To prove that they have martial arts, they must first break a brick and see. The only difference is how many bricks are chopped. You can prove your martial arts skills by breaking bricks, which is a tragedy in itself. However, Guo Lin didn't think about this. After all, his purpose was to attract attention and increase the popularity of Qingfeng Temple, thereby ensuring that Qingfeng Temple would not be demolished. Therefore, he, who was supposed to cooperate with the performance, also nodded to Zhao Yun. Well, although I have no achievements in martial arts, it is still very simple to split a brick. Anyway, he has a game system where he will learn how to wield a sword and fly around the earth in the future, so he doesn't care about that. Really? Zhao Yun's beautiful eyes lit up and she asked expectantly, Dao Zhangguo, can you help me show it to you? Xiaoun. Zhao Moxin reminded her quickly. She knew that Dao Kangguo was an expert, and it would be rude to ask someone to chop bricks for you. Guo Lin smiled and said, this is a small matter, and I can also show it to the 3 of you. Just kidding, he needs this kind of reasonable and unobtrusive display opportunity right now. If you guys take a photo and post it on the internet, it will be the best if it becomes popular. Thank you, Taoist priest Guo. Zhao Moxin didn't expect that Taoist priest Guo was so easy to talk to. Guo Lin smiled and walked out of the yard. There were bricks in the corner outside. He moved 5 bricks in and placed them on the table in the yard. Seeing that he was really going to show off brick splitting, Zhao Moxin and the 3 girls hurriedly took out their mobile phones and started filming. But Guo Lin's next operation shocked them. He stacked 5 bricks on top of each other. Those people on the internet were very poor at splitting bricks, so he planned to do a difficult one. The 3 girls were shocked. Can they be split apart if they are stacked together like this? But after Guo Lin stacked the bricks, he suddenly raised his hand and patted them down. As a dull slapping sound sounded, the 5 bricks were shattered together, and they were like tofu dregs. This scene shocked the three girls of Zhao Moxin and opened their mouths blankly. Those are 5 bricks, still stacked together. Dao Kangguo slapped it like this, and it was broken into pieces like tofu. Isn't that awesome? The lovely Zhao Yun subconsciously picked up a broken brick and tried to break it, but it couldn't be broken at all. It's true, this is not tofu, Zhao Yun said in surprise and seriously. Zhao Moxin, Zhao Lin. The 2 women didn't want to pay attention to her. So shameful. Zhao Lin hurriedly asked politely, Dao Zhangguo, we just took a video of you. Can we post the video online? Pindao has no scruples in this regard. Guo Lin said with a smile. That means you are free to do whatever you want. Thank you, Dao Zhangguo. Zhao Lin thanked her immediately. Dao Zhangguo, we have to go check out the water source, so I won't interrupt you for now. Zhao Moxin said respectfully and left with the 2 girls. Not many people came to King Fengguan in the morning. After all, there are always a few people who like to climb mountains in the morning. However, a group of people arrived at 10 o'clock noon. They seemed to be 4 generations of the family, including an old man, a middle-aged couple, 2 pairs of young men and women holding hands, and several children. It is rare to have 4 generations living under the same roof. If there is such a thing as reincarnation and blessings, this old man should have accumulated blessings and merits in his previous life. In the afternoon, Guo Lin watered the vegetable field and heard some tourists coming up to discuss. Look at the hot searches for a certain sound, this Taoist priest Guo is popular. It's really Taoist Guo. Does he know martial arts? After hearing the conversation between these people, Guo Lin silently returned to the backyard, took out his mobile phone and logged into a certain video. After searching, he actually saw a popular video about himself, which had more than 100,000 likes. This is a video posted by an account called Little Princess Lingling. But this video is obviously a video of him practicing martial arts in the yard and was filmed by Zhao Moxin and 3 others. He clicked on the author's background and took a look. Isn't this Zhao Lin? The other party actually has 1.2 million fans, and he also specializes in shooting flower arrangement videos. It's no wonder that the other party went to contract the land with Zhao Moxin to plant flowers. It's just that the other party's videos are also tepid, but I didn't expect that filming him practicing martial arts would become popular immediately. This was in line with his wishes. In just a short period of time, it has already reached 100,000 likes, which is already considered a small hit. Sure enough, modern people still have a soft spot for martial arts and have martial arts feelings. This is probably why so many people online use martial arts as a gimmick to become popular. As for the abuse of martial arts, it's probably because too many people use martial arts as a gimmick, and they hate iron but not steel, right? This is even more true after the Lightning 5 continuous whip master. The Chinese people's disappointment in martial arts is probably no different from their disappointment in men's football, right? Guo Lin immediately clicked on the video comment. He practiced Wuming Niajiaquan with smooth and flowing movements, and his postures were also chic and elegant. He must have attracted a lot of people, right? But when he clicked on the comment, he was dumbfounded. It was different from what he thought. Fuck, is this another martial arts master coming out? Martial arts is really hopeless now, and this is so realistic with an explosive voice. Treat us to be fools. How could 5 bricks be smashed to pieces when they are placed flat like this? You become stupid at a young age. You don't care if you are stupid, but you still treat others as stupid. If you don't study hard, you will become a fake Taoist priest. Do you know the role of Lian Li? Others chop a brick and it's still hanging in the air. 5 bricks are laid flat and they're like tofu. I'm going to eat it. I feel like my intelligence has been insulted. Are you bricks made of clay? Guo Lin felt extremely speechless. They all insulted him. Why are so many netizens on the internet so malicious? The key is, are these people fools? So many people believe in so many sensationalists on the internet. Why is he being scolded by so many people for showing off his real skills? It was really a bit of a shock. Out of sight, out of mind, he simply swiped past the video without watching it. But soon there was another video that made him frown. This is a video posted by a person named Wang Qing. What I dislike the most are those martial arts masters who are cheating and cheating. That's why I have been cracking down on those fake masters one after another. Today I saw another Taoist master Guo, so I think it's time to take action again. I will challenge this Taoist master Guo. I'm just afraid that the other party won't dare to challenge. Guo Lin was speechless. Is this because of the popularity? Looking at this person's account information, I can see that this person has really cracked down on many martial arts masters, the most famous of which is the Lightning 5 Continuous Whip Horse Master. Master Ma was knocked down by the opponent's 3 punches. It's not just this Wang Qing. Guo Lin saw 2 more videos later, and then he was completely speechless. This Dao Kangguo, you are so awesome. I challenge you. Do you dare to agree? You pretend to be a master by splitting 5 bricks. I challenge you to split bricks. Do you dare to agree, Mr. Guo? These 2 are purely popular, and their accounts even have less than 1,000 followers. What the hell? Guo Lin became more and more speechless. What's wrong with today's network? Guo Lin looked at the comments online and couldn't help but complain. But this is just right. The more people scold him and complain about him, the higher the popularity will be, and the more people will know about Qingfeng Guan. Although it was different from what he thought, it was ultimately consistent with his goal. As for the others, just ignore them. Who knew that early the next morning, the 3 girls Zhao Moxin, Zhao Lin, and Zhao Yun would come again, with guilt on their faces. Zhao Moxin said very apologetically, Dao Zhangguo, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble this time. What's wrong? Because of the video? Guo Lin asked doubtfully. Zhao Moxin immediately explained, well, yesterday Zhao Lin posted the video of you on the internet, but many people didn't believe you, and some people said that you were cheating. Someone named Wang Qing wanted to crack down on you, and now the other party is open. The live broadcast has arrived in Yushan, heading towards Qingfengguan. Guo Lin was speechless. He didn't even pay attention to those people on the internet. Who knew that someone else would come to his door? What kind of world is this? Zhao Moxin was very apologetic and handed her cell phone to Guo Lin. As expected, a live broadcast was playing on it. In the live broadcast, it was Wang Qing, a strong young man who defeated the 5 Continuous Whip Master. Wang Qing still has some strength and has practiced Sanda and Muay Thai. Perhaps it is because of this influence that he has a little prejudice against martial arts. Although the term Kung Fu is popular abroad, in various international fighting and fighting arenas, martial arts has almost no presence, let alone much honor. Affected by this, he once bluntly said that he looked down on the Grand Masters and martial arts masters on the internet, and described national martial arts as an insult to martial arts. Because of this, he challenged several famous martial arts masters with great fanfare. Among them is the Lightning 5 Whip Master. At the beginning, the Master of 5 Consecutive Whips also posted many videos, including videos of himself defeating many foreign fighting masters. Unexpectedly, after Wang Qing went to challenge him, the Master of 5 Consecutive Whips received 3 punches with his face, and finally fell down immediately. Was immediately killed. Only after some digging did someone find out that the so-called foreign masters defeated by the 5 Continuous Whip Master were actually hired extras. After that, Wang Qing challenged several martial arts masters, and the results were probably the same, and he also tore away all the fig leaves of domestic martial arts. Wang Qing is becoming more and more high-profile online, but no martial arts master in the country dares to speak out. Even if it was a certain Taoist priest who had been saying on the internet that he would be kicked out of the gym, Wang Qing came to see him, but before they even met, the police station came. Wang Qing sent a video of him entering the police station, saying that the other party openly accepted the challenge but secretly called the police. There was also a burst of sadness on the internet. Of course, there are also reports on the internet that Wang Qing was afraid of a certain Taoist priest and did not dare to go there. He deliberately called the police himself and made a fierce noise at one time. As for the specific details, only both parties know. I have already gotten off the train. This time, I will let everyone know whether Dao Kangguo is really capable. Wang Qing said in the live broadcast without hesitation, I have already tried it before I came here. A normal brick, a flat piece, if you put it there, few people will be able to smash it into pieces, especially if you stack 5 pieces together. As for being able to break into pieces like in the video, that's even more of a joke. I tested it with a special press, and the strength required to achieve that level is beyond imagination. For example, everyone knows that I have some strength, and those martial arts masters are nothing more than that in my hands. But with that kind of power, if I get punched by the opponent will immediately kneel down to me and beg me to be okay. Everyone who watched the live broadcast understood what it meant. Even if he really had that kind of power, if he punched Wang Qing would lie down and his life would be in danger. With Wang Qing's strength, even Tyson at his peak couldn't do such a thing, right? Therefore, this special effect of Dao Kangguo is overused and a bit insulting to people's IQ. I have never believed in that Dao Zhangguo, he is just another sensationalist. With the development of the internet, there are always people who want to make money through fraud. Well, I knew the video of Dao Zhangguo beating up 3 gangsters was fake. How can there be such a fool to provoke people like that now? I also felt very stupid at the time. The lines were too fake. I would definitely not be so brainless if I came out to fool around. Guo Lin was speechless when he saw some comments. This is the network. Sometimes no one believes it when it is true, but people believe it when it is false. Therefore, this is also the reason why many inheritances have declined and disappeared. Many fake inheritance beliefs have more people. When they really appear, they will be regarded as fake. In the end, the fake will defeat the real one. Isn't there a news on the internet that a girl with a good figure fell out of love and her boyfriend cheated on her online? The reason was that the person she was dating online was very coquettish and tender. In the end, I found out that the man on the internet was fake, and my boyfriend was defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars, and then he came back to beg his girlfriend to get back together. After this incident hit the news, everyone was dumbfounded. This is the network. However, Guo Lin's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the number of viewers in Wang Qing's live broadcast room. There are more than 30,000 people online. This also shows that martial arts is indeed popular on the internet, especially Wang Qing. After all, he is the one who defeated the master of 5 consecutive whips. Although people on the internet laugh at the 5 continuous whip master, this old man has indeed created tens of billions of traffic topics on the internet. Even if these tens of billions of traffic have been taken away by others. As for the specific number of people in Wang Qing's live broadcast room, we can't see it, but if so many people watch, it seems that it can be a good advertisement for King Fengguan. Soon, Wang Qing arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain and faintly saw Qingfeng Temple on the top of Qingfeng Mountain. This also made a hint of joking appear on the corner of his mouth. In fact, when he first challenged the 5 continuous whip master, he was still a little weak. After all, national martial arts has been popular in China for thousands of years. Who didn't have a martial arts dream when they were young? Unfortunately, after he spent 500 yuan to buy a fake secret book and 5,000 yuan to apprentice with a martial arts master, his martial arts dream was shattered long ago. As he defeated the masters one after another, especially after defeating the master with 5 consecutive whips with 3 punches, he no longer believed in such a thing as national martial arts. There is a saying that those who promote the national military on the internet are just sensationalizing and earning traffic. For example, this Dao Kangguo is too fake and does not have the experience of those people online. Even if you use special effects, you can't use them so exaggeratedly. If you mark it as a funny video, others won't care too much. Wang Qing's arrival naturally attracted a lot of people. Some people are locals from Yushan. Compared with King Fengguan, Wang Qing, the master of 3 punches and 5 consecutive whips, is still more attractive to watch. Naturally, some people really want to see if that Taoist Guo is really capable. Others came from other places, basically just to enjoy the popularity. Because after Wang Qing was about to take action again, the 5 continuous whip master was pulled out to whip the corpse again, and the popularity of the 5 continuous whip master came back immediately. The popularity of this matter is very high now, so for those who want to do whatever they can to keep up with the popularity, this is an excellent opportunity to keep up with the popularity, and they have to come from thousands of miles away. Some of them are naturally just to join in the fun, and there are a lot of people like this online now. I think back when there was a pomegranate seller, there were people who would come from all over the place just to take a photo with him. Of course, those people only wanted to post on WeChat moments and thought they had done something amazing and proud. In fact, these people don't know that for normal people who don't follow internet celebrities, this is a bad behavior. Therefore, when Wang Qing arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, there was already a group of people joining in the fun behind him. In the distance, Yu Hui also led others to see this scene. Yu Hui's face looked a little ugly. In the past few days, he has been leading people to search for the reason for the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple, but he has never found it. Even if they use potions to kill the cannons, it will be useless. New ones will come soon. Therefore, they now have no way to live in Fengyuan Temple and can only live outside, which is very embarrassing. Now he really doubted whether the situation in Fengyuan Temple was due to the Qingfeng Temple. He naturally noticed that Wang Qing was coming to Qingfeng Temple. Seeing so many people around Wang Qing, his face became even more ugly. Because he had known from canon how powerful the little Taoist priest at King Fengaguen was, Wang Qing might not be able to handle him. If this is the case, the other party is equivalent to a huge advertisement for Qingfeng Temple, and the reputation of Qingfeng Temple will rise immediately. By then the county may not demolish Qingfeng Temple. For a small county that wants to develop tourism, this is an excellent publicity opportunity. On the other hand, Fengyuan Temple is now full of flies and cockroaches. If it is exposed as a hot spot again, Fengyuan Temple will really be doomed. We have to think of a way. Yu Hui's mind turned and he immediately had an idea. He picked up his cell phone and started making calls. This time, not only can he plot against the little Taoist priest, but he can also embarrass the other party and lose his prestige. Wang Qing paid no attention to the people gathered around him. After all, there are always people like this joining in the fun. When the master was beaten with 5 consecutive whips, even more people gathered. He was also walking towards the mountain while broadcasting live, but when he reached a location, he was suddenly attracted in a certain direction. It seemed to be a temple, but the sky above the temple was filled with flies. This is so shocking and so disgusting. What circumstances would cause such a situation where flies are flying all over the sky? It seems like the fly in this temple has been on a popular website, right? Wang Qing seemed to have seen the relevant video, so he pointed the end of the live broadcast room at Fengyuan Temple and zoomed in on the camera. At this time, the number of viewers in his live broadcast room has reached 40,000. Obviously, he made the right decision to expose Dao Kangguo. At least in this short period of time, the gifts he received backstage have reached more than 70,000 yuan. This hasn't started yet. After the crackdown on counterfeiting is successful, it will be more than 10 times this amount. He hopes that there will be another flow master like the 5 continuous whip master. When he beat the 5 continuous whip master, he got the entire apartment directly. As the camera changed, the audience in his live broadcast room was naturally stunned by the scene. Oh my god, what's wrong with that temple? So many flies. When such a scene occurs in a temple, in ancient terms, it must be a place filled with dirt and evil and is not a good place. Is this a monster coming out of the temple? If there are really Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I can be sure that this temple must be in trouble. The group of people around Wang Qing who were joining in the fun also took pictures with their mobile phones, and some even ran directly to Fengyuan Temple. Wang Qing did not forget his purpose, and immediately turned the camera back and walked towards the mountain. At this time, a person next to him suddenly said to him, "Boss, that master of 5 consecutive whips is supporting Taoist Guo online." Wang Qing looked at the mobile phone video handed over by the other party, and sure enough he saw the Grand Master coming out again. "Let me come out and say a few words. I support Dao Kangguo. Our country's martial arts is profound and profound. Although I am an old man and cannot show the strength of the national martial arts, I believe in Dao Kangguo's strength." Tch. Wang Qing was disdainful when he saw the video, and walked faster towards the mountain. Now that this person is out, the heat will be better, right? Sure enough, someone was already talking about this in the live broadcast room, and the audience gave more and more rewards. View on Qingfeng. Zhao Moxin felt that her best friend had caused trouble for Daoist Guo. She had always felt guilty and had not left. She was paying attention to the situation online. She also saw what happened about the 5 continuous whip master, and immediately went to Guo Lin and said, "Dao Zhang Guo, the 5 continuous whip master is supporting you online." Guo Lin was suddenly confused. Why is this guy here to join in the fun? It can be said that this is the internet celebrity related to martial arts that he hates the most. After all, martial arts is already looked down upon by people, just because this person is more crotch-stretching, and the reputation of martial arts has been made even more contemptible by this person. What's wrong with you, old man? Why don't you come here to impress people and pretend to be a master? Now that the other party is supporting him online, why should he be discouraged? Especially after seeing those comments. Does this person really have no clue at all? I originally planned to row away, but when I saw it was Grandmaster Ma, He came in with a snap, "It's so fast. I don't care about martial ethics, just take a screenshot." The face is still closer to the front. It seems that the face attack training is more advanced. The Grand Master of the Fifth Company fell face to face and ran all over the stage with plum blossom steps. In less than 30 seconds of competition, he received 5 punches and 1 kick. I thought Taoist Guo had some stuff at first, but now it seems, doghead. Grand Master Ma supports it. So do you all know what Guo Dao looks like? Haha, we're all in the same boat. Guo Lin sighed after seeing some comments. This person is really tireless in destroying others. This is not to support him, but to destroy him. Fortunately, he had the real thing, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. However, one thing is certain, that is, Xuanwu should not be destroyed in the hands of this person, let alone be stepped on by people like Wang Qing, who have to be crushed to pieces. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wang Qing would be so active in this matter that there would be no benefit at all. All the bustle in the world is for benefit, and all the hustle and bustle in the world is for benefit. At least he knew he had real skills. The Wuming Niajiquan that the old Taoist taught him was real kung fu. He couldn't practice it before, so he could only strengthen his body. That was a problem of his ability. This has now been proven to be true. Although his current goal is to cultivate immortality, he doesn't mind rectifying Xuanwu's reputation and promoting Qingfeng Temple casually. Moreover, there is a saying that although I hate this Grand Master Ma, at the age of the other party, at the age of 70, he can still take 3 punches from a Sanda fighter and fall to the ground, and he can still get up as if nothing happened without any adverse symptoms. It cannot be said that this is the case. Nothing at all. Even if Wang Qing, in his 70s, used his face to receive 3 punches from a young Sanda fighter, he might have fallen down forever. If it were an old man, I am afraid that Wang Qing would have a house to sell, a car to sell, otherwise he would never get up. Just when Guo Lin was thinking about it, there was a noise outside Qingfeng Temple. It was obvious that Wang Qing had arrived. Indeed, Wang Qing arrived. As soon as he came up, he also looked at the spiritual spring tank, and then pointed the camera at it. Everyone saw it. This is the spiritual spring tank mentioned on the internet. I went over and tried to take a sip. As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of the spiritual spring tank, fetched water, and drank it. After a moment, he said, "It's a bit sweet, the taste of mountain spring water. I have drunk it in many places, and it is not as magical as what is said on the internet. It's obviously all hype." Drinking this water also made him feel more confident. As for the story on the stone tablet, it is just publicity and hype plus psychological comfort. In particular, this kind of psychological comfort is definitely more effective for those who believe in this. In addition, I was almost exhausted from climbing up the mountain. Drinking the mountain spring water will cool my heart and make me feel comfortable physically and mentally. However, those who believe this will naturally feel different. This is like a hot afternoon, when he has been boxing all afternoon and is exhausted and his mouth is dry. If you give him a bottle of ice-cold mineral water at this time, he will feel that it is fairy juice and nectar. From this point of view, Taoist Master Guo of Qingfeng Temple is still somewhat knowledgeable, at least he knows how to grasp people's psychology. Unfortunately, this will not affect his determination to expose the other party. Guo Lin walked out and saw Wang Qing and the people gathered around him. These people obviously recognized him, and all pointed their mobile phones at him. Seeing this, Guo Lin smiled at those people. At this time, he should be calm and show his superior demeanor. To put it simply, don't be shy when facing the camera. When Zhao Moxin came out and saw so many people, she immediately stood far away. She contracted with Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun to do flower arrangements and short videos, but she was the one who wrote the copy. Zhao Yun was the one who took the photos, and it was Zhao Lin who went abroad. She and Zhao Yun were always embarrassed when going abroad, and not everyone could face the camera calmly. Some scammers on the internet are sometimes admirable. I really don't know how they can lie calmly in front of the camera without blushing. Are you that Dao Kangguo? Wang Qing looked at Guo Lin immediately and pointed the phone in his hand at him. In an instant, all the viewers in his live broadcast room saw him. Similarly, those who were joining in the fun also knew that the real owner was coming. Is this Dao Zhangguo? He is younger than expected. You are so young, you can't be an expert at this glance. Indeed, Guo Lin is very young, which is really amazing, but it is also even more contemptible. because as ordinary people know, a master must at least have an immortal demeanor, a handsome sideburn, a kind heart and a kind face, something like that, right? When Guolin saw Wang Qing asking, he nodded, "It's me, I'm here to meet Mr. Wang." After that, he also gave Wang Qing a courtesy. Pretending is not what it is. Moreover, he no longer used the Taoist title for Wang Qing, but the secular title, which already meant that he did not have a good impression of this person. Seeing this, Wang Qing sneered and said, "Deist Master Guo, we don't need to do this, you know I'm here to challenge you, and I won't allow you to cheat like that Grand Master of 5 continuous whips." These words are quite righteous. Guolin looked at Wang Qing and was about to speak when he saw several policemen coming up to the entrance. What the hell? Why are the police here? Moreover, this time seemed to be for him and Wang Qing. Seeing this, he could only say to Wang Qing, "Mr. Wang, we are in a legal society now. We are not like the ancient Jianghu people. They can fight to the death when they meet. Private fights are prohibited now, and the police have already arrived. If I hurt you, it will definitely be difficult to end." When Wang Qing and the people around him heard this, they turned around and saw several police officers appearing. As soon as they appeared, they stared at this place. One of them was holding a sign and standing in the middle. There are several words written on it. "Private fighting is prohibited by law." This shocked everyone. Damn it! Wang Qing was annoyed when he saw this and looked at Guolin angrily. The other party actually also played this trick. These police officers were obviously very good-natured. They didn't bother to deal with the situation even if they didn't start a fight. They just put up a sign to intimidate the situation. After all, internet celebrities are a bit troublesome to deal with. After being polite first and then fighting, then don't blame them. Seeing those police officers, people in Wang Qing's live broadcast room couldn't help but mocked. This Taoist priest Guo is so shameless. He actually called the police like that Taoist priest. Haha, the key point is that he called the police, and he still had the nerve to say he was afraid of hurting Wang Qing. Sure enough, the people supported by the 5 continuous whips Grand Master are too cowardly. Ha ha ha. Guolin also had some helplessness on his face. It was not he who called the police. The police came, and his plan to publicize King Fengguan by teaching Wang Qing a lesson could no longer be implemented. I don't know who called the police. Not a bad person but a good thing? He even wondered if Wang Qing directed and acted on his own. Wang Qing was in a similar situation regarding the Chen Daokang incident. Everyone said that Daokang Chen called the police. The key point is that he didn't call the police now, and the police are here. Yushan police can't be so idle watching the live broadcast, and they happen to know that Wang Qing is coming to King Fengguan? There is no doubt that people who don't watch the live broadcast and don't follow this type of internet celebrity will never know. Just like the people in Yushan, except for a few people, they don't know what happened at Qingfeng Temple. It is even more impossible for these police officers to be so idle. At this time, not far away, Yu Hui and Shiwen also used the cover of trees to look at this place. Yu Hui couldn't help but smile. If we do this, we won't be able to start a fight, and we won't be able to increase the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. Everyone will think that it was this little Taoist who reported the police. When the time comes, we will add fuel to the fire, and his reputation will also be lost. It's gone? Shi Yuan immediately agreed. It's still a good host. This is their purpose, and Yu Hui has also specialized in this kind of trick. Just like when he promoted Fengyuan Temple, it was just a psychological effect. This little Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple is still too young to fight him. Thinking about it also made him less panicked about the situation in Fengyuan Temple. It definitely couldn't be related to Qingfeng Temple. Qingfeng Guan is really that amazing, so he can't pull off this trick easily. Therefore, there must be a reason for the condition of Fengyuan Temple. But if you can find it and master it, then you will have another way to pretend to be a ghost, and maybe you can use this to get those pilgrims to donate a lot of merit. It was indeed as planned by Yu Hui. Wang Qing and the people around him all thought that Guolin was afraid of Wang Qing, so they deliberately called the police. Those around who were joining in the fun couldn't help but start mocking. Hey, you actually pulled this trick. It's really so coquettish that it makes people jump to their waists. You don't need to look to know what kind of person this Taoist Guo is. Pretending to be a superior person, Wang Qing was too scared to call the police as soon as he arrived, just like Taoist Master Chen. After all, They didn't come all the way here just to see the police arrive and compete with each other without a fight. This also made Guo Lin frown deeper. This is to ruin his reputation. It ends so hastily. I wonder what the internet will say about him then. He will be regarded as a liar, right? That would have an even greater impact on King Fengaguen. His efforts during this period were in vain. So, he did something that shocked everyone. Both Wang Qing's live broadcast room and Wang Qing and the people around him watched in astonishment as Guo Lin walked to a place and lifted a piece of bluestone the size of a basketball. Wang Qing frowned. Others were also confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. But Guo Lin carried the basketball-sized stone back to Wang Qing. The people behind Wang Qing subconsciously took a few steps back. Wasn't this meant to hit Wang Qing? Guo Lin handed the stone directly to Wang Qing. Crush it into pieces. Wang Qing had something MMP in his heart that he wanted to say. Is the other party looking for his happiness? Are you kidding me? How to break this kind of bluestone? It's okay if you take a brick. Does the other party know how hard this bluestone is? How could someone break it into pieces? Can it be broken into pieces? Guo Lin asked with a smile. Wang Qing said coldly, no one can break such a bluestone. Guo Lin didn't say anything, and directly placed the piece of bluestone on the stone platform aside. Then in front of everyone, he mobilized the energy in his danshan and slapped it down with one palm. Then something happened that shocked everyone. The stone instantly shattered into pieces under his palm. This scene shocked everyone directly. Fuck, is it true? That's bluestone, really smashed to pieces. How much strength does this require? Wang Qingdu was startled subconsciously, and then shook his head hurriedly, thinking of the deceptive methods of the martial arts masters he had cracked down on before, and immediately realized that this bluestone must be fake. After all, there was a martial arts master who split bricks into 3 pieces at a time. He seemed very powerful, but the bricks were actually fake foam bricks. This bluestone must be the same now. Taoist Guo was calm in the face of danger and wanted to scare him in this way. Moreover, the opponent's tactics were very high. First he called the police, and then he did this. His momentum was really bluffing. It's just that the other party doesn't know that he has experienced this kind of trick before. But before Wang Qing could say anything, Guo Lin said again, Mr. Wang, you must think that I have tampered with this stone, right? Wang Qing was stunned for a moment. That's what he thought, but the other party brought it up directly to his face. This is very embarrassing. Then, he saw Guo Lin go to the side again, bring a basketball-sized bluestone over again, put it on the platform just now, and said to Wang Qing, Mr. Wang, please smash it. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment. Is the other party going to continue to bluff him? Play psychological tactics with him? If he doesn't shoot, the other party will definitely continue to smash the stone, and he will become a clown by then. Thinking of this, he immediately understood that this piece of bluestone must have been tampered with. This scene naturally surprised those who joined in the fun and the audience in Wang Qing's live broadcast room. Why do I feel that Wang Qing is being led by this Taoist Guo? This Taoist Master Guo has some abilities. I can conclude that this green block was manipulated. This is a psychological tactic. Wang Qing cannot give in at this time, otherwise he will be fooled. Wang Qing saw some comments in the live broadcast room and laughed jokingly. It seemed that everyone was not stupid and was thinking the same thing as him. Therefore, under everyone's gaze, he walked towards the platform and said, Daozang Guo, sometimes, no matter what tricks you play, you have to have your own strength. Otherwise you will resort to fraud and create a psychological atmosphere. It will be exposed immediately. As he said that, he had already raised his arm, and he was still gathering strength, and then he slapped it down hard. Ouch! A shrill cry followed immediately from Wang Qing's mouth. Wang Qing's scream stunned everyone around him. Even if a person hits a brick with all his strength, if he can't smash it, it will only cause pain in his hand. After all, the brick is flat. But bluestone is different, not only because it is harder than bricks, but also because it has various water chestnuts. You can imagine that the hand slapped it with all its strength. As Wang Qing howled miserably, everyone saw that Wang Qing's palms were already covered in blood. That hand was shaking. He was obviously seriously injured. Guo Lin's thoughts were indeed guessed by Wang Qing, but obviously Wang Qing did not guess at all, that is, the bluestone was not tampered with at all. Wang Qing looked at Guo Lin in shock, knowing that the other party was plotting against him. What the other party brought this time was an untouched stone. For a moment, many people around seemed to have thought of this, and they all looked at Guolin in surprise. Why do I feel that Wang Qing has been plotted by the other party? The front part has been tampered with, but the back part has not been touched. Wang Qing thought it had been tampered with, so he became reckless. Then this Taoist Master Guo is too insidious and terrifying, isn't he? He actually disabled Wang Qing's hand like this. What are you talking about? I feel like I don't have enough brain. When the audience in Wang Qing's live broadcast room saw this scene, some people also thought of this and said, Dea Zhangguo is quite good. After a series of tricks, Wang Qing was eliminated without even doing anything. It's so scary. It seems that Wang Qing is being led by Taoist Guo step by step. For this reason alone, I kind of admire him. Wang Qing was tricked into patting him. Judging from the condition of his hand, he won't get better in half a month. Obviously, everyone thinks that Wang Qing was set up by Guolin. Because there was blood, the police officers had to step forward to deal with it. The leader of the team checked Wang Qing's injuries and said to a police officer, Xiao Lin, take care of him. Their police officers sometimes carry first aid kits when they go out to prevent such bloodshed, or to deal with injuries immediately. Although Wang Qing asked for it, as the people's police, they couldn't watch. The policeman who called Xiao Lin nodded and immediately took out a first aid kit. But the captain looked at Guolin subconsciously. This young Taoist priest was really good at it. This Wang Qing didn't look stupid at all. He was really set up by this young Taoist priest to suffer such a big loss. If such people are criminals and do bad things, they will really suffer. They are not afraid of stupid thieves, they are afraid of criminals with brains and high IQ. However, it was impossible for him to say these things, and his stance could not be skewed, otherwise his words would be photographed by those around him, and they might become a hot search topic and be exposed on the internet. You must know that a fan of an idol trainee named Yu dares to attack the police officers who are maintaining order online. The reason is that the police officers maintain order and prevent them from having close contact with their idols. Therefore, it is difficult to be a police officer. You only need to act according to rules and regulations, but if someone else slaps you casually and cuts off the beginning and end, everything will change. When Guolin heard the words of the people around him, his mind was filled with dark clues. These people really thought things were too complicated. He can crush him with his strength, so what else is there to do? He looked at Wang Qing again and said, don't think that if you have practiced Sanda and Muay Thai, you can ignore Chuan Wu and step on them at will. What's the point of beating a 72-year-old man? When you are 72 years old, I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk. If you want to challenge me, apply to the official for registration, set up the arena, and I will accept the challenge, so that you can see what true martial arts training is. These words made everyone clamor. Everyone knows what Guolin means. The 72-year-old man is talking about the 5 continuous whip master, right? But when they suddenly heard him say this, many people were stunned. They have been laughing at the 5 continuous whip master, but they seem to have really forgotten his age. A 72-year-old man has difficulty walking. But the other party received 3 punches from Wang Qing, who practiced Sanda, and finally walked home unharmed. This seems a bit scary. Wang Qing was embarrassed and annoyed for a moment. This time he was being plotted by the other party, but the other party was so proud that he dared to say such things. Then when he gets better, he must come and kick this place. Almost as soon as he thought this, Guolin suddenly raised his hand and slammed the stone down as he finished speaking. In an instant, the blue stone fell into pieces. Wang Qing felt that at that moment, his whole heart trembled slightly. Looking at the broken blue stone, Wang Qing's face turned extremely pale. This time, he could be sure that Guolin had not tampered with the bluestone, because this piece of bluestone had just disabled his hand. In other words, this Dao Kangguo is really capable? For a moment, Wang Qing was stunned. If this was the case, wouldn't he have become a clown? Wang Qing's assistant was shocked. He immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly closed the live broadcast room. We can't let the audience watch anymore. But the people around him were beyond his control, and they were all stunned and stunned. This is real. This piece of bluestone was absolutely untampered with. The hardness of the bluestone is much stronger than those 5 bricks. Wang Qing said before that he had done a test and could smash the 5 bricks like that. He couldn't have taken a punch, right? Then Wang Qing still wants to thank the police for coming. Yes, Otherwise he wouldn't be able to take even one punch before lying down, just like the master of 5 consecutive whips. Wang Qing doesn't have the guts to challenge again now, does he? When Wang Qing heard these words, he was so ashamed that he left in a hurry after the police officer simply treated his wounds. He had no shame in staying any longer. On the other hand, the people around him were already taking pictures of Guolin with their mobile phones. This is a Taoist priest who is really talented. I wonder how he compares with the 2 Taoist priests in Wudang? However, the 2 Taoist priests were definitely not as good as them. After all, many people were dissatisfied with them. A certain Taoist priest once landed on his face in a 20-meter triple jump. Far away, Yu Hui looked at this scene with a gloomy face. This result was not what he wanted. Why did he secretly call the police and get this result? This Wang Qing is a piece of trash. He dares to come out and embarrass himself. The more Yu Hui thought about it, the angrier he became, but now he had no choice but to angrily walk down the mountain. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Guolin ignored the people around him and went straight back to Qingfeng Temple. Instead, those people entered Qingfeng Temple one after another and said they wanted to offer incense. Guolin had to sell incense and then guide these tourists to offer incense. This process was filmed throughout. This is probably the current state of the network. Zhao Moxin originally wanted to say hello to Guolin, but when she saw this, she went back to the foot of the mountain. The 2 sisters were still leading workers to open up wasteland. She thought about taking the opportunity to advertise her flower garden. Director Guo must be very popular here now, but think about it, it would not be good to force it like this, and it might annoy Director Guo. When Guolin was instructing people to burn incense, he found that the police officers had not left, and the leader was obviously still looking for him. Guolin could only step forward and ask, "Officer, is there anything I can help you with?" The police officer explained, "Daozang Guo, it's like this, because you know martial arts, we may need you to report to the police station." Guolin was stunned and said in confusion, "Officer, it seems there is no requirement to report martial arts." The people around him made a noise when they heard the police officer's words. I often heard on the internet that someone who had practiced some skill was approached by the police and asked to report it. I didn't expect to see it in person today. The police officer said again, "Taoist Master Guo, there is no need to report conventional martial arts, but you should belong to unconventional martial arts. Testing the waters requires follow-up support. Therefore, in the past few days, I ask readers to catch up with the latest chapters, and also vote for recommendations and monthly votes." "Officer, I will go down the mountain tomorrow," Guolin replied after hearing the officer's words. Unconventional martial arts require a note, but this one doesn't seem to be needed, right? But sometimes it depends on the location and the person. The police in some places are more responsible and can be taken as a precaution. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with making a report. Thank you, Director Guo, for your cooperation. I will make arrangements at the county police station. It won't be too much trouble for Director Guo. The police officer also expressed his thanks and led the people away. Wang Qing's challenge was already very popular. After one night of fermentation, it became completely popular the next day. What happened on Qingfeng Mountain was also posted online by the people who took the photos. At this time, no one doubted whether Guolin had real skills anymore, but they all wanted to know whether Wang Qing would continue to challenge Daoist Guo. After all, this Dao Kang Guo has already said that he will not accept the challenge of violating regulations, but he can apply for the formalities and set up the arena. He accepts the challenge. But the master of 5 consecutive whips jumped out again. "I said don't underestimate Chuan Wu. Wang Qing, a young guy, can sneak attack an old man like me, but he can't sneak attack the same young man. Therefore, the young man on the other side does not respect the old man, and now he has to pay the price of despising Chuan Wu." This time, when netizens saw this, they did not ridicule the 5-whip master. Although the old man is still so funny, this time Guo Dao Kang did prove that he has real kung fu and proved his power in Chuan Wu. Wang Qing did pay the price, his hand was injured and he was embarrassed. Unfortunately, Wang Qing's voice seemed to have disappeared, and he had not spoken since leaving Qingfeng Mountain. This also made everyone understand. Wang Qing must be timid. Maybe he won't show up again in the future, right? Otherwise, if this situation comes out again, he will definitely be ridiculed by the entire internet like the master of 5 continuous whips. Most people don't have an optimistic attitude and really can't bear it. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Qing soon posted a video that made people laugh and cry. In the video, his hand was wrapped with layers of thick bandages, and he said sincerely, "Everyone saw it, this is my fate. That piece of bluestone is absolutely hard. When I patted it down, my palms were all wet, almost disabled. I have done a test and it is more difficult to smash the bluestone than 5 square bricks." In other words, Dao Kangguo is really awesome. He is the most powerful martial arts master I have ever seen. As a martial arts practitioner, it's not surprising that I lost. That's because Dao Zhangguo is so powerful. This makes me admire Dao Zhangguo very much. Netizens were totally confused when they saw this. Did this change from taunting to kneeling and licking in seconds? How many words did you praise Dao Kangguo in this short video? Also, is the bandage on your injury a little too exaggerated? Countless people couldn't help but sigh. This is another person with an optimistic attitude like the 5 continuous whips grandmaster. Guo Lin was troubled because he spent the whole day entangled with those tourists. Because of Wang Qing's reasons, groups of tourists came to Qingfeng Temple, and the reception staff was so busy even just for the tourists to offer incense that he had no way to spare time. There is no way. If you want this kind of popularity, you must accept this kind of trouble. We can only wait a few days for the fever to subside and return to normal. Then the people who come will be those who come sincerely to play or pay incense, not just to join in the fun. In the afternoon, Guo Lin also closed the door of Qingfeng Temple and went down the mountain. Since I agreed to go to the police station to report to the police officer, I had to go there. When I was going down the mountain, I also met some tourists. These tourists obviously recognized him and slapped him fiercely. They were obviously attracted by Wang Qing's enthusiasm. Arrived at the foot of the mountain, Guo Lin also took out his mobile phone and prepared to take a taxi to the county, otherwise it would still be some distance from the county seat. Dao Zhangguo. A fat man walked towards him curiously. "I've met this good believer." Guo Lin didn't know the fat man, but he had to say hello and couldn't help but respond. "Dao Zhangguo, my name is Qi Cheng, from Yushan. I didn't expect to meet Dao Zhangguo here. Dao Zhangguo is very popular on the internet now." Qi Cheng immediately introduced himself enthusiastically. He was sending a friend to Qingfeng Temple, but he couldn't climb the mountain because of his size, so he waited at the bottom of the mountain. He didn't expect to meet this person. He also admires such people with real skills. Then, he immediately asked, "Dao Zhangguo, are you going to the county? I have a car and can take you there." That's a troublesome believer. Guo Lin looked at Qi Cheng with a strange face. The old Taoist priest taught him that Taoists do not take advantage of others for no reason, but sometimes they encounter some good karma, and when they have the ability, they can do so. When Qi Cheng invited him just now, the fragments of the evolution bagua disc around his neck vibrated, and then a cool feeling rushed into his mind, allowing him to see something. This matter was related to this Qi Cheng, so he accepted the other party's kindness with peace of mind. Perhaps this is what the old Taoist priests call good karma. Because of Qi Cheng's warm invitation, the fragments of the evolution bagua disc were triggered, and he was able to see those things, and finally give the other party good luck. After Guo Lin got on the bus, Qi Cheng asked, "Dao Zhangguo, where are you going?" "Go to the county police station." Guo Lin said. "Do you want Dao Zhangguo to report?" Qi Chenzhou watched the news video of the internet celebrity and guessed what was going on. "Yeah." Guo Lin nodded. "Okay." Qi Cheng responded, started the car, and took Guo Lin all the way to the county police station. He did not forget to say, "Director Guo, I will wait for you outside, and then I will take you back." Guo Lin nodded. When he entered the police station, the policeman on duty was stunned for a moment, because Captain Li had ordered that the Taoist priest of King Fengiguan would come to report and asked him to receive the information. It's just that this Taoist priest is too young. "Taoist master, Captain Li has gone out to handle the case. Let me report it for you." The police officer took Guo Lin in and took out a camera and a piece of bluestone prepared by Captain Li. "I just need to take a shot of Guo Lin breaking the bluestone and fill in some information. In fact, the purpose of this report is simple. One is to use the reporter's expertise to assist the police station in investigating the case if necessary. The other purpose is to facilitate the police's quick investigation after a case occurs. It is also a citizen's duty to cooperate in reporting. Guo Lin will not do anything illegal and violate the record. Since there is such a request, he will cooperate. After making the report, he came out of the police station and found that Chi Guo was still there. Daozang Guo, get in the car. Chi Cheng still greeted enthusiastically. Guo Lin nodded and got in the car. Chi Cheng took him all the way to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. After getting off the car, Guo Lin also asked Chi Cheng, Donor Chi, I wonder where your wife is now? Is she pregnant? She is already more than 8 months old. Chi Chengdu was stunned by this question. His wife was indeed pregnant, more than 8 months old. How did Dao Kang Guo know? Isn't this too awesome? Guo Lin looked at the time and said, Donor Chi, go home now and send your wife to the hospital for recuperation. Also find out whether her relatives have a history of hidden heart disease, and then tell the doctor about the blood type of the nurse on duty on the 3rd floor of the hospital. She has the same rare blood type as your wife. Chi Cheng was stunned when he heard Guo Lin's words. What does Dao Kang Guo mean? But Guo Lin had already walked towards Qingfeng Mountain, leaving only a somewhat messy Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng knew that Taoist Guo had real skills, so he did not dare to ignore Taoist Guo's words and hurried home. As soon as he got home, he saw his wife going out with a woman. She was his sister-in-law. His wife was pregnant and she often came to stay with her. Husband, you went to Qingfeng Mountain with them, why are you back? The wife asked doubtfully. Honey, does anyone in your family have a hidden history of heart disease? Chi Cheng didn't know whether to believe what Director Guo said, but decided to figure out the problem first. Yes. My sister-in-law answered first. Our grandfather had a hidden heart disease. He was too tired from working and died accidentally. However, the doctor said that the probability of inheriting it is very low. These words immediately shocked Chi Cheng, and he couldn't help but panic. Honey, let's go to the hospital for a checkup and get a bed for you to recover in the hospital. Chi Cheng couldn't help but look at his wife Chen Hui nervously. He now knows that he drove Dao Kang Guo, so Dao Kang Guo did the math for him and repaid him. He is not bad at understanding. When Guo Dao Zhang said that, he must mean that something will happen to his wife. If someone said it casually, even if it was a fortune teller on the street, he wouldn't believe it. But this Taoist priest is different. The other party is someone who really knows how to teach martial arts. Chuanwu has always been a mysterious thing in their country. Daozang Guo is also a member of the Taoist sect. It should be reasonable to do some fortune-telling, right? Moreover, now that he asked Dao Kang Guo about the hidden heart disease, he was even more anxious when he confirmed that his wife's relatives had this history. Especially when I heard my sister-in-law say that grandpa died from working too hard. You must know that pregnant women are also very tired, especially in the last 2 months, when they have a big belly every day. My wife says every day that her waist is about to break. If there is another unexpected situation that stimulates the heart and then the disease occurs, it will be terrible. Although doctors say that the probability of inheriting the disease is low, it does not mean that it cannot be inherited. What if his wife inherited it? Thinking of this, he became more and more nervous. Husband, there are still 2 months left, why should we go to the hospital? Chen Hui asked very confused. My sister-in-law also asked. Yes, my sister and I are going to look at baby supplies. The baby hasn't been born yet, and those things came in a hurry. Wife, aren't I worried about you? Let's go take a look, okay? Chi Cheng said almost coaxingly. Coupled with his anxious look, it made Chen Hui want to laugh. But as a woman, she could feel that her husband cared about her, and she smiled sweetly and said, Husband, don't look like this, why don't I go with you? The sister-in-law next to her curled her lips, feeling like she had eaten dog food for no reason. She also really wants to spoil her, but unfortunately there is no one with whom she can spoil her. Honey, let's go to the hospital right away. Chi Cheng suddenly showed joy and carefully helped Chen Hui out, while his sister-in-law took care of him behind. After getting in the car, I drove carefully to the county hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Chi Chen-Kei breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to take Chen Hui to the obstetrics and gynecology department. But at this moment, Chen Hui suddenly turned pale while holding her stomach. Hubby, my stomach hurts and I can't walk. There were even layers of cold sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Chi Cheng's expression changed and he shouted hurriedly, Doctor, doctor, my wife suddenly has a stomachache. She is pregnant. As he shouted, everyone around him looked over. Several nurses also hurried over to check and report at the same time. After a while, a middle-aged female doctor trotted over and examined Chen Hui. Her face turned solemn in a moment. She was born prematurely and needs to be operated on immediately. Fortunately, she is in the hospital now, otherwise she would be in trouble. Chi Cheng's face turned even more ugly when he heard this. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he didn't listen to Dao Kangguo and sent his wife over immediately. If this is the case at home, what should I do if the delivery is delayed by traffic jams or other circumstances? For this alone, he was infinitely grateful to Taoist Guo. The doctor did not dare to hesitate, and immediately called for a mobile hospital bed, let Chen Hui lie on it, and then sent it to the emergency ward for various examinations. But after the examination, the doctor's face turned even more grim. The patient's condition is very bad. Not only was he born prematurely, but he also had cramps. He must have a cesarean section immediately, and his family members must sign a consent form for the operation immediately. Chi Cheng didn't understand why his wife gave birth prematurely, and he was immediately anxious to add more ants to the pot. He immediately remembered Dao Kangguo's words and said to the doctor, "Doctor, my wife's relatives have a history of hidden heart disease. Will it affect my wife?" When the doctor heard this, he hurriedly said to the examining assistant, "Check the patient's heart rate to see if there is any abnormality." The assistant started checking immediately, and after a moment he frowned and said, "Director Zhou, there is a worse situation. The patient's heart rate has increased rapidly and there are abnormalities. There seems to be a hidden problem with her heart. Immediately send her to the obstetric emergency operating room. We will make up for the procedures later, and then ask Director Liu from the Department of Internal Medicine to perform the surgery together." Director Zhou ordered without hesitation. When the nurse handed a surgery consent form to Chi Cheng, she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and sign. Fortunately, I was careful enough to save your wife's life. I also remembered the medical history of my relatives, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." Chi Cheng didn't know how he signed the consent form for the operation. He followed him to the operating room almost anxiously, feeling even more grateful to Dao Kangguo. Fortunately, after listening to Dao Kangguo's words, he asked about the hidden heart disease history of his wife's relatives. After watching the operating room light up with the words "under surgery," he has been walking around outside the operating room like an ant on a hot pot. The sister-in-law next to me was also anxious. But what she was more confused about was her brother-in-law, who seemed to know in advance that something would happen to her sister, and specifically asked them if their relatives had a history of hidden heart disease. "Brother-in-law, did you know that my sister would have a problem, so you rushed her to the hospital?" My sister-in-law endured for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask. "Yeah." Chi Cheng just nodded and had no intention of answering. But the sister-in-law's eyes widened in shock. "Can you know this?" Before she could ask any more questions, the door to the operating room opened. Director Zhou walked out with a frown and said to Chi Cheng, "Sir, the patient has suffered from premature labor and massive bleeding, and now I need you to sign a critical illness notice immediately." For Chi Cheng, this was like a bolt from the blue, and his back was wet with cold sweat. He had already sent his wife to the hospital in time, and this was still the case. If he had not met Dao Kangguo, he would not dare to think about the consequences. At this time, an assistant doctor came out immediately and said anxiously, "Director Zhou, there is a worse situation. The patient has rare P blood type. Moreover, our blood bank records now show that some spare parts were just used for the operation due to yesterday's car accident. The stock of blood is not enough, and the replenishment request from the hospital has not yet arrived." What? Director Zhou's voice became anxious when he heard this. She really didn't expect that the same patient was not only premature, but also had a hidden history of heart disease, and was also bleeding heavily. The key was the rare blood type, and the blood bank just didn't have enough. This was simply a test of her medical skills, or she simply didn't want the patient to live. She hurriedly asked, "Among relatives, except for immediate relatives, please notify us immediately to test the blood type to see if there is a rare P blood type, otherwise we will be in trouble." The sister-in-law suddenly became anxious. "P blood type? We don't have rare blood types here. Brother-in-law, do you have it at home?" Chi Cheng shook his head and almost cried. His parents have passed away long ago, and he has rarely contacted his relatives, and they are all out of town. He is almost the only one, and he is not the same? Then, he remembered Dao Kangguo's words that the nurse on duty on the third floor had the same blood type as his wife. Thinking of this, he ran out in a hurry. Because he was too hasty, he fell down and his elbow was bruised and bleeding. But he couldn't care less about this. He got up immediately and rushed to the 3rd floor. This scene made Director Joe and sister-in-law stunned. Director Joe was even a little dumbfounded. Why did the husband run away? The critical illness notice has not been signed yet. Hurry up and bring him back to sign the critical illness notice. Director Joe also hurriedly said to his sister-in-law. Oh, my sister-in-law came to her senses and hurriedly chased after Chi Cheng, cursing, "You bastard, I thought you loved my sister very much, and you ran away as soon as my sister was critically ill." She followed him upstairs, but when she reached the 3rd floor, she saw her brother-in-law kneeling down in front of a young nurse in front of the duty room. Chi Cheng Shang was already pleading, "Please save my wife. There is only this nurse in this duty room. She must be the one Dao Kangguo mentioned." The young nurse was obviously frightened and shrank into the corner, not understanding what was happening. When testing the waters, pursuing reading is very important. Please pursue reading, please recommend and vote, and please give me monthly votes. Outside the duty room, the nurse looked at Chi Cheng, who suddenly ran up to him and knelt down in front of her. She was stunned and even wanted to call the security guard in fear. Chi Cheng seemed to be grasping at straws. "Ms. Nurse, please save my wife. I am willing to pay you 100,000 yuan. Perhaps the word 100,000 attracted the nurse, and she subconsciously asked, "Sir, what is going on here?" Chi Cheng immediately asked, "Ms. Nurse, do you have rare blood type?" "How do you know?" The nurse looked at Chi Cheng warily. She does have rare blood type, but she didn't even tell her colleagues, nor her relatives or friends. She didn't know the person in front of her now, but he knelt in front of her as soon as she came up and asked her if she had rare blood type. The sister-in-law who followed behind was surprised when she saw this scene. "It turns out that my brother-in-law is not running away, but he actually knew that this nurse had a rare blood type? It seems that since he took his sister to the hospital, this brother-in-law has been a little abnormal, as if he knew something in advance." The nurse nodded and said, "I have type P blood." "Sir, you haven't told me anything yet." Chi Cheng beamed with joy and explained, "Ms. Nurse, my wife was born prematurely and suffered massive bleeding. Now she needs rare P-type blood. The hospital blood bank doesn't have enough. So, if the blood type you tested is the same as my wife's, please save my wife. I will definitely give you the reward now. Add WeChat first." The nurse now understood what was going on and agreed to the matter, but she also added, "Let me make it clear first, I am here to save people, not for the 100,000. After all, this matter has no impact on her. Even if she donates blood, the hospital has stipulated the amount of blood donated at one time, so her life will not be in danger." Chi Cheng immediately said, "Understood, I will make a banner when the time comes, and I will give 100,000 as a thank you afterwards." The young nurse immediately urged, "It's not too late. Please take me there. We can't delay rescuing people." Chi Cheng hurriedly led the nurse downstairs to the operating room. My sister-in-law followed me with a confused face. Everything felt very strange. This nurse actually had a rare blood type. The door to the operating room. Director Joe frowned tightly when he heard the urging questions in the operating room. She has had a lot of surgeries and met a lot of family members, many of whom refused to sign a critical illness notification when their wife was in critical condition. But it is rare for someone to run away without saying a word. Usually when this happens, it will inevitably be accompanied by medical troubles, so she is in a very bad mood now. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw a nurse brought by Chi Cheng hurriedly back. Just as she was about to say something, Chi Cheng said, "Director Joe, this nurse has rare blood type." "She has rare blood type." Director Joe was stunned when he heard Chi Cheng's words. The other party didn't run out to escape, but instead found a nurse with rare blood type. She realized that the other person must have known the nurse and asked for help. She thought about it for a moment, then hurriedly asked the nurse to confirm, "Do you have type P blood?" Yes, I agree to donate blood. You can sign now." The young nurse also knew the rules and said immediately, "Yes." Director Joe nodded in surprise, and after having Chi Cheng and the nurse sign the critical illness notice and blood donation consent form, he asked the nurse to take the nurse to make preparations. Soon, the operating room prompt light came on again. Chi Cheng had already clasped his hands and murmured with a prayerful face, "Thank you, Dao Zhangguo. Thank you, Dao Zhangguo." The sister-in-law next to her was already driven by curiosity and asked, "Brother-in-law, what's going on? You seemed to know in advance that something would happen to my sister, and you asked about the history of heart disease first. Now even a nurse knows that she has type P blood. You should. It's not like what's written in novels and TV shows about being reborn, right?" Chi Chang shook his head hurriedly and said, "What are you thinking? I met Daozangguo at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain in the afternoon. I drove him for a ride, and he calculated it for me and told me in advance. He is now more and more glad that he took Daozangguo for a ride, otherwise he would not be able to imagine the consequences." When my sister-in-law heard this, her eyes widened in shock. "Just brought a Taoist priest, and then the Taoist priest helped me tell the fortune? This is simply a plot that only appears in movies. Isn't it incredible?" On the other side, Guo Lin has returned to Qingfeng Temple. After seeing off a few pilgrims, he also took out his mobile phone and started operating it. In a short period of time, the King Fengaguen donor group will reach 500 people. He set up 2 managers in the group, one for Qin Hong and one for Zhao Moxin. Because after people from the donor group joined, there were all kinds of people. Some random people swept in their merits and joined, and the chat in the group became messy. Therefore, management is required. Some topics are inappropriate. He didn't have the leisure himself, so he thought of asking someone to help him. Qin Hong was his first pilgrim benefactor, and he was a good person. Zhao Moxin, a girl, at least made him feel very comfortable, and she was also very pious, which was not bad. "Sorry for the trouble, you two." Guo Lin also thanked the 2 of them in another small group. "Daozangguo, you're welcome," Zhao Moxin said immediately. "Yes, Taoist master, you don't have to be polite." Qin Hong also agreed. "Are you kidding? This is a good thing delivered to your door, okay?" Daozangguo said that there is very little rice for praying, so if you become the manager of Daozangguo's donor group, then you should not be the first to get the most from the water. Lu Feng was a little disgusted after hearing this. "Okay." He obviously also wants to be a manager. Guo Lin replied to the 2 of them, picked up his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan and continued to play. The first thing was to complete today's daily tasks and get the blessing rice. After that, I continued the mission and completed several missions in a row. There were many rewards in the game, but there was no prompt from the system and I couldn't get these things out. But when he returned to Novice Village, an ordinary sect mission attracted his attention. There are 2 types of sects in this game. One is the Immortal Cultivation Sect. When players reach a certain level, they must join a cultivation sect, just like changing jobs, so that they can learn relevant immortal cultivation skills. The other one is the Basic Sect. Players of this kind of sect can create their own, or they can recruit other players to join, and then fight against each other, just like the gang system in regular games, where gangs compete against each other. Of course, you can also establish a sect yourself, recruit NPC disciples, and then play by yourself with the title of leader of a certain sect. There are many players who amuse themselves in this way. After completing the mission of this sect, you can open the basic sect system and join the sect. Why? I am too old, have limited potential, and have failed in cultivation. I returned to the village where I was born and wanted to establish a small sect of my own. I would teach the qualified children in the village to lay a solid foundation in cultivation, and train a talented and potential person to be sent to the immortal sect to practice. Now I am missing a resident. Would you like to help me with this? When Guo Lin saw the NPC's conversation, he knew that this was the fairy fate of an older doll. Because he missed the best period of cultivation, he had no choice but to pin his cultivation hopes on his younger generation. It seems that there are many such people in the Shushan Xiangxia novel. Guo Lin accepted this task. Task requirements: 1. Raise charity money from people in the village to build a settlement. 2. If you don't have enough mana, help collect the wishes of the villagers to assist in casting spells. This is a tedious collection task. Guo Lin was most annoyed by such collection tasks, so he simply hung up and let the game character complete it automatically. Then he picked up a broom and swept the leaves every day. When he had swept away all the fallen leaves in Qingfeng Temple, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations on getting a sect station construction card. Guo Lin was suddenly stunned. Can I get this too? He put down his broom and immediately controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence. Then he entered the game with an idea and saw the sect station construction card. This is a sect station construction card, which can build a sect station. Transformation effect, solid +2, primitive +2, ornamental +2. The transformation effect can be recovered and the sect station construction card restored. Currently available target, Qingfeng Temple. Construction conditions, 10,000 or 30,000 merit money, 45,200 merit money can be used. 10 points of willingness value, can use 13 points of willingness value. Guolin was surprised and looked at the construction sign of the sect's residence several times carefully. It means that this thing can be used in Qingfeng Temple to turn Qingfeng Temple into the residence of his sect in reality. Then King Fengiguan gets the effects of solidity +2, simplicity +2, and ornamental +2. How can this attribute be reflected in reality? Guolin was extremely curious and immediately quit the game. Then, he took out a WeChat account and checked it, 45,200. This is exactly the money received in the merit box account, which is the merit money mentioned in the note. King Fengiguanhuo was so popular that although the people who were attracted were all there to join in the fun, they also spent some money on the incense. As for the wish value, he didn't understand what it meant. But one thing is certain, this sex station construction card can be used. Thinking about it, I received another prompt, do you want to use the sex station construction card? Guolin directly chose yes. The next moment, he saw the construction sign of the sex station light up, and something happened that stunned him. After the sex station construction sign in Guolin's hand lit up, it turned into a beam of bright light and flew upward instantly, then spread out in the sky, turning into a light curtain and covering the entire Qingfeng Temple. This scene shocked him directly. Are you going to cause a fantasy incident? If someone comes up at this time, what is the explanation for being seen? Guolin hurriedly walked out of Qingfeng Temple, and several tourists happened to come up. They took a serious look at Qingfeng Temple, but ran towards the Lingquan tank excitedly. The spiritual spring jar is here. Hurry up and take pictures for me. Guolin was stunned. Qingfeng Temple is shrouded in such a layer of light, can't these people see it? After a while, he was sure that these people were not dazzled, but that they really couldn't see this layer of light. Only he can see it. When he looked at Qingfeng Temple again, he discovered something surprising. He hurriedly looked closer and saw that the dense cracks on the wall of Qingfeng Temple were disappearing quickly. Moreover, under the light, Qingfeng Temple seemed to be washed away quickly, giving me a different feeling. It seems that the original old and dusty things are gone, and there is an indescribable ancient atmosphere. If it was old and weathered before, like an old man living on his last breath, now it gives people an antique flavor that has been accumulated by time, like an immortal ancestor. The feeling of contrast is very strong. It's hard to believe it's the same place. Gradually, the light disappeared. King Fengiguan is completely different. Walking into the main hall, even the cracks on the statues inside have disappeared, and the repairs have become quaint. Outside, after taking some photos and videos in the Lingquan tank, the tourists were all stunned when they walked towards Qingfeng Temple. Hey, I just took a look and didn't notice. Qingfeng Temple is not as old as the pictures on the internet. Yeah, I feel the same way. It also has an antique feel. Is this considered an ancient building? Guolin couldn't help but smile. Now the county's excuses about old buildings and dilapidated buildings are no longer available, right? Before, I was thinking of raising merit money to repair the Taoist temple, but now I can save this step. Then, he looked at the game screen in his mind, and there was also an attribute of the sex residence on it. The sex residence, King Fengiguan. Level, first level sect station. Effect, solid +2, simple +2, ornamental +2. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 merit money, 15,200 usable merit money, 500 wish value, 3 available wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. In other words, can this be upgraded? If this is the case, the martial arts station will definitely have new attributes after it is upgraded. Maybe if the level is high enough, it will have the fantasy effects of those high-level martial arts stations in the game, and even float directly in the air. Guolin immediately looked at the merit money in his WeChat payment account, and sure enough, only 15,200 was left. This is automatically deducted. But the various transfer destinations made him dumbfounded. How about using his King Fengiguan merit money to do good deeds? Moreover, it would cost 100,000 merit money to upgrade again. Isn't this Krypton gold? Forget about earning money in games, do you also need to earn money in reality? What is the key to this willingness value? Although he had been using his wish power to fool others on the blessing rice, when he really encountered the problem of wish power, he studied it for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. The last special attribute is very interesting. If the day comes to take back the effect, then there is no way to reduce the level of the resident effect by 1, right? That way it can be used again wherever you go. However, the damage repair should be the same as the Lingquan VAT. It can be restored to the original state through the game system. There was a sound of surprise in front of Qingfeng Temple. Another group of tourists came up the mountain. What is different from the past is that tourists who came before will definitely run to the Lingquan tank as soon as possible. This time when tourists came up, the first thing they saw was the entire Qingfeng Temple. One person couldn't help but marvel, this breeze looks very primitive and very ornamental. Yeah, it couldn't be seen at all on the video before. Another person agreed. And indeed it is. The Taoist temple in front of you, with its simple style and ornamental quality at first glance, makes people subconsciously feel that there must be some master living here. Then, a group of people also took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Qingfeng Temple. When they looked at the video, these people were surprised again. Because in the video shot, King Fengiguan is also so simple, beautiful, and full of viewing pleasure. It is completely different from the videos I have seen online before. It must be that those people only focused on taking pictures of the Lingquan tank and did not take pictures seriously of the Qingfeng Temple. It's also possible that those people are not good at taking pictures, or the pixels of their mobile phones are not adjusted properly. Return to Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin picked up his phone and found that there was at himself in the donor group of King Fengiguan. When he opened it, he saw that it was Qin Hong. At Taoist Master Guo, are there any prayer rice in Qingfeng Temple? I want to take Nana up there in the evening. Our couple plans to let her resume her studies tomorrow. Almsgiver Qin, I happen to still have some blessing rice. You can come up in the evening. Guo Lin also replied. Qin Na's anorexia is basically gone, and it will be almost as long as she eats Reiki refined rice once or twice. As soon as Guo Lin spoke, the group became lively. Taoist Master Guo, do you have more prayer rice? Zhao Moxin. I happen to be free too. Taoist Master Guo, can we go up together too? Lu Feng. I want to go too. Ma Yan. These people's words attracted the attention of others in the group. The number of people who have joined the King Fengiguan donor group is now close to 500. Others don't know about the blessing rice, so they are asking about it one after another, making the whole group very lively. Excuse me, what is prayer rice? Yeah, can anyone tell me what blessing rice is? Qin Hong saw these people asking and popularized it again. Blessing rice is a rice that Taoist masters spend a long time praying for through their wishes. This blessing rice is not only very delicious, but also has great benefits for the stomach and intestines. It can even treating anorexia. These words caused a stir in the WeChat group, and many people were surprised. Really? Is it so magical? Of course it's true, we've eaten it ourselves. I've eaten it too, and the smell of the rice alone makes people salivate. Is it really that powerful? I've eaten blessing rice before in Linyuanguan, Tianzhou City, but it didn't have this effect. Then what you are eating must not be real blessing rice. It is said that prayers from Taoist masters are useful, but not just any Taoist temple has masters. Dea Zhangguo is such an expert. Qin Hong and others' answers made other people curious about the blessing rice. Those who had the time and conditions couldn't help but want to go to Qingfeng Temple to taste it. After all, this is too amazing to say. Can rice really have this effect? Dea Zhangguo, we also want to go up and eat some blessing rice, can we? Yeah, I want to go too. Dea Zhangguo. Guo Lin frowned slightly when he saw the questions coming one after another in the group. He currently has some blessing rice prepared, but he only has 10 kilograms of refined rice for daily tasks, so it is impossible to satisfy everyone. Besides, he also needs to eat it himself and keep enough for spare. It's just that it's impossible not to supply, you can supply less. After all, there is such a rumor about blessing rice, which is also good for the influence of Qingfeng Temple. Therefore, we must think about it. He thought for a while and said to the group, dear donors, I am very sorry. The blessing rice is limited. Except for special circumstances, it cannot be supplied every day. It can only be supplied occasionally. This time it is not available. I will inform the group in the future. But don't be disappointed, other donors. You can come here as well. Our vegetables at King Fengaguen are also very good. I believe we won't disappoint the donors. It's hard for others not to be disappointed when they see that they can't eat the blessing rice. After all, the atmosphere had been heightened just now, but people like Lu Feng and Mao Yan said that they could make an appointment to taste the vegetables from King Fengaguen in the evening. Moreover, many people agreed and expressed their intention to come together. This also made Guo Lin smile. Obviously, given the current situation of King Fengaguen, his strategy is at least right. If this continues, I don't believe that the Yushan Tourism Department will not notice this place. Now that King Fengaguen also has attributes of solidity +2, simplicity +2, and ornamental +2, would the other party still have the idea of demolishing this place? Time flies. At dusk, Guo Lin took a broom and swept the fallen leaves in the temple. On the top of this mountain, if it is not swept for a day, the Taoist temple will be covered with a layer of fallen leaves. After sweeping away the leaves, he took the incense sticks one by one and walked towards the back mountain. The mountain behind King Fengaguen is a forest, with a walkable path in the middle, but it is covered with a thick layer of leaves. There is also a mountain god shrine in the forest, standing alone inside. This is an external niche and does not belong to Qingfeng Temple, nor can you enjoy the incense of Qingfeng Temple. However, the old Taoist priest said before that he would come here occasionally to offer incense. Because this mountain god shrine belongs to the mountain god of Qingfeng Mountain, who is in charge of Qingfeng Mountain. Their Qingfeng Temple is borrowing their territory, so they have to offer some incense. The sun gradually sets in the west, and the sunset falls on the breeze to watch, making the simple attributes show a more ornamental scene, as if it is the Taoist gate of the immortal family located in the mountains. On the mountainside, a group of people were already walking towards the mountain. Qin Hong took Qin Nana and walked up. Also beside him were Lu Feng, Mao Yan, and a few friends he had just met. We all met in the WeChat group, so we came together to have company. Although we have never met in person, we have chatted in the WeChat group and seem to be familiar with each other. This is probably the benefit of group chat software such as WeChat. The group of people were chatting and laughing along the way. But when they arrived at Qingfeng Temple, everyone was stunned when they saw the Taoist temple shrouded in red clouds at sunset. Lu Feng said subconsciously, "Why do I feel that Qingfeng Temple is a little different? It seems to have become very shocking." "Did you notice it too?" Qin Hong nodded. Mao Yan and her husband Zhang Hang also discovered the difference. They have all been to King Fengaguen before. At that time, Qingfeng Temple gave people the impression of being very shabby, but now they don't feel that it is shabby at all. Instead, they feel that the entire Qingfeng Temple gives people a special ornamental value. It's more like the kind of antique ancient building carefully protected by the country. It seems that in a short period of time, some incredible changes have taken place in King Fengaguen. So shocked, Qin Hong couldn't help but murmur. He has been to Qingfeng Temple many times, and he knows Qingfeng Temple best among the group. He can be sure that this is not an illusion. Moreover, even if it is an illusion, it is impossible for everyone to have an illusion, right? This made him, Lu Feng and the others look at each other with a more pious look on their faces. Qin Hong and his party looked at the different Qingfeng view with shock on their faces. After a while, after entering the Qingfeng Temple, the alluring fragrance of rice praying for blessings wafted over. Qin Hong and the others who had eaten praying rice were not shocked, but those who had not eaten praying rice were immediately attracted, with surprise on their faces. "Is this the scent of blessing rice? It smells so good." What Mr. Qin and the others said is true. Just by the smell of the rice, I know it must be delicious. I really want to eat it, but it's a pity that we can't eat it. Here are the donors, please come inside. Guo Lin came out to see Qin Hong and his party, made a ritual gesture and invited them to enter the charity hall. "Excuse me, Deist Guo." Qin Hong immediately returned the greeting. The others followed Guo Lin's example and followed Guo Lin into the charity hall and sat down. After Guo Lin arranged bowls and chopsticks for these people, he also went to the kitchen and brought up a box of prayer rice and a bucket of ordinary rice, followed by 3 pots of vegetables. The blessing rice is for Qin Na. Since this little girl has been cured of anorexia, there must be a beginning and an end. As for Qin Hong, like everyone else, he could only eat ordinary rice today. In order to maintain the status of blessing rice, everyone is treated equally. As soon as Qin Na got the blessing rice, she ate it with relish. Even if she is anorexic, she will never get tired of eating the delicious rice. Others looked at Qin Na in surprise. They all knew that Mr. Qin's daughter was suffering from anorexia, but she didn't look like an anorexic. But it doesn't seem strange that the fragrance of this blessing rice is so tempting. Qin Hong and others could only have white rice and vegetables this time. But he found that the green vegetables seemed to be more delicious. Has Taoist Guo's cooking skills improved again? Others also found that the vegetables in King Fengaguan are really delicious. It's also a radish, definitely sweeter than the ones outside, and it's very appetizing when you eat it. Same goes for the other two dishes. Simple pure natural vegetarian dishes are definitely more delicious than those made by chefs with various seasonings. Absolutely amazing. This made them want to try the blessing rice even more. After all, these vegetables are so delicious regardless of quota, so how delicious is the blessing rice? Several people who had never eaten praying rice were a little envious when they looked at Qin Na. Nana, would you like to give everyone a taste of this blessing rice? Qin Hong and Qin Na discussed and pointed to a few pilgrims who had never eaten it. Yes. Qin Na nodded sensibly. This made those people's eyes light up. With such curiosity, even just a taste would be fine. Qin Hong also picked up the blessing rice and gave a little to each of the people. It was okay to have a taste. Those who had never tasted blessing rice immediately picked up their chopsticks. As soon as the blessing rice entered their mouths, the sweetness and deliciousness tempted them. That delicious taste. It's so delicious. Immediately afterwards, they suddenly felt that something was going on in their bodies. Qin Hong also reminded, if you feel warm currents in your intestines and stomach, don't worry. This blessing rice is good for your intestines and stomach. The warm currents are normal. These words shocked those people, because they really feel the warmth. One person said anxiously, it seems to be really effective on the gastrointestinal tract. Recently, my stomach acid has been high and my stomach is burning. The warm current passes through it and I feel very comfortable. Several people suddenly looked at each other. It's really so magical. After tasting the blessing rice, several people couldn't help but talk about the magic of the blessing rice in the group. After all, we all talked about it yesterday. At this moment, the entire Qingfeng Temple donor group was boiling. Everyone says this, which means that Qingfeng Temple really has such a magical blessing rice. This undoubtedly proves from the side that Dao Kangguo is an expert. As for Dao Kangguo's age, it was ignored. The ancients said, there is no teacher big or small, and there is no age for enlightenment. Older people do not necessarily have good grades and can be teachers, and enlightenment does not necessarily mean that older people have achieved success. After Qin Hong had eaten, he also took Qin Nana to wash the dishes. Others saw this and followed suit. If one person does this, others will learn from it. Therefore, this became a rule and habit, and it saved Guo Lin from washing the dishes by himself. After, Qin Hong said again, Taoist Master Guo, we need to buy some incense and candles, and we'll put them on when we come up. Others also expressed their desire to buy incense candles. Guo Lin took Qin Hong and the others to the incense shop and got an incense candle for everyone. After Qin Hong scanned the QR code and paid, he also went to the main hall and started to burn incense and kneel down, with a very pious look on his face. That's when Guo Lin suddenly looked into his mind in surprise. Congratulations on getting the One Wish PowerPoint. It turned out to be a reminder of the willpower. He immediately looked at the properties of the building where the sect was stationed. The available willingness value has indeed increased by 1 point. Soon, Mao Yan, his wife and others also burned incense and knelt down to worship. When everyone offers incense and kneels down, they can actually provide a little wish point. In other words, burning incense can provide you with aspiration value? No, there were tourists offering incense yesterday, but none of those tourists offered any willingness. Guo Lin immediately made a guess. Maybe it's not entirely related to the incense, but also to the degree of piety. Only those with a pious heart can provide the wish value. After everyone in the group finished offering incense, one person asked, Taoist Master Guo, I didn't know there would be blessing rice in the future. How can we eat it? I tasted it today and I couldn't wait to leave. Dear donors, This lucky rice is not available at any time. Guo Lin replied politely. Seeing what was said, the others did not ask any further questions, they nodded one after another, and then left one after another. As for the blessing rice, Guo Lin thought about it for a while, and then found a college roommate in his friend list. His name was Huang Xin. Huang Xin, your brother is not a computer major? Help me get a software that comes with scanning the code. Fuck, what do you want this for? You're not going to be a Taoist priest. Huang Xin replied with a surprised expression, by the way, why are you going to be a Taoist priest? Don't you and Lin Yu both have to establish a relationship and join the same company? I'm an intern. If you leave suddenly, don't you give that guy Wang Yu a chance. When Guo Lin saw this reply, he felt a little embarrassed and could only reply, the Taoist priest I am can marry. Wang Yu is the son of the vice president of the company where we went to intern. I know. Huang Xin made an embarrassed expression, stopped talking about the matter, and asked, Guo Lin, what software do you want? What functions? Both of them changed the subject tacitly. Yes, whether he is a Taoist priest or not, whether he can get a wife is not the important point at all, the vice president's son is the important point. But they are right about this. After all, they haven't confirmed the relationship yet. After graduating from college, love also weighs the pros and cons. You no longer choose because of love, but will be affected by many external facts. After all, the son of a Taoist priest and a vice president of a group would make the same choice if she was a woman. After all, men are the same. When two women have the right to choose, who wouldn't choose the one with a good figure and beauty? Unless the other party comes with the attribute of less than 10 years of hard work. It just comes with a lucky system when you scan the code. Guo Lin immediately stated his request. He just wants to provide blessing rice occasionally and maintain the legend of blessing rice. Moreover, he also said to let it happen, so he planned to attach a small program to the QR code of the merit payment. Pilgrims who scan the merit money will have the opportunity to trigger this small program once, and it can only be done once a day. The lucky ones can get a blessing rice, which can be eaten at Qingfeng Watch or taken down the mountain. Naturally, the probability is not very high and only a handful will get it. This can be regarded as random. As for those who want to have sex for free without sacrificing their merits, they will never have a chance. This seems a bit utilitarian. But their Taoist sect is not as hypocritical as the monks. They have clearly turned the temple into a commercial company. They go out with sports cars and get into luxury, but they still have to cover up this and that. Taoist priests have no objection to this, even if they are doing business. In ancient times, people paid great attention to traveling far away for cultivation. When monks go out and are hungry, they often ask for alms and get something for nothing. Taoist priests would go out and help people tell fortunes and arrange feng shui, in exchange for food. What's more, he has the leisure Shushan game. Maybe people who want to become immortals in the future, why should they worry about this? What's more, upgrading the sex residence requires merit money, so why is he still making all these hypocritical tricks? After Qin Hong and the others left, 2 more waves of people came to Qingfengaguen, probably from nearby villages. In this season, it gets dark very late. If you go up at this time, it will be completely dark after you go down the mountain. These people also offered incense, but most of them did not offer any wish, and only one pilgrim did. After his careful observation, he could be sure that the pilgrim was definitely pious, which was clearly visible when he was offering incense. In other words, the aspiration required to upgrade the sex residence can only be provided by devout pilgrims who offer incense. One night passed, and the morning sun came as promised. Guo Lin got up and did the old monk's daily task of delivering letters. After receiving the spiritual energy rice, he also went into the kitchen to cook. After eating the refined spiritual energy rice and practicing boxing to absorb the spiritual energy contained in it, he picked up his mobile phone and played Leisure Shushan. This game is casual in nature, not a mainstream monster killing and upgrading game, but it does have a lot of tasks, including countless main and side tasks, and even every NPC in Novice Village has a lot of side tasks. Moreover, the tasks can be automatically completed by hanging up. If you find it troublesome and just hang up, you will miss a lot of mission stories. Guo Lin took on more than 10 tasks in a row. After completing them with no results, he also took on a complex material collection task and hung up. Then he picked up a broom and started sweeping the leaves in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, after sweeping 2 yards, he got a reminder. Congratulations on completing Villager B's task of collecting special cloth shoe materials and obtaining a pair of lightweight cloth shoes. Guolin subconsciously looked at the light screen in his mind and saw a pair of gray and black cloth shoes with special Taoist bagua patterns sewn on them, which looked very simple and mysterious. This is a bit embarrassing. I took on more than 10 tasks and did them by myself, but gained nothing. When I took on a task, I hung up and completed it automatically, which was an unexpected surprise. Guolin immediately controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence. He entered the game with an idea and saw the light cloth shoes. This is a pair of special cloth shoes, which are blessed with a special wind charm. After wearing them, under the influence of the wind charm, not only the body becomes lighter, but also has the effect of relieving force. Special attributes: lightness +1, unloading force +1. When he saw the properties of these cloth shoes, he was surprised. My body has become lighter and I can still shed my weight? He thought of an online video in which a Taoist priest said that he must believe in science and that there is no such thing as lightness in the world, and then he jumped off a cliff. He remembered that the video was about a 20-meter cliff, and that Dao Kang Chen jumped off it in 3 stages. Believing in science has become a popular meme. What's embarrassing is that the cliff is actually not 20 meters long. When the Taoist leader personally measured it, it was 19 meters, but he measured it diagonally because the 3rd step extended forward at least 5.6 meters. In other words, for a triangle with a base of 6 meters and a hypotenuse of 19 meters, the calculated height is the actual height of the Taoist jump. Some people say that the 1st step is very high, but they also measured the hypotenuse, and it was not straightened, at least more than 1 meter was stolen. What's even more embarrassing is that some parkour players did jump easily, but once a Taoist priest jumped and fell face first to the ground, and was filmed. But even so, Dao Zhang Chen was still praised as a god, and all the Qigong energy behind him came out. He thought it was nonsense. To be honest, there is something special about this Taoist priest. Ordinary people do not dare to jump to that height, but the publicity is too much and the myth is too exaggerated. There is also a cliff next to the mountain road in front of Qingfeng Temple. It is really about 20 meters long. It is also divided into 3 parts. He can also jump off in 3 parts, and the landing is more stable than the opponent. But he doesn't have much energy. He just learns Wuming Taoist martial arts from old Taoist priests all the time, which makes him physically stronger. He felt that many people who had practiced for a long time could also do this kind of thing, as the parkour player proved. When he was in college, he wrote a comment on one of Chen Dao Kang's videos, saying that he had no problem doing a 20-meter triple jump. Then many netizens replied to him, saying that Taoist Chen is welcome to play, so that he can have the courage to go and sign a life and death certificate, without any rules. He was a little speechless. He was afraid that if he went there and he was beaten without rules, he would injure Taoist Chen. He also practiced boxing with the old Taoist priest for more than 10 years. Now that he has these shoes, can he try to jump 20 meters directly? Thinking of this, he immediately quit the game and put on the pair of cloth shoes. In an instant, he had a very strange feeling, and he clearly found that his body was much lighter. This feeling is amazing. I want to try it out. Guolin walked to a wall. The wall of Qingfeng Temple was 2.2 meters high. He tried to jump up on the spot, and his whole body seemed to be boosted, and he jumped directly to the wall easily. This surprised him. The domestic high jump record is 2.4 meters, right? But that was a sprint back jump. He jumped directly on the spot. Moreover, he felt that with the help of these special cloth shoes, he could easily cross 2.4 meters. Just as Guolin was thinking about it, the fragments of the evolution bagua disc suddenly shook, and a cold feeling rushed to his head, and then he saw an unexpected scene. She wears fluttering long clothes, Hanfa women, carrying a long sword, wearing a cap on her head, and a gauze scarf on her face, making it difficult to see her appearance. Heroine? Cosplay? But can the other party help King Fengaguen avoid being demolished? What the hell? Guolin's face was full of doubts. The tips given by the fragments of the evolution bagua disc will not be false. He immediately walked to the entrance of the mountain. Not long after waiting, he saw a figure wearing white hanfa, carrying a long sword, and wearing a cap and veil walking towards Qingfeng Temple. If this was worn by a slim woman, she would be a very stunning heroine. But this person's figure is very bloated, and she looks a bit like the Jieling cosplay Xiao Longnu. This man was holding the long sword all the way up. He seemed to have seen Guo Lin, and his pace quickened a little. It seemed that he was so excited that he accidentally hit the stairs with his toes. He stumbled forward and fell out. All the hat and face towel on his head also fell to the ground. A round head, a face full of flash, and thick stubble appeared in Guo Lin's eyes. What the hell? When Guo Lin saw the other party's appearance, he felt his mind tumble. It's actually a man. This is really regardless of the life and death of others. Moreover, can the other party really eliminate the crisis of King Fengguan being demolished? The man seemed to be very greasy because he was wearing a hat, and the bangs of his wig blocked his view. He hurriedly pushed his bangs away, and then became embarrassed. The other party dusted himself off again, and then came to Guo Lin very enthusiastically. Taoist Master Guo, I'm glad to see you. This kind of enthusiasm is very sincere, and it also reveals a very casual familiarity without being offensive. This takes some effort. You are good. When Guo Lin shook hands with the other party, he still couldn't recover from the other party's refined look. The man introduced himself. Dea Zhang Guo, please excuse me, let me introduce myself first. I am Chen Li, the director of Yushan Tourism Bureau. I am here to visit you today. Director of the Tourism Bureau? Guo Lin suddenly looked at the other party in surprise. No wonder the other party, dressed in a costume that didn't care about the death of others, could still save Qingfeng Temple from being demolished. You must know that the demolition of King Fengguan was approved by Yushan's official Urban Construction Bureau. If you want to remove it, you need to use official methods. The director of the Tourism Bureau certainly has this ability. When he started operating Qingfeng Temple, he actually wanted to make Qingfeng Temple popular and attract the attention of the Tourism Bureau. He would even find ways to build momentum and let some people in the Tourism Bureau know about it. After all, Yushan needs a popular Taoist temple to develop tourism plus city. Now I finally attract people. The hard work during this period was not in vain. It was surprising that a Tourism Bureau director came in person. It's the other person's body that really makes people unable to look directly at him. Chen Li noticed Guo Lin's gaze and hurriedly explained, Daoist Master Guo, don't get me wrong. I don't have any quirks. This is all for the development and promotion of Yushan tourism. Now that everyone is popular about online promotion, we naturally have to keep pace with the times. I looked really embarrassed. I took 2 videos in various scenic spots and uploaded them. Most of them laughed at me, but at least it attracted some traffic attention. Yushan. When Guo Lin heard this, he admired this person. After all, it takes a lot of courage for a dignified director to wear this outfit and act ugly for publicity online. When everyone came, Guo Lin was not in a hurry about the demolition of Qingfeng Temple. Instead, he asked, Director Chen, don't you know why you are going to Qingfeng Temple today? Chen Li also went straight to the point and said, Dao Kangguo, didn't we try online video promotion? We found that it is more effective than pure advertising, so we plan to continue to try on this road. Originally, I wanted to find 1 or 2 internet celebrities to collaborate with, but there aren't many internet celebrities in Yushan. There are some women who have some fans, but they also have level 10 beauty tricks to deceive people into giving rewards. It's useless to take pictures. I watched the videos of Taoist Guo and King Fengguan in the past 2 days, so I came to ask for help. Taoist Guo is not only a Taoist, but also has martial arts skills. He is simply the best person. After all, there are a few Taoist priests who are very famous on the internet, and local tourism is driven by them. For example, Taoist priest Chen who jumped off a cliff. The video of him jumping off a cliff is still popular. When Guo Lin heard this, he rolled his eyes and looked at the cloth shoes on his feet. Then he walked to the cliff next to Qingfeng Temple and asked, Director Chen, what do you think of this cliff? It's not shorter than that of Dao Kang Chen, right? This is exactly the 20-meter high cliff. Coincidentally, there are also 3 steps. He jumped over it after watching the video of Director Chen in college. He can jump almost as high as that Dao Kang Chen. The only difference is that he can definitely jump more steadily than that Dao Kang Chen. I didn't expect that I would need to use the special cloth shoes I just got. Chen Li walked to the edge of the cliff. When he saw the cliff, he knew that he would definitely not be shorter than Dao Kang Chen. He subconsciously asked, Dao Zhangguo, you have real skills, I wonder if you can. Before he could finish his words, Guo Lin had already kicked off his feet and jumped out. Chen Li's eyes widened immediately. While Chen Li was speaking, Guo Lin had already jumped off the cliff. He had jumped over this cliff before, but this time it felt completely different from before. The lightness of jumping seemed to give him a very terrifying ability to stay in the air. He knew that it must be the lightness plus one attribute effect of the special cloth shoes. Unlike before, he jumped out and fell very quickly. Instead, he felt light and airy. Moreover, this time he did not jump to the second stage, but jumped directly to the bottom of the 20-meter cliff, completing it in one go. This made Chen Li open his mouth in shock, his face full of disbelief. That Taoist priest Chen's 20-meter triple jump was already impressive. Now Dao Kangguo actually wants to jump to the end? Are you sure you won't fall to death? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he was shocked to see that Daoist Guo had fallen steadily to the bottom of the cliff and was still standing there without any problems. This is true Qinggong, right? After Guo Lin fell, there was surprise on his face. 20 meters, when he jumped to the bottom, his legs didn't feel any shock at all, as if he had jumped 2 meters. He knew that this was definitely due to the force-relieving properties of the special cloth shoes. Dao Zhangguo, you actually jumped down. Chen Li's excited and shocking voice came down. Guo Lin smiled slightly, obviously shocking this person. Therefore, we can slowly move on to dismantling Qingfeng Temple. He went back up the stone steps on the other side. Chen Li hurriedly came forward. Dao Kangguo, I would like to invite you to help promote Yushan tourism together. So, can you please dance again? I will make a video, which will definitely attract a lot of people. This is no better than that of Dao Kangchan. More powerful. No. Guo Lin refused directly. Chen Li was stunned. Seeing that the other party would refuse, he quickly said sincerely, Master Guo, if this publicity becomes popular, it will also be good for King Fengaguen. Think about that, Master Chen. Guo Lin sighed and said, Director Chen, Qingfeng Temple will be demolished by the county soon, and I will leave Yushan soon and go to a big city to find a job, so whether it is good for Qingfeng Temple has nothing to do with me. Seeing that King Fengaguen was talking about it, he took advantage of the situation and spoke out the problem directly. Qingfeng Temple is going to be demolished. Why? Chen Li was stunned. Qingfeng Temple is obviously so popular, and it is still popular. The key is that it has a simple style and is very ornamental. It can apply for the protection of ancient buildings. He just felt that Taoist Guo was joking. Tourists from all over the world want to create internet celebrity attractions to attract tourists. To this end, everyone is trying every possible means and racking their brains. Now that King Fengaguen has such potential, why should it be demolished? Guo Lin shook his head and sighed, there is nothing we can do. The county issued a document saying that Qingfeng Temple is dilapidated and dilapidated. It is classified as a dangerous building. It may collapse and must be demolished. Chen Li was dumbfounded when he heard this. Dilapidated? Dangerous house? He hurriedly walked to Qingfeng Temple and inspected the walls and buildings, and then his face gradually darkened. Are you kidding? This is called a dilapidated building and needs to be demolished? Chen Li specifically looked around Qingfeng again, and even a trace of anger began to appear on his face. After circling around, he didn't find any danger in Qingfeng Temple. On the contrary, this Qingfeng Temple has a sense of simplicity, antique flavor, and an ornamental quality everywhere. He is in charge of tourism, and tourism of ancient buildings must also be paid attention to. It can be said that the simple style of Qingfeng Temple cannot be compared to those ancient buildings protected by the state. A building that does not look old, but looks simple with history, will be very attractive and is very suitable as an ornamental building. At least, he had never seen such an antique building in Yushan, giving people an aftertaste of ancient style. Shouldn't this kind of building be protected? It should still be regarded as a violation of demolition? It's no wonder Chen Li isn't angry. When this happens, it's not malfeasance, it's something fishy. However, whether it was a dilapidated house or not could not be determined by his naked eyes. It required professional identification. Therefore, he also took out his mobile phone and made a call. Are you in the mountains? Okay, just come up. Specifically, he needs to find someone to test it. Otherwise those foam projects may appear to be good but are actually dregs. Guo Lin kept watching Chen Li's movements without disturbing him. After the system transformation, King Fengaguen is no longer the dilapidated building it was before. It would be an insult to the system to dismantle it under such conditions. He also doesn't mind having the opportunity to be exposed, make the matter bigger, and stir up public opinion. He himself graduated with a major in tourism and has learned how to operate online public opinion. He also knows that what the authorities fear most is public opinion. Director Chen is right when he says that his 3-step jump from a 20-meter cliff can become popular all over the internet. His 1-step jump from 20 meters will become even more popular if he jumps a few more times and gets people to take pictures. When the time comes to create exposure and take the opportunity to reveal it, there is a high chance that it will cause public opinion. When the time comes, many people will be attracted to analyze and interpret this matter in various ways. In addition, seeing that King Fengaguen, whose system has been modified, needs to be dismantled, I will definitely wonder if there is something fishy, or if there is no inside story. The one who feels uncomfortable will not be him, but Yu Chang. Dea Zhangguo, can you accompany me to see Qingfeng Temple? Chen Li returned to Guo Lin, his expression much more serious. Although he was still dressed in the same outfit, he no longer had the sense of indignity of not caring about the lives of others. This is great. Director Chen, please. Guo Lin nodded and took Chen Li around Qingfeng Temple, introducing the facilities such as quiet rooms, guest rooms, charity halls, and incense halls. Chen Li nodded from time to time. After going around, he found that the entire Qingfeng Temple was kept very complete and perfect. The simplicity was like a whole, rather than the ancient buildings in many places that needed to be repaired. There is such an ancient Qingfeng Temple in Yushan. The person responsible for the inspection did not report it. It was obvious that he was derelict in his duty. It was time to put things in order when he returned. Otherwise, with the current development trend of the Tourism Plus strategy, King Fengaguen should have been discussed long ago. If there were some unscrupulous places, maybe countless touching stories could be added to Qingfeng Temple to make it more attractive. In addition, Dao Kangguo has real skills. Let's learn from Dao Kang Chen and others to promote the association, right? If it really doesn't work, let Dao Kangguo jump off the cliff a few more times. Isn't this very simple? But now their tourism bureau didn't even know that Qingfeng Temple existed before. Let's go see the spiritual spring tank. Okay, please, Mr. Chen. The two quickly walked to the spiritual spring jar. Chen Li was immediately attracted by the words on the slate, Zhouzhang, round and full of energy. This slate is obviously the handiwork of a master sculptor. From all aspects, it seems to be quite old. Guo Lin hesitated when he heard this. After all, it was carved by him just a short time ago. To tell the truth would make the other party lose face, right? Moreover, after being systematically transformed, ordinary stone slabs have become antique and full of simplicity. Whatever, as long as he doesn't tell, who knows? Guo Lin thought for 2 seconds and decided to bury the true situation of the stone tablet in his heart. Taoist Master Guo, is the story on this stone tablet true? Chen Li asked curiously, is there really an immortal who stayed at Qingfeng Temple at night and left a spiritual spring jar? Many ancient buildings have their own stories. Even if they don't have their own stories, for various purposes an unrelated story may be attached to them, or one may simply be made up. This is the most basic operation. But the story of King Fengaguen is really amazing and mysterious. Even if it is made up, only the ancients can make up such a story, and modern people cannot make up such a story. After all, even if modern people edit, they will at most use the embellishment of an expert or a strange person, rather than an immortal. If it's too exaggerated, no one will believe it. However, there are so many videos on the internet that describe the Lingquan tank as magical, as if the story is true. Guo Lin didn't know what Chen Li was thinking, so he could only make it up. Mr. Chen, there is no way to verify this story, but this spiritual spring vat does have its own magic. As he said that, he also picked up the bamboo float and started to fetch water from the spiritual spring tank. Chen Li obviously knew Guo Lin's purpose. The effect of the spiritual spring jar can be known from the online video. Seeing with his own eyes the slowly rising water in the Lingquan tank, and the water flow seemingly disappearing, he couldn't help but be surprised. He checked on the Lingquan tank, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anything at all, and he couldn't understand it through research. This left him somewhat in awe. After that, he asked Guo Lin to take him to burn incense. Guo Lin didn't get any hint of the wish value. This person obviously didn't have any piety. However, considering the identity of the other party and the fact that he went to Qingfeng Temple for the first time, it was even more impossible for him to become a devout believer. After Chen Li finished the incense and walked out of the Taoist temple, he saw several tourists coming up and taking pictures excitedly around the Lingquan vat. The water has really disappeared. It was not in vain for us to sit in the car for several hours and climb the mountain for so long. Yes, this spiritual spring jar is amazing. I checked for a long time, but I didn't know the water disappeared like this. Qingfeng Temple is indeed very popular. Tourists have already traveled several hours to come here. Chen Lido had to sigh again. The tourists also noticed the two of them. It's Daozangguo. The uncle next to him is really. Uncle, can we take a photo together? That's right, uncle, you really have a 100% chance of turning heads. Seeing this, Guo Lin subconsciously stayed away from Chen Li. He didn't want to enter the country together. The other party was really careless about life and death. But when Chen Li heard this, he immediately lost his seriousness and refused to accept anyone who came. He actually said yes to the camera, and even pulled out his prop sword and started dancing. Even the posture of dancing the sword was still a bit careless, which made several tourists couldn't help but laugh. Chen Li was not annoyed, but said with a smile, "Guys, if you want to post a video, please add the video of King Fengaguen, and try to add our name in Yushan. Welcome everyone to Yushan." Guo Lin admired Chen Li a little. These tourists probably didn't know the identity of Chen Li, the director of the tourism bureau, otherwise they wouldn't be able to laugh. But for a director to work so hard to promote tourism is worthy of admiration. Didn't a great man once say, when an official is doing things, what rises is dust and what falls is the land? Now that he saw the director, he seemed to feel something. After all, as a director, it would be of no benefit to him to do this. He could have chosen not to do it, but he did it in the end. The people doing the testing arrived quickly. The leader arrived and trotted up to Chen Li. "Bureau Chen, what's going on?" Chen Li immediately pointed at Qingfeng Temple and said, "Master Lin, please help me test this Qingfeng Temple to see if it is a dangerous building." "What?" Master Lin looked at the antique Qingfeng Temple with a look of astonishment on his face. "Is this Taoist temple a dangerous building? It doesn't look like it no matter how you look at it." When Chen Li saw Master Lin's look, he knew what he was thinking, and immediately explained, "Master Lin, someone has assessed that Qingfeng Temple is dilapidated and a dangerous building. I need specific testing conditions." "Okay, Bureau Chen." Master Lin heard this and probably understood what was going on. He didn't dare to neglect and immediately started working. The King Fengaguen in front of me was assessed as dilapidated and dilapidated. It was obvious that someone from some department had a problem. Moreover, Director Chen has obviously thought about asking, maybe someone is going to be unlucky. Master Lin and the others were professionals. They used instruments to test various places in Qingfeng Temple and quickly came to a conclusion. "Master Lin, how are you?" Chen Li asked. Master Lin said with a weird face, "Director Chen, this Qingfeng Temple is so strong everywhere. It's a joke to say it is a dangerous building. The walls of the high-rise buildings in the county are not as strong as the walls of Qingfeng Temple. If this is a dangerous building, then all the houses in the county will be demolished." As he spoke, he handed several test values on the testing instrument to Chen Li for review. "Damn it." Chen Li just looked at the test values, said hello to Guo Lin, and then led the people away with an angry face. Not long after, Guo Lin picked up a bucket and was about to water the vegetable field when he heard footsteps and conversations. Listening to the voice, it was obviously the third daughter of Zhao Moxin. After a moment, 3 girls appeared, and behind them there was a group of villagers holding hoes and other tools. They also carried flower seedlings in their hands. They had already grown flowers and should bloom soon. Daozangguo. When Zhao Moxin saw Guo Lin, she brought her 2 best friends closer. "What do you think of these flowers and plants?" Guo Lin nodded. "Well, the 3 donors' flower gardens are about to start planting." "No." Zhao Moxin immediately shook her head and said, "We caused Wangqing trouble with Daoist Guo before, so we plan to donate some flower plants to Qingfeng Temple as an apology. Daoist Guo, I will let them plant these flowers wherever they are." 3 donors, don't these flowers cost a lot of money? Guo Lin couldn't help but ask. "You should need it more for your own flower garden." Although he is not in the flower arrangement industry, he is majoring in tourism, and he can see that these flower plants are not cheap. The total value should be upwards of 100,000, which is definitely not a small amount for 3 girls. He could only say that the 3 girls were interested. However, he didn't realize that Wang Qing's matter had caused him trouble. If it weren't for Zhao Moxin's video becoming popular on the internet, it would not have attracted Wang Qing, nor would King Fengiguan become popular on the internet, let alone maybe it attracted Chen Li. Now King Fengiguan has obviously taken a turn for the better. To be precise, he and King Fengiguan have to inherit the relationship between 3 girls. In those temples, there is a saying that donations cannot be refused. It is said that the donation has immeasurable merit and has 9 great merits. If you don't accept it, it will destroy the 9 great merits of the donor and commit a crime. Therefore, when the temple accepts huge donations, it feels at ease. As for the Taoist temple, he didn't know about other places, but the old Taoist priests often taught him to keep it in his heart. The bigger the incense donor's donation, the more he wants in his heart. You accept what others ask for, and what they ask for cannot be obtained, but it is also their Taoism and the karma of Taoist people. When he was a child, some wealthy people also donated a lot of money to repair Qingfeng Temple, probably more than 1 million yuan. At that time, more than 1 million yuan was a lot. The old Taoist priest refused and tried to persuade the rich man. Later, I heard that the rich man went to repair the prayer temple in Linkishan and spent more than 1 million. Later, the rich man's business failed and he hanged himself directly at the prayer temple. The abbot at the time said with emotion that he had no merit and was destined to suffer disaster. However, there is no praying temple in Yushan now. It seems that a landslide destroyed the praying temple and turned it into a dangerous building, so the county demolished it. Therefore, when he saw that Zhao Moxin's 3 girls wanted to donate these valuable flowers and plants, he naturally felt guilty. Zhao Moxin understood the rejection in Guo Lin's words, and thought that Dao Kangguo had discovered her little thoughts. She said hurriedly and awkwardly, Dao Zhangguo, we are donating these flowers and plants with the intention of advertising our garden. After all, there are many tourists visiting Qingfeng now and it is very popular on the internet, but we are definitely donating sincerely. Please believe us. Guo Lin was stunned when he heard this. Advertise? His feelings are too small? After hearing Zhao Moxin's words, Guo Lin understood and agreed to accept the flower plants. Then I'll trouble the 3 female donors. When the time comes, I will set up a merit plaque to show that the flower plants were donated by the 3 donors. After all, this is what the 3 girls want. Because Qingfeng Temple now has traffic and high attention, tourists will come and see the flowers and plants, and if they think they are beautiful, they will definitely be attracted. At this time, if I knew it was donated by the 3 girls' garden, I might go and have a look when I get to the mountainside and buy some. Since the 3 girls can get what they ask for, according to the teachings of the old Taoist priest, Qingfeng Guan can accept this large donation. Moreover, the flowers chosen by Zhao Moxin are indeed thoughtful. Taoism pays attention to the 5 offerings: incense, lamps, flowers, water, and fruits. Although not all Taoist temples may have all 5 offerings, but if they do, they must be particular about it. Just like Qingfeng Temple, there is nothing but water, which is the mountain spring water introduced into Qingfeng Temple. The old Taoist priests specially arranged and guided it, and they are very particular about it. And this flower is naturally one of the 5 offerings. Flowers for the 5 flowers are also very particular, and not just any flower will do. The flowers donated by Zhao Moxin, orchids, chrysanthemums, lilies, carnations, peonies, etc. are all excellent flowers for the 5 offerings. If I didn't put my heart into it, I wouldn't have chosen these flowers specifically. Zhao Moxin then said, Taoist Master Guo, my mother carefully selected these flowers for me after reading the Taoist book. They shouldn't be taboos, right? Guo Lin had an impression of Zhao Moxin's mother. Although she only came once, she seemed devout whether she was offering incense, paying homage, or eating at the charity hall. She was definitely a loyal believer for many years. This can be seen at a glance. Moreover, it turns out that for those who believe in Buddhism, it is the rule of Yushan Temple to wash dishes after eating. It is also a temple saying that the other party only eats disasters but does not keep disasters. Afterwards, Guo Lin also pointed out several locations in the open space in front of Qingfeng Temple for the workers to plant. Because the three girls Zhaomoxin donated a large number of flower plants, the positions he pointed to were also in the same 7-star direction, which was a good layout for planting flowers in Taoist temples. The three daughters of Zhaomoxin also ordered the workers to plant flowers according to the location indicated by Guolin. The workers immediately took action. Zhaomoxin said again, "Taoist Master Guo, please take us to offer incense." "I'm sorry, Mr. Guo," Zhao Yun and Zhao Lin also said. Guolin nodded, took the three women to the incense shop, took out 3 sets of incense candles and handed them to the 3 women. However, the incense shop was already somewhat empty. The incense candles inside were all saved by him before, some made by himself, and some made by the old Taoist priest. In the past, there were not many pilgrims in Qingfeng Temple. They made a little bit every day and basically couldn't use them all. Now that the number of tourists has skyrocketed, it is no longer enough, so we need to prepare some. Guolin later also took Zhaomoxin's 3 daughters to offer incense. The rule passed down by the old Taoist priests is that when there are many pilgrims, the pilgrims should be allowed to do what they want. When there is only one group of pilgrims, it is necessary to lead the incense offering in person and try to let the pilgrims complete the incense offering process. After the 3 girls finished applying incense, they went to instruct the workers to plant flowers and plants, and cut and decorate the leaves of the planted flowers. These flower plants are in the state of flower bones, so it is a good time to transplant and prune the leaves. In this way, the flower bones will bloom in half a month and will be more beautiful set off by the pruned green leaves. On the other side, Chen Li had returned to the county. He immediately took off his hanfo and put on his work clothes. "Director, how was your visit to Qingfeng Temple today?" When the secretary saw him coming back, he also came over to ask. He naturally knew that the leader had already risked his life to promote Yushan's tourism. King Fengyuan suddenly became popular, which was a good entry point. However, Fengyuan Temple at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain is also popular. There was a support plan for Fengyuan Temple in the previous plan, and funds will be allocated. It's just that Fengyuan Temple is not very popular, and there are flies flying all over the place. The Epidemic Prevention Department has sealed it, and the support plan may be cancelled. Chen Li heard his secretary talk about Qingfeng Temple, and when he thought about the urban construction plan to demolish Qingfeng Temple, his brows furrowed even deeper. He immediately said to his secretary, "Give me a copy of the information from Qingfeng Temple. I want it complete. It seems that the city construction department wants to demolish Qingfeng Temple and I want to evaluate the information." Qingfeng Temple is going to be demolished. The secretary was stunned for a moment. Seeing the leader's ugly face, it was clear that something was wrong, so he didn't dare to hesitate and went to deal with it immediately. Because Yushan wants to vigorously develop tourism, the power of the tourism department has also become much greater. It is easy for the secretary to get these information, and he quickly sent the information to Chen Li. When Chen Li saw the information, his expression became even more gloomy. King Fengyuan is in dilapidated condition and has become a dilapidated building. Is this King Fengyuan's assessment? Chen Li couldn't believe it when he saw this assessment. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that this dilapidated building, Qingfeng Guanhui, is rich in ancient style, antique, and highly ornamental? Moreover, Qingfeng Temple can definitely be declared as an ancient building under special protection. It is a treasure for Yushan. How come there are still people who want to demolish it? Are the estimators at the urban construction department just for a living? If you are not a person who eats dry food, then there must be a big problem. He immediately looked at other information, and after a moment, he showed a look of surprise. Privately built Taoist temples before land reform. Their country has regulations that Taoist temples and temples cannot be built by private individuals, and all land ownership belongs to the state. Therefore, Taoist temples and temples are generally owned by the state. However, some Taoist temples and temples are exceptions. Those are property rights issues left over from before the land reform. Before the land reform, there were no restrictions in this regard. This problem exists especially in some Taoist temples and temples in towns and villages. Before the land reform, if a temple or Taoist temple was built and donated by Taoist monks collectively or individually, and the house ownership certificate was registered and the procedures were legal and compliant, all ownership would belong to them. All, or where this problem exists, the property rights are inherited by the children of retired monks, nuns, and Taoist priests. Anyway, to put it simply, it means the same thing. Before the land reform, the situation was complicated. After the land reform, the Taoist temples built during that period were divided into two scenarios. One was directly owned by the state, and the other was in line with the situation and was built privately or donated by a collective, both of which belonged to the Taoist temple collective or privately owned. Even if a Taoist practitioner marries a wife and has children, or a monk changes careers and has a family, the children have the right to inherit such property rights. Chen Li suddenly realized the seriousness. If King Fengguan is really like this, the operation can be carried out according to the demolition calculation and even the demolition policy. Based on the property area of King Fengguan, the main hall, auxiliary hall, side hall, front and rear courtyards, incense shop, guest rooms, kitchen. If we add these together, if we do it, how many suites will we need? The key is that Dao Kangguo didn't know about this matter at all. If he knew, it would be Dao Kangguo who would handle the demolition procedures. Then there is a big problem in this. Chen Li thought of this and hurriedly ordered to his secretary, hurry up and check all the information on Qingfeng Temple, especially the property rights. Okay, leader. The secretary hurriedly walked out again. Not long after, the secretary came back with another stack of information. Boss, all the information is here. Chen Li immediately started looking again. King Fengguan is a Taoist temple built before the land reform, which started in 1950. The land reform of King Fengguan was not carried out until 1954. Qingfeng Temple was indeed donated by private individuals. Originally, Qingfeng Temple on Qingfeng Mountain was an isolated temple. Guanzi records that this Taoist temple was established after the old Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple rescued a young mother and young son. At that time, the mother and son were the hostess and heirs of a wealthy family in Yushan. Bandits were rampant during that period, and the family was robbed, leaving only the mother and son, who were rescued by an old Taoist priest. Later, the mother sold all the family property, purchased the property rights of Qingfeng Temple, and donated it to the old Taoist priest. She also left her youngest son in the Taoist temple and disappeared. Rumor has it that he died by suicide. After the land reform, because it complied with special regulations, King Fengguan was still privately owned and not owned by the state. It was a private residential land. After the death of the old Taoist priest, it was passed on to the young son, then to the previous Taoist priest of King Fengguan, and now to Taoist priest Guo. This is somewhat like the sect inheritance of ancient Taoist families, where the property rights have always been owned by the family. In other words, Taoist Guo is actually the legal owner of Qingfeng Temple. It turned out to be such a special case. Chen Li was even more shocked when the final property rights record of the information appeared. 30,000 square meters around? Still have this kind of property rights. Chen Li felt his scalp numb. The property rights of Qingfeng Temple turned out to be more than just the area of the Taoist temple building. There is also a large unbuilt area that belongs to the Qingfeng Temple. This area is too large. You must know that the Baiyun Temple, the largest Taoist temple in the country, is only 80,000 square meters. Chen Li was stunned. Early in the morning, after Guolin received a bag of spiritual energy refined rice from the game, he steamed some spiritual energy refined rice as usual, and after eating it, he started to practice Taoist Wuming Niaji Aquan. Now as I practice every day, the energy in my danshan increases a little more. When the energy of the aura rice was exhausted, he stopped. It would be better to give this unknown internal martial arts a name. I have been practicing for more than 10 years without any effect, so it doesn't matter. Now that the inner strength and energy have been developed, it proves that this boxing method has its own way, and it's time to become more formal. King Fengguan? He thought it was a good name. After all, it was called King Fengguan. After giving the boxing technique he practiced a name, Guolin walked out of the Taoist temple and felt much better. Looking at the flowers and plants donated by Zhaomoxin's 3 daughters in front of the Taoist temple, he also walked to the reservoir under the Lingquan vat, fetched 2 buckets of water, and watered the flowers and plants. These flower plants have not bloomed yet. According to Zhaomoxin's 3 daughters, it will take at least 1.5 months for them to bloom. Watered by spiritual spring water, this flower will bloom very luxuriantly. After watering all the flowers in front of him, Guolin went to King Fengguan and found a short stone slab. The 3 girls donated these flower plants, so naturally he wanted to erect a monument of merit for them. After taking out the corresponding tools, he also started carving on the stone tablet. This time, he didn't use any old-fashioned techniques, and he didn't use all his strength when carving. He didn't dare to use the vigorous and powerful master techniques again. In that case, the story slate on the other side of the spiritual spring jar may be exposed. After taking some time to carve the donation information on the merit plaque, he also placed the merit plaque next to the flower plants. Just last night, he suddenly found that the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck suddenly vibrated, and a coolness rushed into his mind. Hey! Guo Lin couldn't help but be surprised. It's Director Chen again, and this is a big shot. The key is that the other party will give him a big surprise. What's the big surprise? This is the bad thing about evolved Bagua fragments. It cannot control it independently. It rehearses everything randomly. What it wants you to know depends on its mood. It was cut off by him at the critical moment. Trick the master. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain. An unpretentious car stopped, but judging from the license plate number, you could tell it was a county car. Chanli got out of the car and opened the door to a middle-aged man. Sun County, Qingfeng Temple is on the mountain. Sun Xian nodded and said, let's go up the mountain. His brows furrowed slightly. Yushan Tourism plus Strategic Development was proposed by him, and the effect is very good. So far, there have been several 4A-star scenic spots, which have brought great benefits to Yushan. But what Chenli reported to him was too big. After all, there is a property rights issue involving 30,000 square meters, and someone in the county may have a problem. It's just that he has to confirm the situation, Chenli said personally. Let's see if this Qingfeng temple is dilapidated or a simple ancient building. When Sun Xian and Chenli got out of the car, their frown deepened because 2 cars stopped and a group of men and women got out. We've arrived at Qingfeng Mountain. You can see Qingfeng Temple when you go up the mountain. When you get to the Lingquan tank, take pictures for me. Obviously, this was for King Fengaguen. When they come here, they will meet a group of people going to Qingfeng Temple. It seems that Qingfeng Temple is not getting less popular. The 2 went up the mountain. When we got there, we saw Fengyuan Temple and the scene of flies flying all over the sky. Is this Fengyuan Temple? Sun Xian's face was obviously not good looking. The scene of flying flies is simply a nightmare for places developing tourism. Chanli explained, I don't know what happened recently. There have been a lot of flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple. They haven't rectified it yet. Seeing that the group of tourists behind him were already taking pictures of Fengyuan Temple, Sun Xian sighed. This was not a good influence for Yu Chang. The 2 continued up the mountain and soon arrived at Qingfeng Temple. When Sun County saw King Fengaguen, he frowned deeply and couldn't help but curse. Is this the dilapidated and dangerous house they said? Sun Xian looked at the simple and beautiful Qingfeng Temple in front of him, and one can imagine the anger on his face. Yushan's tourism plus strategic development was proposed by him. He also wants to rely on this strategy to reach a higher level in a few years. Moreover, the tourism plus strategy is now developing well and has achieved results. Now someone actually made trouble for him. Since he proposed the tourism plus strategy, he naturally has some understanding of the direction of tourism. He knows very well that the Taoist temple in front of him will definitely not be worse than those ancient buildings. They will further promote that it is absolutely no problem to apply for the qualification of ancient buildings, and it can become a highlight of Yushan. The more important point is that this Taoist Guo has real Kung Fu, which shows that Qingfeng Temple still has its own cultural inheritance. Even if it is a martial arts inheritance, it is also a cultural treasure. But how did the city builders conduct inspections? Call this kind of place a dangerous building and want to demolish it? When Chenli reported it, he was still half convinced, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, all he had left was anger. The facts are before our eyes. Even if you say that the people on the urban construction side have no problems, you won't believe it. The key is that using such a big hand in his strategy is definitely a provocation to him. 30,000 square meters, quite a big appetite. Damn it! Sun Xian cursed fiercely. Chenli reminded at this time, Sun County, Chief Guo has come out. When Sun Xian saw Guo Lin, the anger on his face suddenly disappeared and turned into a smile. He followed Chenli and walked over. His anger just now was completely invisible. Although he was very shocked by the age of Daoist Guo, He had watched the other party's video before coming up and was mentally prepared. Taoist Master Guo, Chen Li greeted with a smile, and did not forget to introduce, "This is our Sun County from Yushan. I'm here to visit the Taoist Master today." He didn't talk about the property rights of King Fengaguen. After all, the matter has not yet been finalized. "Mr. Sun, Mr. Chen." Guo Lin also greeted the two of them with a smile. For people in the officialdom, monks call them many names, and they also have honorific titles. However, old Taoist priests and professors can just call them Sir, which means they are not called nobles and do not have power. He is now more curious about the huge surprise prompted by the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc. The surprise should be related to this Sun County, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to come to this Qingfeng temple with Chen Li. Daozangguo, are these flowers and plants sent from the flower garden on the mountainside? Sun Xian looked at the flowers and plants in front of Qingfeng temple. There was also a donation plaque specially erected by Guo Lin. When he came up, he saw the flower garden. It could be seen that the owner of the contract had carefully built it. Well, the three female donors are thoughtful people. I believe they will add a lot of features to Qingfeng Mountain. Guo Lin reciprocated and said a kind word for Zhaomoxin. If it can be remembered by Sun County, it might also be good for their flower garden. Daozangguo, let's go to the Lingquan Vat and have a look. Sun Xian said with a smile. Mr. Sun, please. Guo Lin smiled and nodded, and he and the two of them arrived at the spiritual spring tank. Sun County, have a taste of this mountain spring water. Chen Li took 2 bamboo ladles to draw water, gave one to Sun County, and drank the other himself. Sun Xian took the bamboo ladle and after 2 sips, he felt the cold and sweet taste of the mountain spring. However, it didn't have the special feeling mentioned on the internet. He then looked at the stone tablet next to him that had the story of the immortals staying at Qingfeng Temple written on it. The stone tablet is simple, with vigorous and powerful carvings. It obviously has some history, and the carver must be a master with outstanding craftsmanship. Sun County asked, Taoist Master Guo, is the story on this stone tablet true? Those who see it have their own destiny. Guo Lin knew what the other party was asking. It was nothing more than the fact that a pious heart could enjoy the spiritual spring water. These two people obviously have no pious heart and cannot drink the spiritual spring water. Therefore, he also picked up the bamboo ladle and started to draw water from the spiritual spring tank. Soon, a large amount of water was poured in. Sun Xian and Chen Li both understood what he meant. Everyone on the internet knew that the Lingquan Vat had this effect. Moreover, all the tourists could not figure out the reason, which at least proved that it was not some mechanism. Therefore, many people comment on this spiritual spring tank with a sense of awe. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at the scene that seemed to disappear in the water, looked at each other, and understood the meaning of Daozangguo's words. To put it simply, whoever questions is the one who provides evidence. They don't have a pious heart, so they can't have the effect of drinking the spiritual spring water. If you want to know whether what is said on the stone tablet is true or false, you can find out when you have a pious heart. Daozangguo, would you like to take a look around again? Sun Xian invited again. Guo Lin naturally didn't refuse. He was thinking about what the big surprise would be, but he couldn't ask questions. In fact, he felt itchy in his heart. Then, he followed the two of them and wandered around the Qingfeng Temple. At first, he just thought that the two of them were interested in Qingfeng Temple, but later he found that they were also interested in the mountains and forests behind them, and even the entire mountain top, and even walked all the surrounding trails. This was obviously abnormal and made him a little confused. The trail in the mountains and forests was not easy to walk, but Sun Xian and Chen Li were very interested in it and apparently walked with purpose. Sun County suddenly saw the lonely niche in the forest and asked curiously, Taoist Master Guo, is this a mountain god? Why wasn't it included in Qingfeng Temple? Guo Lin explained, this is the shrine of Qingfeng Mountain. To be precise, Qingfeng Mountain is in charge of this person. We at Qingfeng Temple are just tenants here. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at each other. They don't know much about these things, but according to their government's property rights certificate, it's not certain who the tenant is. Sun Xian added, Taoist Master Guo, look at this shrine and there are incense and candles for offerings. We can build a temple for this mountain god in the future. After all, forest fire prevention is still very important. Guo Lin felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. It costs a lot of money to build a mountain temple for this mountain god, even if it is the simplest one. The mountain temple itself plus the labor cost of Qingfeng Mountain, a minimum of 200,000 yuan is necessary. Even if he spent all the merit money from Qingfeng Guan, it was not enough. Therefore, he did not answer the topic and continued shopping with the two of them. Soon, the sun was high in the middle, and the three of them returned to Qingfeng Temple. At this time, tourists had already come to Qingfeng Temple, still coming for the spiritual spring jar. When I see Guo Lin, I will pick up my phone and take pictures of Guo Lin. Some people go down the mountain after taking photos. For many tourists, taking photos is the most important thing. After taking photos, they can just post them on WeChat. They don't even enter the Taoist temple. The biggest role of this type of tourists is to increase the flow of people. Among the remaining tourists, someone came to ask, Taoist Master Guo, we want to burn incense, where can we buy incense candles? Seeing this, other people also came up to ask. Everyone, please come this way. Guo Lin also led these people to the incense shop. Daozang Guo, let's put some incense sticks on it too, Sun Xian said after following him to the incense shop. Chen Li nodded in agreement. Yes. Guo Lin also got an incense candle for the two of them. After everyone paid, he took people to the main hall and started to light incense. Sun County came forward with Chen Li after the tourists got up. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked sincerely, Master Guo, is praying to God really useful? I have something on my mind and I don't know when I can do it. Untie. These words surprised Guo Lin. After all, this person had no piety, but now he asked sincerely. It should be because the other party has some obsession in his heart that makes him act like this. Mr. Sun, sincerity leads to success. Guo Lin could only answer this way. After all, there is really no way to respond positively to this question. Accurate? If someone's matter is not resolved, it will not only leave a bad impression, but also make the person feel uncomfortable. Therefore, whether it is a Taoist temple or a temple, the ambiguous answer of being sincere and spiritual is the standard answer. Moreover, this answer can be used to attack, retreat or defend. If the matter is really resolved, then you are sincere and will give the credit to God. If it doesn't work, it means your heart is not sincere enough. Therefore, this sincere heart is the crystallization of wisdom condensed by people who have practiced spiritual practice for thousands of years. But just when Sun County knelt down to offer incense, Guo Lin found that the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc suddenly vibrated again, and a cold feeling rushed into his mind. Guo Lin was really surprised at that moment. The fragments of the evolution Bagua disc were triggered quite frequently today, and it was all because of Mr. Sun. Could it be that this evolution Bagua Pan also knew that this person would bring him a huge surprise and took special care of it? However, after seeing the information triggered by the evolution Bagua Pan, he had a lot of affection for Sun County. A person who is affectionate and righteous is always more likely to win the favor of others. There was a hint of sincerity on Sun Xian's face, because he owed a favor to a friend when he was young. The reason why he chose to be transferred to Yushan was because that friend was in Yushan. He and the other person became close friends when they were young. People are always frivolous when they are young. Because of his frivolity, his friend lost a hand in order to save him. Although those people paid the price for cracking down on gangsters and evil, he was always indebted to that friend. It's just that the other party didn't give him a chance to make up for his debt. He left silently and lost contact. He has always been brooding over this debt. If it hadn't been for this friend, he might have been the one who lost his arm, and he wouldn't have made it this far. Sun Xian sighed deeply, stood up, and placed the incense in the incense burner. Yushan is not small by any means. It has a population of nearly 500,000. How difficult is it to find someone in the huge crowd? Mr. Sun, are you looking for an old friend? Guo Lin's voice suddenly sounded. Sun County was stunned and looked at Guo Lin in shock. How did Director Guo know? It's just that I feel blessed. Guo Lin kept a smile on his face. Naturally, he couldn't explain the reason, so he could only pretend to say something casually. Being able to sit in such a position, Sun County is naturally not a person who can ask questions. Hearing Guo Lin's words, he felt a little more expectant in his heart. Taoist Master Guo, please clear up my doubts. Chen Li said that Taoist Guo is a person with real inheritance, and he might have some mysterious abilities. Guo Lin smiled and said, Mr. Sun, there is Kingxi Town under the jurisdiction of Yushan County. It is at number 63, the main street of the town. Maybe you can meet that old friend who happens to be back in his hometown for a few days. When Sun County heard the news, he couldn't help showing surprise and excitement. He subconsciously did not doubt the authenticity of this statement. Dao Kangguo has already said it in such detail. It cannot be made up, because as long as he goes there, it will be too easy to expose the lie. It makes no sense for the other party to make up such words to deceive him. Instead, it offends him and the gain outweighs the loss. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo, for clarifying my doubts. Sun County thanked him and walked out impatiently. Chen Li was also full of surprise. He naturally knew what was going on from the conversation between the two. He also knew that Sun County had been looking for an old friend, but he had never found him. Seeing Sun Xian leaving, he quickly followed him out. Sun Xian quickly left Qingfeng Guan, then looked back at Qingfeng Guan, with an inexplicable surprise in his eyes, and then hurried down the mountain. He was indeed eager to confirm whether the news about his old friend was true or false. Back at the foot of the mountain, Sun Xian and Chen Li got in the car and headed straight to Kingxi Town. The 40-minute journey is not long at all, and they arrived soon. Although Kingxi Town is a small town, it has developed well in recent years. It has developed very well based on the tea industry and is also a famous tea town in Yushan. The two arrived at Kingxi Town and quickly headed to the location Guo Lin mentioned. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Sun Xian hurriedly shouted, "Stop the car, pull over to the side of the road." When the car stopped, Sun Xian immediately looked in one direction. In front of a township house, a middle-aged man walked out with a child in his arms. Next to him was his wife, and behind him was a young man and woman, also holding a child in their arms. They were obviously a happy family. Sun County recognized the middle-aged man at a glance. Although his old friend was old, he could still recognize him. One of his hands was obviously equipped with a prosthetic limb. This made him fall into reminiscing. Sun County, is it him? Chen Li asked expectantly. Looking at Sun County, it was obvious that they were inseparable, but how did Guo Daozang know? Yes. Sun Xian nodded, feeling extremely shocked. How could that Taoist Guo be so accurate? You know, he didn't mention it at all at first. After he offered incense and worshipped the gods, Guo Daozhan seemed to know everything. It's really amazing. Thinking of the young Taoist priest again, he couldn't help but show a hint of awe on his face. Although I had known that Qingfeng Temple had an inheritance, this inheritance seemed a bit unfathomable. Do you want to say hello? Chen Li asked. Forget it, don't bother him. Sun Xian shook his head. This old friend was obviously living a good life and had a happy family. He was relieved and gave up the idea of disturbing him. After all, with his current status, he might disturb the other person's normal life and destroy the other person's existing peaceful life, which would be unsightly. Anyway, we already know where the other person lives, so there will always be opportunities in the future. On the contrary, the matter of King Fengiguan must be dealt with immediately and an explanation must be given to Taoist Guo. Not to mention Dao Kangguo, even the powerful people above want to make friends with him, right? The ability shown by the other party alone may help you avoid disaster at any time. Therefore, he immediately said, go back to the county first, solve the problem of Qingfeng Guan, and let people control the people responsible for Qingfeng Guan inspection at the Urban Construction Department. Okay. Chen Li nodded and immediately took out his mobile phone to coordinate the contact. When Sun Xian and Chen Li returned to the county, his secretary was already waiting. Sun County, the people have been brought here. Do you want to start the trial immediately? Let them start. Sun Xian nodded and led people towards an interrogation room. Now it is just their internal interrogation before handing it over. Under normal circumstances, the process will be carried out in this way. There is no expressly stipulated rule. When Sun Xian and Chen Li arrived, through the special glass window, they could see a middle-aged man being interrogated inside. The secretary explained, this Lin Jian is the person in charge of King Fengiguan inspection at Chengjian, and he is also the one who personally led the people to test King Fengiguan. Yes. Sun Xian nodded first, and then his expression became serious again. After all, this matter involved a property area of 30,000 square meters, and the problems there were very serious. They felt that Lin Jian alone could not handle it. In two people were already interrogating Lin Jian. One of them got straight to the point and asked, Lin Jian, you should know why I called you here. What do you want to say about Qingfeng Temple? Another person also said, Lin Jian, we also advise you to tell the truth. The property rights of King Fengguan are 30,000 square meters. The operation involved is staggering. It is impossible for a person who is not so courageous to deal with such a big thing. Lin Jian was obviously stunned when he heard this. What is 30,000 square meters? When he was called, he had already guessed whether the King Fengguan incident had been exposed. After all, he had no choice but to accept Yu Hui's 200,000 yuan. Originally, he wanted to resist and refuse to admit the blame. After all, the money doesn't go through his account. As long as Yu Hui doesn't take action, there may not be evidence, as long as he doesn't know anything. But who knew that the other party would actually ask about the property rights of 30,000 square meters? How could he dare to do such a big thing? Seeing this, one of the interrogators reminded, Lin Jian, King Fengguan is a property rights building with special status before the land reform, with a recorded area of 30,000 square meters. Now King Fengguan is unaware of it, and you deliberately made King Fengguan a violation of if you want to dismantle it. Tell me how you did it. Lin Jian was completely frightened and shouted out quickly, it's really unfair. I only accepted 200,000 from Yu Hui. I don't know anything about the property rights of King Fengguan. Really, I can provide Yu Hui's account for payment. It's my wife's brother's account. I really don't know what the property rights of 30,000 square meters are. He was really scared. He was only responsible for testing the quality and had no idea about the conditions of King Fengguan. He really only collected Yi Hui and 200,000 yuan. Moreover, although Qingfeng Temple was not a dangerous building, it was still dilapidated, so he dared to operate it. He never expected that it would lead to such a big thing. This is unaffordable. He even wondered if someone wanted him to take the blame. Sun Xian and Chen Li were also stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Did they misunderstand? Sun County, this. Chen Li was stunned. Sun County frowned and said, let them investigate with all their strength and make sure that what he said is true or false. Chen Li nodded, walked into the interrogation room, and explained to the two interrogators. Next, what they have to determine is whether this is true or false. Time flies. One day passed in the blink of an eye. County office. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at each other in confusion as they looked at the investigation results. After a day of verification, it was confirmed that what Lin Jian said was true. From the beginning to the end, the other party only accepted Yu Hui's 200,000 yuan and deliberately made a false test report. They took the matter seriously. Lin Jian didn't have the guts to do such a big thing. He really didn't know about the property rights of King Fengguan. Lin Jian was also confused when he saw the photos and videos of King Fengguan that Chen Li took out. When he went for inspection, King Fengguan was indeed in a dilapidated state. Even if it wasn't a dilapidated building, it was really in disrepair. But what's going on with King Fengguan now? It's simply a big change. If King Fengguan was like this before, he wouldn't dare to make that lie even if he had 10 guts. Now he just feels that he is really wronged. It is said that Buddhism is a place of purity. How come Fengyuan Temple has an unclean abbot? Sun Xian said angrily, in the fight for fame and fortune, you actually reached into the county. Damn it. The outcome of the matter seemed very simple. Yu Hui of Fengyuan Temple knew that the county was going to develop Qingfeng Mountain, which would attract tourists in the future, so he wanted to get rid of Qingfeng Temple and monopolize the tourist dividends. It happened that Lin Jian's mother was a believer in Buddhism and often went to Fengyuan Temple before, so she was noticed. This Hui also had tricks, and finally hooked up with Lin Jian, and successfully paid a bribe of 200,000, so that the other party tampered with the test report of King Fengguan. If King Fengguan hadn't suddenly become popular, no one would have known that this ancient building had been demolished. This can only be said that Lin Jian is an idiot for daring to make such a lie. Even if Qingfeng Guanming sees it, it cannot be a dangerous house. Obviously, Sun County didn't know that he had wronged Lin Jian. If it was the previous Qingfeng Temple, it was really dilapidated. Even if he went to see it in person, he would not have much doubt about the test results of the dilapidated building. After all, he will consider the tourists logically and cannot put them in crisis. Unless it is a semi-Qingfeng Temple renovation, but according to the original Qingfeng Temple, it is possible that no funds will be allocated for repairs. But no matter what, it is impossible for Sun County to know this. Moreover, to him, Yu Hui was no different from provoking him. If a monk dared to put his hand into the county, he would definitely have to pay a price. Sun Xian frowned and told Chen Li, leave Yu Hui's matter to the police. As for the issues related to Qingfeng Temple, especially the property rights, just do what you need to do. Prepare the information and inform Daoist Guo. Okay, Sun County. Chen Li nodded and took out his cell phone to contact the police. King Fengaguen. Guo Lin fought hard in the yard with his mobile phone and took on another task from an NPC in Novice Village. This mission is to go to the wild to kill wild boars and collect wild boar skins. After delivering the task, the NPC gave many rewards in the game, but unfortunately, there was no prompt in his mind, and he could not get these rewards in reality. Only when something prompts him in his mind can he bring it out. At the end of the day, apart from entertaining the pilgrims, he spent all his time on this game, but unfortunately he gained nothing. I took on 2 more side missions, but still gained nothing. My eyes were really tired, so I put down my phone and rested. He actually thought of those Sun County people. The evolution Bagua disc suggested that this person would give him a huge surprise. He still didn't know what the surprise was. I was very uncurious. At this moment, a reminder appeared in his mind. The effect of 10-mile incense is over. He looked at the light screen in his mind, and saw that the countdown for the 10-mile incense in Fengyuan Temple was gone. Has it been a week? Forget it, I'm in a bad mood, go and order him another one. Guo Lin muttered and walked directly down the mountain. He was so tired from playing the game that he had not yet harvested anything. The main reason is that this Hui has bad luck. Fengyuan Temple, as the effect of the 10-mile incense disappeared, the flies and cockroaches began to fly away in all directions, and they left at an extremely fast speed. These flies and cockroaches are attracted by 10-mile incense, but under normal circumstances, what attracts them is food residues. There is no doubt that no food residues can be found in Fengyuan Temple now. These flies and cockroaches should be starving with hunger. Therefore, when the effect of Shilak Siang ends at this time, they will definitely leave as if they were granted amnesty, and they will be very unified. Soon, there were not many flies or cockroaches left in Fengyuan Temple. Yu Hui naturally got the news quickly. He came back immediately with 3 monks. It seems like it's really back to normal. A practicing monk said. Shi Yuan nodded and said, yes, there aren't many left. Once we drive them away, everything will be fine, right? Don't be stunned, drive them away quickly, we need to light the incense quickly. Yu Hui ordered with a happy face. No matter what happened before, now that the flies and cockroaches are finally gone, the pain should be over. This period of time was really torturous for him. If Fengyuan Temple does not return to normal, the people in his group of donors will all disappear. Guo Lin quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, holding 2 10-mile incense sticks in his hands. I threw one to Fenjayuanji because I was in a bad mood. He would be happy to have it doubled. When he arrived near Xiang Fenjayuan Temple, he saw that the flies all over the sky were gone. In the temple, you can see Yu Hui leading 3 monks to drive away the remaining flies. Seeing this, why did he hesitate? I immediately sped up and went down the mountain, from a trail to a location behind Fengyuan Temple where no one could see, where I lost the 10-mile incense last time. Take out the 2 10-mile incense sticks you brought and light them, and a prompt will appear. Please select the effect scope. The choice was still valid only within the scope of Fengyuan Temple, and then 2 10-mile incense sticks were thrown into Fengyuan Temple. Just like before, the 2 10-mile incense sticks burned out instantly in midair, and that indescribable mysterious feeling appeared again. A prompt also appeared on the light screen in my mind. You used double the duration of 10-mile incense on Fengyuan Temple. The duration is 336:00:00. The countdown begins? Guo Lin smiled when he saw this and left along the path with satisfaction. This Hui offended him to death, so you can't blame him for holding a grudge. Although the old Taoist priest taught him that Taoists should pay attention to inaction, he also said that Taoists can do anything when necessary. After all, Taoism has a tradition of Taoists going down the mountain with swords in troubled times. What's more, he just came to throw incense, not to commit murder or arson. It's normal, right? In Fengyuan Temple, Yu Hui and Shiwen took incense to drive away the remaining flies. Although this process led to the death of some flies and cockroaches and caused killing karma, For the sake of the purity of Buddhism, we can only blame them for their misfortune. He took 3 monks, Shushan, and recited the rebirth mantra for them, and sent them to the paradise of paradise. The previous irritability on Yu Hui's face disappeared. After Fengyuan Temple returned to normal, he also regained his calm master's demeanor. Prepare the incense candles and light the incense again. Yu Hui took Shi Yuan and the others back to the main hall and gave the order, and he also wiped it on the table in the main hall. After seeing Shi Yuan and the others setting up incense and candles, he took out his mobile phone, opened a donor group in Fengyuan Temple, and typed a notice. Fengyuan Temple has gone through many hardships and endured the test of the Bodhisattva. Finally, the hardships have been relieved and the recovery is as good as before. All donors who offer incense in the near future may have the opportunity to receive the Bodhisattva. He copied this passage and posted it to every group. Someone from the donor group of Fengyuan Temple immediately spoke. I knew Fengyuan Temple would get through this difficult time. I'll go to the ceremony later. It turns out to be a Bodhisattva test, and all we have left behind are loyal believers. The false believers have left, they have not withstood the test of the Bodhisattva. Let's go to the temple together today. Seeing this, Yu Hui was all smiles. These are loyal believers of Fengyuan Temple. Although they are not the ones who donate the most, they are the easiest to fool. Most of them are middle-aged men and women whose lives are not satisfactory. It is easy for them to place their trust in the spiritual world, and it is easy to be deceived. As long as you can guide these people, you can influence other donors. No matter where you are, the sense of atmosphere is the most important. In a donor group with such an atmosphere, other people will be affected to some extent. Fengyuan Temple's reputation will soon be restored. But just as Yi Hui was thinking this, a strong rancid smell suddenly wafted over. Yu Hui and Shiwen were stunned when they smelled the smell. This. Yu Hui's eyes widened. Such a familiar smell. Abbot, can it be? Shi Yuan asked with an ugly expression. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a dense buzzing sound appeared, and it became more and more intense. When Yu Hui went out, he looked up and saw a swarm of black flies flying towards Fengyuan Temple. In an instant, the entire Fengyuan Temple was covered in flies again. Cockroaches. A monk pointed outside, and sure enough, dense cockroaches came in again. In the blink of an eye, Fengyuan Temple was the same as before again. Why? Yu Hui's face suddenly showed a look of sadness and anger. It has obviously returned to normal, these flies and cockroaches have obviously left, why do they come back? After a while, Yu Hui and Shiwen couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly fled towards Fengyuan Temple. Almost when several people escaped from Fengyuan Temple, 2 police cars suddenly drove over and stopped in front of Fengyuan Temple. Several police officers got out of the car. They walked up to Yu Hui, and one of them asked as usual, "Are you Yu Hui?" The poor monk is Yu Hui. Yu Hui faced several police officers and performed a Buddhist ritual, showing the demeanor of a master. But the police officer directly took out the arrest warrant. Yu Hui, your bribery of Lin Jian from the Urban Construction Department has constituted the crime of bribery. Please go back and cooperate with our investigation. Yu Hui was shocked when he heard this, and his demeanor as a master suddenly disappeared. How could this be exposed? It was obviously very secretive, and it wasn't Lin Jian's account. The police officer had already taken out a pair of silver bracelets and put them on his hands. Come on, come back with us and cooperate with the investigation. The police officer was not polite and pulled Yu Hui into the car. Yu Hui obviously knew the consequences of his crime and said anxiously, I want to call and ask my wife to hire a lawyer for me. Wife. The police officer looked at Yu Hui's bald head and cassock with a look of astonishment on his face. Several other police officers were also stunned, obviously in disbelief. Shi Yuan and the 3 of them opened their mouths fiercely. Especially Shi Yuan, he knew some of the things the abbot did, and he even did a lot of embarrassing things with his cousin Apao. But the abbot is too good at playing, right? Yu Hui naturally has the right to ask for a lawyer, but she must first cooperate with the police investigation. As for whether he has a wife or not, it's not up to a few police officers, it's just a few people's changed outlook and understanding. Are all the monks today so good at playing? On the mountain road, Guo Lin, who was about to return to Qingfeng Temple, was also surprised to see Yu Hui being taken away in a police car. Is this wisdom a crime? Sure enough, today was the time for Hui to be unlucky. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such a ruthless mixed doubles match? Inexplicably, he felt his mood improved and walked happily towards the mountain. Soon after, several believers from Fengyuan Temple came together and arrived in front of Fengyuan Temple with great piety. Then they were dumbfounded when they saw the flies flying all over the sky. Will Fengyuan Temple be restored as promised, and will it be able to withstand the test of the Bodhisattva? The next day, Sun Xian and Chen Li also got the results quickly. Lin Jian confessed, and provided proof of his brother-in-law's account. The evidence of Yu Hui's crime was conclusive and he could only confess. What the two of them didn't expect was that after Yu Hui made a phone call, the other party's wife arrived overnight with a lawyer, and even hired a well-known domestic lawyer to defend her. You can't even afford this kind of lawyer without any financial resources. But when he saw the account status of Fengyuan Temple, he remained silent. The balance, more than 8 million. Is a small temple so rich? The key is that large sums of money were also transferred out multiple times. This is really... Sun County didn't know how to complain when he saw this, and then he threw the information aside. This matter was no longer under their system's control. He also said to Chen Lida, I have prepared all the information for Qingfeng Temple. All right. Ready. Chen Li nodded with a smile and said, however, the property rights of Qingfeng Temple have not yet been transferred to Taoist Guo, so Taoist Guo probably doesn't know about it yet. Sun County nodded and sent the information when the time came. He would also explain this matter to Daoist Guo. Moreover, if we want to apply for ancient building protection for Qingfeng Temple in the future, we will need the cooperation of Dao Kangguo. After all, Dao Kangguo is the property owner of King Fengyuan. King Fengyuan. Guo Lin took out a bucket, filled it with water in the reservoir under the Lingquan jar, and watered the flowers donated by Zhao Moxin's 3 daughters. It has to be said that the water in the spiritual spring tank has very good properties for plants. Not only did none of these flower plants die, nor did any of their branches and leaves turn yellow, they also grew very well, with green branches and leaves. Under normal circumstances, when flower plants are transplanted, and they are not transplanted into flower fields, they are prone to drying out and dying. After watering the flowers and plants, he filled the water and went to the vegetable field, planning to water the vegetable field again. After being irrigated with Lingquan water for this period of time, the vegetables are growing very well and are twice as big as the vegetables outside. Naturally, they taste better. This shows the magical effect of spiritual spring water on plants. After watering the vegetable field, he returned to the top and drank a ladle of spiritual spring water to quench his thirst. Then Guo Lin took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan and started playing by controlling the game character. Open the taskbar. It will recommend some popular tasks to players, or newly added tasks. Guo Lin randomly accepted a mission above and was about to control the game character when he saw an old man and a middle-aged man coming up the mountain. The two of them obviously have a magnanimity that ordinary tourists don't have. Moreover, unlike other tourists, although the old man went to the spiritual spring tank with purpose after coming up, he paid a homage to the spiritual spring tank. Guo Lin was surprised. The old man's Taoist etiquette was very skillful and standard. Seeing this, he also controlled the game to automatically proceed with the task he just accepted. The old man and the middle-aged man had already picked up the bamboo ladle and drank the water in the spiritual spring tank. What is said on the internet is true. This spiritual spring water really has that effect. After the old man drank the water, his face was full of emotion. There are many immortals and gods in Taoism, which are much better than Buddhism, but modern people's hearts are not ancient, and it is difficult to even Taoists can hardly produce real people. The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed, because he drank the spiritual spring water and did not find that the spiritual spring water had the effects mentioned on the internet and on the stone tablets. Therefore, when he heard his father's emotion, he still couldn't understand it. However, his father was a devout believer, and all he could do was obey him. But the old man seemed to see through his son's thoughts and shook his head. You have no luck. It is said on the stone tablet, if you have a pious heart, you will have a different experience. Then, the old man also saw Guo Lin, walked up to him, and gave another skillful and standard greeting. Master Guo, would you please take us to burn incense? He called out Guo Lin's name accurately, and he obviously knew about it before coming. Old sir, you're welcome. Guo Lin replied in surprise before welcoming the two of them into Qingfeng Temple. At the same time, He also knew that the old man's name was Xie Qingyang and his son's name was Xie Chong. When he arrived at the incense shop, he got a pair of incense candles for both Xie Qingyang and Xie Chong. He wanted to lead them to burn incense, but found that Xie Qingyang was also familiar with the process of burning incense in Taoist temples. When the other party arrived at the main hall, he took Xie Chong to burn incense according to standard procedures. Congratulations on getting 3 wish points. Guo Lin suddenly received the prompt and couldn't help but look at the sex location information in the game in his mind. The sex residence, King Fengaguan. Level, first level sect station. Effect, solid +2, simple +2, ornamental +2. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 merit money, 25,600 usable merit money. 500 wish value, 42 usable wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. After these days, the sex station has only received 42 wishes. Except for the pious pilgrims such as Qin Hong and Zhao Moxin who had witnessed his mysterious abilities, although there were many pilgrims attracted, it was rare to see a few who could provide the wish power in a day. The psychology of most tourists is probably this: no matter whether it works or not, just put incense, draw lots, scan merit money, join in the fun and go through the process first, and treat it as just fun. But even a senior pilgrim like Qin Hong can only provide 1 point of wish power each time. Therefore, there is a big gap between the 500 willpower required to upgrade the sex station. Now this old man Xie Qingyang actually provided 3 points of willingness. It's really surprising. If you let the other party come to Qingfeng Temple to offer incense every day, can you guarantee a minimum of 3 points of willpower? It's a pity that the other party is too old to come to King Fengaguan every day. The key is that his accent is not from Yushan. When Guo Lin secretly said that it was a pity, Mr. Xie Qingyang had already finished offering incense and walked up to him and said, "Master Guo, I have an unkind request. I hope you will forgive me." "Thank you, Mr. Xie," Guo Lin said doubtfully. Xie Qingyang didn't say much, took out a certificate from his arms and handed it to Guo Lin. Householder certificate. Guo Lin took the certificate in surprise, and finally understood why Mr. Xie was so proficient in Taoist rituals and very familiar with Taoist etiquette. Layman is a special name given by Taoists to converts. Many people have misunderstandings about the word refuge, thinking that refuge means becoming a monk. This is not always the case. One kind of conversion is indeed to become a monk and become a Taoist priest completely. For example, he inherited Qingfeng Guan and became a complete Taoist priest. However, many believers do not need to become a monk to convert. They just need to abide by Taoist teachings and dogmas after converting. They can also practice at home. Otherwise, their normal life will not be affected. This type of people are lay people. They do not need to abide by the rules of Taoists, but only practice relevant teachings and understand relevant rituals. Now, he also knew why Mr. Xie provided 3 points of wish when he offered incense. If the wish power obtained by the sex station is related to the pious heart, then the pious heart is also different. If the pious heart is deeper, it is normal to be provided with more wish power. In terms of piety, lay people practicing at home are definitely not comparable to pilgrims like Qin Hong. Do you want layman Xie to stay at Qingfeng Temple? Guo Lin changed his name to Xie Qingyang and asked after returning the layman's certificate to him. Taoist temples generally allow overnight stays, and Qingfeng Temple has 6 guest rooms. It's just that laymen staying overnight are different from pilgrims and tourists. Others need to pay merit money and pay. Some places even clearly indicate the price for staying overnight. For example, Wudang Mountain is priced at 100, and the Tianxi Cave area in Qingcheng Mountain is priced at 300. But the layman is different. As long as he has a layman's certificate issued by the Taoist Association, he can stay in a Taoist temple for free. Xie Qingyang shook his head and said, "Taoist Master Guo, I want to practice in Qingfeng Temple for a while." Xie Chong, who was next to him, heard his father smile secretly. My father had such a habit and was too persistent in practicing Taoism. He had practiced in many Taoist temples across the country. Hao has no doubt that one day some Taoist temple will completely convince his father. He is afraid that his father will become a monk directly and become a Taoist priest completely. Principal Xie, are you sure? Guo Lin was a little surprised to hear that Xie Qingyang wanted to enter meditation practice. Lay people can indeed stay in Taoist temples and practice meditation for a period of time. However, in this case, the layman also needs to participate in the daily routine of the Taoist temple, such as helping with sweeping the floor, diving, cooking, reception, etc. Xie Qingyang immediately said, "Don't worry, Taoist Guo, although I am older, my health is better than that of my son and grandson. They are very weak." Xie Chong saw his father dragging him, and he immediately said awkwardly, "Dea Zhangguo, my father is indeed in good health." He was seen occasionally eating something to nourish the kidneys. Every time his father went to a Taoist temple, in order to show that he was in good health and could enter the Taoist temple for practice, he would mention this matter. He is middle-aged, and it is normal to be deficient, but his son, who is young and needs to replenish his kidneys like him, is really deficient. Then from now on, I will take care of each other with Master Xie. Guo Lin agreed, or it was an unexpected surprise, and he was guaranteed to get 3 wishes every day. After that, he also took Xie Qingyang to choose a guest room, but the guest room was very simple. As for daily necessities, he was well prepared at King Fengguan, so he could just give them to the old man directly. Xie Qingyang chose a guest room and tidied it up by himself without letting Xie Chong next to him help. After tidying up the room, he said to Xie Chong, "Okay, you can go back. I also know that every time I ask you to accompany me everywhere, you must be a little impatient." "Dad, how could? Don't be hypocritical." Xie Chong wanted to deny it, but was speechless by the old man. He could only go to one side and scan the merit QR code, and then awkwardly said to Guo Lin, "Dao Zhangguo, please take care of my father. Donator, please rest assured." Guo Lin said with a greeting, and then he and Mr. Xie personally sent the man off the mountain. When he returned to Qingfeng Temple, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Xie Kongzhao's merit money. A full 100,000. This is really the first time I have seen such a large amount of merit money. It seems that Mr. Xie and his son are indeed not ordinary people. Otherwise, if someone else donates 100,000 merits, they would not beat gongs and drums, hoping that everyone would know about it, and then ask for a merit wall or merit list. Xie Chong swept away silently, then left silently without saying a word, not even asking for anything. In other words, what the other party wants is for his father to practice here more easily. This kind of magnanimity is at least difficult for ordinary people to have. Xie Qingyang said at this time, "Taoist master, how we should practice is how we should do it. If you need to take special care when entering meditation, it is not practice." Guo Lin laughed when he heard this. This father and son are interesting. It seems that this is not the first time Xie Chong has done this kind of thing. At this moment, a reminder appeared in Guo Lin's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the low-level talisman for the outer door of Shushan Piyuan Dharma Temple, the ancient talisman making skill. This is the completion of the task that I just hung up on, and I got the reward directly. This is sometimes the case when playing games, the probability and luck components are too high. Yesterday I spent the whole day without any gains. Today I just took on a task. When I hung up and completed it automatically, I never thought I would gain anything. Anyone who knows will give me a hint. That is a jade tablet, which is called a skill jade tablet in the game, and is specially used to store skills. Since Xie Qingyang was nearby, Guo Lin could only enter his room. He entered the game with a thought and saw the information about the skill jade token. This is a low-level soothing talisman making skill. It comes from the outer sect of Piyuan Fagwan Wengan. It can only be learned by elite outer sect disciples. Because after Wuguan was eliminated by the Imei sect of Shushan, Wengan could only use talismans. The technique has entered the world, and this tranquilizing talisman is used by the outer disciples among mortals, and the effect is extremely good. Effect: peace of mind +1, sleep quality +1, mental calmness +1. Note: you can get skill-related information after using it. Piyuan Fagwan is a sect in the Shushan novel. The novel takes the Shushan land as the main perspective, in which the Imei sect is the overlord, and the theory of 3 heroes and 2 clouds is even more popular. There are naturally other large and small sects in Shushan. Some of these sects are just thinking about provoking the Imei sect, and they don't think about who the elder sister is, how terrible their inheritance is, and the purple and green swords left behind are beyond their ability to withstand. Pu and Fagwan was one of them, and it was still a small sect. It was divided into civil and military sects, and Wuguan was destroyed by Imei. Later, Wengan plotted against Ding Yin, and it was also the kind of appearance. Anyway, it is just a passerby sect with no high-level combat power. However, this sect is indeed very good at some talismans. As for this low-level calming talisman, it is only something from the outer sect of this sect. It should be trash in the Shushan world and cannot be trash anymore. Guolin was excited when he saw the note on this thing. After all, this thing also has the attributes of peace of mind +1, sleep quality +1, and mental calmness +1. At least this thing is really effective when made, and it is a real talisman. If you look at the talismans circulated in Taoist temples and temples in reality, they have no effect at all. Even the talismans that old Taoist priests made for believers in the past, he said bluntly, were just for psychological comfort. Therefore, when the old Taoist priest taught him how to draw talismans, he also warned him that useless things should not be used for profit, and that giving believers some inner comfort should be regarded as merit. Guolin immediately chose to use this low-level calming talisman-making skill. The next moment, the jade tablet lit up, turned into dots of starlight, and quickly penetrated into his eyebrows. A wave of detailed information about making low-level tranquilizing talismans also poured into his mind. It was the detailed information about making low-level tranquilizing talismans. Talisman is a secret magic weapon that communicates between people and gods. It cannot be drawn casually. Therefore, there is a saying, if you don't know how to draw a talisman, it will make ghosts and gods laugh. If you know how to draw a talisman, it will make ghosts and gods scream. There are also certain procedures for making talismans. Only if the procedures are correct can the talisman be turned into a talisman. Otherwise, the talisman will be useless and a special talisman pen will be needed. In addition, the carrying material is also very important. Generally, yellow paper is used, but silk cloth, wooden boards, stone slabs, etc. can also be used. The most important material is naturally cinnabar carving. This information is no different from what the old Taoist priest taught him before, but the next 2 points are the most important. 1. Rootless water grinds cinnabar. 2. Inject your own energy into the guiding runes to stimulate the effects of the runes. With these 2 points alone, you can understand why those talismans in reality have no effect. Rootless water refers to water without a source. In the Shushan novel, this rootless water comes from many sources. After all, it is the world of immortals. But in reality, there is only one source, and that is the rainwater that falls from the sky and is caught immediately. Moreover, this rootless water must be used immediately to be effective. If you want to preserve rootless water for a long time, you need a special jade bottle with special talismans carved on it. He doesn't know this either. There is no such thing as rootless water. It is not surprising that there are no real talismans in reality. Not to mention that you have to inject your own energy into the guiding talisman. When drawing the talisman, you use energy to add energy to the talisman pen and dissolve it in cinnabar. Only then will the talisman patterns carved contain aura and stimulate the effect of the talisman. This is impossible in reality. Guolin immediately thought of the energy in his danshan. After getting the method of making a low-level tranquilizing talisman, he also quit the game with a thought, and then went directly to the warehouse to search for it. There are cinnabar, yellow paper, and talisman pens left by the old Taoist priest in the warehouse. These things are all usable and can be taken out first. In this case, he can wait for God to reward him with rootless water. Taoist master, are you going to draw talismans? Xie Yang saw Guolin playing with talisman pens, yellow paper, and cinnabar and asked, I can help pray. I have entered 21 Taoist temples and learned 12 kinds of talismans. How to pray before making amulets. Guolin was obviously stunned when he heard Xie Yang's words. Is there any other way to make amulets to pray for blessings? The old Taoist priest did not teach me, and I have never seen an old Taoist priest draw talismans to pray for blessings before. However, with the character of an old Taoist priest, he must know that talismans are just psychological effects, and he doesn't care about them, and he doesn't know how to teach them if he has them. The old Taoist priest drew it with his own hands instead of printing it, which is the greatest respect for the believers. But Xie Yang, a layman who practices at home, has learned 12 types. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Or maybe those Taoist temples made up their own prayer rituals in order to deceive people. This Taoist temple makes up one thing, and that Taoist thing makes up another thing. When everyone adds firewood, the flames will be high, right? After all, pretending to be mysterious in front of believers can always add a sense of mystery. Isn't there a joke on the internet? The master chanted sutras for a while before going to the toilet, and going to the toilet became more ritualistic. Then thank you, layman Xia. Guo Lin did not refuse Xia Qingjiang's kindness, mainly because he wanted to secretly teach him. Maybe he could use it in the future? Taoist priest, you're welcome. Xia Qingyang took the cinnabar, talisman pen, and yellow paper and walked towards the main hall. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw him putting the three things on the altar devoutly, lighting an incense stick, and worshipping the three pure elephants seriously. Guo Lin just watched this scene. Is this burning incense and praying? At this point, he could be sure that Xia Qingjiang's ceremony was definitely a Taoist temple's own imagination to deceive pilgrims. Xia Qingyang then knelt on the futon and recited a certain Taoist scripture devoutly, and he continued to recite it for half an hour. Seeing this, Guo Lin had no interest in stealing from his master. This ceremony felt stupid and painful, deceiving the pilgrims and hurting himself. However, when Xia Qingyang stopped chanting sutras, Guo Lin looked into his mind in surprise. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willingness. The willingness value of the sex station also changed from 42 points to 45 points. Guo Lin was stunned. Is this okay? Then, his face lit up. Xia Qingjiang's chanting was nonsense and useless for making talismans, but he was extremely pious in chanting in front of the statue. Guo Lin seemed to understand and hurried to the warehouse. When Xia Qingyang finished praying and put away the cinnabar, talisman pen, and yellow paper, he saw Guo Lin bringing several more cinnabar and yellow papers in front of him. Bulk, if it's not troublesome, I'll pray for these too. Okay, Taoist priest Guo. Xia Qingyang replied with a hint of joy. This should mean that his prayer ceremony just now was recognized by Taoist priest Guo, right? Guo Lin didn't know what Xia Qingyang was thinking. Seeing that the other party put another piece of cinnabar and yellow paper on the altar table, and began to recite Taoist scriptures and pray for blessings, he also started to look forward to it. Half an hour passed quickly, and Xia Qingyang completed another prayer. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willingness. Guo Lin got the reminder again. This time, I only got 2 points of willingness. Is this restrictive? Xia Qingyang has already picked up the third piece of cinnabar and yellow paper to pray. Seeing this, Guo Lin could only continue to wait and check the situation. Then, he looked at the clear sky again. I don't know when there will be a rootless water, otherwise there will be no way to make this low-level calming talisman. At the same time, the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Sun Xian and Chen Li got off the car and went straight to Qingfeng Mountain. The county has solved all the problems of Qingfengaguan. The two of them also brought 4 documents to Dao Kangguo today. A document that naturally revokes the demolition of Qingfeng Temple. One is a document providing financial support for Qingfeng Temple, such as the construction of the mountain temple mentioned before. One is a document about the property rights of Qingfengaguan. The last document is of course the application for protection of the Qingfengaguan ancient building, which requires the signature of Guo Daokang, the property owner of the building. After walking for a short distance, the two of them could see Fengyuan Temple and the flies flying all over the sky in the distance. Sun County, what should we do with Fengyuan Temple now? Chen Li asked. He is in charge of tourism, so he naturally knows that when tourists coming and going see this scene of flies in the sky, they will take pictures and upload them online. Over time, it will have a great impact. Sun Xian was thoughtful. If the Qingfeng Mountain Wild Landscape Park is developed and Qingfeng Temple can attract a lot of people, then do you think there should be a tourist service center at the foot of the mountain? More than 8 million should be enough, right? Chen Li understood what Sun County meant and reminded him, Sun County, I'm afraid the Yushan Buddhist Association won't agree to this. I heard that after Yu Hui was arrested, several people from the Buddhist Association have taken advantage of Fengyuan Temple, including the abbots of 2 small rural temples, both of whom want to come to Fengyuan Temple to become abbots. As people go to higher places, masters are not exempt from vulgarity. After all, Fengyuan Temple is at the top among the temples in Yushan. Naturally, it is possible that they know the news that Fengyuan Temple has 8 million merit funds. To be honest, It is absolutely impossible for other temples in Yushan to have such an amount of merit money. I don't know how Yu Hui deceived people into donating money. He is indeed capable at this point. When Sun County heard this, he sneered and said, "Give the Buddhist Association half a month to solve this fly problem, or else I will give them a notice." He has actually thought about this matter. Although the government has no way to demolish the temple if there are no safety risks, and the Buddhist Association will also stop it, it does not mean that they have nothing to do with the temple. On the grounds that it seriously violates the environment and development of Yushan County Forestry Nature Reserve and hinders Yushan's economic development, it is enough to directly organize a special rectification action plan for Fengyuan Temple's environmental violation activities. You can also add a severe disease crisis management plan. By then, even if the Yushan Buddhist Association causes trouble on the internet, right now there will be videos of flies flying all over the Fengyuan Temple website. Doesn't this affect the environment? Is there no risk of disease? Do you want them to invite some experts to talk about it? For example, Yu Hui and Na Linjian colluded to come up with a solution for King Fengaguen to make the house in danger not only stupid, but also ineffective. However, as an official, we should be polite first and then attack, giving them half a month to solve the problem. Naturally, the other party solved the problem within half a month, so we can do whatever we want. If it can't be solved, sorry, then these two rectification plans will be sent directly. Yes, I understand. Chen Li nodded. If Sun County endorses it, then there will be no problem. Moreover, there is already a Qingfeng temple in Qingfeng Mountain. It makes no difference whether there is Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain or not. It would be good to turn it into a tourist service center. Naturally, this depends on the fate of Fengyuan Temple and whether the Yushan Buddhist Association has the ability to solve the problem of flies and cockroaches in half a month. The two of them walked up the mountain, discussing the development of the Qingfeng Mountain Wild Scenic Area. When passing by the mountainside, I saw that a flower garden was already taking shape. The two of them were impressed by this flower garden. The other party donated a batch of flower plants to Qingfeng Temple, and Taoist priest Guo also personally erected a merit monument. This flower garden can be observed and observed. Sun Xian also said with a smile. Yes. Chen Li nodded. If he did well, he could give him some support. Sometimes encounters in life are like this, maybe just because of an impression, it can make people make a decision. Therefore, it is also very important to get along with others and leave a good impression. The two walked very slowly, and soon heard the chatter of tourists behind them, who were obviously going to Qingfeng Temple. Qingfeng Temple now has some tourists coming every day, which is a good sign for them. King Fengaguen. Guo Lin saw Xie Qingyang stop chanting sutras again, stood up, and put away the cinnabar and yellow paper on the altar table, and the reminder appeared in his mind again. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. The wish value of the sex station has also reached 48. It's just that Xie Qingyang's prayer this time really only has 1 point of wish. Pray 3 times, and each time you pray, your willpower will gradually decrease by 1 point. It seems that even if you want to brush up your willpower, there is a limit. According to this trend, the 4th time may not be able to provide willing power. At this moment, Xie Qingyang had already put another piece of cinnabar and yellow paper on the altar table, and started a new round of prayers very devoutly. That energy really doesn't look like that of an old man. After all, he kneels down to pray and chant sutras for half an hour at a time, 3 times in a row. Even an energetic young man can't hold on. He already has a sore back, right? As for whether Xie Qingyang will provide his wishes this 4th time, it will have to wait until he finishes praying this time. At this moment, he saw Sun Xian and Chen Li entering the Taoist temple. He hurried forward to greet her and saluted. 2 gentlemen, we meet again. I've met Taoist Guo, Chen Lida said. Daozang Guo, sorry for bothering you again. Sun County returned the favor, and then said with a smile, Daozang Guo, the 2 of us have come to give you a surprise today. Surprise? Guo Lin thought of the reminder given to him by the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc before. This person would bring him a huge surprise. But what the surprise is, he doesn't know yet. Sun County had already handed the documents in his hand to Guo Lin and said, Dao Zhang Guo, look at these 4 documents. Guo Lin took the document and read it. The first document made him look happy and relieved at the same time. This is a document regarding the cancellation of the demolition of King Fengagwen. Isn't this what he has been doing during these times? In this case, he would not be ashamed of the old Taoist priest's advice. This should be the big surprise that the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc talked about, right? Then, he looked at the second document. It turned out to be a support fund document. 1. Build a mountain temple for the mountain god's shrine. 2nd, build a sightseeing road on the top of Qingfeng Mountain. 3rd, build a sightseeing and resting pavilion on the top of the mountain. Guolin was a little confused when he saw this document. The county wanted to build a mountain shrine for the mountain god, as well as build a road and a pavilion on the top of the mountain, which seemed to have nothing to do with him. After all, it was not built for Qingfeng Temple. King Fengagwen can't control those places. But when he read the third document, he was shocked, or in other words, he couldn't believe it. Qingfeng Temple, including the 30,000 square meters of land surrounding Qingfeng Temple, is considered his private property right? Attached below is the property title certificate that the county has helped to apply for. This. Guolin only felt briefly absent-minded. This news is indeed somewhat shocking. The old Taoist priest never told him that Qingfeng Temple was a special case built before the land reform. Maybe the old Taoist priest himself doesn't know this situation? He always thought that Qingfeng Temple was managed by the Taoist Religious Association. It's just that the Shushan Taoist Association seems to be on the verge of collapse a long time ago. After all, the Buddhist temple in Shushan is prosperous, and only 2 Taoist temples, Xianting and Qingfeng Temple, are in ruins. Needless to say, the original situation of Qingfeng Temple was very remote, and Xianting was also very remote, with few pilgrims. Now Sun County actually told him that King Fengagwen, including the 30,000 square meters of land around it, could be inherited privately by him? This is a huge surprise, right? So, is this also the reason why the county's support fund construction documents should be given to him? Because these construction projects are all within the scope of 30,000 square meters. But after it's built, doesn't it become his private property? Suddenly I felt like I had picked up something. But when Guolin saw that there was only 1 year left in the property right period and he needed to renew the property at a minimum of 30.5 yuan per square meter according to the special property rights, his expression suddenly froze again. Because after it expires next year, you need to pay a property rights renewal fee of 915,000. Seeing this, he became more and more certain that the old Taoist priest didn't know about this situation either. After all, there is only 1 year left after 70 years of residential property rights. The last time I applied for it, the old Taoist priest was not here yet. It should be that when the old Taoist priest inherited the Taoist temple, the previous abbot did not explain clearly, so the old Taoist priest did not tell him. If he had known that this was the case, the county had to demolish King Fengagwen before. What was he worried about? Without his consent, the county had no right to demolish it. As for the property rights renewal fee of 915,000, he suddenly was not in a hurry. With 30,000 square meters of property rights, who worries about this? If that doesn't work out, he can easily get the money by selling spiritual energy rice. Compared with this property rights document, the fourth application document for ancient building protection is nothing. However, the county wants to help Qingfeng Temple apply for ancient building protection, which is a good thing for him. After all, he knows that Qingfeng Temple is his private property. Chen Li also explained at this time, Dea Zhangguo, the county did not know that the city construction was going to demolish Qingfeng Temple before. It was Yu Hui who bribed the people from the city construction 200,000 yuan and tampered with the inspection report of Qingfeng Temple, which led to this. After understanding the previous situation, now Yu Hui and the 2 have been arrested. So that's it. Guolin nodded and said he understood. He felt from the beginning that although King Fengagwen was in a dilapidated state, it was definitely not a dangerous building. It turned out that the person in charge of testing had received 200,000 from Yi Hui, and he really wanted to kill them all. 2 gentlemen, what's next for Fengyuan Temple? Guolin asked again. Although Yu Hui was arrested, Fengyuan Temple was still there, and monks from other temples in Yushan would definitely be transferred over. He still remembered the scene when the monks in Yushan united to argue and bully the old Taoist priest. Another person would probably not be able to live in peace with King Fengagwen, and might even target him. Even if he wants to practice Taoism and do nothing, Others are thinking about Buddha and fighting for a stick of incense. Chen Li explained, Sun County plans to give the Buddhist Association half a month to solve the problem of flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple. Once the problem is solved, the county will not intervene. If it cannot be solved, the county plans to demolish Fengyuan Temple and build tourist services center. Half a month. Guo Lin immediately looked at the time limit of Shilak Siang on the light screen in his mind, 302:45:45. This is less than half a month. The 10 spices must continue to be doubled. I'll go later. Guo Lin always felt that he was not suitable for practicing Taoism. He simply can't do what the old Taoist said about doing nothing, and he can't face everything like the old Taoist. He can't do what the old Taoist said about doing good deeds, be merciful to others, and take a step back. The sea and the sky are vast. He couldn't learn what the old Taoist priest said about how to behave in the world and cultivate Taoism. He preferred to be like the Jew sword immortal in Immortal Sword, who was not bound by any vulgar rules and acted as he pleased. He may not offend others, but when others provoke him, he cannot retaliate with kindness. Just like when he was in college, the president who practiced Taekwondo annoyed him, so he would push him to the ground and rub him in public, making him embarrassed in front of the girl he liked, even at the expense of 200 medical expenses. Now Fengyuan Temple has been targeting him. Even if the culprit Yu Hui has been caught, if there is a chance to make Fengyuan Temple disappear, he will never repay evil with kindness, let alone show mercy and leave trouble for himself. He had plenty of 10-mile incense. If 2 more sticks were thrown in, the shelf life would be longer than the half month that Chen Li said. Chen Li asked again, Taoist Guo, when the time comes, we will build several pavilions for viewing and resting on this mountain. Do you have a location that you can recommend? Then we will ask designers to come up and design the pavilions. Although this is financial support from the county, we still need to ask Dea Zhangguo about this matter. There should be no one who has more say than him. Gentlemen, let's go for a walk. Guo Lin nodded. He does have more say in this regard than anyone else, and no one knows the environment on Qingfeng Mountain better than him. This time when he accompanied Sun Xian and Chen Li out of Qingfengyuan, his mood was completely different. After all, he was walking on his own land. Based on the size of Qingfeng Mountain, which is 30,000 square meters, the entire top of the mountain belongs to him, as well as the lower part of the mountain. Wei sighed, but he did not forget the business. First he took Sun Xian and Chen Li to a place with several pines and cypresses. 2 gentlemen, how about this place? Generally speaking, Taoist temples do not decide what kind of buildings they want to build at random. They usually deduce the structures according to the directions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and then blend them into the natural environment around the directions of the 8 trigrams. They are good at sightseeing. Generally, it is Qianan, Kunbei, and is arranged in the meridian hexagram position according to the location of the Taoist temple. If there is a corresponding environment or the 7 sages assist the position, it is best. The place in front of us not only has a good environment and location, but also has the auxiliary position of one of the 7 sages, pine and cypress. It would be very good to build a sightseeing and resting pavilion for the Taoist temple. Well, this place is very nice. Sun Xian and Chen Li both nodded. Chen Li also wrote down this location. Both of them knew that Dea Zhangguo was doing it out of politeness when he asked them how they were doing here. Since the other party said so, this must be an extremely suitable place. Dea Zhangguo is the authority on this. Guo Lin then took the 2 of them around Qingfeng Temple and pointed out several excellent locations. After that, the sun was already shining, and he and the 2 returned to Qingfeng Temple. As soon as he stepped into the hall, a reminder appeared in his mind. The believer's daily chanting power has reached the limit of 3 times, and the power of his vow cannot be increased. This is another time Xie Qingyang completed his prayer, but this time he did not get the wish. It seems really restrictive. Moreover, Xie Qingyang's prayers are indeed regarded as devout chanting. They can only be prayed 3 times a day, and they can get 3, 2, and 1 points of wish power respectively. Some recurring tasks in the game also have a daily limit. Probably the same thing. Taoist Master. When Xie Qingyang saw Guo Lin coming back, he made a Taoist salute. When he saw Sun Xian and Chen Li, he also said, I've seen 2 donors. Dea Zhangguo, who is this? Sun County looked at Xie Qingyang in surprise. He could tell that the old man's demeanor was not that of an ordinary old man, and it was right that there was no such person in Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin introduced, Mr. Sun, this is layman Xia who practices at home. He will go to Qingfeng Temple to practice for some time. Master Xia, Mr. Sun, and Mr. Chen are from the county. I've met these two gentlemen. Xia Qingyang bowed to the two of them again and understood that they were from the officialdom. Sun Xian and Chen Li didn't know much about Taoist etiquette, so they could only learn to answer one of them. Xia Qingyang also reported to Guo Linhui, Taoist priest, those cinnabar and talisman papers have been prayed for. I don't know when to make the talismans. Obviously, he was looking forward to it. He has practiced in so many Taoist temples and has seen many talisman making techniques, but he just doesn't know what kind of Taoist priest Guo belongs to. Put it away first, the time has not come yet. Guo Lin looked at the sky, the sun was still shining brightly, and there was no way to make a talisman without rootless water. Xia Qingyang was very surprised to see his behavior. Does Taoist Guo still pay attention to the timing when making talismans? He has been to so many Taoist temples, but this is the first time he has heard of such restrictions on making talismans. Daozang Guo, do you know how to make talismans? Sun County asked curiously. He didn't believe in these, but he had always seen them on TV and in books, and the one that appeared the most was probably the peace talisman. Is this kind of talisman really effective? Guo Lin nodded and explained, well, I plan to make a calming charm, which can calm the mind, and increase the quality of sleep. If any of the two gentlemen's families have poor sleep quality, if enough calming charms are made, I can give one to both of you. When Sun Xian heard this, he thought that his sleep quality was not good. The main reason is that Yushan tourism plus strategy is too laborious. Is it just that the calming charm that Dao Kangguo said really has that effect? Xia Qingyang asked very puzzledly, Taoist master, is there a limit on the number of Qingfeng Guan talismans? This seems inconsistent with his knowledge. How could there be no restrictions? Guo Lin was stunned. Making talismans requires energy. He only has a trace of energy in his danshan, and he doesn't know how many he can make. Xia Qingyang was stunned. In the Taoist temple where I practiced before, as long as the talisman pen, cinnabar, and yellow paper prayers are completed, the Taoist priest or the heavenly master will make talismans, and there is no limit on the quantity. Guo Lin shook his head and said, with our restrictions, we cannot make too many at one time. The talismans we make may be different from those you have seen before. The talisman hadn't been made yet, so he didn't explain much. Needless to say, those talismans made by Taoist temples are ineffective and generic. He really has the effect of those talismans that appear in TV movies. Xia Qingyang was really looking forward to it. After all, he has been to so many Taoist temples to practice, and most of them are almost the same, so it is difficult to have any surprises. At this time, Guo Lin said to Sun Xian and Chen Lida, gentlemen, it's already noon. How about having a meal at Qingfeng Temple? The dishes at Qingfengaguan are very good, and we happen to have some blessing rice to entertain you too. His current prayer rice is not given to others, but the two of them helped Qingfeng Temple. The property rights of Qingfengaguan were only known to them because of them, so they should be thanked. What is blessing rice? Sun Xian was obviously attracted. Sir, blessing rice is rice obtained by Taoists after long-term prayers. Eating it is good for the body. Xia Qingyang helped explain, and then volunteered to say to Guo Lin, Taoist master, Qingfeng Temple also supplies blessing rice. Is it? Praying for blessing rice takes a long time and is boring. In the future, I can also share the burden and do the work for the Taoist priest. The Taoist temples I have visited provide blessing rice, and I have also learned how to pray for blessing rice. Guo Lin had to admire Xia Qingyang. This old layman seemed to have learned everything, but his blessing rice was completely different from what he thought. But think about it, you can use some rice to trick the other person into praying. After all, you can't ask him to pray for talisman pens, cinnabar, and yellow paper every day, right? 6 points of willingness are also 6 points. Householder, please help me entertain the two gentlemen. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare meals. Guo Lin ordered Xia Qingyang and walked to the kitchen. Sun Xian and Chen Li had never heard of blessing rice before. When they heard about blessing rice for the first time, they originally had some expectations. However, after hearing Xia Qingyang's words, their expectations were lowered to the limit. If a layman practicing at home can also pray for blessings, then it doesn't seem so rare, right? Not all Taoist temples can easily produce a batch. It should probably be a gimmick. Guo Lin entered the kitchen, took out a steaming bucket and cleaned it, then walked to the kitchen where the Reiki polished rice was placed. In fact, he now has a lot of spiritual energy. In addition to what he eats, he gets 10 kilograms a day during this period, which is almost more than 100 kilograms. He keeps some in the kitchen and others are in the new players' quarters in the game world. After finding enough spiritual energy rice for 4 people, he also started cooking it. He had a very good impression of Sun Xian and Chen Li, and the two of them were kind to Qing Feng Guan and him. Even if the spiritual energy was not given lightly in the future, he would give some to the two of them if they needed it. As for the old man Xie Yang, there is nothing he can do. He is a layman practicing meditation. Since he is admitted to the Taoist temple and the other party treats him as an elder, then during this period, the other party is considered to be half a disciple of Qingfeng Temple. He can order the other party to do everything in the Taoist temple, and he must treat the other party's food and clothing expenses equally. Although people in today's society are impetuous, morally corrupt, and all focus on self-centeredness and self-interest, the old Taoist priest often taught him that there are some things that should be followed. Just peace of mind. Therefore, he did not want to destroy the etiquette passed down by the Taoist sect from ancient times because of the specialness of the spiritual energy rice. Since this gift exists, if you are in the corresponding position, you must have a minimum of respect. What's more, this layman can also use Qingfeng Temple to provide his wish power every day. After, Guo Lin took the radishes, water spinach, and loofah prepared aside and washed them. If outsiders see these 3 vegetables, they will be surprised. Their size is twice as large as other vegetables. That's because the spiritual spring water has been irrigating it for so long. Moreover, not only the volume, but also the taste becomes better after watering for a long time. Within the charity hall, Xie Yang has also welcomed Sun Xian and Chen Li to sit at the table at the head of the left side of the Shantang. In the Taoist Bagua universe, this position is the position of respect, usually for officials and guests. After guiding the two of them to sit down, he wiped the table again, then took 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks and gave them to them respectively. After that, he took 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks to another table and arranged the bowls and chopsticks in the same place. Dining in the dining hall requires that the host and guests sit separately. This means that pilgrims and Taoist disciples do not sit at the same table. Xie Yang then recited the Biantang mantra. There are not many etiquette regulations for pilgrims and believers when dining in Taoist temple dining halls, but for those who practice in Taoist temples, they are divided into residence hall, passing hall and passing hall. Naturally, many Taoist temples have abandoned these. He didn't know if Qingfeng Temple paid attention to these things, so he still did it carefully. This scene made Sun Xian and Chen Li look askance. I am somewhat curious about this kind of mysterious Taoism that has been passed down from ancient times. After Xie Yang finished reciting the Bai Tang mantra, he poured another glass of water for Sun Xian and Chen Li. But at this time, an alluring rice fragrance began to waft in, tempting the taste buds. Sun Xian and Chen Li were immediately attracted by the scent. They actually felt that after smelling this fragrance, they couldn't help but start to secrete saliva. They have never experienced this feeling before. Sun County became curious inexplicably and asked Xie Yang, is this rice for blessing? Is such an alluring fragrance because it has been prayed for? This. Xie Yang found it incredible, and felt embarrassed when facing Sun County's questioning. He doesn't even know it himself. He had seen blessing rice in many Taoist temples where he practiced before. No matter whether it is the Taoist priest praying for blessings, or the heavenly master praying for blessings, or he himself is ordered to pray for the Taoist priest or the heavenly master, there is no way to change the taste of the rice itself, and it is impossible to have this fragrance. Prayer rice pays attention to the inside. Even though the appearance is no different from ordinary rice, it contains special energy inside. According to the words of Taoist priests and heavenly masters, blessing rice is the aspiration energy generated during the blessing process injected into the rice. When you eat it, the energy of the aspiration will wash away your body, which can eliminate filth and karma. When the filth and karma are gone, it will naturally be good for the body. but he has never seen blessing rice exuding such a rich and attractive rice fragrance. He is not bragging, he has really eaten all kinds of delicacies in his life. Therefore, after practicing Taoism, he also gave up the desire to eat, and there was nothing that could make him have a special desire to eat. Now that he smelled the rice fragrance, he felt that the gluttons that had been covered in dust for a long time began to squirm, as evidenced by the saliva secreted in his mouth. He couldn't control it at all. Soon, Guo Lin then brought out the steamed spiritual energy rice and 3 portions of vegetables. 2 gentlemen, let's prepare the food at Shantang and do it yourself. Sun Xian and Chen Li had long been attracted by the fragrance of rice and were extremely curious. Seeing this, they also picked up their bowls and went to the steamer to start cooking. Even Xie Yang was inevitably a little more anxious. King Fengguan's blessing rice subverted his previous understanding of blessing rice. After a few people prepared the meal, they returned to the table and started eating. After just a few mouthfuls of rice, they all felt strange. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at each other, obviously seeing shock in each other's eyes. The warm current flowing in the intestines and stomach is incredible, and the warm current passing through is very comfortable and the feeling is very clear. This blessing rice fruit is really good for the human body. If they didn't experience it personally and just listened to other people's stories, they would never believe this mystery. Both of them couldn't help but look at Xie Yang. Xie, this blessing rice is indeed as magical as you said, and it is good for the human body. Yes, that warm current is passing through, and the stomach and intestines are relaxed. It feels very comfortable. It seems that Taoism really has something mysterious. Xie Yang became even more embarrassed, because the blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple was completely different from what he said. The blessing rice he mentioned has no such mysterious effect at all, and the effects mentioned by Taoist priests and heavenly masters have not been truly confirmed. For a moment, he only felt that something had been subverted. Sun Xian and Chen Li were already taking big gulps of the spiritual energy rice in their bowls. This delicious rice is incredible. Guo Lin looked at the two of them, smiled and said, "You too, you can try the vegetables from our Qingfeng temple. They are also very good." Hearing what he said, Sun Xian and Chen Li also started picking up 3 portions of vegetables and started eating them. The vegetables watered by Lingquan water not only grow bigger, but also taste better, and they are also delicious when made simply. Therefore, after the two of them took 2 bites, they also showed surprise on their faces and couldn't help but ask, "Taoist Master Guo, these vegetables are also here for blessings? They are so delicious." Yes, this simple vegetarian dish can be made so delicious. This is the first time I have seen it. Guo Lin shook his head and said, "These are normal vegetables. They are usually watered with spiritual spring water, so they are more delicious than the vegetables outside. The spiritual spring vat has this effect." Chen Li was surprised. He is naturally familiar with this thing. Qingfeng Temple is popular because of this thing. However, whether the spiritual spring water has any effect is widely discussed. Most people have not felt it, but some people have definite words. Now Dao Kangguo actually said that watering vegetables with water from the Lingquan vat will actually make the vegetables taste better. Guo Lin added, "Of course, the Lingquan vat has a magical effect on people. Why can't it have an effect on plants?" The vegetables in King Fengguan have been watered by the Lingquan vat. Not only are they delicious, but they are also longer than the vegetables outside are twice as big. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at each other in shock. They drank the water from the spiritual spring tank and did not feel any magical effect, but the abnormal increase in the water level of the spiritual spring tank was real and very magical. If the water from this spiritual spring tank can make the plants taste more delicious and double their size when irrigated with them, wouldn't it prove from the side that they are really not pious, so they cannot experience the effects of the spiritual spring water? That doesn't mean that the story on the stone tablet may be true. There really were some immortals or masters with special abilities who visited Qingfeng Temple. Otherwise, how could this spiritual spring jar be so magical? At least, there is absolutely no way to do it manually. Dao Zhangguo, can we go to the vegetable field to see the vegetables later? Sun Xian asked subconsciously, with an unspeakable exclamation on his face. Guo Lin did not refuse Sun County's request. The vegetable garden of King Fengguan is right behind the reservoir under the Lingquan tank. If visitors are leisurely, they can see it by walking down the side path. Normally no tourists would go there. After eating and washing the dishes, Guo Lin led Sun Xian and Chen Li to the vegetable field. Xie Yang followed closely behind. He had recovered from the entanglement and looked at Guo Lin, who was going there with an unspeakable respect. Regardless of whether the blessing rice from Taoist priests and heavenly masters in the past was real or fake, at least the blessing rice here at Qingfeng Temple is real. The Taoist priest in front of him is really a true Taoist. This time he finally came to the right place to practice. You too, the road is a bit narrow, so be careful, Guo Lin warned, leading people into the vegetable field from the path. The vegetable plot is not big. I only planted some vegetables that are in season. Because there were basically no pilgrims before Qingfeng Temple, it was enough to plant these. Now that Qingfeng Temple has become somewhat famous, more and more people will offer incense, and the number of people eating in the Shantang will also increase, so it would be better to have more varieties. Sun Xian and Chen Li saw that the vegetables were, as Guo Daozang said, twice as big as normal. Especially those white radishes, the exposed ones are as thick as adult thighs. The two of them saw Guo Lin pull out one. The length was even more astonishing, probably more than 80 centimeters. Normal white radish is about 20 to 40 centimeters. When you pull out that carrot, you will feel a sense of impact and shock at a glance. Chen Li asked curiously, Daozang Guo, will such a big radish be hollow and affect the taste? Before taking charge of the Tourism Bureau, he had been in charge of agriculture for a period of time and had some knowledge about crops. Under normal circumstances, white radish should be of medium size, that is, about 25 centimeters is best. If it is small, it will taste astringent. If it is large, it will be hollow and have very poor taste or even no taste. No, Guo Lin shook his head. There was no need to worry about this issue when watering the water from the spiritual spring. He took the radish aside, washed it, broke it into several pieces and gave them to Sun Xian, Chen Li, and Xie Yang. Have a try. This radish is not only delicious when cooked, but also very delicious when eaten raw. Really? Chen Li was surprised. It is well known that white radish is delicious and sweet when cooked, but it is extremely sour and spicy when eaten raw and is difficult to eat. He took the white radish and took a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. It turned out to be really delicious. This white radish can be so fragrant and sweet when eaten raw. Sun Xian tried to take a few bites and showed a look of surprise. The white radish in his hand is obviously beyond the ordinary understanding. Immediately afterwards, Guo Lin showed them other dishes. The size is twice larger than normal vegetables, but it does not affect the deliciousness of vegetables. Just like water spinach, such a big plant would be very old according to common sense, but after picking two of them, it was very crisp. Daozang Guo, do you know if there is any way to cultivate these vegetables outside? Sun County was surprised and asked. It's hard to imagine what would happen if such a vegetable appeared in the world. What economic impact will there be if Shushan develops the cultivation of this vegetable? Guo Lin shook his head and said, Sun County, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. The water purified by the Lingquan vat will have no effect outside the Qingfeng Temple. Chen Li on the side also echoed, Sun County, those people on the internet who said that Lingquan water is effective, indeed some people said so. They want to take the water back and turn it into ordinary mountain spring water outside Qingfeng Temple. Sun County opened his mouth when he heard this. He didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Could it be that this Lingquan vat has spirituality and belongs to Qingfeng Temple? Inexplicably, he thought about the first time he came, and he didn't say anything, but Daozang Guo saw through his mind and told him the news about his old friend. This Qingfeng seems to have a truly mysterious inheritance. Inexplicably, there was a hint of awe on his face. Guo Lin was deep in thought at this time, thinking about a question. The Lingquan water has no effect outside Qingfengguan, but it seems that the property rights of Qingfengguan are 30,000 square meters, so the scope of the Lingquan water's effect should not be limited to this small area. These 30,000 square meters should all fall within the scope of Qingfengguan, but the effect range of the spiritual spring water is invalid after a certain distance. So, the game system only recognizes the radiation range of the Fengguan building? If this is the case, then by building other Taoist temple buildings or erecting the Qingfeng Temple boundary monument within the 30,000 square meters area, is he deceiving the game system and allowing the effects to continue to radiate? If this is feasible, then the spiritual spring water can be effective within this 30,000 square meters area. Then whether you plant fruits, vegetables, or ornamental plants on this mountain, watering them with spiritual spring water will have special effects. Guo Lin thought he could give it a try. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something cold dripping on his neck. Xia Qinjiang's voice of surprise suddenly sounded, "Is it going to rain?" The four of them all looked up at the hot sun hanging high in the sky. If they were in the north, it would seem ridiculous that it would rain in this kind of weather. But it's different in the south. The word sun rain immediately came to the four people's minds. Solar rain is when the sun is not completely covered by clouds, but a cold air flow has arrived, which will form solar rain. It happens all the time in the south. After a while, the raindrops mixed with sunshine became more and more dense. Guo Lin looked happy when he saw this, and told Xie Qingyang, "Go back quickly and take out the talisman pens, cinnabar, and yellow paper you used to pray. The time has come to make the talisman. Sun rain is rare, and rootless water under the sun is even harder to find. In metaphysics, rootless water under the sun is more effective than ordinary rootless water, because the sun can wash away filth and leave behind purity. Therefore, it is also said that sunlight is the nemesis of all filth. In ancient times, Taoists often said that rootless water could be used as medicine, but it was actually solar water, because the sun also represents vitality and regeneration. Only rootless water soaked by sunlight has medicinal properties. Many games directly use solar water as a medicine to restore blood volume. Naturally, these are things that have not been proven and cannot be proven. Guo Lin has already walked towards Qingfeng Temple. It doesn't matter what kind of rootless water it is, as long as it can make talismans. When Xie Qingyang heard Guo Lin's instructions, his eyes lit up and he followed. He was originally curious about the talismans mentioned by the Taoist priest, and wanted to see how they were different from the talismans he had come into contact with. Especially after seeing the miraculous effect of King Fengguan prayer rice, I have a kind of amazing expectation. But he didn't understand why Taoist Guo made the talisman on a rainy day. Sun Xian and Chen Li looked at each other and followed curiously. Returning to Qingfeng Temple, Xie Qingyang immediately took out the talisman pen, yellow paper, and cinnabar that he had used to pray for before, and placed them on the table in front of Guo Lin. Guo Lin looked at the cinnabar and immediately ordered, "Catch the rainwater. Don't let it fall to the ground. Grind the cinnabar immediately after catching it." Xie Qingyang was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing, and immediately took the plate for grinding cinnabar and went out to catch the rainwater. It turns out that Taoist Guo didn't make the talisman only when it rained, but needed the rain to grind the cinnabar. He thought of something. Rootless water. He remembered that there was this saying about making talismans, but now it seems that the idea of making talismans with rootless water has been rarely mentioned, and those Taoist temples do not use rootless water to make talismans. When the pilgrims pay, many Taoist priests and celestial masters just use tap water, which is not very particular. From this point alone, he had an idea, maybe this is the real way to make talismans. Xie Qingyang thought to himself, and rushed into the rain with the plate in hand. He couldn't even wait to find an umbrella. It is very difficult to catch rainwater with a dish like this. First of all, it is difficult for raindrops to fall just right into the dish. Secondly, when rainwater drips, it will splash. So, when he received enough rootless water to grind cinnabar, he was already a drowned rat. But he didn't care at all, grinding out the cinnabar as quickly as possible and handing it to the table in front of Guo Lin with anticipation. "Taoist priest, I'm fine now." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Guo Lin nodded and didn't waste any time. He crossed his index and middle fingers in a prayer pose, picked up a piece of yellow paper and put it on the table in front of him, and at the same time picked up the talisman pen. At this moment, Xie Qingyang looked at the pen in his hand with all his concentration. Sun Xian and Chen Li also looked at it with extreme curiosity. This was their first time seeing someone making talismans, and they were still very curious. Guo Lin was also concentrating at this time. After holding the pen, it was the most critical moment to make the talisman. At this time, it is necessary to guide the energy to the talisman pen through the guidance method, and then use a special method to draw the talisman pattern. The method of guidance was recorded in detail in the skill of making the calming talisman outside the Puan Dharma temple. When he got the skill, the information was already integrated in his mind. Naturally, the outer sect method of a small sect such as Pun Dharma View is also a very crude guidance method. Mental power is combined with breathing to guide one's own energy. It's easy to read the description, but it's not easy to actually do it. Even though Guolin had the method integrated in his mind, he still failed the first time and could not direct the little energy in his danshan to the talisman pen. The second time still failed. When it came time to finally channel out the energy for the third time, I took a shaky breath and still failed. However, after several consecutive attempts, he basically gained experience and mastered the method. Sun Xian, Chenli, and Xie Qingyang only saw him standing there motionless, seemingly in a daze. The three people were unaware of the situation. There was still some confusion in his eyes. The next moment, the three of them saw Guolin suddenly raise his pen and reach for the cinnabar plate. An incredible scene occurred. Taoist Guo put his talisman pen into the cinnabar and did not take the initiative to dip it in the cinnabar. However, the cinnabar seemed to move and flowed to the green part of the talisman pen and adhered to it. Sun Xian and Chen Li were stunned by such a scene. This. Xie Qingyang also stared blankly. He was shocked again. I have practiced in so many Taoist temples, but I have never seen a Taoist priest or a heavenly master with this skill. How did Mr. Guo do this? Guolin's attention at this time was all on his pen. After using a special method to attach cinnabar to Qinghao, the energy he guided was also dissolved into the cinnabar. At this time, the cinnabar urn must be drawn into a talisman on the carrier to form a closed loop of talisman patterns, so that the energy dissolved in the cinnabar can circulate continuously and stimulate the talisman patterns to produce special effects. Guolin could feel that his little energy was being consumed rapidly, and he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly started writing and drew the runes in order. First the edict. Do 3 rounds in reverse. Right and left. 3 turns each in reverse. Down vertically. Follow the circle. 1 slant. 5 strokes upward. The old Taoist priest had taught him how to draw talismans, and he learned well and could draw very well. For writing alone, he won awards in junior high school, and college. For painting alone, he also won awards in junior high school, and college. Coupled with the information given by the calming talisman making skill, he drew the entire talisman in one go. Finally, the command talisman is circled in it, and the closed loop talisman is completed. This technique made Sun Xian and Chen Li look askance. They could only understand the word edict and could not understand the rest at all. But they had to admit that Dao Zhangguo's rune patterns were very ornamental, and the sense of cohesion made the entire rune pattern look beautiful. Xie Qingyang was even more surprised. Guo Dao Kang's talisman paintings are very beautiful. This is the first time I have seen such an ornamental technique. Guolin's attention was now completely focused on the calming charm he had drawn. Although it was only a low-level talisman with no magical brilliance, he could clearly feel that there was a trace of energy flowing on the talisman drawn on the cinnabar urn, stimulating the effect of the runes. This kind of energy cannot be felt by ordinary people, and its effect can only be felt when the talisman is taken out. Guolin did not dare to hesitate. He clamped a piece of yellow paper again, absorbed the cinnabar, swung his pen again, and started painting in one go. After drawing a calming talisman just now, most of the energy in his danshan has been consumed, and there is no room for him to waste it. From this point of view, the energy in his danshan is only enough to draw 2 calming charms. Soon, Guolin once again took up the pen and painted the final order runes. The moment the second calming talisman was completed, he felt that the energy in his danshan was exhausted in an instant, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Exhaustion of energy is obviously not a pleasant thing, as if the whole person was empty at that moment. The feeling was even greater than the feeling after the sex. Anyway, very tired. Guolin breathed a deep sigh of relief, put down the talisman pen, and hurriedly walked to a chair aside and sat down. He really wanted to drink a ladle of spiritual spring water to recover, but he was too lazy to move in this state. Sun Xian, Chen Li, and Xie Qingyang could all see his fatigue. Xie Qingyang was even more surprised. Dao Kangguo's fatigue was not an act at all. But is it so tiring to draw 2 talismans? He remembered that he once cooperated with a heavenly master to draw 300 peace charms in one night and provided them to the Taoist meeting the next day. Although his arms were sore and weak afterwards, and they were completely like real ghost paintings, they were not as tired as Dao Zhangguo, as if he was running out of energy. Seeing Guo Lin's behavior, Xie Qingyang said, Taoist priest, let me recite the calming mantra for you that finally activates the calming talisman. Each type of talisman has its own special mantra. After it is painted, it needs to be placed on the altar table in the main hall or where there is a statue or painting of the main Taoist temple, and the special mantra should be recited devoutly. Moreover, it must be recited 7 times in a loop. He has been to so many Taoist temples in the country, and he has participated in such things when he was practicing Taoist temples, so he is quite comfortable with it. With that said, he reached out for the 2 painted calming charms, intending to help share the burden. Entering the Taoist temple to practice, and paying respect to Taoist Master Guo, these are the responsibilities that disciples have to share. But when he picked up the 2 calming charms, his eyes widened in shock, and he looked at the calming charms in his hands in shock. What's that magical feeling about? The moment I picked up the calming talisman, my mind and spirit suddenly felt peaceful and calm. I don't know how to describe this feeling, but I can feel it clearly. He has been to so many Taoist temples and came into contact with many talismans during his practice, but he has never had such a clear and real feeling. This calming charm has already activated its effect. There is no need to recite the calming mantra. Guo Lin's voice also sounded at this time. Xie Qingyang was really excited now, or perhaps he was more certain that compared to the previous Taoist priests and heavenly masters, the young Taoist priest in front of him was the real one. Just like this calming charm, it is meant to be used by people to calm their nerves. It should not only be mysterious, but it is so vague that people cannot feel the effect. A real talisman should be like this. It makes people feel at ease when holding it in their hands, and they really feel it. Only in this way can the merits of those believers' sincere prayers and donations be worthy of their honor. He now understood why Taoist Guo felt as tired as if he was exhausted after making 2 calming charms. Because he made the real soothing charm. Thinking that I actually wanted to help Taoist Guo share the burden and recite the mantra, it seemed a bit show-off, and my cheeks couldn't help but feel a little hot. Guo Lin rested for a while and felt much more comfortable. Then he said to Sun Xian and Chen Li, 2 gentlemen, my ability is limited and I can only make these 2 calming charms, so I will give them to you. You can go home and hang them. You can also buy a charm bag to put it in the north position of the bedroom and wear it next to your body. When Xie Qingyang heard Guo Lin's words, he held the calming talisman in front of the 2 of them with a pious face. 2 gentlemen, please accept the talisman. Sun Xian and Chen Li had long been curious about these calming charms. Seeing this, they reached out and took 1 each. When the 2 of them got the calming talisman, they both felt that special feeling at the same time, and couldn't help but look at each other in shock. Sun Xian and Chen Li both saw uncontrollable shock in each other's eyes. The moment they picked up the calming talisman, they felt a very mysterious situation. The whole person's mental state seemed to have become calmer, and there was an indescribable tranquility in his heart. It doesn't feel wrong. Sun Xian tried to put down the calming charm in his hand, and the feeling disappeared. Chen Li also followed suit and felt the same way. This made the 2 of them look at Guo Lin and the Sanking statue in the main hall with a sense of awe. If the spirit spring water requires piety, it seems illusory and they have no way to experience it, but they hold the calming talisman in their hands, and they really feel the mystery. This is also the first time in their lives that they feel that there are really some mysterious things in the world. The impact they are feeling now can be imagined. Sun County solemnly put away the calming talisman, and then said, Taoist Master Guo, we want to offer incense. Yes. Guo Lin nodded, and took the 2 of them to the incense shop, got incense candles for them, and then took them through the incense burning process. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willingness. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willingness. The value prompt that suddenly appeared in his mind made Guo Lin look at Sun Xian and Chen Li in surprise. He knew that these 2 people had no piety at all before, even after seeing the specially purified water in the spiritual spring tank and the water level rising abnormally. But now it actually provides willing power points. He also quickly understood. This is because I ate spiritual energy rice today and saw the effect of spiritual spring water on vegetables. Of course, the more important thing is to get the calming charm with my own hands and feel the effect of the calming charm. Although the God Calming Talisman is only a low-level talisman and does not have any magical sights, it is still a real talisman and you can feel it when you hold it in your hand. Belief may sometimes only be a matter of a moment, so the word once enlightened can sometimes be used to reassure believers about their faith. After the two of them finished offering incense, they also remembered that there were still things to do in the county, so they said goodbye to Guolin and prepared to go down the mountain. When Sun Xian walked out of the Taoist temple, he glanced at the Lingquan vat subconsciously, and then walked over. Chen Li seemed to understand what Sun County wanted to do. After all, he had the same experience today. Maybe this spiritual spring vat will be different now? Sun County indeed had this in mind. He walked to the Lingquan vat, picked up the water ladle and drank some water. Chen Li also followed suit. This time the two looked at each other in amazement at the same time. Feel. Well, it's different. The trace of fatigue in my body disappeared instantly. It seems that we really have to be in awe of some things. I'm glad you came to Qingfeng Temple in person before. Chen Li didn't feel lucky? The more he knew about the magic of Qingfeng Temple and the more he saw Guo Daozhang's mysterious methods, the more afraid he became. You must know that before this, the city construction team wanted to demolish Qingfeng Temple. This kind of Taoist temple has a heritage and is such an ancient building. Yet someone would be stupid enough to do such a thing for 200,000 yuan. It really moved King Fengguan. It would definitely be a huge loss to the county. The most important thing is that Taoist Guo really has a mysterious inheritance. That really angered Daozhang Guo. They now have no chance to get the calming talisman. What if Guo Daozhan comes up with something like a talisman that makes people unlucky? Just in case Guo Daokang thinks that Qingfeng Mountain wants to develop tourism, he is engaged in tourism. It was really unfair and there was no place to cry. He knew absolutely nothing before. The two of them looked at Qingfeng Temple with emotion again. The ending now is always good. The two returned to the county and went straight to a souvenir shop. Chen Li got out of the car, went into the store and bought 2 silver charm bags, and handed one to Sun Xian when he returned to the car. Sun Xian put the calming talisman in, then solemnly gathered the lucky bag and hung it around his neck. The same is true for Chen Li. The effect of the calming talisman is very miraculous. It calms the mind and makes the soul peaceful. It is actually good for people like them. This can make them feel more calm and confident in doing things, allowing them to be in the best working condition at all times. Otherwise, some annoying things will really make them vomit blood. Sun Xian added at this time, after we go back, we should inform the Buddhist Association about Fengyuan Temple and give them half a month. If the problem is not solved once the time is up, then we will have done our best. Okay, Sun County, I'll call someone to inform you. Chen Li nodded. It's usually better for him to go there in person for this kind of thing. But at Fengyuan Temple, he felt an inexplicable disgust. Soon, the County Buddhist Association also received the news, and its president, Master Yunyuan, also held a meeting as soon as possible. Master Yunyuan is the abbot of Tianhu Temple, the largest temple in the county, so naturally he has no interest in Fengyuan Temple. It's just that Yu Hui went in, and Fenjai Yuanji was an important member of the association, so the matter had to be dealt with. At this meeting, only a few monks who wanted to compete for the abbot of Fengyuan Temple came. Therefore, the masters who knew each other's purpose suddenly changed the atmosphere of the supposedly pure meeting, making it difficult to hide their mutual hostility, like a glaring King Kong. Seeing this, Master Yunyuan could only say, "Junior brothers, let's go to Fengyuan Temple first and discuss how to solve the problem of Fengyuan Temple together, and then discuss the matter of hosting it." The county only gave half of it. Months. This actually made several monks quiet down, the wind became lighter, and they all became as calm as eminent monks. Naturally, they knew the situation of Fengyuan Temple, held Buddhist rituals one after another, and agreed to Master Yunyuan's proposal. After all, you can only become the abbot after the situation at Fengyuan Temple is resolved. King Fengguan. Guolin walked out with a basket of things, including some spiritual energy rice and some vegetables. There were other things like incense candles, gold paper, and of course, a jug of wine that had just been taken out of the Qingfeng Temple, unopened. This is used to worship ancestors. He wanted to pay homage to the old Taoist priest and tell him the good news about Qingfeng Temple. At the same time, he wanted to tell the old Taoist priest something that he wanted to end the Fengyuan Temple inheritance. Within half a month, Fengyuan Temple would never be able to solve the problem of flies and cockroaches. Taoist master, do I want to go with you? Xie Qingyang followed and asked. No, let's go take a shower. Guo Lin looked at Xie Qinjiang's wet appearance, ordered, and walked straight ahead. In today's society, there are strict requirements for the funeral of the deceased. However, Taoist temples and temples generally have their own shrines. For example, the pagodas and feng shui cliffs of some Taoist temples are where the ashes of ancestors are stored, as are the incarnation caves of some temples. The old Taoist priest was placed in the stone cliff cave behind Qingfeng Temple. This is a cliff burial popular among Taoists, because in ancient Taoist scriptures, cliff burial symbolizes the world of gods. It symbolizes ascending to immortality. The cliff burial is far above the ground, which also symbolizes being higher than the underworld. Guo Lin soon arrived at Xia Cave. The scenery in this place is quite good. You can see most of the scenery of Qingfeng Mountain, and there is always a gentle breeze. A place that could be used by the ancestors of King Fengguan to shelter themselves after death would naturally be in a good location. In addition to the spiritual tablets of the old Taoist priests, there are also the spiritual tablets of other ancestors in Xia Cave, and the high-ranking trump cards are all arranged according to seniority. The old Taoist priests were ranked lowest. Guo Lin took out the spirit rice and vegetables from the basket and placed them on the altar, then lit incense candles. After that, they hold incense and kneel down to pray. Here you have to kneel on your left leg first, then your right leg, and then use your left hand to put incense, because Taoism says that the right hand is unclean because it is often used to wipe the vagina and pick up other objects, so it is unclean and contains filth. Old Taoist priest and ancestors, I didn't prepare 3 animals for you this time, but don't think I just prepared some rice and vegetables. These things are much better than sans hung. Others can't enjoy the spiritual energy refined rice, and those vegetables are watered with spiritual spring water. Old Taoist, I have nothing to do today, so I just want to talk to you and tell you 2 more things. 1. There is nothing wrong with Qingfeng Temple, and it has changed so much that you don't even dare to think. The other thing is that I helped you out, so that we learned a lesson. Who let him bully you before? Don't blame me for being vindictive. There is no peace of mind among those who practice Taoism. The other party did too much. Therefore, I will go down the mountain today to end the inheritance of Fengyuan Temple. With that said, Guo Lin stood up to worship, drank all the wine he had brought in front of the altar, and then went straight down the mountain to Fengyuan Temple. As soon as he arrived in front of Fengyuan Temple, he took out a 10-mile incense stick. After thinking about it, he took out another one and decided to double it again. I lit 2 10-mile incense sticks and threw them into Fengyuan Temple. After the effect took effect, the effect of the 10-mile incense sticks in the brain light curtain was indeed extended for 14 days. You used double the duration of 10-mile incense on Fengyuan Temple, and the remaining duration is 632:14:45. This is safe. Just when he returned and was about to go up the mountain to Qingfeng Temple, he saw several cars stopped in front of Fengyuan Temple, and monks got out of the cars one by one. He understood that it must be someone from the Buddhist Association who would handle the matter of Fengyuan Temple. Unfortunately, they can only do useless work. Seeing those monks, Guo Lin stayed on the mountain path curiously, wanting to see what these monks were doing. These people discussed for a long time in front of Fengyuan Temple, but did nothing. It wasn't until a long time ago that another car arrived, and more monks came to get off. They seemed to be monks from various temples in Yushan. These people also moved some equipment down from the car and then debugged it. Soon, these monks all sat down cross-legged in front of Fengyuan Temple. A deafening collective chanting sound spread all around from Fengyuan Temple. The mountain road where Guo Lin was located heard it. The equipment brought down by the monks just now turned out to be a loudspeaker, a magic weapon for square dancing. These monks are so talented. Is it possible that they want to annoy these flies away by chanting sutras? The buzzing of flies is very annoying. Are they trying to use the power of flies to defeat these flies? However, after listening to these monks reciting a passage, even though he did not understand Buddhist scriptures, he guessed that it should be the Piyuan mantra, a Buddhist scripture specifically used to drive away insects, ants, cockroaches, flies, and the like. If they could really drive away the flies all over the sky with the Piyuan curse, they would definitely become famous as monks. It's a pity that these flies and cockroaches won't go away even if they shout at their throats. This is what he, Dao Kanguo, said. He concluded that the inheritance of Fengyuan Temple could not be preserved by Tathagata Buddha. Guolin stopped paying attention and turned around to walk up to Qingfeng Temple. The movement of Fengyuan Temple naturally attracts tourists to Qingfeng Mountain. When tourists go up the mountain trail, they can't help but take pictures when they see this scene, and then post it on Moments or upload it to the internet. However, many people from Yushan knew about this and came to join in the fun. Almost many people in Yushan knew about Fengyuan Temple's sky full of flies. Moreover, these masters chanted sutras together, and with the sound amplification, the scene was still a bit shocking to ordinary people. I just don't know if these masters can drive away these flies. If they could do it, they would probably shock everyone. Guolin returned to Qingfeng Temple and went straight to Shiya Cave. The things there need to be collected. He also wanted to chat with the old Taoist priest again. He missed the old Taoist priest a little. Entering the stone cliff cave, he looked at the altar that had become a mess in shock. I saw a few crows running and jumping on the altar, eating the spiritual energy rice in the plate. They obviously enjoyed the meal very much, scattering the refined rice from the plate all over the altar. Seemingly seeing him coming, several crows were startled and all looked at him. Under normal circumstances, when birds and beasts meet people, they will definitely be frightened and run away. It seems that because they know the benefits of spiritual energy rice, those crows did not run away immediately. One of them actually lowered his head and pecked 2 grains of spiritual energy rice. The next moment, several other crows reacted and flapped their wings and flew out. The one who lowered his head to peck at the rice raised his head. When he saw that his companions were not there, he was so frightened that he dropped the rice that he had just pecked. He fluttered his wings and flew out in a panic. However, these crows did not fly away. Instead, they stayed on the stone platform nearby, their eyes still wandering on the altar. Old Taoist priest, it seems that you have no luck, but if you can attract auspicious treasures, you probably don't care about this. Guolin shook his head and stepped forward. He did not drive away the crows. Instead, he collected the rice on the table and scattered it towards the crows. Crows are very unlucky animals in the eyes of ordinary people, and they are believed to announce funerals. This is actually the biggest misunderstanding that people have about crows. There are probably 2 reasons for this. Literati in the southern Song dynasty did not like crows but liked magpies. Many articles praised magpies and belittled crows, which was a custom. There is also the fact that crows were worshipped as sacred birds by the Qing dynasty because they saved Nurchi, so most Han people were not happy about it. The most important thing is the influence of modern Western film and television. In many weird and scary movies, the night falls, crows fly, and the atmosphere is weird and depressing. Whenever this happens, it usually means that something bad is going to happen. Crows seem to be the bringers of bad luck. But in fact, the crow is a sacred bird in Taoism, which means good luck and is an auspicious treasure. The 3-legged golden crow represents the sun and is sacred. A crow that feeds back is a bird of filial piety. More importantly, crows are intelligent birds and are far more intelligent than starlings, parrots and the like that people think are very smart. In the Taoist classics, there is even more blessing. It is said that Xiantian God Jinwu Patriarch encountered a demon test when he was practicing in Wudang Mountain, and it was with the guidance of the crow that he got through the difficulty. After the Patriarch attained the Great Dao, there is still an area named Crow Ridge in Wudang Mountain today to commemorate this event. Moreover, it is said that if people who go to the mountains to offer incense hear crows crow, it is an auspicious sign guided by the ancestors. Therefore, Guolin was not angry when he saw these crows stealing the spiritual energy rice given to the old Taoist priest. Maybe this is the response of the old Taoist priest. He already knows the current situation of Qingfeng Temple and knows that Qingfeng Temple has improved and can be passed on. Seeing Guolin's actions, the crows seemed to understand that he was not angry, and they immediately fluttered their wings and flew over, pecking up the spiritual energy rice on the ground. Guolin also sat down cross-legged, looked at the tablet of the old Taoist priest, and chatted to himself about the recent events in Qingfeng Temple. To be honest, before the county wanted to demolish Qingfeng Temple, he was under great pressure and tensed up all the time. Now that the string was loosened, he really wanted to find someone to explain it to him. It wasn't until it got dark that he walked out of the cave. He only heard the cries of crows coming from inside the cliff. County. Naturally, Sun Xian and Chen Li quickly received news from the Buddhist Association at Fengyuan Temple. The news of these masters was posted to Yushan's circle of friends by many people, and was talked about by people within a certain range. However, Sun County didn't want to pay too much attention. No matter how hard the people from the Buddhist Association try, they only look at the results after half a month. It was getting dark outside before he left the office and returned home. "You're back? Drink this bowl of jujube kernel soup. It will calm the nerves and help you sleep." His wife happened to come out with a bowl of soup. When she saw him coming back, she said, "Thank you for your hard work." Sun Xian nodded and sat at the dining table. His son and daughter are already in college, and he and his wife are the only two people in the family. Food is simple. In this summer, they usually just eat porridge with some vegetables. However, he has been under a lot of stress in the past 2 years. He has suffered from insomnia every day, is not in good spirits, and is almost bald on the top of his head. His wife often makes him various soups, which is very hard. Then, he thought of the calming charm given by Taoist Guo. This magical thing will definitely help him. After eating some porridge and taking a shower, he read the news, especially about tourism. Maybe Yushan's tourism plus strategy can be used as a reference, and stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. I don't know how long it took, but my wife's urging voice came, "It's time. I don't want to be unable to work tomorrow because of insomnia, so go to bed quickly." Sun Xian smiled, got up and walked towards the bedroom. His wife liked to take care of all aspects of his affairs, but this kind of control was really happy for an old couple like them. What people are most afraid of is that the person they originally loved will grow old and become disgusted with each other. "Today I changed the incense for you to help you sleep. I bought it from Kinglan Villa. I heard that it is homemade and it is very effective in helping you sleep." The wife took out a box of incense from the drawer and prepared to light it. Sun Xian shook his head and said, "Honey, I won't light it today. I have rhinitis and it makes me uncomfortable if I keep lighting incense." "Are you going to sleep until noon?" the wife said angrily. Sun Xian said mysteriously, "I went to Qingfeng Mountain today, and the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple gave me a real calming charm. The effect is very miraculous." As he said this, he did not forget to take out the calming charm to show his wife. The wife was stunned and joked, "Why do you still believe this in your position? Are you not afraid of violating principles?" Sun Xian smiled and said, "This is different. If you really come across something mysterious, you can rest assured. I'm not stupid and can tell outsiders about it. Then I want to see how magical that calming talisman is. Wait a minute and don't ask me to light incense." The wife snorted lightly, not believing in the calming talisman. This kind of thing also gives some psychological comfort. However, the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Mountain was a bit powerful, and he actually deceived her husband into believing this. Thinking about it, she also went into the bathroom to take a shower. But when she came out wearing a bath towel, she was stunned. "I saw that my husband was already lying like a dead pig, breathing heavily. Falling asleep now?" She went over to check uncertainly, and after a moment she was sure that her husband was really asleep, and he was sleeping soundly. This suddenly made her incredible. She knew how serious her husband's insomnia was and that he couldn't sleep at all. "Even if the incense is used to help sleep, I will toss and turn until late at night, and the quality of sleep is extremely poor. The result is an increasingly sparse head. Now the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple gave my husband a calming charm, and actually made him sleep so easily? Is the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple so powerful? The morning sunshine is quiet and elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. After a high-quality sleep, waking up in such an early morning makes you feel more relaxed." Sun County woke up early in the morning, stretched out comfortably, and felt refreshed. Then, his face was replaced by disbelief. In more than 2 years, he has never had such good sleep quality, and has never been in such a good state of mind when he wakes up. Then, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the news on the internet. This is also his habit. The news can teach him about many things. To his surprise, Fengyuan Temple became popular. A popular video appeared online of people from the Buddhist Association chanting sutras at Fengyuan Temple to fight against the flies. A group of monks sat cross-legged and chanted sutras. The loud and clear sound of the Buddha was surrounded by loudspeakers. Countless flies were flying in front of them, as if a demon was born. This scene is really shocking to watch. It's a pity, it seems that the flies are just circling and flying, completely ignoring these monks. "Are you up?" My wife came in with surprise on her face. Judging from her husband's condition, I knew he was sleeping well. A calming charm is so magical. King Fengagwen. Guo Lin also woke up from his room early in the morning. As the night passed, the energy consumed in the danshan was restored. Thinking about making 2 calming charms yesterday, I almost collapsed. This energy really doesn't need to be disabled. He took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan. He first completed the daily task of delivering letters to the old monk, got the refined spiritual energy rice, and then got up and got dressed. As soon as I left the room, a reminder appeared in my mind. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willingness. He immediately looked at the attributes of the sex residence on the light screen in his mind. The information about the sex residence had changed somewhat. The sex residence, King Fengagwen. Level, first level sect station. Effect, solid +2, simple +2, ornamental +2. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 merit money, 123,600 usable merit money. 500 wish value, 54 available wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guo Lin, Guo Sun Lin. In monk, none. Religious layman, Xie Yang. The information about the sex location may be due to the addition of Xie Yang, which adds information about 1 more member. However, now there are only him, the master of the temple, and Xie Yang, the lay practitioner who has entered the temple to practice. Sun Lin is his Taoist name. He Rongsheng Guan Tongxian inherits, and the principles are enlightened and all methods are fulfilled. He is a Qingfeng Guanxian generation, and the old Taoist priest is Tongzi generation. Because of schooling, the Taoist name was removed by the senior Taoist priests and only left with the character Lin. Because Taoists don't enter other people's schools, even if they go to school, they have to enter other people's schools. But in modern society, it is impossible not to go to school, so we can only settle for the second best. The key point is that the old Taoist priest will not let him go to the Taoist academy, saying that they are just teaching useless things, and it is not as good as experiencing the worldly world. He hasn't used the name Sun Lin for a long time. Looking at the willingness value again, after increasing by 3 points just now, it has reached 54 points. If his guess was correct, this wish value should be provided by Xie Yang. When he arrived at the main hall, he saw that Xie Yang had inserted the incense in his hand into the incense burner. It was he who was offering morning incense just now. The first incense burner in the morning is lit by the Taoist temple's own prayers, usually by its disciples. In Taoist temples with many disciples, the disciples take turns getting up early to perform morning incense prayers. Before, there was only Guo Lin, so he would do it by himself. Now that Xie Yang has entered meditation practice, he has taken the initiative to do such chores. Taoist. Xie Yang saw Guo Lin coming out and respectfully performed the Taoist ceremony. Yesterday's shock made him feel more pious in his respect. Then he went to the courtyard again and took a broom to sweep up the fallen leaves floating in the forest. Taoist morning fragrance room, avoid talking too much and be good at doing too many things. It means that during morning fragrance time, try not to talk and just do more. Guo Lin looked at Xie Yang and felt that this layman was more like a Taoist monk than him. He had been in school for a long time, especially the 4 years of college, and rarely came back. He even worked as an intern for a while. When he came back, the old Taoist priest had already passed away, and he was relatively casual about some things in the temple and Taoist rules. He also went to the kitchen, took out the spiritual energy rice for 2 people and steamed it. After a while, the alluring rice fragrance wafted away. Xie Yang swept the fallen leaves and couldn't help but look into the kitchen when he smelled the fragrance. He knew it was blessing rice. He had witnessed the magic of Qingfeng Temple blessing rice yesterday. After the spiritual rice was steamed, Guo Lin fried 2 more portions of green vegetables, carried them to the charity hall, and said to Xie Yang, who had finished sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard, "Meal." Xie Yang nodded, washed his hands, and went to the charity hall to eat. After Guo Lin finished eating the spiritual energy rice, he went to the backyard to practice Qingfeng Fist as usual. After a while, a trace of energy from the aura rice appeared and was guided and absorbed by him. Because the energy is directed, there will be vibrations between moves, which will produce air explosion sounds. Xie Yang came in. Even though he knew that Dao Zhangguo had real skills, he still looked at this scene in surprise. When Guolin saw him coming in, he also asked, "Businessman, have you ever studied martial arts?" After all, this person also ate spiritual energy refined rice. Simply eating this food is very wasteful. Xia Qingyang nodded and replied, "I had the opportunity to learn the most authentic Baguazhang at Zhengqing Taoist Temple. When I was taught by Tianxi, he said that when you have enlightenment, this Baguazhang can draw qi into the body to form true qi. However, after 20 years of practice, it can't still no success. Bringing qi into the body?" Guolin shook his head. This is a course that many Taoist professors will take in internal practice. To put it simply, it is to attract the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into the body and form its own energy. But this has always been a legend. Not to mention that Xia Qingyang has been practicing Qingfeng Quan for 20 years. The old Taoist priest taught him Qingfeng Quan. He has been practicing Qingfeng Quan for more than 10 years and still hasn't mastered it. However, it is no wonder that Xia Qingyang is still in such good health despite his age. Practicing martial arts for a long time can always strengthen his body. After saying that, Xia Qingyang also showed Guolin how to practice the Baguazhang in his mouth, which was quite methodical. After all, I have been practicing for 20 years. However, the power is obviously not a little bit inferior to Guolin's, or there is no power at all. Seeing this, Guolin thought that when Xia Qingyang felt the energy of the spiritual energy, he wouldn't think it was qi entering his body, right? Guolin felt that the spiritual energy rice he had eaten no longer produced energy, so he stopped. He looked at Xia Qingyang next to him, who had a normal face, and seemed not to be surprised at all. He asked doubtfully, "Sheik, is there nothing special? Taoist, what are you talking about?" Xia Qingyang also asked in confusion. Guolin was stunned. Could it be that the spiritual energy refined rice had no effect on Xia Qingyang? That shouldn't be possible. It may be because Xia Qingyang practiced Baguazhang. It seems that not any martial art can absorb the energy of Reiki fine rice. He probably guessed the reason. The issue of Chuan Wu has been discussed for a long time, and many people are convinced that Wu Chuan in martial arts movies really existed, and that energy such as strength and true energy can be developed. This point has been proven by Qingfeng Fist, which can absorb the energy of refined spiritual energy. But not all martial arts in the outside world are true martial arts, right? There must be fake ones. I really can't practice it now. If I mix it with fake ones, who can tell which one is real and which one is fake? Obviously, what Xia Qingyang said about the authentic Baguazhang of Zhengqing Taoist Temple is not authentic at all and must be fake. That can only be blamed on Xia Qingyang not being so lucky. The Qingfeng Quan taught by the old Taoist priest told him that it would only be passed on to his disciples. Either he will have a Taoist partner in the future, and the two practitioners will have a descendant, and pass it on to the next generation, or he will accept his own disciples and pass them on in the name of master. Guolin also changed the subject and asked, "I'm going down the mountain to buy some stones later. Do you want to go with me, layman?" "Well, let's go for a walk with the Taoist priest," Xia Qingyang said. Guolin wanted to buy stones, naturally for the Qingfengaguan area. The scope of the Lingquan Vat's effect seems to be limited by the Qingfeng Guanfa building, but Qingfeng Guan's property rights clearly cover 30,000 square meters. Therefore, this is a landmark, and it is important to try the possibility of radiation effect range. Even if it has no effect, he can legally erect a monument within 30,000 square meters, and the monument is his territory. In the future, when tourists come up and see such a large-scale boundary monument as Qingfeng Temple will appear even more transcendent. Erecting boundary monuments requires special stones, which can only be purchased down the mountain. After a while, Guolin closed the door of the Taoist temple and took Xia Qingyang down the mountain to a stone factory in the suburbs. The owner of the stone factory is a middle-aged man. Just as Guolin was about to explain his purpose, the middle-aged man seemed excited when he saw him. "You are Taoist Master Guo." He was about to answer, but the middle-aged man knelt down in front of him again. "Thank you, Taoist Master Guo, for saving the lives of my daughter and grandson." Guolin was suddenly stunned. What's the situation? The middle-aged boss sudden kneeling made Guolin stunned for a moment. Xia Qingyang, who was following behind, was also surprised. He had only seen such a heartfelt thank you once, and the first time was from Beishan Taoist Temple Celestial Master. The Heavenly Master came down the mountain and met a patient who was declared incurable by the hospital. He said that he was destined to the patient in this life, so he treated him and he was really cured. The patient's family went to the Taoist temple to kowtow and thank the Heavenly Master. This incident spread, and many patients came to seek help. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Master passed away after that incident. To be able to bow down and express gratitude in such an excited and uncontrollable way must be a life-threatening favor. After Guolin was stunned for a short time, the fragment of the evolution bagua disc around his neck suddenly vibrated, and a cold feeling rushed into his mind. He also knew what was going on, and immediately helped the boss up. Good believers don't have to be like this. Your son-in-law and I have such a good relationship. The other party turned out to be Chi Cheng's father-in-law. What a coincidence. Previously, he took a free ride in Chi Cheng's car, and the fragments of the evolution bagua disc were triggered, informing him of his wife's crisis. It seems that the other party listened and believed it, and the person got through this disaster safely. No, the Taoist priest is my great benefactor, Chen Hong. Chen Hong shook his head hurriedly, his face even more grateful. If the Taoist priest hadn't saved me, I might not have been able to see my daughter when I came back to Yushan. As he said that, he had already taken out his mobile phone and dialed his son-in-law's number. From the words of his son-in-law and the doctor, he naturally knew how dangerous his daughter was at that time. If the Taoist priest hadn't made 3 accurate calculations for his son-in-law, we would have been separated forever. The son-in-law has always wanted to go up the mountain to thank him in person, but he has no parents and needs to take care of his daughter personally. He originally wanted to wait until his daughter was discharged from the hospital and go up the mountain to say thank you. Unexpectedly, the Taoist priest came down the mountain today and even arrived at his factory. This is probably fate. God favors their family. As soon as the call was connected, he hurriedly called in, Chi Cheng, where are you now? I just drove out of the hospital and was about to go to the factory to get chicken soup. Chi Cheng drove out of the hospital and went straight to his father-in-law's stone factory. His wife was hospitalized and needed tonic, and he had to take care of his wife in the hospital. These days, his father-in-law helped cook the tonic soup in the factory. Dao Kanguo is here at our stone quarry. Chen Hong's voice came. Dao Zhangguo. Chi Cheng suddenly said with surprise on his face, Dad, please help me entertain Dao Zhangguo. He will definitely want to buy stones when he goes to the stone quarry. I will donate whatever he wants. His words were filled with gratitude. He loves his wife very much. When he met his wife, because his parents died early, no one helped him. He had just started working and could not afford the bride price, let alone a house. But his wife didn't dislike him at all. Not only did she not want the bride price, she also paid for the down payment of the house with her own money. It was also because of his wife's encouragement that he gradually started a career. If something happened to his wife at that time, he would really be desperate and not know what to do. It is not an exaggeration for Dao Kanguo to say that they are his reborn parents. It's not your turn to do this kind of thing. When Chen Hong heard his son-in-law's words, he said directly. After hanging up the phone, he immediately asked Guo Lin, Dao Zhangguo, did you come to the stone factory today to buy stones? Yes. Guo Lin nodded. I plan to buy some boundary markers to be burned. I wonder if anyone has any recommendations. Chen Hong immediately explained, Director Guo, generally it is best to use granite for boundary monuments. We happen to have a batch of very good granite in our factory, which can be cut for Director Guo. I don't know what size the boundary monument that Director Guo needs is. The standard boundary monument size will do. Guo Lin thought for a while and said, Taoist inscriptions actually have many special dimensions. However, since it is a boundary monument, he still plans to follow the National Boundary Monument standard size, which is 1.5 meters in height, 0.5 meters in diameter at the base, and 0.15 meters in width at the top. This size is actually very impressive, and according to the national standard boundary markers, even if someone wants to make a fuss about it in the future, there will be no way. Then I wonder how many boundary monuments the Taoist master needs. Just 5 yuan. Taoist temples sometimes also pay attention to the number of orientations when erecting monuments. This has something to do with the gods enshrined in the Taoist temple. The gods worshipped such as Haoshan, Tianwang, Siyu, Xingxiu, etc. are different, and the emphasis is also different. Qing Feng Temple worships the three pure ones. Just follow the directions of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, the east belongs to wood and governs vitality, the west belongs to metal and governs qi, the south belongs to fire and governs yang qi, the north belongs to water and governs yin qi, the center belongs to earth and governs qi in the middle, with complete directions and endless life. Therefore, Qing Feng Temple requires erecting 5 rows of monuments and preparing 5 stone tablets. The central stone tablet also has 5 lines of inscriptions engraved on it. I will immediately ask the Taoist priest to help him cut and repair the stone. Chen Hong nodded first, and then said, Taoist priest, I have an unkind request, please agree to it. I want to donate this stone tablet to Qing Feng Temple. Moreover, I also ask the Taoist priest to give me an opportunity to lead people to accumulate blessings, and let us personally erect a monument for the Taoist temple. Guo Lin understood that the other party wanted to thank him for what he had done before and to feel at ease, so he wanted to donate boundary markers and manpower. Although the old Taoist priests have taught those who practice Taoism not to accept favors from others for no reason, they also say that good deeds are related to blessings and merits are self-reliant. Chen Hong, this should be the follow-up of good fate, or an uninvited blessing. Blessings are not exclusive to Buddhism. Taoism originally had the theory of 8 blessings. Moreover, blessings are not only for believers but also for ourselves. Therefore, the merits of this kind of donation can be collected, and they are blessings and merits for Chen Hong himself and Qing Feng Guan. This is the meaning of Taoist merit. This is also the reason why Buddhist temples in general are more prosperous and more prosperous. They do not refuse to collect merits from anyone. Even if the most evil and unscrupulous people donate money, they will be the masters of meritorious deeds who put down the butcher's knife and turn around. For Taoists, the merits of such people can be kept at a respectful distance and not contaminated. This is probably the reason why all the Buddhas have shining golden bodies. Then I'll trouble the donor. Guo Lin agreed and gave Chen Hong a Taoist etiquette. Thank you, Taoist master. Chen Hong also thanked with a smile on his face. I will cut it as soon as possible and send it to Qingfeng Mountain tomorrow. While the two were talking, a car stopped outside. With the sound of the door closing, the fat Qi Chang ran in with some trembling. When he arrived in front of Guo Lin, he knelt down heavily. It is said that a man has gold at his knees, but when it comes to the life of his wife and children, what does it mean to kneel down and express gratitude? He even said with excitement on his face, "Thank you, Master Taoist, for saving my life and rebuilding my life. What you said to me in the car was correct. My wife really had an accident, and her relatives really had a recessive genetic heart problem. Moreover, the hospital ran out of P-type blood due to a car accident the day before. The nurse you talked about did have P-type blood." The more Qi Cheng talked, the more excited he became. Doctors say that our family is very lucky. After an operation, if anything goes wrong, one person or two may die. But I know that the greatest luck is to get guidance from Dea Zhangguo. At the end of his speech, he even kowtowed heavily to Guo Lin. Xie Qingyang on the side was immediately shocked. He understood clearly that it was this wife who was saved by Dea Zhangguo. It seemed that Dea Zhangguo had calculated in advance that something would happen to the other party, and reminded the other party to pay attention to heart problems. He even accurately calculated that there was ischemia in the hospital. A nurse's blood type matches. OMG. Xie Qingyang only felt his scalp numb. He thought he had seen what a real Taoist master was yesterday, but who knew that Dao Kangguo was not as powerful as he had seen. Guo Lin helped Qi Cheng up. "Donor, there is no need for this. We have a good relationship." Qi Cheng said hurriedly, "I only know that Dea Zhangguo is the savior of our family. Dea Zhangguo, you saved my child. When the child is 1 month old, can I take him to receive your child's care?" Hearing this, Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang both looked at Qi Cheng. Giving the child the urn is a Taoist ritual for children. The Tongzi urn is also a teaching urn that protects children. But there is a special meaning in it. The system of conferring nuns on boys was an important ritual for early Taoism to attract believers, and it was also an important means for Taoist priests to obtain identity authentication. Accordingly, the boy who received the nuns also needed to enter Taoism. It's just a boy's teaching. The child is also a boy practicing at home and needs to abide by the Taoist teachings. Although this is honorable to believers, it is somewhat unfair to unenlightened children. Although it does not affect his normal life, He cannot do some of the things that other children can do in the future. It coincides with the Dharma festival and he has to go to the Taoist temple to receive gifts and offer incense. Therefore, this doctrine has been changed long ago. After all, the social system does not allow preaching to children. No matter what religion wants to survive, it must compromise with the current social system. In fact, many Taoist teachings have been revised many times and are no longer the original ones. The same is true for Buddhism. Nowadays, children at home can also receive Tongzi. There is no such thing as conversion or salvation after entering the Tao. It is just different from the real direct teaching of Tongzi. Under normal circumstances, the real enlightened heavenly master will not teach the urn easily. He will let the disciples who teach the law teach him the urn. The meaning is much different. Naturally, if this boy's urn is really effective, then the master and the earthly disciples will teach it. It will definitely be very different. For a truly enlightened heavenly master, even with the current teachings, the ordination still depends on whether the child has the blessings of the Taoist sect. The Tao should not be taught lightly, and the teachings should not be taught lightly. However, I thought that Chi Cheng's child had a lot of blessings. After all, he did not go down the mountain by chance, did not meet Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng was not enthusiastic enough to offer him a free ride, and the fragments of the evolution Bhagavad disc were not triggered. If he missed even one link, the child might be gone. Therefore, this is definitely a blessing that is profound and can be conferred. The most important thing is the current teachings and social system that stipulate that children cannot become believers, and their family members have to do many things for them. This is also another reason why many heavenly masters do not take the teachings lightly, so as to prevent family members from being unable to persist in breaking the precepts for a long time and damaging their merits. Moreover, many people nowadays do not follow the rules and even find random Taoist priests, fake Taoist priests, or stalls to buy a basket for their children and think it will be fine. This is actually a false dharma, and it still damages your merits. Donor, the bequest is not a trivial matter. We still need to discuss it carefully. After all, you have to do a lot of things for us. Guo Lin could only remind him. This matter really cannot be decided by just patting one's head. Chi Cheng immediately said, Taoist, our family has already discussed it and hopes that our child will be blessed by Taoist. Chen Hong also echoed, yes, we have discussed it. In the future, Qingfeng Temple will have rituals that require running errands, so please ask the Taoist master for instructions. They would bring this up, so naturally they already understand it clearly. If it were ordinary Taoist priests and Taoist temples, then they would never even think about such a thing. I lived a carefree life as a child. Do you believe this? I almost had a brain cramp. But this Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple is different. This is a Taoist man who can tell life and death. He saved his daughter and grandson in just a few words. When he first heard the process described by his son-in-law, his jaw dropped. If a child of such an accomplished person is blessed with such a good fortune, he must hope that he can help this person to be safe in the future. What does it matter if you are tired? When I grow up in the future, if I can ask this Taoist priest to teach me the Wen Changlo, it will be something no one else can ask for. How many rich people spend a lot of money to ask heavenly masters to teach their children the Wen Changlu, but it may not be effective. But this Taoist priest Guo is definitely different. Guo Lin could see Chi Cheng and Chen Hong's determination and said nothing more. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He didn't seem to know how to do things like a boy. Because he is in school, the old Taoist priest still has many things that he has not been taught. Perhaps the old Taoist priest does not realize that some parents would be reluctant to ask him, a young Taoist priest, to teach their children. After all, the old Taoist priest has never taught a boy the urn for so long. This is a bit embarrassing. After talking about Tongzilu for a long time, it turns out that I don't know how to do it. He subconsciously looked at Xie Qingyang next to him. This old layman has practiced in so many Taoist temples, and he should have also learned Tongzilu. He can create an opportunity to steal from his teacher. Discuss it. Guo Lin went down the mountain mainly for the boundary monument. After that, he would naturally go back to the Taoist temple. Chi Cheng drove him respectfully to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Thank you so much, donor. Guo Lin thanked him with a courtesy. Taoist priest, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Chi Cheng quickly waved his hand and did not forget to say, Taoist priest, if Qingfeng Temple needs it in the future, please remember to give us instructions. After saying that, he drove away. He has to go back to the factory to take chicken soup to the hospital for his wife. Guo Lin also took Xie Qingyang towards Qingfeng Mountain and took the opportunity to ask, "Businessman, do you know how to play boy's riddle? We can discuss it. The benefactor's child is a blessed person." Xie Qingyang sighed first, and then hurriedly saluted Guo Lin. "If you don't dare to discuss it, please ask the Taoist master for advice." Guo Lin smiled slightly. This is probably one of the benefits of being regarded as an expert. It was obviously meant to steal lessons, but it turned into giving advice. While the two were chatting, they heard the sound of chanting sutras. "It's over there at Fengyuan Temple." People from the Buddhist Association came again to drive away the flies by chanting sutras. It's just that the number of people today is obviously smaller, and the remaining people seem to have hoarse throats, not as loud as yesterday. It depends on how many days the remaining people can hold on. Xie Qingyang looked at the flies all over Fengyuan Temple and said with emotion, "They say that Buddhism has been renovated. This temple is like this. It should be finished. I don't know what evil has been done." Guo Lin smiled and said nothing. What evil had he done? "I want to dismantle King Fengaguen." After Xie Qingyang finished sighing, he turned around and saw Guo Lin's back walking upward, and was inexplicably stunned for a moment. He hurriedly looked at the flies flying all over Fengyuan Temple. This absolutely cannot happen normally. King Fengaguen and Fengyuankai are in the same mountain. This. Xie Qingyang hurriedly followed Guo Lin respectfully. When they arrived at Qingfeng Temple, Xie Qingyang couldn't wait to say, "Taoist priest, let me prepare the boy's urn and ask for your advice." Inexplicably, he desperately wanted the Taoist priest's advice. "Well, let's go." Guo Lin nodded. After Xie Qingyang left, he also picked up his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan to operate the game character to accept tasks. But after more than 10 new and tedious side tasks in a row, he got nothing at all, which made him distressed. When there was no luck, the game system was as stingy as an iron rooster that never plucks a hair. He simply accepted a mission and hung up to complete it automatically. He wouldn't be unlucky just by playing by himself, and would he be rewarded as soon as he hung up? Thinking about it, he also looked at those tasks. The young man surnamed Li in Shenjiu Village Inn dreamed of becoming a young swordsman in the world, but he lost his wooden sword in Shilipo. Beasts and monsters appeared on Shilipo. The young man surnamed Li did not dare to go, but was willing to take the stolen Osman thus. In exchange for wine, he asked people to go to Shilipo to find his wooden sword. It's young Li again, this future generation of heroes, still playing with wooden swords. Guo Lin smiled, simply accepted the task, and hung up to complete it automatically. Then, he also went back to the closet to find a Taoist book and checked the contents of the boy's jar. If he wanted to point Xie Qingyang, he couldn't know everything, right? But he took out the Taoist book, turned to the Tongzi chapter and read it for a while, when a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations on killing a bat monster in Shilipo and obtaining 3 luminous sands." Guo Lin stood up immediately. "What's the meaning?" Guo Lin stood up with the Taoist book, feeling an uncontrollable annoyance in his heart. Even if he is a cultivator, this is intolerable. He suspected that the game system looked down on him. When he cut the liver himself, he didn't get any rewards. But when I hung up when I was tired, I was rewarded both times as soon as I hung up. Who are you doing it for? My heart is as clear as ice, and I won't be surprised when the sky falls. Everything is still changing, and my spirit is calm and peaceful. Guo Lin hurriedly recited a calming mantra silently, and then decided not to care about the game system and accepted the reward calmly. He returned to his room, an idea entered the game, and Soya Mingsha. I didn't expect such a thing to be rewarded this time. Luminous sand is a traditional Chinese medicine material that has the effect of clearing away heat and improving eyesight. It treats blue blindness, sparrow eyes, red and swollen eyes, white blood and hemorrhage, internal and external obstructions, etc. Naturally, it also has an identity, bat guano. Collect the feces from bats, remove the soil, and dry it in the sun to use luminous sand. However, the rewards this time are different from before. Previously they were rewards for completing tasks, but this time they were obtained by killing monsters. Is this a game character beating the crap out of the bat monster in Shilipo? The 3 grains of luminous sand are gray-brown in color and quite regular in shape, with slightly pointed ends and an oblong shape. But Guo Lin felt something different from these 3 grains of luminous sand, which seemed to contain special energy. He picked up 3 luminous sands and saw the note information. These are 3 special luminous sands. It seems that the bat monster was hit hard and some abnormal spiritual energy was taken out of the body, so it gave them a stronger effect. Medicinal uses: improve eyesight +2, cure eye diseases +2. Storage conditions: put it in a pure jade bottle or hollow out peach wood, seal it tightly and store it in a cool place to preserve the spiritual energy. Sure enough, these 3 grains of luminous sand contain spiritual energy. The improvement of eyesight +2 and the cure of eye diseases +2 indicate that the medicinal effect of this thing must be far greater than that of ordinary luminous sand. Mingmu should literally mean that it can treat symptoms such as nearsightedness, farsightedness, and presbyopia. As for the cure of eye diseases, it should be able to treat diseases such as blue blindness, sparrow eyes, red and swollen eyes, hemorrhage, internal and external obstructions, these diseases. This +2 effect is also due to the aura it carries, and it needs to be saved according to the notes. Otherwise, the aura will dissipate and the special effect will be lost. He couldn't get the pure jade bottle. King Fengaguen spent all its merit money and couldn't buy even one. As for peach wood, you can find it on the mountainside. Just take a section and hollow it out. Guo Lin first placed the night light sand at the game novice's residence, then quit the game with an idea and prepared to go to the mountainside to intercept a peach tree. When I arrived at the main hall, I saw that Xie Yang had found a blank notebook from the warehouse and had drawn something on the first page. Those should be the heavenly generals. I just read the Taoist book, and it was recorded on the first page that the portraits of 36 heavenly generals should be carved on the boy's urn. Generally, one of them is chosen, and the heavenly general painted will also be the patron saint of children. These 36 heavenly generals include Guan Yu, Zhao Gongming, Wang Lingguan and many other familiar gods. I just don't know who the general Xie Yang painted is. The lines depicting the generals on the boy's urn are relatively abstract, and it would be difficult to recognize them without their names on them. Taoist Master. Xie Yang saw Guo Lin coming out and said a Taoist salute. Which of the 36 generals is the painting? Guo Lin asked. Xie Yang shook his head and said, Zhang Changgong and Zhang Xian, the god of child protection, do not belong to the 36 heavenly generals. The Tong Zi Lu I learned is from the Qinggui Taoist sect. This is what I learned when I was practicing in Qinggui Taoism. Well, many teachings are indeed different between different factions. Guo Lin walked out of the Taoist temple and was going down the mountain to get some peach trees. A group of tourists went up to Qingfeng Temple from the bottom of the mountain. The group saw Guo Lin. Is he Dao Kangguo? It's really him. I've seen some good believers. Guo Lin said to the group, let them pass, and continued walking towards the mountainside. On the mountainside, Zhao Moxin came out of the flower garden and saw Guo Lin coming down. She immediately greeted him with a smile. Master Guo, are you going down the mountain today? Come down and intercept a piece of peach wood. Guo Lin returned the greeting. Is Taoist Master Guo here? Where is he? The 2 girls Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun also came out in surprise. I've met 2 donors. Guo Lin greeted the 2 women with a smile on his face. Daozang Guo wants a peach tree. We just cut one in the garden today. I'll bring it to you, Zhao Moxin said and immediately ran into the flower garden. Guo Lin also looked at the flower garden in front of him. The surrounding weeds have obviously been cleared, and there are already several migrant workers plowing the flower fields in an orderly manner. Zhao Moxin quickly came out with a piece of peach wood 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Daoist Master Guo, do you think this is enough? If it is not enough, I will help you get it. That's enough. Thank you, donor. Guo Lin smiled and took the peach wood. In fact, there were 3 grains of luminous sand, and a few centimeters was enough. After getting the peach wood, he also said goodbye to the 3 girls and went back to Qingfeng Temple. After taking a few steps, my phone vibrated. It was a few 30 yuan scanned into the merit account. It should be the group of tourists just now who were offering incense and sweeping merit in the temple. It does not increase the willpower. They should come here purely for fun and to burn incense while visiting. It is not important for these tourists that burning incense to worship the gods is not effective. On the contrary, burning incense is more like a ritual for them. However, everyone who comes is a guest, and if their merits are wiped out, they are all donors to the Taoist temple. When Guolin went up the mountain, he happened to meet the group of tourists coming down the mountain. May you be blessed with happiness and good health, my benefactors. Guolin saluted a few more people, stepped aside to let the group of people pass by first, and then continued up the mountain. As a group of people went down the mountain, they also talked curiously. Taoist Master Guo went up and called us good believers, and came down and called us donors. Yeah, what's the difference? Believers should be collectively referred to as donors because we swept away the merit money. Then Daozang Guo was not here just now, how did he know? The QR code doesn't prompt, and I'm not stupid. I see. When Guolin returned to Qingfeng Temple, Xie Qingyang greeted him and handed him a boy's basket respectfully. Taoist priest, this is the boy's basket I made. Please give me some advice. Guolin took the boy's urn, but the name of the person who gave the urn was not written on it. When the urn is given, the name and birth date must be written on it. There are also ritual footwork at the back of this boy's urn. For the 7 stars Baidu Lucky God step. Start with the gang, use 3 kuei to cover it with 2 buckets, use the gang as the front, return 2 kuei to the gang, step on the gang with 1 bucket. Each of these sentences represents the next step. Gang is the starting position, kuei is the 4 stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan, and Do is the 3 stars, Yuhang, Qiang, and Yaoguang, each with its own number. Therefore, following the steps above is the ritual step of Tongzilu, and naturally, there are corresponding gestures. Xie Qingyang also marked it, which is a commonly used upward blessing gesture in many Taoist temples. Taoist Master, how are you? Xie Qingyang asked expectantly. Guolin didn't understand the boy's jar, and he just wanted to steal it. Therefore, after looking through the boy's jar in his hand, he said without blushing and without a beating heart, this still needs to be seen by you in practice. You can use a branch as a sword and demonstrate it again. Show me? When Xie Qingyang heard this, his face was filled with joy. Okay, Taoist priest. He already knew that this Taoist priest was a master of Taoism, and it was a rare opportunity to get guidance from him. Just when Guolin was stealing the master, Zhao Moxin and the other 3 were already in front of an engineer on the mountainside. The other party is the master in charge of the irrigation system of the flower garden. Seeing the 3 women, Engineer Fu Ye said, 3 bosses, the design of the irrigation system is almost the same now, and the location of the pool has been selected. Water can be diverted from the small lake on the top of the mountain. However, one more problem needs to be solved before construction can start. Zhao Moxin immediately asked, Master Li, if there are any other problems, we will solve them immediately. Master Li said, the water in the pool must be brought down from the pool on the mountain, and the place where the water channel passes is not short. According to the Forestry Water Management Project Management Regulations, the 3 bosses have to sign a supplementary clause contract with the county forestry industry. You have to pay the usage fee. Okay, Master Li, I'll go to the forestry industry to sign the contract right away. Zhao Moxin nodded, and immediately went down the mountain to the county forestry industry to handle related business. Ma'am, I'm very sorry. The location you mentioned at the top of Qingfeng Mountain is not within our jurisdiction. The staff member in charge said very apologetically. Moreover, the information we are displaying here shows that the location is a residential property land. You need to go to the real estate center to check it out. What? Zhao Moxin didn't respond. Isn't that a barren mountain? Where did the residents come from? The staff were obviously a little confused. It seems that King Fengshan was not allowed to carry out residential property construction after the land reform, right? But the data showed that it was correct. The entire area at the top of Qingfeng Mountain was not within their jurisdiction. It's really strange. Seeing this, Zhao Moxin was helpless and had no choice but to go to the property rights center. But the barren hills are property rights? In the end, you won't even be able to find the person who signed the contract, right? Zhao Moxin always pursues efficiency in his work, and soon arrived at the county's property rights center. Since the forestry side said that the barren mountain was real estate, they had to investigate to see who the property belonged to, get the other party's contact information, and then contact the other party to discuss the land rental fees required to build the canal. There were not many people at the real estate center today, so it took a while to get a number and it was her turn. Madam, what business do you want to handle? The staff member asked professionally. Zhao Moxin said directly, can you help me find out who owns the wasteland property on the mountainside of Qingfeng Mountain? It's in the direction of the mountain road. Ah, the staff member was obviously stunned. The first thing I felt was that the woman in front of me was teasing me. How could there be real estate on Qingfeng Mountain? Construction has been banned for a long time. Moreover, it is said that the mountain is barren, so where can we get the property rights? The only real estate on Qingfeng Mountain should be Qingfeng View, right? The property rights of Taoist temples seem to belong to the state. The staff member tried his best to maintain the brightest smile and said to Zhao Moxin, "Madam, I'm sorry. According to regulations, we cannot tell others any information about the property owner. Thank you for the relevant regulations that allow me to deal with such people calmly." Zhao Moxin was anxious. "Can you help me? I really need to know who owns the property rights of that piece of wasteland." "Sorry, according to regulations, we cannot tell others any property owner information." The staff still kept a bright smile. Zhao Moxin had something she wanted to say in her heart, but it would affect her image of a lady in public, so she suppressed it firmly. When she left the real estate center, she couldn't help but want to stamp her feet. Is this possible? She had no choice but to return to the flower garden. Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun stepped forward. "How's it going? Have you signed the contract?" "Master Li just came down to take care of some things. He will come up as soon as we can start work." Zhao Moxin shook her head, pointed to the barren mountain and said, "The people in the forestry industry said that this shabby place is private real estate land, and asked me to go to the real estate center. The people in the real estate center said that they could not reveal any information about the property owners to me. I don't know what to do now. Find someone to sign the contract with." Zhao Yun, Zhao Lin. Both girls were confused. What's going on? They all looked at the small piece of barren mountain covered with weeds and piled with rocks. Is this real estate land? Ghosts will build houses here. King Fengaguen. Xie Qingyang stepped on the 7-star by de God step, held a boy's basket in one hand, and made an upward blessing gesture with the other hand. Although Guo Lin himself is a Taoist priest, he really feels that Taoist rituals are more beautiful than Buddhist ones. Their various Taoist rituals are equipped with specialized steps and gestures, as well as various processes. Buddhism is simple. Either sit down and chant sutras all the time, knock on wooden fish and chant sutras all the time, or walk in circles and chant sutras all the time. It can only be said that foreign churches have insufficient foundation and many even copy Taoism. This is true even for the salvation business that is the mainstay of Buddhism. However, Buddhism is also powerful and can deceive people. At least many people think that salvation is from Buddhism. When Taoist priests come out to do salvation business, some people will ask if it is from Buddhism. But they don't know that Taoism originally had a theory of salvation, Buddhism came later, and Buddhism cannot even learn the most basic Dharma altar of salvation. After all, the Taoist altar for salvation is used by Cheng Huang, Shen Dongyu, and Zhao Tei. It is probably similar to the reality of reporting to the Civil Affairs Department and Public Security Department of the county. The household registration of the person who has been saved can be found out, and then those who should buy a ticket can buy a ticket. Those who should take a plane and send them home. Where can I learn this from Buddhism? Here is a one-pot recipe to help you achieve salvation and be reborn in bliss. It feels like, let's go, I'll take you there in Myanmar. Taoist master, how are you? Xie Qingyang finally stopped, clasped his hands on the boy's silk basket, and came to Guo Lin respectfully. Well, the layman did a very good job. Guo Lin, of course, sincerely affirmed. After all, you have already copied someone else's teachings, so you can't be so shameless and teach others, right? However, after watching the layman demonstrate it once, he basically understood it. He went back to the dressing room and practiced secretly by himself. When Qi Cheng brought the child up, the boy's urn would be fine. Immediately afterwards, he handed the peach wood in his hand to Xie Qingyang to divert the other party's attention. "Businessman, could you please help me cut off a small section of this peach wood, hollow out the core of the wood, and make a cork?" Xie Qingyang took the dauma puzzledly, but without asking anything, went to the warehouse to look for tools. Seeing this, Guo Lin also walked to the waiting room. In the past, he had to do all the work in Qingfeng Temple by himself. It was a back-breaking job. Xie Qingyang, a layman who practiced in Qingfeng Temple, did a lot of the work. Back in the room, an idea entered the game. and I saw the 3 luminous sands again. He also tried to study in this novice's residence, still heading towards the door. Although I know there is a special barrier blocking the way out, but the game will always be updated, right? Maybe when will things change? People always have something to look forward to. Cannot move forward in the current area? The same prompt appeared again, and it still didn't work. He immediately started practicing Qing Fang Fist again. He repeated it several times in a row, but it was still the same as before, and nothing happened. Damn restrictions. Qing Fang Fist has proven that it can produce energy. This game world is a world of immortal cultivation, so it should be rich in spiritual energy. But the game system didn't give him a chance at all, so he could only continue to practice eating spiritual energy rice in reality. Guo Lin sighed and exited the game with 3 luminous sands. Back in the main hall, Xie Qingyang was already digging out the wood core with a special drill tool in the yard outside, and he was skillful in his movements. It seems that this layman association really has a lot of stuff, and it really has the potential to be a multitasking person. After a while, Xie Qingyang put the tools back into the warehouse and handed a dug wooden pipe to Guo Lin. Seeing him take out 3 grains of luminous sand and put it into the wooden pipe, he asked curiously, "Taoist priest, this is from some kind of animal stool?" Guo Lin put on the cork and explained, "These 3 grains are luminous sand. Yaming sand, this thing is effective for some eye diseases." Xie Qingyang said with a smile, "I saw several of them in the tree hole behind the Taoist temple before. Are they theirs?" When Guo Lin heard this, he also said, "Well, but these 3 pills are different. I specially selected them. The effect will be very magical." Then, he thought of something. He handed the wooden pipe to Xie Qingyang with a smile and said, "It's okay if I have to pray for them 3 times a day. This is a problem for lay people." He was still thinking about how to trick this layman into giving Qing Feng Guan the power to pray. Isn't this opportunity coming? Taoist, how long do you need to pray for? Xie Qingyang would not refuse these things. For him, entering into meditation and practicing what the Taoist ordered is a kind of practice. Moreover, he was even more curious about how miraculous the effects of these 3 luminous sands were, and why he had to pray 3 times a day. It's time to end. Guo Lin did not answer directly. He naturally hoped that Xie Qingyang would continue to exercise his willpower every day. But when we really need to use this luminous sand, it will be over naturally if it is used up. If you don't use it, just keep praying for blessings. In this way, he no longer has to make excuses to ask the other party to pray. Xie Qingyang did not ask any more questions. After practicing at home for so long and practicing in so many Taoist temples, his mentality has long been very stable. The Taoist priest said so, just do it. When the time comes, the Taoist priest will definitely tell him. Xie Qingyang took 3 grains of luminous sand and placed them on the altar table in the main hall, then began to kneel on the futon and pray for the 3 grains of luminous sand. Not long after, a prompt appeared in Guo Lin's mind. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. In this regard, his mood is all about the joy of success. Qing Feng Temple attracts many tourists every day, but sometimes there may not be any willingness to provide. This is still the layman. But think about it, should people like Qin Hong also take advantage of it? Even if you provide a little willingness, it's just a little. Now the merit money is more than 100,000 yuan, and the requirement of 100,000 yuan for upgrading the sex station is enough, but the willingness requirement is missing. Chapter 60 Qing Feng Kuoro's Believers? After Xie Qingyang finished praying for the first time, he stood up and made another prayer posture. He continued to kneel on the futon and began to pray for the second time. After the second prayer, Guo Lin was prompted again. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willingness. After praying like this, the power of the wish is gradually decreasing. After Xie Qingyang finished praying for the 3rd time, he also provided some wish points. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willingness. Guo Lin looked at the wish value information of the martial arts station in the game in his mind. Wish value 500, available wish value 63. The wish value increased by 9 points, all provided by Xie Qingyang. Morning incense prayer provides 3 points, praying 3 times provides 6 points. It can be seen that although the game system limits the number of times Xie Qingyang can pray to increase his willpower, it does not mean that he cannot increase his willpower by doing other things. For example, praying with morning incense can also increase your willingness by 3 points. Therefore, the matter of Chen Xiang must come to this layman in the future. I think there must be something else that can increase my willpower. Once I find out, I will have to work hard. After all, the 500 willpower required to upgrade the sex station is still far behind. He seemed a little embarrassed just to keep staring at the layman gathering wool, so he looked at the group of donors at Qingfeng Temple. Some of the donors here are from Yushan. People like Qin Hong are now devout believers. They can also provide 1 point of wish when they come to offer incense. It's just that these people have busy lives and have their own things to be busy with. They are not lay practitioners who practice at home, and they cannot watch the track all day long. Looking at the members in the group, Guo Lin sighed. Naturally, he couldn't let these people come and offer incense in the group all day long. That would seem Philistine and go against the original intention of cultivating Taoism. Only during Taoist temple ceremonies, Dharma gatherings, festivals, activities, etc., can you invite pilgrims to worship. Or when there are matters such as relocation, groundbreaking, renovation, etc., you can also invite believers to help with labor and give blessings, talismans, ornaments, etc. as thank you gifts. Guo Lin thought about setting up a boundary marker tomorrow. This is also a matter of relocation or renovation of a Taoist temple. Moreover, when erecting a monument, you need to recite a special incantation for erecting the monument. The 5-element monument also needs to be erected with the 5-element monument ceremony. The 5-element monument is engraved with the 5-element inscription. It is barely possible to invite pilgrims to contribute and observe the ceremony. This is a good reason, it should be able to generate a wave of willingness. However, the mantra for erecting the monument and the ceremony for erecting the monument do not require the temple master to come in person. It can be done by Taoist disciples or lay practitioners who enter the temple to practice. Let Xie Yang come tomorrow, maybe he can also provide his willpower. Judging from the power of the other party's morning fragrance and prayers, they should be doing Taoist things with piety. Let the old layman erect a steel mantra and perform the steel ceremony with piety for the Taoist concept. Is that also doing something for the Taoist temple? As soon as he thought of it, he immediately opened the WeChat donor group to edit the information. Book of Believers of Qingfeng Koros. Qingfeng Temple sincerely invites believers to look at the beautiful scenery of the mountains with rolling clouds, and take a sip of the clear spring to nourish their souls. Qingfeng Temple is the destination of people's spiritual beliefs, a peaceful pure land in the complicated life, and a place where believers from all walks of life pray for blessings. Adhering to the socialist requirements and norms for religion, and on the premise of complying with the requirements of the national religious policy, Qingfeng Temple will carry out the erection of boundary monuments tomorrow, inviting believers to share in the joy and observe the incantation and ceremony of erecting the monument. Guo Lin wrote a long paragraph eloquently, and then clicked send. When inviting believers to contribute or observe a ceremony, you cannot say it outright, let alone what gifts you will receive in return. This is a big no-no. This is the only way to inform people, emphasizing that those who come are sincere, and sincerity will bring blessings. As soon as Guo Lin's message was sent out, the group of donors naturally became lively. Qin Hong, Taoist Master Guo, I happen to be free tomorrow and can go up the mountain. I haven't gone up the mountain for a long time, Mr. Qin, let's meet tomorrow. Zhaoda. Lu Feng, old Qin, pick me up at home tomorrow and we'll go together. My husband and I will go too. Ma Yan. Is King Fengiguan asking everyone to go up to the mountain to work? A woman nicknamed Ruu Ji Lang said in the group. The originally good atmosphere in the group suddenly turned sour. Qin Hong. Lu Feng. Ma Yan. We are not fools. At this age, who doesn't know that participating in Taoist activities will help anyone who can help? This is an opportunity to accumulate blessings for oneself. Moreover, Taoist Guo is a real Taoist, and Qingfeng Temple is so miraculous, they are eager to have such activities. But you can't say this kind of thing, because if you say it, you will break your sincerity, and sometimes you will offend the gods. After witnessing the magic of Guo Daozang and Qingfeng Temple, they also learned about some things in Taoism recently and knew that this is called stoma industry, which is a thing that damages merit. It is indeed true. In daily life, it is called a poor mouth. Many people actually have good intentions, but they are ruined by just one mouth. When doing the same thing, some people will be grateful when they do it, while some people can't keep their mouth shut, which makes it easy for people to resent or even complain. Ever since they met Taoist Guo and became believers, they were still very concerned about these things. They all simply closed themselves off and ignored this woman. Guo Lin looked at the situation in the group and shook his head. It seemed that he would have to recruit another group of devout believers in the future. The donor group has no choice. Since you can join by scanning the merits, you can't make any distinction and prevent some people from joining. What's more, when the other person joins the group, you have no idea what kind of person the other person is. Guo Lin closed WeChat and stopped looking at the group. He told Xie Qingyang to put away the Yamingxia that he had prayed for, and then walked to his closet room, and an idea entered the game. After this period of time, you can get 10 kilograms of spiritual refined rice every day by doing the old monk's daily mail delivery task. Except for placing it in the kitchen to prepare daily food, the rest is stored in the novice's residence in the game. There is already a pile stacked up in the corner of the novice's quarters. Counting carefully, there are already 12 bags. In other words, there are already 120 kilograms of spiritual energy rice in this place alone. Tomorrow, people like Qin Hong will come up and after finishing their wish power, they will steam some spiritual energy rice. Then, he took out a few bags of Reiki rice from the game and put them in the closet for preparation. Then he took out his mobile phone and logged into the casual Shushan game. This time he learned the lesson and immediately accepted the task and hung up as soon as he went online, completing it automatically. He worked hard for a long time and was too exhausted to get any rewards. He got it as soon as he hung up and automatically completed the task. He was not stupid. He didn't hang up and automatically completed the task to apologize to himself. Guo Lin put his cell phone aside and found the Taoist script written on the inscription in the closet. Tomorrow, when Chen Hong brings the stone, he will engrave a monument. All he needs to do is engrave the words Qingfeng Guan on the 4 directions. The central seat stands in front of the Taoist temple. In addition to the 3 characters Qingfeng Guan on the front, a subtext must be engraved on it, and a 5-line inscription must be engraved on the other side. He knew this, but it was impossible to memorize the inscriptions. After all, there was so much knowledge in Taoism, and no one could memorize it all in detail. He just knew the items, and he had to read them carefully and study them carefully when he wanted to use them. After all, you can't hold Taoist books and copy them while burning. I spent some time memorizing the contents of the 5 elements inscription, then took my phone to check. The idle task was completed. There were many items awarded in the game, but I didn't get any prompts from the game system, so I couldn't bring them out of the game. He immediately took on another mission, continued to hang up, and left the closet. Soon, the automatic task of hanging up was completed again, but there was no gain. Continue to accept the task, continue to hang up and complete it naturally, but still no gain. In this way until night, Guo Lin accepted the main and side tasks of various NPCs one after another, and then hung up to complete them automatically, but still gained nothing. This was clearly not the case before. He continued to accept the mission, intending to continue to hang up and complete it automatically, but found that he had accepted a short distance mission, the kind of mission that only required walking a few steps to talk. The reward for this kind of mission in the game is not big, it is better than nothing, just like participating in an NPC plot mission. Young hero, can you help me give this sachet to Miss Lin Yi over there? She is an outer disciple of Su Yintang. She always likes to keep her clothes clean, so I helped her find a kind of clothes clearing talisman. It's in the sachet, but she doesn't want to see me, so I can't give it to her in person. Guo Lin understood the mission when he saw it. This was the immortal version of licking the dog. However, Su Yintang appeared for some time in the Shushan Swordsman Legend series of novels. It was founded by an elder of the Kunlun sect who was expelled from the sect for committing a love affair. A few steps away, Guo Lin automatically completed the task without hanging up. He directly controlled the game character to go to another female NPC, clicked on the task, delivered the sachet, and completed the task. Congratulations to you for getting a King II talisman. Guo Lin froze on the spot. He really couldn't help but want to scold the game system. What does this mean? When he continued to do the liver himself, he would be rewarded as soon as he hung up the task. He chose not to be careless and hung up to do the automatic mission. What happened to him again? Give rewards as soon as you do the task yourself? Chapter 61 Clear Clothes Talisman equals full of master buff. Guo Lin entered the game novice's residence with a thought and saw the Qing clothes talisman placed in a transparent talisman bag. He picked it up and saw the note information. This is a clothes cleaning talisman. It has no substantial internal effect, but it is very popular among female monks. It uses energy to activate the clothes cleaning talisman to form a special energy field, which can keep people's clothes clean and dust-free all day long. The strong wind does not invade, the insects and mosquitoes are not disturbed, and it also has its own coolness, timeliness, 24 hours. After reading the notes, Guo Lin knew why it said it had no substantive effect. Even the lowest level of calming charms can help you sleep, calming your mind and calming your spirit. This clothes-clearing talisman is completely used to hold B. In many movies, TV shows and novels, it often appears that the protagonist meets a master and is covered in dust while walking, but the master's clothes are clean and his hair is not messy. That might be the expert who used this clothes-clearing talisman. The sky is also full of dust, but that dust avoids one person. The same person is messed up by the strong wind, but there is one person who is not close to the wind, and the corner of his clothes does not move at all. There were even mosquitoes all around, and everyone was suffering, but one person was sitting cross-legged, safe and sound. It also has its own coolness. In the hot summer weather, when others are covered in sweat, I can't even sweat. This conventional buff for an expert is definitely full. He now wondered if the game system knew that Qingfeng Temple invited believers to watch the ceremony and erect a monument, and specially gave him an expert buff. Guo Lin thought about it and took the King II talisman out of the game, deciding to use it tomorrow. Then, he continued to pick up his mobile phone and controlled the game character to accept tasks. One task attracted his attention, which was about Qi training. As we all know, in the Shushan swordsman novel, Qi training is the real cultivation of spiritual energy, which is absorbed into the body. It is different from the Qingfeng fist he is practicing now. That is the real method of cultivating immortality, not to mention the illusory method of cultivation in the real Taoist sect. If I could get the training techniques from the game world. He decisively accepted the task, and then decisively completed the task, and the game system also decisively remained silent. Guo Lin sighed. It must be that fate has not arrived yet. He now also understands that there are no rules at all in getting things from the game, and it depends purely on luck. After taking another mission, he hung up and completed it automatically. He also found 2 Taoist robes from the closet. One is black and one is red. Taoist robes of different colors cannot be worn casually. In addition to gray regular clothes, Taoist robes of different colors also represent different statuses or cultivation realms. To put it simply, black can be worn by all Taoist priests, while red can only be worn by Taoist temple masters or accomplished celestial masters. The gold, cyan, and white on top of the red are a bit mysterious. Gold can only be worn by Taoist priests who have reached the pinnacle of spiritual practice and have a special realm of spiritual practice. Cyan can only be worn by Taoist priests with mysterious realms, spirituality, and supernatural powers. As for the white Taoist robe, it is a legend. This kind of Taoist priest can transcend ghosts and catch demons and eliminate demons. The monument will be erected tomorrow, so formal attire is required. He wanted to wear black for Xie Yang. This old layman's spiritual practice is obviously not low, but he has not fully entered Taoism, so he can only wear black Taoist robes. Otherwise, if the other party is asked to do the monument erecting ceremony, he should wear purple Taoist robes. That red Taoist robe was his temple master's robe. It was given to him by the old Taoist priest before his death. It was specially made for his body type when he was in college. It can be said that it was made with great care and thought. Guo Lin took the black Taoist robe out of the dressing room and gave it to Xie Yang. Buddha, Master Chen will bring the stones tomorrow, and the monument erection ceremony will be left to you. You should know the mantra for erecting the monument and the 5 elements monument ceremony, right? Well, that's the blessing of my cultivation. Xie Yang nodded and took the black robe. I will prepare well. After that, Guo Lin poured a ladle of spiritual spring water into the spiritual spring jar, and then walked in one direction. He wanted to know the current range of effects of the spiritual spring water. After walking a short distance, he took a sip of water. When he reached a certain location, the spiritual spring water turned into ordinary mountain spring water, and he marked it there. Make marks in this way in several consecutive directions. After the monument is erected tomorrow, if his conjecture is correct and the scope of the effect is expanded, there will be an intuitive comparison. Back in the temple, Guo Lin walked into the waiting room and took out the property rights information that Sun County and others had sent before. The property rights certificate comes with the specific boundary location of King Fengagwen's 30,000 square meters. He will use this to determine the final location of the boundary monument. Otherwise, if you set up too far, you will encroach on national resources, and if you set up too close, you will feel like you are at a disadvantage. Time flies. The second day, Guo Lin got up, put on the red Guanzi uniform, then tied up his Tai Chi bun and inserted a Taoist hairpin. Tai Chi buns look great on people with heroic faces, but like him, it is very troublesome to clean and take care of them in summer. After taking care of it, he also took out the clothes-clearing charm. Today is the first sacrificial event he held after inheriting the Taoist temple. The master buff should be filled up first. In the game world, there are different types of talismans and different ways of using them. Like the calming charm he made, it was activated when it was made and could be used for a long time. However, this clothes-clearing talisman is not activated normally. When it needs to be used, energy is mobilized to activate it, and the time limit is only 24 hours. Based on his experience in making the talisman last time, Guo Lin mobilized the energy in his danshan to gather in his hands and guide the activation of the King Ai talisman. The next moment he put on the Shangqing clothing talisman, he felt a special energy field condensed and began to swirl around him. When the energy field was completed, he could clearly feel a cooling sensation on his body, which was very comfortable. That cool feeling that comes with the clothes-clearing charm. Even under the scorching sun, it feels like it has its own air conditioner. Qin Hong went out early in the morning, went to take Lu Feng with him, and then headed to Qingfeng Mountain. They had made an appointment with others to gather at the foot of the mountain and go up to the Taoist temple together. In fact, he didn't have much interaction with other people, because they were connected to Qingfeng Temple. They were both Taoist believers, so it was inevitable that they would feel somewhat close to each other. Moreover, Taoism teaches people to be kind, and those who believe in it must also be kind people. Qingfeng Guan Sunkai, people with evil intentions may not believe it. People can deceive themselves but not God. Qin Hong and Lu Feng stopped at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Moxin, Zhao De, and Lu Feng's family had also arrived. The family was the first to arrive, because Lu Feng has been a devout believer for more than 10 years, but she used to believe in Buddhism, but now she has changed her faith. Qin Hong and Lu Feng got out of the car when two more cars arrived. One car came down from Mao Yan and her husband, and the other car came from her best friend and boyfriend. They had all been to Qingfeng Temple before, and they had seen the mystery of Qingfeng Temple, and their hearts had become pious. Because everyone made an appointment last night, 3 more cars soon arrived and a few people got off, and now they are also King Fengagwen believers. There are so many people in the group, they are in Yushan, and everyone who can make an appointment has arrived. After Qin Hong and others got out of the car, they saw Zhao Da's family carrying a lot of things. Obviously they wanted to take them to the Taoist temple. Brother Zhao, are you taking him to Taoist temple activities? Qin Hong stepped forward and asked, suddenly realizing that it was wrong to have empty hands. When Lu Feng saw that they were all empty-handed, he explained to them, I have recently studied some Taoist books. It's okay to go to Taoist temples on weekdays. Just be sincere. There are various activities in the Taoist temple sacrifice festival. Taoist temples must perform sacrifices to worship the gods. It is best for believers to participate in offering incense, flowers, lamps, water, fruit, or jade, copper, tin, porcelain, and enamel. Wait for the 5 offerings. These things brought home have been blessed and have merit. Naturally, you don't have to take them with you. There are no restrictions or requirements. Qin Hong was a little embarrassed. The eldest sister has said so, who has the nerve not to take it with her? Even if you don't bring anything, it's not the merit that everyone is seeking. Lu Feng asked, Sister Lu, I don't know where you can buy these things. Just wait for us for a while, and we'll come over after we buy them. Yes, Sister Lu, give me the address. Qin Hong said awkwardly. He used to go hiking and eat vegetarian food at various Taoist temples, but he was not a believer. This is my first time to participate in Taoist activities as a believer, so I naturally don't understand these things. Not only him, but Mao Yan and others were also a little embarrassed. It was not that these people brought nothing but incense candles and a few fruits. According to the 5 offerings mentioned, they are not complete. Although there are no restrictions, come and go, who doesn't want perfection? Lu Fang looked at Qin Hong and his party, thought for a while and said, Mr. Qin, please click on the number of people. I have the WeChat account of the owner of the memorial shop. I will ask him to prepare the corresponding quantity and send it over, so that you don't have to make a trip. That's naturally the best. Qin Hong nodded, and then counted the number of people. In addition to Zhao Da's family of 3, a total of 11 believers came to Qingfeng Temple today. Lu Fang also took out her mobile phone and contacted her on WeChat. After explaining to the owner of the souvenir shop, she looked at Zhao Moxin next to her. Don't be so sad. Participate in such activities and have fun. Yeah, Zhao Moxin responded, but in her heart she was still thinking about how to find out about the owner of the property. It's a pity that her family has no relationship with the real estate center, and they cannot disclose the property owner's information. It's simply a dead end. Zhao Da looked at his daughter's look and reminded him, you can go to the Taoist temple and pray to Taoist Master Guo. Maybe he can figure it out. Yeah, why did I forget this? Zhao Moxin suddenly reacted, her eyes brightening. She had personally experienced Taoist Guo's miraculous ability to predict the unknown. At this time, a car led a small truck and stopped in front of Qin Hong and his party. The small truck was spray-painted with the words Chen Stone Factory, and a group of workers were sitting in the truck. Chen Hong opened the door and got out of the car, walked to the small truck, and told the workers, everyone, be careful when carrying them later. These stones are a gift from me to Qingfeng Temple for my daughter and grandson. Please work harder, and I will treat you well when you come down the mountain. Everyone, I'll give you another red envelope. The workers immediately responded with a smile. Mr. Chen, don't you trust us? When did I make a mistake in giving you something? I will definitely help Mr. Chen take care of it. We don't dare to neglect the Taoist temple things. This statement impressed other workers. They knew why Mr. Chen sent these stones to Qingfeng Temple. Thinking of the magic of the Taoist priest that Mr. Chen mentioned, these workers were even more careful when handling the stones. The Taoist priests in the Taoist temple are so powerful, so the Taoist temple must be very smart. Who knows if you will be unlucky if you bump into something from the Taoist temple. The density of granite used to make boundary monuments is very high. Such a piece weighs at least 200 kilograms, and there is no road leading up to Qingfeng Mountain. They must be tied up with special double poles, which can only be lifted by 2 people. It takes 4 people to go up the mountain. In order to contribute this merit, Mr. Chen needs to spend a lot of manpower. Qin Hong and his party also understood. This is to deliver stones to Qingfeng Temple. I think Taoist Guo will also use these stones when erecting the monument today. Chen Hong also noticed Qin Hong and his entourage, and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Everyone, do you also want to go to Qingfeng Temple? Qin Hong nodded. Well, the Taoist temple has erected a monument. Let's go up and observe the ceremony. Chen Hong became even more enthusiastic. What a coincidence, I'm here to deliver stones to Taoist Guo. By the way, my name is Chen Hong. This Taoist priest Guo is really amazing. My son-in-law gave Taoist priest Guo a ride. In the car, Taoist priest Guo calculated that my daughter would be admitted to the hospital. Not only that, he also calculated that my daughter's recessive genetic heart problem would affect the surgery, and that my daughter would suffer from ischemia due to bleeding during the surgery. There was a nurse on the 3rd floor who had the same blood type as my daughter. Everything Dao Kang Guo said has come true. If I hadn't personally experienced it, I wouldn't believe it myself. Listening to Chen Hong's emotion, Zhao Da also nodded and said with empathy, yes, Taoist Master Guo is very powerful. He also gave my daughter a pointer and saved her. Mao Yan and the others on the side listened to what the two said and looked at Qingfeng Mountain with even more awe in their expressions. Zhao Da has told the group about Zhao Moxin's car accident more than once. Dao Kangguo not only calculated the car accident, but also asked Zhao Moxin to change positions. As a result, others did not believe it. In the end, only Zhao Moxin was fine. Everyone else was injured. The most seriously injured leg suffered a comminuted fracture and will be in a wheelchair from now on. What Chen Hong is saying now is even more magical than what Zhao Moxin said. Zhao Moxin also became more convinced that Dao Zhangguo would be able to figure out who owned the wasteland property. After all, Deo Kangguo can even calculate which nurse has the same blood type as Mr. Chen's daughter. Chen Hong's workers unloaded all the stones and started carrying them up the mountain. Chen Hong started chatting with Qin Hong and others, and planned to go up the mountain together later. They are both King Fengguan believers, and they do feel close to each other. After a while, a small pickup truck drove up and stopped in front of everyone. A middle-aged man got out of the car. When he saw Lu Fang, he said, "Sister Lu, the 5 offerings you need are all in the car. Please check them." This is obviously the owner of the souvenir shop. Lu Fang stepped forward and carefully inspected those things, meticulously. She has always had the most pious attitude towards these things. Especially after her daughter was given guidance by Taoist Master Guo and was safe from the car accident, she became more convinced that everything has its own hidden meaning, and became more pious after changing her faith. After checking, she said to Qin Hong and the others, "Everything is good. I'll help you sort it out, one for each person." "Thank you, Sister Lu. I will transfer the money to you later." Qin Hong stepped forward with a smile. So does everyone else. After Lu Fang distributed 5 offerings to each person, the group walked towards the mountain. When the owner of the souvenir shop saw this scene, he subconsciously glanced at the top of the mountain. Qing Feng seems to be really popular. Did he leave his contact information at the foot of the mountain? Pilgrims who need to offer sacrifices and tributes can have them delivered to their doorsteps. However, it is better to find time to prepare the 4 fruits and 5 offerings, and then go to Qingfeng Temple to contribute some merit. Since he is in this business, he naturally knows that he must first burn incense and pray to the gods worshipped in the temple. Qin Hong and his party went up the mountain for a while when they heard chanting from Fengyuan Temple. The group looked around and saw 4 monks sitting cross-legged in front of Fengyuan Temple, chanting sutras facing inside. Even with speaker amplification, the sound can be heard to be severely hoarse. The group of people still felt their scalps numb when they looked at the flies flying all over Fengyuan Temple. Mao Yan said, "Fengyuan Temple has become a popular video in the past few days. At first, many people chanted sutras with great momentum, but then there were fewer people. Unexpectedly, there are only 4 people left who are still persisting." The best friend next to me said, "My voice is so mute, I probably won't be able to hold on." Lu Feng said jokingly, "They obviously can't do anything about these flies. Do you think Taoist Guo can do anything about these flies? I think these monks should ask Taoist Guo to come down and give it a try." These words stunned the group. When they mentioned Dea Zhangguo, they subconsciously remembered that Dea Zhangguo really had mysterious abilities. Don't dare to think about it. I can't even think about it. After that, the group of people walked straight towards the mountain in silence. King Fengguan. Xie Qingyang put on the black Taoist robe, which was a bit loose. Unlike Guo Lin, he wears a Taoist hat. Because he was not a true Taoist priest, he did not renew his Tai Chi bun. In his hand, he found a whisk from the warehouse. When erecting the incantation on the steel and the 5-element steel ceremony, you must first use a dust whisk to brush off the dust on the steel, and then submit the incantation. For this kind of matter, he had participated in many Taoist temples before. Strictly speaking, what he knows is no different from that of a real Taoist priest, and he has even practiced for longer than many Taoist priests. He just hasn't entered the Tao yet. Perhaps, the opportunity hasn't come before and he hasn't met a real Taoist yet. Xie Qingyang thought and looked at the young Taoist priest who came out of the warehouse. Guo Lin came out with a set of tablet carving tools in his hand and said to the old layman, "Lay out, let's go outside and wait. The stones sent by Donor Chen should arrive soon." "Okay, Taoist priest." Xie Qingyang followed closely behind. Not long after, there was indeed movement. A group of workers came up from the mountain road carrying 5 stones. There were 4 people carrying each stone, and there were 20 people in each group. Seeing Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang, he immediately put down the stones carefully and looked at them respectfully. "2 Taoist priests, these are the stones Mr. Chen asked us to bring up. Mr. Chen will come up immediately." They all knew that the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple was very powerful, so they did not dare to be disrespectful at all, and even had piety on their faces. For people at the bottom like them, they are actually willing to believe that there is a God standing 3 feet above their heads. Guo Lin smiled and nodded, "Well, all the faithful believers have worked hard. You can go drink the water from the spiritual spring to quench your thirst." Those workers were indeed thirsty along the way, and they all went to the spiritual spring vat. They also watched the video about the Lingquan tank before coming up. You can experience it now. Just a moment after drinking the spiritual spring water, visible surprise appeared on these people's faces. Hey, this spiritual spring water is really delicious. Not only does it taste good, I can feel my energy returning. It's amazing. Yet, the soreness in my legs is disappearing quickly. No wonder the Taoist priest of this Taoist temple is so powerful. Guo Lin subconsciously looked at a group of migrant workers. I didn't expect that these migrant workers were also pious, and I was really surprised. Then you can get 20 more points of willpower. Then, he walked to the 5 stones. They were all wrapped in a layer of foam to prevent them from being broken due to collision during transportation. After removing all the outer foam of several stones, the granite inside has been repaired until it is smooth and translucent. Guo Lin stretched out his hand to pick up one of the stones. It was not light. Even though his body had excreted impurities before and his physique had become much stronger, it was still very difficult to pick up the stone. However, after stimulating the Danshan energy, the weight of the stone suddenly lightened, and then it was carried to the side and placed on the prepared burning pad. The migrant workers were shocked when they saw this scene. This piece of granite weighs more than 200 kilograms. It took 2 people to lift it up, and 4 people to get it up the mountain. How could this young Taoist priest easily pick him up and walk away? The power is too amazing, right? The Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple is really incredible. When Qin Hong and his party came up, Guo Lin had already started carving on the stone with the burning tool. The monument can only be erected after the stone is carved. The first thing to be carved is the central main stele. In addition to the 3 main characters of King Fengguan, there are also auxiliary inscriptions, such as the time when the stele was erected and the time when the stele was burned. Qin Hong and his party naturally came forward and couldn't help but be attracted by the words written by Guo Lin. Because the font is round but not sharp, it is obvious that the technique is very good and the writing is beautiful. I didn't expect Dao Kangguo to be such a great craftsman. Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang also saw Qin Hong and his party, as well as what they were holding. The 2 of them saw at a glance that it was the 5 offerings, and looked at each other awkwardly. Although Taoism has the term 5 offerings, it is only used in festival ceremonies such as offering sacrifices to the heaven and earth. This is not required to erect a monument. However, the group of people have not been believers for many years, so it is normal to not understand the details in detail. Moreover, the believers have brought their things, and they cannot say no to others. After all, they come with good intentions and good expectations. Bulk, please take all the donors to the main hall to pray to the gods. Guo Lin had no choice but to tell Xie Qingyang. This saves these believers a lot of painstaking efforts, and the 5 offerings they brought can also be used. The key is to take advantage of the situation to generate a wave of willingness. After a little counting, Qin Hong and the others came to see 14 people, who could earn at least 14 points. Then, he said to the workers invited by Chen Hong, since all the faithful are here, let's offer incense and worship together, and pray for good health. The piety of these workers hired by Chen Hong was an even bigger surprise. The workers didn't hesitate. Seeing the Taoist leaders' arrangements, they thought this was the process that should be in place today. Donors, please come with me. Xie Qingyang invited the group, turned around and walked towards the temple. Qin Hong and the others hurriedly followed, but looked at the old layman curiously. They had been here several times before and had never seen this person before. After Guo Lin finished carving the sub-inscription on the front of the boundary stele, he also turned the stele over and began to carve the 5-line inscription on it. Only halfway through burning the inscription, he looked at the reminders that appeared in his mind with a smile on his face. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. The last 3 reminders of willingness attracted Guo Lin. He looked at the prompts carefully and found that there was also a 2-point willpower prompt. Immediately look at the wish value of the sex residence in your mind. The wish value is 500, the available wish value is 102. It was 63 points of willingness before, which means that this time a total of 39 points of willingness have been added. Taking a closer look at the number of people, Chen Hong and the workers he brought had 4 people to carry each stone, a total of 20 people. Qin Hong and his party included 14 people. In total, there are 35 people. If each person has an average of 1 point, then the total willingness is 4 points more. In other words, those 3 points of wish were still provided by the old layman Xie Yang. In addition to praying with morning incense and praying 3 times for blessings, this seems to be a way for old laymen to lead believers to perform sacrifices and pray for blessings. However, those 2 points of willingness were either provided by Chen Hong or Zhao Moxin's mother Lu Feng. Chen Hong is easy to understand, because he donated these stones at a great cost when he was most grateful for his daughter and grandson. To be honest, the 20 labor costs should be much more expensive than the stone. Lu Feng has been a devout believer for many years. Even though she was a Buddhist before, her long-lasting piety is still unmatched by others even after she changed her religion. Let's take a look at who it is specifically, so that we can make a better judgment in the future and have a direction to increase our willpower. Guo Lin continued to burn the 5-element inscription. Xie Yang came out of the Taoist temple with Qin Hong and Chen Hong in a moment. Some of Qin Hong's followers already had tools like hoes, dustpans, shovels, in their hands. If you take part in the Taoist temple relocation, you will be blessed. This kind of activity is usually attended by believers, and there will be no sneaky people. That kind of person will not have a connection with Taoism, let alone become a believer. Xie Yang has already started arranging people. To erect a monument, the place where the monument should be erected must first be dug and laid with 5-color gravel as the base, which symbolizes the 5 elements of the 5-element monument. After the Taoist leader has carved the tablet and pointed out the location, he can recite the incantation to erect the tablet, and then all the believers will work together to erect the tablet into the foundation and bury it securely. Finally, the ceremony of setting up a stele was performed, and the central stele was erected. After that, just set up the 4 directional boundary monuments of the 5 elements like this. Naturally, the boundary markers also need to be transported by believers. After Guo Lin carved the central main stele, he moved it to one side. Qin Hong and Lu Feng helped move a piece of stone to the carving mat. But the two of them tried their best to make the stone tablet move, but it couldn't be moved at all. This stone is so heavy. It's embarrassing, I can't even move it. The two of them looked embarrassed. Chen Hong immediately explained, this piece of stone weighs more than 200 kilograms, and I have to hire 4 people to carry it. Seeing this, Guo Lin also came by himself, picked up another stone and placed it on the carving mat. At this time, not only the workers who had seen it before, but also Qin Hong, Lu Feng, and Chen Hong were all stunned and looked at the Taoist priest blankly. 200 kilograms, can one person carry it easily? You must know that the world record champion for holding heavy objects, the king of thousands of strength in Canada, can also walk with a weight of 250 kilograms. That's the only one among humans. After all, reality is not like the internet. There are overlords everywhere who can't be compared to others. Seeing how relaxed Dao Kangguo was, it was obvious that the weight he could carry was more than that. Thinking about Taoist Guo's martial arts training, I'm afraid it's not just a martial arts training. Otherwise, let those in the country who practice martial arts come and see who can do this. After the main monument is engraved, the other 4 boundary monuments can be inscribed relatively quickly. All it takes is the words King Fengaguen and the simple time of erection of the monument and the representative direction. After spending some time, Guo Lin carved out all 4 boundary monuments and then polished them perfectly. During this process, believers like Qin Hong waited patiently. Moreover, Guo Lin also really felt the effect of the King Ai talisman. Carving inscriptions is very laborious, especially in this hot summer weather. But under the influence of the energy field of the King Ai talisman, he always has a cool feeling. Apparently magical. Bushi, it's okay. Guo Lin got up. The old layman nodded and made a greeting. Taoist master, please indicate the location where the monument should be erected. Guo Lin had already found a location for erecting the monument, and pointed out to the old layman the location of the central monument, which was a short distance away from the spiritual spring vat. The location here is very good with mountains and rivers. The old layman also arranged for believers to erect monuments and recite incantations for erecting monuments. Male believers such as Qin Hong and Lu Feng also picked up tools and started digging there. As for the female believers Zhao Moxin and Mao Yan, they held small baskets filled with gravels of 5 colors. After Qin Hong and the others had finished digging, they would spread the gravels as the foundation. Finally, Chen Hong directed the workers to carry the central monument and erect it. Qin Hong and others filled in the soil again and made it firm. For a while, it was quite lively. When Guo Lin saw this, he couldn't help but think of the old Taoist priest again. If he were still alive, he would definitely be very pleased to see so many believers coming to help build a monument for Qingfeng Temple. Dum, dum, a series of crows sounded, and several crows flew over and landed on the shed of the Lingquan tank. Taoist master, when you know that we are erecting the monument, all the auspicious treasures have come to congratulate us. Xie Qingyang said with a smile, and after the central monument was erected, the monument erection ceremony began. Guo Lin could only smile at this. There are indeed crows around Qingfeng Temple, and old Taoist priests often say that they are auspicious treasures. They often fly to King Fengaguen to settle down, which is just a coincidence. But these words made Qin Hong and his party a little confused. Lu Feng explained, in Taoism, crows are auspicious birds. They are called auspicious birds and they are very smart. They came to congratulate Qingfeng Temple for erecting the monument. This moment gave this coincidental incident a hint of mystery. But believers like Qin Hong appeared here because they had seen many Taoist priests and Taoist temples. Therefore, when Lu Feng said it, everyone in the group believed it. For a moment, I looked at the crows in awe. Even when I look at a certain crow, I feel like it is staring at me. I can't help but turn my head away, and I don't dare to look at him. Some things are so mysterious. Once some mystery is added, it will often cause people incomprehensible psychological pressure. After Xie Qinjiang's monument erection ceremony ended, the 4 boundary monuments were erected next, and the order was also particular. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to east, west, south, north, and center. However, this oral reading order is not the order of the 5 elements that Qingfeng Guan wants to establish. The central monument of King Fengaguen has been erected and belongs to the earth. The first place in the order of the 5 elements is water. Water is in the north. Water comes from heaven, and Zi belongs to the Ken position. Therefore, for the 4 boundary monuments, I would first set up the northern Kanshui position. Qingfeng Temple faces south, which is the direction where the first boundary monument is behind Qingfeng Temple. Xie Qingyang also led the believers towards the back of the Taoist temple, while Chen Hong led the workers to carefully transport the boundary monument. It took some time to set up the boundary monument for the Kanshui position, and then the Duijinexai position. After the gold and water are established, the third point is to the south of Luo, which is where the gate of King Fengaguen stands upright and faces the mountain road. The property area of King Fengaguen, which is 30,000 square meters, extends further down the mountain, and most of the area is still on the mountain road. Therefore, Guo Lin led a group of people down the mountain road, and the boundary was just right at the corner where the boundary monument was set up. When you come up from the mountain, you can see Qingfeng Temple after turning the corner. Such a wonderful coincidence. Taoist master, this location is very good. Xie Qingyang said with a smile, when believers come up, they will first see this monument and know that they have entered the boundary of King Fengaguen. When they arrive at this boundary monument, they take 2 steps and turn. Just being able to see the Qingfeng Temple is also a kind of mystery. Guo Lin nodded. At this moment, a gust of wind came. It is normal for mountains to be windy in summer. Moreover, the summer wind is strong and fierce, and there is some heat in it, which is not very enjoyable. But with the King Ai talisman, the wind had no effect on Guo Lin. But when Qin Hong and others looked at him accidentally, they all instantly felt that something was wrong. The wind seemed to be unable to blow the Taoist priest. Qin Hong and the others crowded on the mountain road and stared blankly at the Taoist leader beside the boundary monument. They clearly felt the strong wind's love for them, blowing on them, causing their hair to flutter and their clothes to rustle. But Taoist priest Guo next to the boundary monument, wearing a long Taoist robe, did not move at all in the strong wind. Next to him, Layman Xia was also wearing a Taoist robe. The long hem had already floated up, and the Taoist robe was also wrinkled. They remembered what was said in movies and TV shows that strong winds are not blowing and dust is not stained. This is the mark of an expert. They had never seen Daozangguo in such a situation before. Perhaps today was a special monument erection ceremony, and Daozangguo appeared mysteriously. Many thoughts came to their minds. Xie Yang turned around and saw what happened to the young Taoist priest. The strong wind seemed to have perfectly avoided the Taoist priest. In the past, he had met many Taoist priests and heavenly masters who said that they had attained the Tao, but they could only express it in mysterious and imaginary words, but could not prove it in a real and tangible way. The young Taoist priest in front of him didn't need words, he already had proof of his own mystery. This made an idea more firm in his mind. He had entered 21 Taoist temples and practiced, and he had been searching for the Tao for half his life. Finally, he was treated favorably by God while he was still in ruins. Guo Lin naturally noticed the eyes of Qin Hong and others, and suddenly understood. At this time, I also felt the effect of the King Ai talisman more clearly. This is probably an expert buff. When a gust of wind blows, the buff effect takes effect. Because of the special energy field formed by the King Ai talisman, when the strong wind blows, it forms a convection with the energy field, sliding from both sides. Under this effect, he is really a man that even the wind avoids. When the strong wind stopped, Qin Hong and his group could not rest for a long time, and they looked at the young Taoist priest with a hint of piety. Especially the 20 workers called by Chen Hong, it was their first time to see this magical scene. Coupled with what Mr. Chen said, it was understandable that he was shocked, and he even had the idea of coming to the Taoist temple to help from time to time. It is certainly worthwhile to put in some hard work and accumulate some merit for yourself and your family. Let's go. Erect the last boundary monument and your merits will be complete. Guo Lin also made a ceremony to the crowd as an invitation. After that, there is only the Dongfang Zhenmu Orientation Boundary Monument, which is on the left side of Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin walked up the mountain again, and the others followed. It's just that Qin Hong and his party's eyes have always been on Guo Lin, wanting to explore more magic from the Taoist priest. After careful observation, they also made many discoveries. Not only the wind, but also the dust on the top of the mountain was blown up by the wind, and it was difficult for the dust to get close to Daozangguo. Passing by a coniferous forest path, the fallen dead leaves clearly fell towards Daozangguo, but they suddenly turned a short distance above Daozangguo's head and then fell to the ground. The more I discovered, the more uncontrollable awe I felt. Perhaps because the left side of the Taoist temple is in the direction of Dongfang Zhenmu, the trees here are more lush. The scientific explanation is that when the sun rises, trees grow more luxuriantly under photosynthesis in areas facing the sun. Sometimes metaphysics and science are similar. A coniferous forest stretches out in this direction, which is more lush than others. But there was a place with sparse trees that attracted everyone's attention. Even Qin Hong and the others looked away from Guo Lin and looked there. A tall ginkgo tree stands there alone. It is probably as big as several adults holding hands and hugging it. I don't know how long it has been growing. This seems to be an ancient tree. It's a pity that the ginkgo tree seems to have begun to die of old age. The branches and leaves are not dense, or even sparse, and the branches are obviously withered and covered with green fungi. Qin Hong couldn't help but sigh, such a big ginkgo tree is really rare, it's a pity. Lu Feng agreed, yes, it's like this, it should fall soon. I haven't discovered it before, otherwise it would be very spectacular to see this tree here every year. Chen Hong was very sorry. Zhao Moxin also said with emotion, I thought of the ginkgo tree planted by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. It was carefully taken care of and was still thriving for more than 1,400 years. Look at this one again. It is the same tree but has a different fate. Everyone sighed, fearing that not many people in Yushan knew about the ginkgo tree on Qingfeng Mountain. Otherwise, this place will definitely be developed, and such a large ancient ginkgo tree will attract many people to see it. In many places, a single large ginkgo tree has become a tourist project, attracting tourists. If the ancient ginkgo in front of me is not half withered, it is much bigger than those. Now it seems that this tree will not live long. Guo Lin also looked at the ancient ginkgo tree. Ginkgo is one of the 7 sages of Taoism. When it grows next to a Taoist temple, it will usually be carefully taken care of by Taoists because it will bring good fortune to the Taoist temple. This ginkgo tree has been here for a long time. The specific age is not clear, but it far exceeds King Fengaguen. The old Taoist priest said that the ancestors of King Fengaguen were lucky because of this ginkgo. Therefore, the old Taoist priest has always wanted to save this tree. In the past, Qingfeng Temple still had a few merit funds, and they all fell on this ginkgo. In the words of an old Taoist priest, these 7 sages and Taoist temples are accompanied by good fortune. Over time, good fortune and luck will be closely related. If it is allowed to wither, it will also affect the good fortune of King Fengaguen. It's a pity that the old Taoist priest has never been able to revive this ginkgo tree. Maybe the tree has really aged, and it is getting more and more withered, and the branches and leaves on the tree are becoming more and more sparse. Just like the Qingfeng temple, it is becoming more and more dilapidated, with no pilgrims. Moreover, Guolin had to say that this ginkgo was very lucky, as it was within the property rights of King Fengaguen. If what he did was acquiesced by the game system, then the spiritual spring water would have an effect here. If we can bring the spiritual spring water here and build a pond around the tree, we can save it, right? The old Taoist priest may be right about one thing. The ginkgo tree and Qingfeng temple may have good fortune. If King Fengaguen does not avoid the fate of being demolished, then no one will pay attention to it. Depending on the situation, it will disappear after some time. Guolin glanced at the ancient ginkgo, stepped over, pointed to a location in the coniferous forest, and pointed to the location where the monument should be erected. Xie Qingyang also immediately led Qin Hong and others forward, followed the procedure again, and erected the last boundary monument. When the erection of the 5 Elements monument was completed, a reminder sounded in Guolin's mind. Congratulations, the sect station has completed an effective monument erection ceremony and gained 35 wishes. Congratulations, your sect station has completed a valid sacrificial festival and gained 100 wishes. The sudden prompt made Guolin look surprised. Looking at the sect's headquarters in his mind, his willpower reached 237 points. I didn't expect that there would be this additional harvest of willingness. 35 points of willpower are not exactly 35 believers. In addition, completing a sacrifice festival actually gives you 100 wish power. In other words, if there are any other festival activities in the future, can the same operation be done in the same way? Or you can create an event by yourself and invite believers to participate randomly. Wouldn't the 500 power upgrade requirement be met immediately? But with this thought, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck vibrated, and a cold feeling penetrated into his mind. He saw some information, and it was a scene where he randomly made excuses and tried to find loopholes to increase his willpower. Moreover, every effort was in vain, and no wish was gained at all. This was the first time that the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc counted himself. Was this to prevent him from wasting time and effort? At this time, Guolin also accurately noticed the word valid in the prompt, which means that the ritual festival must be valid, it must be something that originally existed, you cannot fool around with it, and it must have valid reasons for achieving effective results. As expected, crooked ways are not allowed. Guolin also put his thoughts back. Now that the boundary monument has been erected, he doesn't know how effective the spiritual spring jar will be. After all, this is his main purpose. Thinking about it, he asked Xie Qingyang to entertain Qin Hong and other believers back to the Taoist temple, and he hurried towards the direction of the spiritual spring jar. Seeing this, Zhao Moxin hurriedly followed her. She hadn't forgotten to ask Taoist Guo for help. I just never found a chance to speak. Chapter 65 The effect of spiritual spring water expands? Could it be? Zhao Moxin's pace was naturally not as fast as Guolin's. Only then did she see the Taoist temple from a distance. Guolin had already arrived at the spiritual spring vat, took a ladle of water and hurried back towards it. Guolin quickly walked to the place he marked. The spiritual spring water had no effect before arriving here. He quickly took the water gourd and took a sip. The special sweet effect is still there, along with the fatigue-restoring effect that follows. It worked. After the boundary monument is erected, the game system defaults to the fact that the boundary monument is within the scope of Qingfeng Temple. After all, the willingness to erect the monument is rewarded. He tried to keep walking forward, and then tried to take a sip while walking a certain distance, and finally felt relieved. In this way, the role of the spiritual spring jar is virtually unlimited. Not only can we save the ancient ginkgo, but also considering that the spiritual spring water is effective in a place as big as the top of a mountain, this can do a lot of things. Zhao Mo watched Guolin drinking water while walking. She was confused at first, but she suddenly realized that the Lingquan water seemed to have no effect after leaving the Qingfeng Temple. She had come up and tried that range before, and Dao Kangguo's current position should have been outside the range long ago. Then, she seemed to realize something. Almsgiver Zhao. Guo Lin also saw Zhao Moxin, and when he saw her coming, he nodded slightly and said hello. Zhao Moxin thought about her guess and asked curiously, Taoist Master Guo, is the spiritual spring water still effective now that it's here? Try it. Guo Lin smiled and handed the water ladle to the female donor. Zhao Moxin curiously took the water ladle and poured 2 mouthfuls into her mouth. After a moment, she was surprised and said, it really has an effect. Then, she asked cautiously, Dea Zhangguo, have you set up a boundary monument? After performing the ritual, the spiritual spring water will still have an effect within the boundary monument. The donor is very smart, that's true. Guo Lin had no need to hide this. When Zhao Moxin received the answer, her heart suddenly surged with turmoil. She knew the story of the Lingquan vat. The stone tablet said that a god once stayed at Qingfeng Temple and left the Lingquan vat. With a pious heart, she was able to experience the magical effects of the spiritual spring water, and even personally tested the magical effect of the spiritual spring water having no effect once it came out of the Qingfeng Temple. This spiritual spring water belongs exclusively to King Fengaguen. Therefore, she believed the content on the stone tablet. Maybe there really was some being who visited Qingfeng Temple and left behind this spiritual spring jar. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why it is so magical. Now the effect of the spiritual spring water has become greater, and it has an effect within the boundary monument. Is it because Taoist Guo made a sacrificial ceremony to heaven when he erected the monument? Zhao Moxin subconsciously raised her head and glanced toward the sky. Could it be? At this time, Qin Hong and the others also came over and saw the two of them. Moxin, what's wrong? Lu Feng's face looked a little strange. Zhao Moxin subconsciously handed the water ladle to Lu Feng. Mom, try this water. Lu Feng took the water ladle and drank it doubtfully. After a moment, she said, this is spiritual spring water. What's wrong? Qin Hong and the others were also puzzled. Everyone knows that there is spiritual spring water in Qingfeng Temple. There is nothing strange about it. However, Mao Yan suddenly exclaimed, Lingquan water is only effective at Qingfeng Temple. What I have tried before has absolutely no effect at such a remote location. Zhao Moxin nodded quickly. Now it is effective within the boundary monument erected by Guo Dao Kang. After the monument was erected, Lu Feng reacted and immediately realized something. Yeah, Zhao Moxin nodded. At this moment, except for Chen Hong and the migrant workers who were confused, Qin Hong and his group felt their scalps go numb. They have all come to Qingfeng Temple more than once, and they all know something about Lingquan water. After they followed the erection of the monument, the range of effects of the spiritual spring water became larger. So was the ceremony of erecting the monument to inform some existence, and they were involved. In an instant, there was not only awe in their eyes, but also piety that they had never seen before. I even felt some kind of unspeakable honor. Then, the group of people couldn't wait to try it, and hurried towards the spiritual spring tank one by one. Guo Lin was sure of the effect of the spiritual spring water, and was in a good mood. He told Xie Qingyang, layman, please go to the kitchen to steam some blessing rice and entertain all the donors at noon. Okay, Taoist priest. Xie Qingyang nodded and walked towards Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin was the only one left with Zhao Moxin, who seemed to have something to do. He asked, Donor Zhao, do you have something to ask? Dea Zhangguo, have you figured it out? Zhao Moxin nodded quickly. Guo Lin was stunned. Don't worry about it, it's all on your face. Zhao Moxin explained, Dea Zhangguo, actually I want to ask you to help me figure out one thing, that is, there is a piece of wasteland on the top of the mountain. Just as she said that, she suddenly stopped and stayed still for a moment. Because she suddenly thought of the scope of the King Fengaguen Boundary Monument, which was a long way down the mountain road from the Fire Boundary Monument. This can't be right? Her heartbeat accelerated, and she asked with great anticipation, Dea Zhangguo, you have erected 4 boundary monuments on Qingfeng Mountain, which covers the entire top of the mountain. Does this area belong to the property rights of Qingfeng Temple? Guo Lin smiled and said, Donor Zhao, the state has clear regulations on land management for religious sites. How can we erect boundary markers without property rights? Zhao Moxin suddenly felt that she had asked a stupid message, but it also made her even more excited. Taoist Master Guo, are the water pool behind Qingfeng Temple and the wasteland next to Qingfeng Temple also belong to Qingfeng Temple. After asking, Zhao Moxin was even more surprised, because behind the Taoist temple was the Kanshui in the north, and the pool seemed to be not far from the boundary monument. This combination of location and geography is really accurate. Well, it's all within the scope. Guo Lin nodded. He knew that pool. It used to be his paradise. When no one is around, he can take off his clothes and pants, or even jump without any burden, and that is his private swimming. On the other hand, going down to the pool, it seems to be the flower garden contracted by the three girls of Zhao Moxin. Although the flower garden of the three girls is next to the mountain road curves upwards at one location, which is the corner of the mountain road boundary monument. Therefore, the flower garden of the three girls is actually behind King Fengaguen. He probably guessed Zhao Moxin's purpose, and asked with a smile, "Donor Zhao, do you want to divert the water from the pool into the flower garden, and build the canal through King Fengaguen? You probably couldn't find anyone before, so you asked me to help. What do you think?" When Zhao Moxin heard this, she immediately said, "Daoist Master Guo, you have figured out everything without a single mistake. You are really amazing." Guo Lin really wanted to say that this doesn't need to be calculated, it can be analyzed by an individual. They also contracted the flower garden and the water pool, and asked if they owned the property rights of King Fengaguen. Too obvious. Zhao Moxin immediately asked expectantly, "Director Guo, we want to build a canal to divert water from the pool to the garden reservoir. The space we need is very small. Can you rent the land to us? We will also build a staircase along the water channel. At that time, tourists can go directly from the flower garden through the staircase to Qingfeng Temple. Qingfeng Temple can also give tourists an extra way to walk and enjoy the scenery. The donor has said so, so I have no reason not to agree." Guo Lin smiled and said that he agreed. This is indeed helpful for Qingfeng Temple, and the water channels and stairs in the forest also have a hint of artistic conception. Moreover, it would cost a lot for the three girls to build another staircase. But also, with the addition of this road, tourists going up and down the mountain will naturally pass by the flower garden. If there are too many people, that will only be good for the garden. This female donor is obviously a very smart person and has a business mind. However, if you see through this matter without telling it, the other party's sincerity is indeed good for the Taoist temple, so the other party should get what they deserve. Merit is mutual and reciprocal. When Zhao Moxin saw Guo Lin agreeing, he immediately thanked him profusely. "Daoist Master Guo, thank you. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief." As soon as he finished speaking, the ringtone of Zhao Moxin's cell phone rang. Seeing this, Guo Lin also bowed to her and walked towards Qingfeng Temple. Zhao Moxin picked up her cell phone. Zhao Lin, her best friend, found the number. It must be about the wasteland. I pressed answer and heard my best friend's voice, "Xingxin, I found a connection with the real estate center. The father of one of my classmates is the section chief there. He can ask his father to find out who owns the property rights of the wasteland, but the other party they want to invite me to dinner, but I don't know whether I can go or not. The other party seems to want to chase me." "What the hell?" Zhao Moxin heard her best friend's words and immediately said, "Linlin, this kind of person who is conditional on dating is not a man with waist and kidneys. If the other party sincerely helps, they should treat the other party to a meal. It's disgusting to think about making a date a condition without any help. The key point is that there are many men like this, who think that all women will be manipulated by him for a small favor or a little power in their hands. It's also strange that some random women are so mean and let such men take advantage of it so easily. They think that all women are the same." Zhao Lin echoed, "The other party is indeed a playboy with a very bad reputation." Zhao Moxin said angrily, "Linlin, this kind of waste-and kid man, just delete him and block him, and tell him to get away as far as he can. We don't need his help, because the land belongs to King Fengaguen, and Dao Kangguo has agreed to rent it to us." "Really?" A voice of surprise suddenly came from Zhao Lin's side. She was debating whether to go to the appointment or not. After all, the three of them invested too much money in the flower garden, and their parents helped a lot, so they couldn't afford it. Who knew that such good news would come from my best friend? That piece of wasteland turned out to be King Fengaguen. If I had known that they would go directly to Dao Zhangguo, they wouldn't have had to worry so much in the past 2 days. Zhao Moxin said quickly, "How can I lie to you? You and Xiaoun prepare a contract. We will sign it with Dao Kangguo tomorrow, and then we can continue the construction. I'll go find Xiaoun right now. Zhao Lin's mood obviously improved. King Fengguan. When Guo Lin entered the temple, Qin Hong and other believers were staring at the kitchen. They already know that Qingfeng Guanshan Hall serves prayer rice at noon. Qin Hong, Lu Feng, and Zhao De had eaten blessing rice, so they naturally knew how magical this rice was. Although Chen Hong and others had never eaten it, Qin Hong transformed into a commentator and introduced the blessing rice to them. This aroused their hearts, making them both curious and expectant. Daozang Guo. Qin Hong greeted Guo Lin respectfully when he saw him coming in. Others also agreed. In their hearts, they were extremely convinced by the other party, Daoist Guo. Guo Lin also returned the greeting and went to the kitchen. Xie Yang has put the spirit rice into a large steamer to steam, and is washing the white radish. White radish is very large, so cleaning it is quite difficult. In addition to white radish, the vegetables prepared today also include water spinach and beans. Under normal circumstances, King Fengguan only comes with 3 kinds of vegetables. Guo Lin went up to help. They washed the 3 vegetables together, then cut them and put them on a large plate for preparation. After the rice is steamed, just add the vegetables to the pot and stir-fry to maintain the best flavor. After a while, the alluring fragrance of Reiki polished rice wafted out and spread around. Guo Lin also remembered the wishful thinking and told Xie Yang, before eating, take all the donors to pray again and offer incense for free. Some Taoist temples provide free incense for offering incense, but many smaller Taoist temples do not even provide incense and require pilgrims to bring their own. The Taoist temple, which is already poor, cannot afford to offer incense. Even though Qingfeng Temple is quite famous now, it cannot afford to provide it for free. Otherwise, there will be many tourists attracted every day, which will make Qingfeng Temple go bankrupt. Unless every tourist can collect merit, it will cost more than incense candles. This time Qin Hong and other believers came to participate in the monument erection ceremony. Now he wanted to see if these pilgrims could repeat their vows, so the incense and candles were naturally free. The King Fengguan first level sex residence already has the attributes of simplicity +2, solidity +2, and ornamental +2. If you upgrade again, you will definitely have more attributes. When you upgrade to a high level, you may have the mist-shrouded special effects seen in the game. It was really like a sect of immortals. Xie Yang nodded and walked out of the kitchen. Although the Taoist temple does not allow believers to burn incense twice in the morning, the Taoist priest's explanation must have profound meaning. Outside, people like Qin Hong were also attracted by the scent of Reiki polished rice. Especially people like Chen Hong who had never eaten Reiki polished rice were surprised when they smelled this alluring rice fragrance. The taste alone made them salivate. It seemed that what Mr. Qin said was true. Xie Yang came out and saluted Qin Hong and others. The blessing rice will be ready soon. All donors, please clean your hands with me and say a blessing before eating. People like Qin Hong are now very pious, and Xie Yang will cooperate with whatever he says. Moreover, they also think that this is a normal flow process, and they all wash their hands and wipe them clean. Xie Yang also distributed 3 sticks of incense to each person. The 3 sticks of praying incense represent the 3 realms of Yuking, Shangqing and Taking respectively, as well as the 3 gods who live here, Yuking Yuanshi Tianzun, Shangqing Lingbao Tianzun and Taking Dao Deshanzun, which are the gods enshrined in the main hall. 3 gods. When Xie Yang took Qin Hong and others to pray, Guo Lin came out of the kitchen to check. When he was disappointed, Qin Hong and others did not let him get any more wish points after praying and offering incense. Including Chen Hong, it was the same. In other words, there is no way for believers to refresh their vow power twice like Xie Yang. Congratulations to you for gaining some willpower. Just as Guo Lin was thinking about it, a reminder suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked immediately. It's Zhao Moxin's mother Lu Feng. She was burning incense and praying devoutly. At this moment, Guo Lin understood. The 2 points of wish power before should belong to this female donor. This also shows that when believers pray, they do not only contribute a little wish power, or it depends on the degree of piety, and then gradually decreases, each time reducing a little wish power. In this way, if the believer's piety becomes higher, the more vows he can contribute. For example, if Xie Yang's piety increases again, the first time it may be 4 points of willpower, and then it will be 3, 2, and 1 respectively. If Lu Feng's benefactor's piety improves further, he may get 3 points of wish power for the first time, and 2 and 1 point of wish power for the next 2 times. That would be the same as the old lay monks today. Guo Lin inexplicably thought that in many movies, TV shows and novels, gods who survive by faith need to compete for faith. Moreover, believers with higher piety are more popular with them, and believers with high enough piety will be brought into heaven, paradise, etc. Kingdom of God. This is basically like raising leeks and constantly harvesting the power of will. After Lu Feng, people like Mao Yan and Chen Hong also went up to pray for blessings and offer incense, but none of them offered their wishes. The group finished praying, and the aroma of Reiki polished rice emanating from the kitchen became stronger. Guo Lin was about to go back to the kitchen, but suddenly there was a hoarse cry. I saw a few crows flying over the courtyard wall and landing on the stone table inside. The appearance of several auspicious treasures attracted everyone's attention. Originally, it was more normal for crows to fly in. It had happened many times before because there were some crows on Qingfeng Mountain. Therefore, Guo Lin didn't pay attention, but who knew that after these crows appeared, they actually started calling at him. Dum, 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 dum. Moreover, he also found that these crows looked familiar. It wasn't until several others flapped their wings that they flew not far in front of him. The remaining one was still looking around on the stone table. It dully noticed that all its companions had flown past, and then it flapped its wings to follow. Seeing this slow guy, he realized, was it the ones from Xia Cave? It seemed that they were the same ones when he erected the stone monument before, and he never saw them calling him like this. Is it because you are attracted by the aroma of Reiki polished rice now? Dum, 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 dum. The crow's cry rang in everyone's ears again. Qin Hong and the others looked at them in surprise, and they were even more surprised that they called out to Daozang Guo specifically. Guo Lin was a little confused. Could it be because of the spiritual energy rice in Xia Cave before he was relied on? Crows praying for food, such a thing really happens. Xie Qingyang suddenly shouted excitedly. This got everyone's attention. Qin Hong and the others immediately looked at the old layman with curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Xie Zheshi, what is a crow praying for food? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. Xie Qingyang explained, everyone knows about Emperor Jinwu, right? When he was still immortal, he once got lost while practicing in Wu Mountain. A crow came to him to pray for food and guide him. Later, Emperor Jinwu encountered a demon test, and it was the crow that helped him get through the difficulties. Later, when Emperor Jinwu ascended to the throne, he made the crow a god and became a divine bird. It is also an auspicious treasure of Taoism. Now there is the Crow Temple on the other side of Wu Mountain, as well as the famous Crow Ridge. Furthermore, there have been rumors among Taoists that if you can see the auspicious treasures praying for food, you must have met a real master. Legend has it that after a divine bird was born in the Crow clan, other crows also wanted to find people like Emperor Jinwu, so they were naturally close to Master Dadao. These words made Qin Hong and his party subconsciously look at Guo Lin. They know that Dao Kangguo is a master of Taoism. Now the crows seem a little more certain from the side. Otherwise, why are there so many people here and they only call to Daozang Guo? However, Guo Lin knew that he was definitely dependent on these crows. Why were they just shouting at him? It was because they all ate the spiritual energy rice that he brought to the old Taoist priests. It was all ruined by them at that time, and he could only give what was left to them. Now the other party actually understands and comes to us. No wonder Taoists regard them as birds of wisdom. Even bird scientists say they are the smartest among birds. After hearing what the old layman said, Guo Lin also tried to go into the kitchen and grab a handful of spiritual energy rice. He didn't throw it out, but put it directly in the palm of his hand and stretched it out. I don't know if this crow is really super intelligent, or if the spiritual energy rice is very attractive to them. They actually had the courage to run over and pecked the spiritual energy rice in his hand. Guo Lin could only lament that they were really brave. Aren't you afraid that a net will suddenly cover them? This scene made Qin Hong and the others look in disbelief. They really ate it. A few crows pecked the spiritual rice in Guo Lin's hands without fear of danger. On the other hand, the very slow one followed behind his companions, shaking his head left and right a few times before seeming to react and squeezing in between his companions. This one seems to be perpetually sluggish. Mao Yan and her best friend were surprised and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the scene and sent it to the Qingfeng Temple donor group. At the same time, he added a sentence: the ancients said that when crows pray for food, they must meet a Taoist master like Emperor Jinmu. I am lucky enough to see crows coming to Taoist Guo to pray for food. As soon as this video was released, it attracted the few devout believers in the donor group who had no time to come today and expressed their emotions. Naturally, some friends also came out to make fun of him. I know that Taoist Guo has real abilities and can teach martial arts, but don't make a person too awesome, as that will offend people. Some friends also said sincerely, yes, I have a good impression of Dao Kangguo. You people, please don't taint him. There are many internet celebrities who are good, but they are ruined in the hands of a group of fans. Another group of friends ridiculed, returning crows to pray for food? Don't you know Crow Ridge? I went there for a trip, brought a bag of corn and spread it out, and a group of crows came running over, so I am also an expert. Obviously, most of the people in the group are just trying to join the group to join in the fun, and there are still few true believers. Qin Hong and others also saw the content in the group, and now they do not defend or explain. No need. It's enough for them to know that Dao Kangguo is different. As for those friends in the group who think they know everything, they are just showing their ignorance, let alone what they have missed. Guo Lin also threw out the spiritual energy rice in his hand, letting the crows eat it by themselves, then turned over his hands and returned to the kitchen. Soon, the Reiki polished rice was steamed, and he also fried radish, beans, and water spinach one by one in a big pot. Xie Qingyang came in to help and brought out the spiritual energy rice and vegetables one by one. After Guo Lin cooked the food, he also went to the Shantang. Xie Qingyang no longer recited the Biantang mantra before eating. He already knew that Taoist Guo did not pay attention to this. Moreover, he also found that Taoist Master Guo did not pay attention to many rules of the Taoist sect. If he encountered this in other Taoist temples, he would never enter the temple to practice, and would leave immediately after entering. If you don't even understand these things, how can you talk about cultivating Taoism? But in Taoist Master Guo, he saw what it means to be a Taoist master, which naturally made him wonder whether the rules of other Taoist temples had any meaning. After all, there are so many rules, but there is no truth in the way we practice. Naturally, he didn't know it, but Guo Lin had forgotten many rules during his 4 years of college life. Or maybe he hasn't completely escaped from the world of mortals yet, and he deliberately ignores some rules that are painful and troublesome for him. As a Taoist priest, he doesn't want to be as tired as the old Taoist priests. Besides, he will become an immortal cultivator one day, and he is still different from the Taoist priests. Therefore, he is his own sect, adhering to the goodness and teachings inherited by Qingfeng Guan, and he has the final say on other rules. Is there any problem? Qin Hong has already started. Chen Hong. Those who have never eaten Reiki refined rice finally know the magic of this rice. They were simply excited. I didn't expect that if I come here to do some meritorious work and do some work, I can get such good food. Outside, a few crows were also calling hoarsely, seeming to express their pleasure in eating the Reiki rice. After Qin Hong and other believers finished their meals, they took their own dishes and chopsticks and went to the sink to wash them. Under their leadership, Chen Hong and those who came to Kishantang for the first time also followed suit and cleaned their dishes and chopsticks cleanly. After that, the group of people took care of themselves and rested in the temple. Those who had something to do had already gone down the mountain. Guo Lin walked to the backyard, ate the Reiki refined rice, and began to practice Qingfeng Fist to absorb the energy generated by the Reiki refined rice. Xie Qingyang also came in to practice the Baguazhang he had learned before. Taoist priest Guo said that eating prayer rice and practicing martial arts are good for your health. That is definitely right. But he didn't know that the Baguazhang he practiced was just useless for Qingfeng Fist. Guo Lin didn't know how to explain this to this layman for the time being, so he could only let him. After all, the old Taoist priest had explained that Wuming Taoist sect's inner martial arts was inherited from King Fengguan, and was only passed down to direct disciples or parent-child. Unless Qingfeng Guan has a new and better inherited technique, then you can consider Qingfeng Fist again. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the refined rice he had eaten, Guo Lin also planned to go back to the dining room to rest for a while and play leisure Shushan. Before that, He didn't forget to remind Xia Yang, "Father, don't forget to pray for Yamingsha. This layman still has the willpower to brush up." "Taoist master, I remember." Xia Yang nodded and walked out of the backyard to the place where lumming sand was stored. He took out the peachwood tube, took out a special blessing plate, and poured 3 grains of luminous sand on it. This scene attracted Qin Hong's attention. Mao Yan and Zhang Hang, who were on the side, also came over curiously. "Xia Zhashi, what is this?" Mao Yan asked curiously. "This thing looks like some kind of feces, but the old layman treated it so rigorously and solemnly, it is definitely not feces." Xia Qingyang explained, "This is luminous sand, but these are different from ordinary ones. After blessing, they have a stronger effect." "What is luminous sand?" Mao Yan was confused. This was the first time she had heard of it. Moreover, this Yamingsha sounds very noble at first glance, and it is indeed not feces. Qin Hong knew about the luminous sand and helped explain, "The luminous sand is bat excrement." "Ah." Mao Yan was stunned. "Is it really feces? Then why do you have such a lofty name as Yamingsha?" However, she was also curious, "Mr. Qin, what is the use of this luminous sand?" Qin Hong also explained, "Some light, dry, brown bat guano can be used as medicine after being dried in the sun. It can be used with stewed pork liver, sheep liver, etc., which is very helpful for eye diseases. However, yours is the regular luminous sand sold in drugstores. The one in King Fengaguan is not only preserved in special wooden tubes, but also prayed for blessings. It is definitely unusual. The donor is very knowledgeable." Xia Qingyang responded politely, knelt down, and made a prayer gesture, and began to pray for the night bright sand. "This luminous sand is good for eye diseases, is it more effective than ordinary ones?" Mao Yan muttered, thinking of her sister's son. "This nephew has an eye disease, and it is very weird. He sees things with double images, but it is not myopia or any of the other common diseases. For this reason, my sister and brother-in-law also spent a lot of money on his treatment." Thinking of this, she quickly took out her phone and walked to a quiet place. Zhang Hang obviously knew what his wife was going to do, so he followed her. Mao Yan immediately dialed her sister's number. When the call was connected, a male voice came, "Mao Yan, what's the matter? Your sister is taking care of Wei Pei, and he will have an eye examination soon." Mao Yan hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, are your eyes still like that? I have a place that I can recommend you to, maybe it can cure your eye problems." "Which hospital? Are there any great doctors in your small place in Yushan?" There was obviously a hint of disdain in the brother-in-law's voice. "Don't be like your mother who said you were an old Chinese doctor or something like that. Your sister secretly took care of you. If you look at them, they are of no use at all, they are all liars." Mao Yan knew this. The Chinese medicine doctor was really incompetent, so he could only explain awkwardly, "Brother-in-law, you are not a Chinese medicine doctor. You should have read Qingfeng Temple on the internet, right? The Taoist here is very powerful, and they also have a kind of luminous sand, maybe it can cure covetousness." "I said, Mao Yan, is there something wrong with your family?" The brother-in-law's voice was a little angry. "It's either Chinese medicine or Taoist medicine. Your family is superstitious and traditional, right? Please don't mislead your sister, and give me Yamingsha. Is this stuff enough for Wei Pei? It's all made from bats bred by experts. Also, Wei Pei's disease doesn't need you to worry about." Before Mao Yan could say anything more, the call was hung up, making her face livid. "Who are these people?" she kindly reminded. Zhang Hang obviously knew what happened and comforted him, "Don't feel bad. You have already told me, which is the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. Besides, don't force this kind of thing. Taoist blessings are not available to everyone. Didn't I listen to Master Xia during the meal just now? Opportunity is the most important thing. Those people like those in the group have no chance. They clearly entered the Qingfeng Temple and swept away the merits of joining the group. Not only did they miss the blessings, they didn't even recognize the blessings. Like Mr. Chen's workers, if they have good luck, they come to work and enjoy the blessing rice. Besides, I'm handsome, earn a lot, drive a good car, and have a beautiful wife. I'm definitely the best among my peers. I wouldn't have believed this at all. But I have a Taoist blessing. Isn't it just because you have become a believer in Qingfeng Temple? Your brother-in-law and others obviously do not have this blessing, so don't force it, otherwise they may cause trouble when they come to Qingfeng Temple." Mao Yan nodded. "My husband is right, She has done her best to be benevolent and righteous, and Taoist blessings are indeed not available to everyone. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willingness. In the closet, Guo Lin logged into Leisure Shushan and was controlling the game character to complete tasks when he got a prompt in his mind. The old layman must have prayed for the first time on the 3 grains of luminous sand. Immediately afterwards, he also looked at the sex location information on the light screen in his mind, and found that there were some changes. The sex residence, King Fengaguen. Level, first level sect station. Effect, solid +2, simple +2, ornamental +2. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 merit money, 124,500 usable merit money, 500 willpower, 241 usable willpower. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guo Lin, Guo Sun Lin. In monk, nun. Religious layman, Xie Qing Yang. The spiritual pet of the sect, Fan Jixiangbao X7. Site area, 30,000 square meters. Martial arts facilities, 5 elements boundary monument. 7 sages, 2/7 ginkgo, withering, Mount Huangshan pine, growing vigorously. Guo Lin looked at the information about the new sex residence. When he saw the sex spiritual pet options, there were 7 more auspicious treasures, and his mind was filled with dark thoughts. Does this refer to those crows just now? What kind of spiritual pets are they? The key is whether he agrees to it, which is the spiritual pet of the sect. Looking at the prefix with the word fan, he sighed helplessly. This refers to ordinary products. In the game, it means scumbag, the kind that players would even bother to catch. The key is what does it mean for the game system to directly bind them? Just because you fed them spiritual energy rice? Guo Lin only felt that he was being relied on by the leper. Needless to say, the area of the site is large. After the boundary monument is erected, the 30,000 square meters will be within the scope of King Fengaguen. There is also a sect facility, and the 5 elements monument actually has a special line for him. However, there was another piece of information about 7 xians that caught his attention. In Taoism, the 7 sages often refer to 7 kinds of plants. Ginkgo is one of them. He understands this. It probably refers to the ancient ginkgo tree, and a withered note was given to indicate its current condition. He could also understand the Huangshan pine. It should be the Huangshan pine that he took Sun Xian and Chen Li to last time. That was one of the locations he pointed out to Sun Xian and Chen Li that was suitable for building a viewing pavilion. The viewing pavilion relies on one of the 7 sages, which has a very good meaning. That Huangshan pine is very strong and very old. There is only 1 tree on the mountain. But why can't the holly tree behind the Taoist temple work? Holly is also one of the 7 sages of Taoism. The tree behind the Taoist temple was not noted by the game system. Could it be because it was planted not long ago and is too young? Isn't the game system discriminatory? There is also a note of 2/7 in the 7 Haiyan note information. Is it possible that after collecting the 7 sages who meet the requirements, there are some achievements? You should study it carefully when you have time. He doesn't have anywhere to look for these things now. Then, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Leisure Shushan on his phone again. Let's continue playing the game now. I took on several missions in a row, and after completing them, I got a lot of rewards in the game, but there was no system prompt. Therefore, none of the rewards in the game can bring reality. Guo Lin sighed and opened the taskbar, ready to take on another task, but was surprised to find that there was an additional main task with a sign on the taskbar. A very beautiful young girl from Tongshui Temple came. She is looking for a very good wine master. Because the wine connoisseur killed the monster she was chasing, she wanted the one thing the wine connoisseur got from the monster. The girl's surname seems to be Li, and she has a red mole between her eyebrows, which seems to be a symbol of the Ime Sex campaign to wipe out the demons. This is a complicated main quest, also known as a chain quest. Complex means that once the task is completed, it will be followed by task 2, and then task 3. Anyway, how many linked tasks there are depends on the mood of the designer of this task. When he was in college, he played a game and there was a mission. He didn't know whether the designer was broken up in love or was being cheated on by a woman. There were more than 200 links in one mission, all of which were aimed at female NPCs. The person who did the task felt numb. No matter how complicated the task is, he has to do it, because the task reward is another basic Qigong training book. Basic Qi training method of Shushan Xianjing. The last time I practiced the basic Qigong method, I mistrusted the game system and chose to hang up to complete it automatically. As a result, I didn't get the reward. Now that I see this mission, I must take it, and I don't want to miss it again. Nine Heavens mysterious scripture is very famous in the Shushan Swordsman series of novels, because it is one of the inherited skills of the Ime sect. Even if this reward is only the basic Qi training part, it is practiced by immortal cultivators. I don't know how much it can defeat the Qingfeng fist. In other words, this girl is Li Yingxing? After all, his surname was Li, he was from the Ime sect, and he was born very beautiful. If not, then no, does not affect the mission. Guolin decisively accepted the mission, and then saw a total of 42 consecutive mission requirements. It is another task that extremely tests the player's patience. But that's not what he's thinking about now. Should he do it himself or hang up to have a better chance of getting this reward? According to the previous rhythm, he will get rewards as soon as he hangs up, and he will get rewards as soon as he hangs up. It's just to mess with his mentality. He is now extremely confused, not knowing whether to complete the task in person or to hang up and complete the task automatically. Dumb. A crow sounded outside. Guolin immediately walked out of the closet and suddenly stared at a crow that landed on the steps. The crow seemed to feel his gaze and looked at him subconsciously. Guolin stared at the crow, but he was playing with metaphysics in his mind. The next crow's continuous cries, if the number is odd, he will listen to it, and if the number is even, he will hang up. Once they get the reward, they will live up to their reputation as auspicious treasures, and they will be taken in from now on. Anyway, the system has noted them. If you don't get a reward, you will be in a bad mood, and you might be served with scalding hot water and hair plucking. The crow seemed to be stunned by the stare, and as if anticipating something bad would happen, it called hoarsely twice and flew to a nearby tree. Twice? Guolin decisively chose to hang up and finish automatically. At this moment, another reminder came to my mind. Congratulations, you have gained 2 points of willingness. This is the second time the old layman has prayed for the 3 grains of luminous sand. Guolin hung up the game and completed it automatically. He was at ease and walked back to the main hall. Qin Hong also came to him with a group of people who had made an appointment to go up the mountain. Dea Zhangguo, let's go down the mountain first. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. Taoist Master Guo, we have made an appointment to go down the mountain together and be separated from Deo Deo. Guolin saluted these people and ordered, then all donors, please pay attention to safety when you go down the mountain. Qin Hong and his entourage responded one after another, and then walked out of Qingfeng Temple together and walked down the mountain. The workers brought by Chen Honghe did not leave. After Qin Hong and his party left, he also walked up to Guolin and asked, Dea Zhangguo, we saw that the ginkgo tree was about to die before. A migrant worker I brought said that if a canal can be diverted for irrigation, maybe it can be used for irrigation. Let it live for a while, so we want to help repair a canal before going down the mountain. What instructions do you have here? Guolin smiled. The benefits of having believers are evident. He originally wanted to divert the spiritual spring water to save the ancient ginkgo tree, but there was no way he could carry the spiritual spring water there every day. After all, the distance was not short. To irrigate such a large ancient ginkgo tree, 1 or 2 barrels of spiritual spring water should not be enough every day. Okay, it is the best choice to divert a spiritual spring water canal, build a surrounding pond, and dig some small holes for automatic irrigation. Other excess water can be directed elsewhere. After all, too much water is not enough. If he were to do it by himself, it would take a lot of effort, even if he added an old layman. With Chen Hong and these more than 20 workers, it would be different. A small canal, 2 hours is enough. Excuse me, all the donors. Guolin bowed and took Chen Hong and the others to the Lingquan vat. He pointed to the water channel leading to the reservoir under the Lingquan vat and said, also, all the donors, please create a diversion from here. The small canal leads to the ginkgo. Chen Hong understood immediately and took action with his men. Afterwards, following the route instructed by Guolin, he dug a small canal and drained it to the ancient ginkgo site. During this period, Guolin also paid attention to the series of tasks that were automatically completed on the game screen from time to time. it was discovered that in the middle stage, the game character went to Shilipo. What's the meaning? Is the drunk Taoist in Shilipo? A drunk Taoist priest appeared in the mountain temple on the 10-mile slope. The game character did arrive at the mountain temple, but unfortunately it was empty, so he went down the mountain and started the series of tasks again. Some villagers pointed out that they saw a drunk Taoist priest in Yuhang town. Seeing this, Guo Lin also withdrew his gaze and continued to direct Chen Hong and the others to develop the canal until the small canal was led to the ancient ginkgo tree. After that, a group of workers began to dig the surrounding pool according to Guo Lin's requirements. Chen Hong stood next to Guo Lin and said, "Taoist Master Guo, I will bring some stones up tomorrow to decorate the surrounding pool. Sorry for the trouble, donor." Guo Lin had to say that his previous relationship with Qi Cheng was indeed a good relationship. It should be our family that is causing trouble. Chen Hong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "After some time, our family will have to trouble the Taoist priest to help my grandson teach him the boy's right. You must do your best." Guo Lin nodded and decided to go back and practice the boy's urn ritual more. They all pay attention to courtesy and reciprocity. Even if you accept the other person's courtesy, you can't lose the other person's expectations. While the two were talking, a sudden reminder sounded in Guo Lin's mind. Congratulations on completing a series of tasks and obtaining the basic Qi training method of 9 heavens Xianjing. At that moment, Guo Lin's eyes brightened. An auspicious treasure is an auspicious treasure, and it deserves the name of auspiciousness. Guo Lin also didn't expect that he would actually get a reward for playing metaphysics with a crow. For the sake of this basic Qi training method of 9 heavens Xianjing, just keep those 7 crows bound by the game system. He really wanted to take out the basic Qi training method of 9 heavens Xianjing immediately and study it. However, there were still people around now, and he couldn't be rude and leave Chen Hong and others behind and run back to the Taoist temple. Therefore, I can only study it later when I go back to the Taoist temple. Chen Hong walked around the surrounding pond built for the ancient ginkgo again and said with emotion, "If this ancient ginkgo is saved, it will definitely be very spectacular. Daozangguo, the surrounding pond alone is not enough. I will also bring some fertilizer tomorrow. Come up with nutrients and nourish it. Donor Chen, it is its blessing to be acquainted with you." Although Guo Lin knew that the spiritual spring water was enough, if the spiritual spring water was not good, no matter how much he raised it, it would be useless, but he was not qualified for the believer's love for this ancient ginkgo. Say no to it. Also, giving the tree more fertilizer is not a bad thing. Chen Hong said hurriedly, "Taoist Master Guo, with such a big ancient ginkgo tree next to a Taoist temple, it must have good fortune and even spiritual energy. Just let me hang a blessing sign when the time comes." Guo Lin nodded, "As the donor wishes, our Taoist temple will help you make a blessing card." Taoist temples and believers pay attention to the mutual benefit of each other. Chen Hong's request is not excessive and should be met. The other party also gave him a hint. Nowadays, many temples and Taoist scenic spots offer blessing plagues and prayer locks. Moreover, those blessing plagues and prayer locks are all factory-made and are not particular at all. In many places, during the holidays, small prayer plagues can be sold for 30 yuan and large ones for 60 yuan. Tourists buy the blessing plagues, write their wishes and hang them on the blessing tree, which is considered to have spiritual energy. There are such projects in many places. When visitors go up, they can see a lot of blessing plagues saying, "So and so will last forever and be together forever." At this time, some people will take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments, asking, "I wonder if you are still together?" Naturally, there are also people who pray for the misfortune of their enemy so and so when they go out, and then there are also people who take photos and post them on WeChat Moments asking, "Is that accurate?" There are many such things online. But the market for this blessing card is very large. At a well-known Taoist tourist destination, the 1,000-year-old tree has the highest record of hanging more than 80,000 blessing plagues during holidays, creating more than 2.6 million in merit. Maybe someone is worried about the damage to this tree? In fact, there is no need to worry at all, because the blessing cards are made of very light wood, and even lighter plastic is used in some places. The most important thing is that this kind of blessing cards also has a time limit. When the time is up, a dedicated person will take a batch. The most important thing is that with the operation of many places, Blessing plagues can be hung not only on the blessing tree, but also on the railings surrounding the tree, and on the trees close to the blessing tree. Due to the development of the domestic economy and the booming tourism industry, some places have now developed to the point where the entire area around the blessing tree can be hung. Think about how big a project this is. This is just an ordinary prayer plaque. It would be a big deal if someone hung up a permanent prayer plaque. Not everyone can hang it up. That kind of blessing card will be hung on the high end of the tree. The tops of the trees are roaring, the wind is blowing, and the roots of the grass are gathering frost and dew. Pigs can take off wherever there is wind at the top of the trees. At the roots of the grass, there is only snow cover, with no possibility of turning over. Many wealthy people like to hang their prayer cards at the top. That's why the wealthy man surnamed Wang made the astonishing move of spending 7 million to hang a prayer plaque. There are also many netizens who complain that people are stupid and have too much money. But these netizens don't understand that if someone can live so well and have so much money, it means they are not stupider than you. If this ancient ginkgo can be saved, this blessing plaque project can be launched. Upgrading the sex residence requires merit funds, and Chen Hong has created another source of merit funds for him. Chen Hong's face was filled with joy when he heard Guolin's words. What a blessing it would be to have Qingfeng Temple specially prepare a blessing plaque. If this ancient ginkgo can still be saved, and a prayer plaque is hung on it, he will definitely gain great merit. Write down your wishes for your family's health, and your family will surely be healthy, safe and happy. Chen Hong went down the mountain with expectations. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he drove directly to the fruit and fertilizer market, obviously taking this matter to heart. When Guolin returned to the Taoist temple, Xie Qingyang was already picking up the fallen leaves with a broom in the courtyard. When he saw him coming in, he saluted, "Taoist master." Guolin replied with a courtesy and asked, "Does the layman Xie know how to make prayer plagues?" Xie Qingyang nodded, "Well, I spent some time practicing at Lejun Temple and learned there." Guolin immediately said with a smile, "Then please help the layman make a blessing card for that donor Chen." "Okay, Taoist master." Xie Qingyang nodded in agreement. Guolin went to the office with a smile on his face. Having an old layman who knew everything was practicing in the temple really made him feel much more relaxed. At this point, he deeply realized the benefits of having an elder in the family like a treasure. He left the matter of Chen Hong's blessing cards to the old layman, and he immediately returned to the reception room and controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence. As soon as an idea entered the game, he saw a small jade slip on the table, about 2 fingers wide. The jade slips are transparent in appearance, exuding a special luster, and are also engraved with special runes. He went over to pick up the jade slip and saw the note information. The 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra is a cultivation method that was acquired by Ren Shao, the founder of the Yimei sect, by chance. It contains everything. It later became one of the inherited exercises of the Yimei sect. Basic Qi training method of 9 Heavens Xianjing is one of the most basic Qi training techniques, and is generally provided to Yimei's new disciples or outer disciples. Would you choose to use the basic Qi training method of Jushan Xianjing? Guolin saw the prompt and directly chose yes. Are you still hesitating? Even if he hesitated, he would not be sorry for this reward. For a moment, the runes on the finger-wide jade slips lit up, and the entire jade slips turned into tiny stars, flying towards Guolin and drilling into the center of his eyebrows. An unusually detailed flow of training information quickly appeared in his mind, and it was so profound that it seemed to be directly imprinted on his memory. Basic Qi training method of Jushan Xianjing is specially used to train Qi. It absorbs spiritual energy, circulates through the acupoints and meridians in the body, and turns it into one's own true Qi. This is a Qi training method that can control energy, and it is completely incomparable to the Qingfeng fist he is currently practicing. However, because it is a department dedicated to Qi training, it does not have any offensive abilities and can only rely on the refined Qi to nourish the physical body. Therefore, the newly initiated disciples and outside disciples of the Yimei sect are generally not very strong. But that was in the world of cultivation. If it were placed in the real world, even so, the body would be frighteningly strong. After all, just practicing Qingfeng fist had such an effect. After learning the details of basic Qi training method of 9 Heavens Xianjing, Guolin immediately quit the game. When he returned to the waiting room, He sat down cross-legged in accordance with the requirements of basic Qi training method of 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra. Put your hands together and unite your beliefs. The movement technique is used to practice by sensing spiritual energy through the acupoints around the body. But as time passed, Guo Lin's brows gradually wrinkled, and something was obviously wrong. Until a certain moment, he suddenly stood up. What about him? Guo Lin felt like he had been tricked, and the result after the surprise was a bit hard to accept. He continuously ran the basic Qi refining method of the 9 Heavens Xianjing and sensed the surrounding spiritual energy through acupoints all over his body. He tried continuously but failed to sense any spiritual energy. It's not because of his talent. Basic Qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xianjing clearly describes that in the beginning of Qi refining, although the most difficult thing is to sense the spiritual energy, the practitioner's body itself contains energy. By mobilizing this energy for induction through the exercises, it is easy to receive the spiritual energy in the air. Resonance. There is energy in his body. Although it is cultivated through martial arts such as Qing Feng Fist, what is refined is indeed the spiritual energy of refined rice. This shows that there is no spiritual energy at all in reality, or the spiritual energy is extremely thin. In this area where humans live, there is no spiritual energy at all. What's the use of giving him a Qi refining method? Then, he immediately entered the game world with an idea. Inside is the world of cultivating immortals. The practice of Qing Feng Fist had no effect before, so I was reluctant to try the basic Qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xianjing. He immediately sat down cross-legged, formed postures with his hands again, united his beliefs, and then started to operate the technique. But as time passed, he couldn't help but sigh and stand up. I can't even sense aura in the game. This. He walked towards the door of the novice's residence, and the prompt sounded again. The current path cannot be reached. This invisible barrier isolates the novice's residence, and even the aura of the game world. After exiting the game, Guo Lin frowned tightly. Since the game system can already reward this kind of skill, it is impossible to treat him like this. There should definitely be a solution later. I remember that in Leisure Shushan, the martial arts station has the spirit gathering array gameplay. I wonder if the martial arts station construction cards he brought to reality still have this function. After all, the attributes of King Fengagwen's first level station are different from those in the game. The first level martial arts garrison in the game does not have the attributes of solidity +2, simplicity +2, and ornamental +2. This seems to have something to do with the game system. Immediately afterwards, Guo Lin hurried to the kitchen, took out some spiritual energy rice and steamed it. There is spiritual energy in the refined rice. Practicing Qing Feng Fist can draw this spiritual energy and condense it into a trace of energy. The basic Qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xianjing can definitely do the same, and the effect should be higher. Always experiment. This was his last bit of stubbornness. After a while, the alluring fragrance of Reiki polished rice spread. Xie Qingyang, who was busy making prayer plagues in the courtyard, smelled the fragrance and glanced at the kitchen in surprise. Why did the Taoist steam the prayer rice at this time? After the Reiki polished rice was steamed, Guo Lin took the bowls and chopsticks and ate 2 large bowls to keep his stomach full, even if he wasn't hungry at all. Afterwards, he went to the backyard and sat down cross-legged again to practice the basic Qi refining method of the 9 Heavens Xianjing. This time, his eyes lit up. The basic Qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xianjing had only been running for a moment, and he felt the spiritual energy of the refined rice. This spiritual energy begins to be emitted after the refined spiritual energy rice enters the stomach. Then, he was shocked to find that after the spiritual energy was emitted, it began to merge with the stomach residue, leading to the intestines, and merging with filth. Guo Lin couldn't help but be stunned. So, after he ate Reiki rice during this period, his urine seemed to be more nutritious, right? That urine and xiang were both nourished by spiritual energy. He immediately used the basic Qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xianjing to induce these spiritual energies, then absorb them and refine them. Just like practicing the Qing Feng Fist, traces of energy began to appear in his body, flowing through his meridians. It's just that the energy generated this time is obviously more than that of practicing Qing Feng Fist, at least 3 times more. Obviously, the Qing Feng Fist cannot be controlled independently. It can only passively attract some spiritual energy, most of which was wasted before. It is different from the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, which can completely absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the refined rice. Moreover, this time he mobilized these energies and easily circulated them in his body for a whole day, nourishing his body better. The energy flowing into Danshan is also more than before practicing Qingfeng Fist. This is undoubtedly good news. With the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing and the refined spiritual rice every day, even if there is no way to solve the problem of spiritual energy in the future, there is a better chance of building a foundation than Qingfeng Fist. The next day, congratulations on getting 3 points of willingness. Guolin woke up early in the morning and once again received a reminder of 3 points of willingness. The old layman must have finished the morning incense prayer. He put on his regular clothes and came out of the closet. When he arrived at the main hall, he smelled the alluring fragrance of spiritually refined rice. It seems that the old layman also steamed his breakfast. It's no wonder that all the masters in the past liked to have a servant or apprentice. It feels really good to have someone do all the chores. For those experts, this way they have more time to focus on their own affairs or study and practice, instead of spending it on chores in life. Dum, dum, dum. 7 crows seemed to have smelled the fragrance of rice and flew in from outside. When they saw Guolin, they called to him. Guolin was stunned. Is this called food again? Don't regard yourself as an outsider? Is it so natural? Thinking that the crow had made a contribution yesterday, he also walked to the kitchen and grabbed a handful of aura rice. In an instant, the 7 crows fluttered their wings and arrived at his feet, calling hoarsely and joyfully. Guolin scattered the spiritual energy rice in his hand, and 6 of the crows immediately flapped their wings and pecked at it. Dum, dum, but there was one that was still calling out in a daze. It took a moment to realize that its companion was already moving, and then it flapped its wings anxiously and started to fight for it. This scene made the old layman next to him couldn't help laughing. Guolin also said jokingly, "We are all crows, why is there one so stupid?" Dum. The slow crow cawed twice at the right time and coincidentally, causing Guolin and the old layman to look at each other. After a while, the spiritual rice was steamed. Guolin ate 2 large bowls and went to the backyard again. The old layman also followed, still practicing Baguazhang. He heard from the Taoist priest that it was good to practice martial arts after eating this blessing rice, and he always insisted on it. But after this period of time, he didn't feel any different from his usual practice. But he also believed what the Taoist priest said. He was surprised that the Taoist priest did not practice martial arts today. Instead, he sat cross-legged and seemed to be meditating. When he entered Qingfeng Temple, it was the first time he saw a Taoist master like this, and he couldn't help but stop curiously and look at him. Guolin ate the refined spiritual energy this morning and practiced the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing. After absorbing all the spiritual energy, he frowned slightly. I absorbed less spiritual energy today than yesterday. I ate the same spiritual energy refined rice as yesterday, 2 big bowls, but the spiritual energy was missing a lot. There was no such discovery when practicing Qingfeng Quan before. Now I am practicing basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, a method of cultivating immortals and refining qi, but I feel it very clearly. I don't know if it's because of his own cultivation, or because the same amount of spiritual energy contained in the refined rice is less than yesterday's. Noon. Guolin ate another 2 large bowls of spiritual energy refined rice and continued to practice the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb energy. When the energy of the aura refined rice was absorbed, he found that the aura absorbed was less than that in the morning. He only ate 2 large bowls of Reiki refined rice at noon. There can be no such difference between the same bag of spiritual energy rice. This shows that not only is it difficult to sense spiritual energy in the air, but the spiritual energy of this refined rice will also dissipate over time when taken out. I didn't find this problem before relying on Qingfeng Fist. It seems that I can't bring out too much spiritual energy rice at once in the future. Guolin sighed and stood up. No wonder there are many legends about martial arts and immortality in reality, but no one has ever practiced them now. This is simply not allowed, there are no such conditions. Even spiritual things cannot be preserved for long. Not long after the afternoon, Zhao Moxin's 3 girls arrived. Zhao Moxin still holds a contract in her hand. When they met again, the 2 girls Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun also had a hint of joy on their faces. When they met, they couldn't help but say, Dea Zhangguo, I didn't expect that piece of wasteland to belong to King Fengguan. Yay, if we had known earlier we wouldn't have had to be in such a hurry. It means that the 3 female donors are destined to Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin smiled and said to Zhao Moxin, Donor Zhao, what you have in your hand is the contract, right? Yes. Zhao Moxin nodded and handed the contract to Guo Lin respectfully. Sorry for the trouble, Director Guo. Guo Lin nodded, took the contract and read it over. It was a very simple land lease contract, which did not cover much. It was made in 2 copies. There was no need to hire a lawyer. After signing the contract, the 3 girls were completely relieved and thanked Dao Kangguo in front of them. Then, the 2 girls Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun were attracted by the 7 crows next to them. Xingxin, are they the auspicious treasures you mentioned? Do they really pray with Taoist Guo? The girl Zhao Yun even took out her mobile phone and pointed it at the 7 crows, and shouted to them in a funny way, Little crows, all look at my sister, let her take a video. But she just finished speaking. The crows flapped their wings and flew outside without leaving her behind. No, one of them fell down. It was stunned for a moment before it realized what it was and chased after its companion. Zhao Yun suddenly felt aggrieved. Master Guo, the crows are ignoring me, can you let them fly back? Guo Lin said awkwardly, Female donor, they are just a few miscellaneous birds that cannot understand human speech. How can I tell them to come back and they will come back? But just after the words he came back were spoken, hoarse cries sounded at the same time. The 6 crows flew back in again, and the duller one followed closely behind, landing on the stone table in the courtyard, all looking at Guo Lin. This made the 3 girls look at Guo Lin in shock. The scrutinizing gaze seemed to be asking, Mr. Guo, are you sure? Guo Lin opened his mouth, is this a way to save face? But this cannot be explained clearly. He told the 3 girls that it was all a coincidence. They wouldn't believe it, right? The 3 girls, Zhao Moxin, naturally believed that the crow was called back by Dea Zhangguo. After all, this was not the first time they had seen the magic of Guo Dea Zhang. Little crow, let sister take a video. Zhao Yun seemed to be amusing herself, holding her cell phone and filming the video of the 7 crows. The 7 crows obviously ignored her completely and started calling hoarsely at Guo Lin. Their face-saving behavior obviously made Dao Kangguo very irritated, and he said angrily, let's go and play. Dumb. Several crows seemed to respond, and they fluttered their wings decisively and flew out again. Only the slower crow was left looking at Guo Lin, seeming to realize something was wrong, and then flew out anxiously with fluttering wings. Guo Lin. This scene made the 3 girls look at him again. Dea Zhangguo, you are so powerful, you can do whatever you ask them to do. Yeah, my dogs aren't even that smart. They really understand what Mr. Guo said. Guo Lin didn't know how to explain it. This should have something to do with the 7 crows bound to the game system. It's just that he doesn't understand that if the game system is so good, why bind 7 crows? Wouldn't you give him 7 golden crows? Xie Qingyang watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the Taoist master was. He was certain that these 7 crows were wild and flew in suddenly. He had never seen these crows appear before. After Zhao Moxin and the 3 girls signed the contract, they also made incense together and contributed 3 points of willpower to King Fengguan before saying goodbye and leaving. After adding 3 points of wish power, the wish power of King Fengguan Station also reached 247 points. It's only 3 points away from the 500 willpower upgrade. Laity, have you prayed for Mingxia today? Guo Lin thought about it and looked at the old layman, asking with a smile on his face. Just doing this homework. The old layman nodded in response, went to the place where the luminous sand was stored, took out the luminous sand, and prayed. He believed that the luminous sand chosen by the Taoist priest must have some mystical qualities and that it needed to be prayed for every day. He had no idea what a wish-making tool was. When the old layman finished praying 3 times, King Fengguan Station once again increased its wish power by 6 points, and the total wish power reached 253 points. Not long after, there was another conversation outside the audience. After a while, Chen Hong walked in and said respectfully, Master Guo, I brought fertilizer for the ancient ginkgo, as well as decorations for the surrounding pool. Excuse me, Donor Chen. Guo Lin returned the greeting with a smile, then turned to look at the old layman, householder, where is the prayer card for Donor Chen? Wait a moment. The old layman walked to the main hall, bowed to the statue of the three pure ones, and took out a sign from a special altar. Chen Hong's face lit up with joy when he saw this sense of ceremony. He would want to put up a prayer plaque, so he naturally knew about this aspect. As far as he knows, the blessing plagues in other places are standard, even in the famous Lejun mountain. Scan 30 yuan, and the staff will pull out a merit plaque from the big bag next to it and give it to you. Now Qing Feng Guan made him a blessing card with such a ritual that he was flattered. Guo Lin took the prayer card, walked to the warehouse, and took out a carving knife. Donor Chen, what do you pray for on this prayer card? Chen Hong did not dare to neglect and said, Taoist priest, help me write about the health of my family, no illness or disaster. Guo Lin smiled and nodded. He was a little surprised by Chen Hong's prayer, but he agreed with it. Generally, businessmen pray that their business will be prosperous and that they can earn tens of millions per year, and some may even make over 100 million per year. This is obviously impossible to achieve. He couldn't guarantee whether the prayer plagues across the country would work. The only thing he knows is that there is a saying in Taoism, a person's luck and merit in this life are limited. Once you exceed this limit, you will not be able to enjoy the blessings, and any prayers will not be successful. Once you are within this blessing, your requests can be realized. This is just like many people have encountered a similar situation, that is, doing something, as long as you do it well, your life will rise to a new stage. It is a certain thing, but unexpected things will happen inexplicably and affect you. If it is an external reason, such as a relative of the boss or a relative of the boss being parachuted in, then you can only complain about your bad luck. The key point is that some people are almost successful, but they are destroyed and affected by family members, people around them, relatives, girlfriends, etc. That really means vomiting blood. This is a typical case of not having enough good fortune. Naturally, some people will say that I have also been in this situation, but it was just a failure. I will succeed next time if I try harder. Failure actually means that good luck and merit have not yet arrived. Moreover, a person's luck and merit are not fixed. The knowledge he has learned, the people he has learned from, the things he has experienced, etc. can all be ways to increase his luck and merit. Those who do evil will harm their luck and fortune by making grudges with others, and when things get bad, their enemies will add insult to injury. Those who do good will forge friendships with others to increase their luck and merit. When trouble comes, there will always be people to help. Anyway, no matter what, Chen Hong's prayer must be within his blessing. In this life, sometimes it is good for the whole family to be healthy, as the donor wishes. Guo Lin smiled and carved Chen Hong's prayer on the prayer card with a carving knife. After that, there was Chen Hong's name and the date of giving the blessing plaque. After finishing, he handed the blessing plaque to Chen Hong. Chen Hong took the blessing card and was even more surprised when he saw the words carved by Taoist Guo. Because the calligraphy is so beautiful, vigorous, powerful, and very powerful, it gives people the impression of a master's handwriting at a glance, which makes him wipe it in surprise. This word alone can make people feel that this blessing card is extraordinary. But this blessing card belongs to him. Daozang Guo, shall we go to the ancient ginkgo? Chen Hong invited, not forgetting the business. Yeah. Guo Lin nodded and left the Taoist temple with the other party. The old layman stayed in the Taoist temple and could receive tourists when they came and guide them in offering incense. There are already some workers waiting outside, bringing things like cement, ceramic tiles, and special clay sculpture guardrails. But these workers are not the same group as yesterday. Those he brought were used to decorate the surrounding pool built for the ancient ginkgo. It can be seen that Chen Hong was very attentive. When he arrived at the ancient ginkgo, Chen Hong asked the workers to take action to intercept the water in the surrounding pool again and decorate it with ceramic tiles. There are already workers all around clearing leaves, digging foundation holes, and installing the clay sculpture guardrails they brought. Clay sculpture guardrails are a common material used in the construction of modern scenic spots. They are made of clay sculpture materials to look like tree trunks or giant tree vines. It looks very real from a distance and is very durable. The clay sculpture materials brought by Chen Hong are very sufficient. An area can be created around the ancient ginkgo, and a sign will be hung to prohibit tourists from entering. At least that was the case before the ancient ginkgo was rescued. In the evening, the workers brought by Chen Hong finished the work, and finally buried the fertilizer into the soil around the roots of the ancient ginkgo. With those decorations completed, the surroundings of the ancient ginkgo suddenly looked a little different. Finally, Chen Hongke hung the prayer sign on the ancient ginkgo tree with a pious face. Afterwards, Chen Hong took people to the Lingquan tank to drink the Lingquan water and regain their strength. The workers obviously had no effect. After drinking, they still sat on the ground to rest tiredly. Chen Hong went into the temple again to burn incense and contributed a little effort, then respectfully said to Guo Lin, Taoist Master Guo, if I have something to do here, I will take people down the mountain first. I won't bother you again next time. Donor, please go slowly. Guo Lin nodded and watched Chen Hong lead the people down the mountain before returning to the temple. The old layman was leading a group of tourists to burn incense, kneel down and pray. Unfortunately, this group of tourists were only attracted by the recent fame of Qingfeng Temple and had no pious heart or any willpower. It's Taoist Guo. Is his. I saw a living person. In surprise, he even took pictures of Guo Lin with his mobile phone. Guo Lin was helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. It was just normal for modern people. King Fengguan and him were famous, and this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. After the group of tourists burned incense and left, they suddenly found that the sky had darkened, the clouds were dense, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Businessman. Guo Lin immediately said to the old monk. It's going to rain, so you can make a calming charm again. Understood. The old layman tacitly took out the cinnabar, yellow paper, and talisman pens that he had prayed for before from the warehouse, and then stood in the yard with the plate for grinding cinnabar. Just wait for the rootless water to fall. This time passed half an hour. The old layman's hands were sore, but not a drop of rain fell. Even before dark, the sun stubbornly came out and drove away the dark clouds. Guo Lin. Old layman. It seemed like I was being teased by this thief. The two had no choice but to put their things away. In the evening, after steaming the Reiki refined rice, Guo Lin went to the backyard to sit cross-legged and practice the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing as soon as he finished eating, absorbing the spiritual energy of the Reiki refined rice. Compared with Qingfeng Fist, some immortal cultivation techniques have an extremely obvious increase in effect. The old layman practiced Baguazhang as well, and it seemed to have become his habit. The two of them were concentrating on what they were doing. Soon after Guo Lin got up after absorbing the spiritual energy from the refined rice, he suddenly heard the sound of rain. Under the cover of the dim sky, the rain came without any warning, drenching the two of them to death. Guo Lin. Old layman. Guo Lin lowered his head and looked at the fragments of the evolution bagua disc around his neck. Shouldn't this be a warning? I'll get the dish to catch the rootless water. The old layman seemed a little anxious and trotted out of the backyard. Guo Lin didn't like getting caught in the rain and hurried back to the main hall. The old layman had already entered the warehouse, came out with a special plate for grinding cinnabar, and hurried into the rain to pick up the rootless water. Seeing this, Guo Lin felt that he should give the old layman a raincoat. Although the old layman is very strong, he is still so young and has no roots to drink water every time. It is not good to be soaked in the rain. Moreover, it was really difficult to catch water on a plate for grinding cinnabar. The rootless water that the old layman received in front of him was splashed out by the water behind him in a blink of an eye. Guo Lin sighed when he saw this, walked into the kitchen, took out a basin, and gave a demonstration. He put the basin into the rainwater and caught a lot in an instant. The old layman immediately returned to the main hall, looked at the plate in his hand, and suddenly felt doubtful about life. The Taoist priest didn't say that it could be like this. Guo Lin took a lot of rootless water in a moment and put it on the altar table. Seeing this, the old layman stopped worrying. He put down the plate and hurried to the warehouse to take out the talisman pens, yellow paper, and cinnabar. After that, some rootless water was filled in a saucer and the cinnabar was ground. Just looking at the basin, the old layman felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After a while, he ground the cinnabar and handed it to Guo Lin piously. Taoist master, it's ready. Guo Lin nodded and stepped forward to grab the talisman pen. This time he activated the basic practice method of 9 heavens Xianjing, and he had a completely different experience from the first time he made the talisman. The energy in the danshan was easily mobilized, flowing up along the meridians and gathering in his hands. This process was very easy and did not even cause much loss. Then use the method of making the talisman, and the energy mobilized by the basic qi refining method of the nine heavens Xianjing instantly attaches to the talisman pen. Guolin stretched his arm forward and dipped the pen into cinnabar. The cinnabar actively flowed to the green part of the talisman pen and adhered to it. When Xie Yang saw this magical scene again, he still couldn't express his emotions, and even had a kind of expectation and desire. He only met a real person in half his life, so he naturally wanted to learn such methods. But he also knew that he was just a layman practicing meditation, so he was naturally not qualified to learn this method. Now he would not ask for help from a Taoist professor. Unless... The old layman seemed to have made a decision silently in his heart. After half a lifetime of searching, there must be a destination in the end, right? Guolin held the talisman pen in his hand and was already drawing the talisman patterns very smoothly. Completed in one go, the rune pattern closes the loop. Fu Chang. After the runes were activated, an energy wave emerged that was difficult for ordinary people to feel. This time, by mobilizing energy through the basic qi refining method of nine heavens Xianjing, the cost of making a talisman was obviously lower than before. Immediately, he began to make the second calming charm. The second piece talisman was quickly completed. Continue to make the third one. Perhaps it was because the energy in his body had increased during these times. After making the fourth calming talisman, the energy in his danshan was not exhausted. However, there is no way to make a fifth one. Even so, the 4 calming charms are already a huge improvement compared to the previous 2. Only then did Guolin put down his talisman pen. Xie Yang subconsciously stepped forward, grabbed one of the calming charms, and immediately felt that magical feeling again. Change it to another one and it's still the same? This is the real talisman. Guolin looked at the old layman's wet appearance and ordered, "Lay holder, put all your things away, take a shower and change out of the wet clothes." Taoist master, I know. The old layman nodded, put the things away in the warehouse, and walked to his room. However, he did not change out of his wet clothes and wash his body. Instead, he walked around the room for a while, then took out his mobile phone and dialed his son's number. When the call was connected, Xie Yang stopped directly and said to the police, "Whenever you have time, bring your lawyer to King Fengaguen. All the properties in my name will be transferred to you." Xie Chong was suddenly stunned when he heard this. "What? Dad, what happened suddenly? Come here when you have time." After Xie Yang said this, he immediately hung up the phone. Xie Chong was even more confused. So sudden, what happened? Guolin returned to the room and also received a call from his college roommate Huang Xin. Chapter 37. He had previously thought of using spiritual energy polished rice to increase the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. But this thing cannot be supplied all the time, and it cannot be given to anyone who wants to eat it, so it will be downgraded. Therefore, he asked Huang Xin for help and asked his younger brother who studied computers to create a lucky system. It is a small program attached to the QR code. As long as pilgrims sweep the merit money, they will have the opportunity to trigger the reward and obtain a merit. Each person has only one trigger opportunity per day. As for the chance, it is naturally very low, and the merit is not limited to the spiritual energy refined rice, it can also be other things, such as the calming charm. In this way, the spiritual energy polished rice will not be taught lightly, nor will it affect the grade. It can also increase the influence of Qingfeng Guan. After all, when the King Fengaguen station is upgraded, more merit funds and more willpower will be needed in the future, right? The 500 willpower requirement for upgrading his level of station has only reached half of it now. Now that Huang Xin is calling, it should be that the lucky system has been fixed for him. Huang Xin has an excellent relationship with him. He used to play liver games together in college. The other party can be regarded as his only friend. After pressing the answer button, Huang Xin said as expected, "Guolin, the system you asked for has been made by my brother for you. I will send it to you on WeChat now. You can receive it first. I will teach you how to install it later." Attached is the second chapter. On the QR code. "Well, I'm sorry to bother you." Guolin nodded, opened WeChat and sure enough there was a document waiting to be received. He immediately received the documents, and then said to Huang Xin, "I have received the documents, what next? You follow my steps." Huang Xin taught step by step on the phone. The process was not difficult. Guolin quickly installed the lucky system according to the instructions, and then attached it to the merit QR code to generate a new QR code. Moreover, this small program can scan the QR code to limit the area. It will only be triggered if the QR code is not scanned at Qingfeng Temple. This can prevent someone from taking photos and screenshots through the internet. Just print out the new QR code again tomorrow. At this moment, Huang Xian's voice came again. Guo Lin, I actually don't know how to advise you. It's really a pity for you to become a Taoist priest. You must know that after you taught the president of the Taekwondo club a lesson, you also did it in our school. A man of the hour. Moreover, you are also the champion of the painting competition, the champion of the calligraphy competition, the champion of competitive running, long jump, and high jump, and your results are also among the best. With your ability, all the big companies you apply for will be rushing to get you. Why don't you think about it carefully? The company I'm currently working for is expanding its recruitment. If nothing else, the treatment is excellent. I can't guarantee anything else. It will be no problem to pay a down payment of 100 square meters for a house in a big city in 4 or 5 years. It will be better than becoming a Taoist priest. Guo Lin could hear Huang Xian's concern, but the other party did not understand his situation, so he told the truth. Huang Xian, in fact, I have inherited the property rights of 30,000 square meters of Taoist temple, so I am already a man with 30,000 square meters. Taoist priests with property rights of square meters. Guo Lin, can we stop joking? Huang Xian immediately replied, and asked in the future, do you think I will believe it? Guo Lin confirmed, no kidding, it really has 30,000 square meters of property rights, with certificates, and the real estate center can check it. Huang Xian. Guo Lin, are you really kidding? Huang Xian asked again uncertainly. Well, I'm not kidding. Guo Lin smiled and confirmed again. Huang Xian was completely silent now, and after a while he uttered a curse word. I'm sorry. This is heartbreaking. Can you still have fun playing? Guo Lin, I feel that you are losing this good brother of mine. Huang Xian seemed to be gritting his teeth, unless you let me go to your place to play. Who can understand his mood now? He originally cared about his brothers and didn't want them to lose at the starting line. Who knew that he was already standing on the podium, and he was still the one presenting the award. In other words, he, a wage earner, was concerned about whether a landlord could afford a down payment to start a house. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that I was a clown. Therefore, psychological comfort must be obtained. Go eat his, go live his. Otherwise, you will be mentally unbalanced. Guo Lin smiled and said, of course, you are welcome to come anytime you want. Taoist priests are also human beings and have their own friends. Huang Xian is his only friend. In junior high school and high school, he didn't make a single friend. This is due to his poverty, the way he dresses, and some habits he learned from the old Taoist priests. To put it simply, he is out of place. Students at that stage don't know how to be tactful. They feel uncomfortable playing with you and won't even try to hide it. They won't play with you or talk to you. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him. He sits at the last table in the class, sitting near the door. He is always the first to leave the door after school. Even if he is late for school, his seat will be his as soon as he steps in the door. Teachers sometimes write on the blackboard when they go to school, and they may not even know there is an extra or missing person in the class. This situation would be better if I went to college. After all, I have to live in a dormitory and have roommates. However, the other two couldn't get along and were extremely jealous. Didn't he just win the painting competition, the calligraphy competition, the high jump, long jump, and running, and have the right to choose a mate, and he often receives favor from girls? But he was single throughout college like them, so why should he be jealous? Huang Xian is different. He is capable, but also heartless and straightforward. He does not scheme against others, nor is he jealous or envious of others. It's very comfortable to get along with such a person. At least as a friend with him, you don't have to worry that he will plot against you, or that he will be jealous of you. Therefore, Huang Xian can be said to be his only friend since childhood. If the other party wants to come and watch, he will definitely entertain him with all his heart. Then it's settled, haha. Huang Xian heard Guo Lin's words and immediately said, just in time, Zyro, and I have a 3-day vacation in 2 days. We haven't planned it yet, so I'll go to your place. There was indeed no plan for the 3-day holiday, and it was a coincidence that he was going to visit Guo Lin now. Moreover, It was true that he had not seen Guo Lin, a good brother, for a long time. In the university dormitory, he basically played with Guo Lin, and the other two stayed by themselves. In the same dormitory, people on both sides rarely talk to each other. This is also the reason why he has always been concerned about Guo Lin's situation. Brothers in college are really cherished, and Guo Lin is the only brother in his college. Okay, Guo Lin agreed, then thought of something, and said to Huang Xian, by the way, didn't you say that your girlfriend's eyes are not suffering from serious sequelae after laser surgery? Come to my place, maybe I can give you a surprise, maybe it can cure her condition. When Huang Xian heard this, he said jokingly, Guo Lin, you have only been a Taoist priest for a few days and you have already learned how to cure diseases. Will you learn how to draw talismans and catch ghosts in a while? He didn't take Guo Lin's words to heart. It was normal for friends to make small jokes. After all, he knew what was going on with his girlfriend's sequelae of laser surgery. Actually, I haven't been a Taoist priest for a few days, I have been a Taoist priest for 23 years. Guo Lin immediately corrected Huang Xian's misunderstanding. As soon as he entered Qingfeng Temple, his identity was determined. What? Huang Xian was stunned and swore again, Guo Lin, is it fun to tease me now? If I don't want to talk nonsense with you, hang up now and wait for me to come and play with you. Before Guo Lin could speak, a blind tone of hang up was heard from the other side. Guo Lin was stunned. No one believes the truth. You said you came to play with him, but you didn't even ask where he was? He never told the other party the location of Qingfeng Temple. Be sure to call me again. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang immediately. Wasn't it Huang Xian who called? After pressing answer, Huang Xian asked, by the way, what is the name of your Taoist temple? Qingfeng Temple is quite famous in Yushan. Guo Lin explained with a smile, you can inquire about it when you get to Yushan, or you can take a taxi. I know, hang up first. Huang Xian hung up the phone, feeling really emotional. Why has such a big change occurred in such a short time after graduation? I thought Guo Lin had always been in difficulty. Who knew that there were 30,000 square meters of Taoist temples waiting for him to inherit when he returned? I have only heard of people returning home to inherit companies and ranches. This is really the first time I have heard of people returning home to inherit a Taoist temple. But as we all know, places like Taoist temples and temples are well run and very profitable. Didn't you see those monks holding apples in their hands and Ferraris on their feet? A college degree may not necessarily make you rich. If it were his turn, he would have chosen to go back and inherit the Taoist temple. Suddenly he felt a little envious, and he quickly extinguished this feeling. He couldn't be afraid of his brother's suffering while also being afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover. This is not right. Huang Xian took out his mobile phone and searched Yushan Qingfeng Temple. He really wanted to play and get together with his brothers, so naturally he had to do a little strategy first. There is indeed information about King Fengguan on the internet, and there is even short video news. King Fengguan Lingquan Tank. Taoist Master Guo of Qingfeng Temple. Dao Zhang Guo makes bricks. Dao Kang Guo plays with Wang Qing. Huang Xian felt confused when he saw these related contents. He rarely plays short videos, and he is enterprising. He knows that just after completing his internship and becoming a full-time student, it is the best time to study social classes, and he has no time to watch these. What's going on now? How come Guo Lin is still famous online? He has a property rights of 30,000 square meters and is well known on the internet. Why should he care about whether the other party can afford a house? Soon, he also saw the video of the Qingfeng Temple. He didn't know how to describe it. He was a little short of words. He only knew that the Taoist temple in the video was not only simple and rich in color, but also very entertaining. The landscape is very attractive. Yushan is already applying for an ancient building for Qingfeng Temple. Be good. Huang Xian saw another Yushan news. He naturally knows what it means to apply for an ancient building. For example, there was a house in his hometown that originally cost 2,000 per square meter. One day, it suddenly turned into an alley with ancient buildings and cost 50,000 per square meter, a full increase of 25 times. Suddenly, Huang Xian saw another video, which was of Guo Lin and Wang Qing. When he saw the video of Guo Lin smashing the bluestone with one palm, he went numb. This guy restrained himself when he went to college. Huang Xian sighed with emotion, and suddenly opened an alumni group with a wicked smile and posted this video. He had called another person named Yu Woksan, Senior Chu, didn't you say that you have studied Taekwondo further after graduation and would like to compete with Guo Lin again if you have the opportunity? Yu my heart quits the group. Huang Xin suddenly covered his stomach and laughed. The alumni group suddenly became lively, and many of them seemed to have memories of the incident in which a certain Taekwondo club president was crazily robbed. At this time, the door opens. Huang Xin saw his slim and graceful girlfriend looking at him doubtfully. Lin Ro asked, "What are you laughing at? I heard you laughing so obscenely as soon as you came back." Huang Xin calmed down and said, "Baby, do you still remember that guy Guo Lin?" Lin Ro said angrily, "You think I have Alzheimer's disease? How long have I graduated?" A few days ago, Lin Yu from our class mentioned him and said that he was lucky that Guo Lin didn't agree to be with her. Who would have thought that a good person would be so troubled? Become a monk and become a Taoist priest. Huang Xin sighed when he heard this. He was still very optimistic about Lin Yu at the beginning. How should I put it? His brother is not good with women. Many girls have made their intentions so obvious, but he still doesn't accept it. The other two roommates in the dormitory were secretly envious, and they even despised him for wasting resources and pretending. Lin Yu had a good chance. Who knew that after graduation, she would fall directly into the arms of Wang Yu? You know, didn't she still despise Wang Yu in college? He said he was full of fat and swore he would never find a boyfriend like that. Life is probably like this. Who gave Wang Yu a father who was a vice president? Huang Xin didn't want to think about this either. He looked at his girlfriend and asked, "Lin Ro, let's find a place to play during the 3-day holiday." Lin Ro immediately said, "Okay, I heard from a colleague yesterday that I went to a certain channel to see a spiritual spring tank and took a video back. The spiritual spring tank is indeed magical. I asked my colleague where he took the photo. Let's go take a look, okay?" Huang Xin heard this and asked, "Baby, haven't you watched short videos recently?" "Brush, what's wrong?" Lin Ro looked at her boyfriend in confusion. "Then you didn't reach the Lingquan vat?" Huang Xin asked. Lin Ro shook her head, "No, I only paint makeup and ghost stories." "Then you go online and search for videos related to Lingquan tank," Huang Xin said with a smile. Lin Ro was confused, but she still checked online, and her expression gradually became more exciting. "This spiritual spring vat belongs to Guo Lin." Lin Ro looked surprised. When the colleague took out the video of the spiritual spring jar, she was also surprised by the magic and participated in the discussion. Who knew that the owner of this spiritual spring jar was actually someone she knew? "Yes, the Lingquan tank, including the Qingfeng temple, belongs to my good brother Guo Lin, with a total property rights of 30,000 square meters. When Huang Xin said this, he suddenly found that he was inexplicably arrogant. He suddenly hoped that his brother would get along better and become a famous Taoist heavenly master, and then allow him to say in a high-profile manner during discussions among acquaintances, "Guo Daozang, my brother." Lin Ro couldn't help but watch the related video again. When she saw the antique Taoist temple, it was very attractive at first sight. Then she opened her mouth when she thought of the 30,000 square meters of property rights mentioned by her boyfriend. If Lin Yu saw this, I don't know how she would feel. When Guo Lin became a Taoist priest, many people were surprised and thought it was a pity. Who would have thought that the truth is different from what everyone thinks? What are you still waiting for? Book a ticket. Lin Ro urged Huang Xin at this time. When you suddenly find that the topic you are talking about is related to someone you know, you will have a different feeling. She now wants to go to Qingfeng watch. Okay. Huang Xin responded, took out his mobile phone and booked a ticket for 2 days later. As soon as the holiday came, they went straight to Qingfeng temple. The next day, Guo Lin got up early in the morning, ate spiritual energy refined rice, went to the backyard to practice the basic Shi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the contained spiritual energy, and then said to the old layman, "Lay holder, I will go down the mountain, and I will leave you in the temple first." He was going down the mountain to print the new QR code for the merit box, and also order some incense candles. The incense candles he and the old Taoist priests used to use at Qingfeng temple were the remains of the incense candles they used to make. In the past, there were not many pilgrims in Qingfeng temple. If you do some when you have time, you can retain a lot of pilgrims. But it is different now. After Wang Qing's incident, Qingfeng Temple became famous on the internet and attracted many tourists. Moreover, when tourists come, they will take pictures of Qingfeng Temple and Lingquan Tank and upload them to the internet, which will generate new traffic. This is ongoing. If you want to rely on yourself to make incense candles to supply pilgrims, he will be exhausted. In addition, there are no believers in Qingfeng Temple who specialize in supplying incense and candles, so they can only buy them with merit money. Fortunately, when temples and Taoist temples go to incense and candle manufacturers, they will give you the cost price, so the cost is not very high. Don't worry, Taoist master. The old layman nodded. After Guo Lin finished explaining, he went straight down the mountain. First he went to the incense and candle manufacturer and ordered a batch of incense candles. Then he went to the county to print out the new QR code. When returning to Qingfeng Mountain, he passed by the mountain path where Fengyuan Temple could be seen, and he also glanced that way. There were still flies flying all over the sky. However, there were no more monks chanting sutras in front of the temple, so I gave up after thinking about it. The Shilixiang provided by the game system cannot be cracked by a monk who deceives the world and steals his reputation in reality. After checking that there were still more than 20 days left for the 10-mile incense, he went up the mountain again. Now Fengyuan Temple only has countdown time left. Back in Qingfeng Temple, the old layman was cleaning up the dead leaves falling in the mountains with a broom. The Taoist master is back. Thank you for your hard work, layman. After bowing to each other, Guo Lin went to the main hall and used a tool to replace the QR code on the merit box. After that, he took out his mobile phone and opened the Lucky System software that Huang Xin sent him. This system is attached to the QR code, but the probability of triggering the merits of the pilgrim scan is not fixed and can be operated in the background. The odds can be high or low. You can even enter a specific scan code account to specify which account will receive merit. This function all points to one word: black box operation. Naturally, he can't do this with the software used in the merit box. At most, in order to show that this merit is difficult to obtain, the probability will be lowered in the future. Guo Lin also took his mobile phone and started operating it. I just started when I thought of it. Let's try this lucky system first. He simply said it so that one of the top 10 pilgrims today would definitely gain merit. As for which one you can get, it depends on luck. He made another setting and put a calming charm in it. Anyway, he made 4 new ones. You can get it by scanning the QR code, but with different settings, the probability is very low. Finally, he wrote it in that software again. If this software is allowed to be used by those merchants, the words that will pop up for those who do not win will definitely be, "Thank you for participating." But in his merit box, when people scan the merit money, you say to them, "Thank you for participating?" Obviously that's not possible. Thanks to the donor for his merits. He refrains from doing any evil, and he will be safe every year. He performs all kinds of good deeds, and he will be healthy every year. Guo Lin also sincerely said a Taoist blessing, and finally confirmed that the setup was completed. The new merit QR code and luck system can take effect. He can be considered as advancing with the times. Shortly after replacing the QR code on the new merit box, the incense candles he ordered were also delivered. The old layman took the initiative to move the incense candles into the incense shop and put them neatly. Guo Lin also took out his mobile phone, logged into the e-commerce platform online, and searched there. There is information about the 7 sages in the sex residence information, but the completion level is only 2/7 now, so I have to research it. Maybe there will be unexpected benefits when the progress is completed. After all, this is the task of collecting achievements in the game. As long as you complete the collection achievements, you will be rewarded. He specifically searched for green plants, but soon found out that a flower market in Mingxi sold elms and maples. Elms and maples are also among the 7 wise plants. Therefore, he also placed an order for an elm tree and a maple tree, both of which were older than the holly tree behind the monastery. Just wait for the other party to send the tree for transplantation. As soon as I put down my phone, I heard noise coming from outside. Many tourists were coming. When Guo Lin walked out of the Taoist temple, he saw a group of about 10 people surrounding the spiritual spring tank, drinking the spiritual spring water. According to the settings he made on the lucky system the previous day, one of the people in the group will definitely receive a share of merit today. At this time, this group of people was discussing. This spiritual spring water doesn't have the effect as mentioned on the internet. It's just fake. You can't say that. I have felt the effect. The stone tablet says that you must have a pious heart to feel it. You naturally can't feel it if you don't have a pious heart. I don't feel it anymore. It's just ordinary mountain spring water. Lindsay Ian, what you said is true or false. I was saved by a Taoist priest when I was a child, and I have always studied Taoism. You don't have to doubt me. It's just you who are not so lucky. I feel the same as Lindsay Ian, because I used to read some Taoist scriptures with my grandmother. Lu Na, I feel the same way as you. I have also done some research on Taoism. It seems that we are destined and have common interests. Really or not? But I didn't feel it either. Guo Lin was a little surprised. There are only 10 people in this industry, but 3 of them have experienced the effects of spiritual spring water with pious hearts. The quality of this group of pilgrims is somewhat high. These people finished their discussion at the Lingquan tank and walked towards Qingfeng Temple, where they also saw Guo Lin. It's Taoist Guo. It's him? Let's go there. The group of people walked towards Guo Lin. The man named Lin Ziyan said with piety, Taoist Master Guo, we would like to offer incense, so I would like to trouble you to lead the way. He even leaned slightly toward Guo Lin when he spoke. Coming here because of its reputation, I have already seen the magic of the spiritual spring vat, so my attitude is naturally humble. Guo Lin looked at Lin Ziyan in surprise. He felt that he seemed to have a special temperament that was not something that people from ordinary families could have. Behind him, the woman named Lu Na and the man who said she had the same sexual interests also looked humble and pious. Everyone who is a good believer, please come in. Guo Lin was eager for this group of people to offer incense. At least 3 of them had pious hearts and could provide 3 points of wish power. After taking the incense candles, Guo Lin led the group to the main hall to burn incense. Lin Ziyan was the first to offer incense, his face still full of piety. That appearance made Guo Lin look forward to it. This one can definitely provide willing power. Following Guo Lin's guidance, Lin Ziyan quickly finished lighting the incense and inserted it into the incense burner. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. The prompt came as promised. Guo Lin showed a smile. It is rare to find 3 people with pious hearts in a group of tourists. Others also offered incense one after another. Guo Lin again focused on the woman named Lu Na and the man who claimed to have the same sexual interests as her. These 2 people were also full of piety, almost the same as Lin Ziyan. Therefore, 2 more points of willingness have been stabilized. But after the 2 of them finished applying the scent, Guo Lin, who was looking forward to it, was dumbfounded. Because neither of them had any system prompts. No increase in willingness. This? How so? These 2 people were obviously as pious as Lin Ziyan. Could it be that this man and this woman are still the best actors and actresses? Is piety written on your face for others to see? Where is the piety in your hearts? Isn't this tiring? What's the benefit? Soon, others also finished lighting the incense. Lin Ziyan and Lu Na also went to the merit box together. Now that we have entered the Taoist temple, whether you believe it or not, let's all contribute a little. Lin Ziyan did not forget to tell the others, and proactively scanned 2,000 yuan, and then saw a pop-up message. Thanks to the donor for his merits. He refrains from doing any evil, and he will be safe every year. He performs all kinds of good deeds, and he will be healthy every year. Qingfeng Guan is really thoughtful. Lin Ziyan saw this prompt and sincerely praised it. Others also saw this sentence when they scanned the code. This should be the case for everyone, right? At this moment, a man suddenly said in surprise, I'm different from you. After scanning the code, I received a merit and can go and collect it from the Taoist priest. Lin Ziyan was immediately attracted, and there was obviously a little more envy in his eyes. Others also showed curiosity. Is this still the case? The man immediately asked Guo Lin curiously, Taoist master, what is the merit mentioned here? How to get it? Guo Lin also withdrew his thoughts and explained with a smile on his face, congratulations to the donor, you have received a blessing rice provided by our Qingfeng temple. You can take this blessing rice away, or you can let us help make it. In the charity eat and dine. These words made the man feel disappointed. It turns out it's just a portion of rice. What did you think it was? Lin Ziyan frowned and immediately reminded, Fang Cheng, this blessing rice was obtained by a Taoist master's prayer. It is your blessing to get it. How can you say such things? Fang Cheng was speechless after being scolded for a moment. It's just a portion of rice, can't you say anything else? Lin Ziyan, you think this thing is so good, I'll give you this blessing rice.